Well, Brett's not here. It's DMac today, and then it's a bunch of other people here. Actually, I'll be back on Friday too. But hi, how you doing? Brett is if you're slow on the uptake, Brett and his lovely wife had another child, and he is off till the new year, and then Brett will be back. So we'll be happy to have Brett back. We miss Brett, but we're glad that he and his wife had this time to spend with their new kid, which is awesome. So here, I'm in a pissy mood here today. So, and nothing to do with waking up and being here. I'm happy to be here. Happy to be with you. Happy to be here. I find myself ticked off for a weird reason. Really strange reason. It's a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. I'm not upset that the Broncos lost. If anybody was paying attention, not that you have to, but I felt like a lone voice in the woods last week talking about how good Jacksonville actually is. And, I was running into walls around here with my fellow sports talkers because I was like, hey, guys. Hey, everybody. This is a really good team the Broncos are playing. They're playing really well. Trevor Lawrence is really good right now. And the pushback I got basically from everybody was, oh, calm down. Yes, the boy that cried wolf. Oh, now you think they're good and blah, blah, blah. And like, as if I was just making things up. No, what I saw, and it started slow at least, but what we saw yesterday out of Jacksonville was more or less how they've been playing. Yeah, they had some, crap opponents they were playing against. Sure. But they schooled the Chargers, and they just whooped up on the Broncos. They did. They just kicked the Broncos' ass. All three phases. They were +2, and they're one of the biggest takeaway teams in the NFL. They did that. They're +12 now. And the Broncos are -4 in giveaway takeaway. Hard to win like that. Trevor Lawrence has been playing. First of all, his arm is gargantuan arm. And playing better, smart-wise, football IQ-wise than before. And you would say, oh, without, come on, raise your hand if you ever heard of Parker Washington. Well, you should have. He had been playing great for them. Brenton Strange, only has 2 touchdowns, got 1 yesterday. ATN, you should have heard of. I don't know if you did or not, but, and they've sort of limited him, kind of. So they're a really good team. That's not fluky. I said it a bunch last week. I said this was going to be, at the time the Broncos play them, this was going to be the best quarterback they faced at the time that they were playing an opponent. And it was. It's better than Jordan Love, better than Daniel Jones, better than Justin Herbert, never mind Mahomes, or whoever the hell the quarterback for the Chiefs is these days. This team was really, really, really good. And they played, what you saw yesterday out of Jacksonville, granted the Broncos could have played better, for sure. They certainly could have tackled better. There's lots of things they could have done better, okay? But I'm not really mad at the Broncos. You lost to a good team, and keeping streaks going is very difficult. I don't think you had to lose in order to keep going and winning. And, can they win 17 straight? It's so hard to win 17 straight. I saw podcast there with Christian McCaffrey. It's like, it's not what the NFL is. It's not. It is a 1 week season every single week. It's well said by Christian, and he's right. So the same like pressures and streaks and that are very common in other sports, that's just not the same in the NFL. It's not. You have a season, a 1 week season every single week for 18 weeks. And it's easy to win the bye week. Now, what's bugging me today, which is really, really weird, is I find a certain arrogance now with Jacksonville that, the morning show talks about a punchable face. Right now, to me, the most punchable face, not Jake Paul. He got that done himself. The most punchable face to me is Liam Cohen. Liam Cohen, man. Like, I guess you use whatever you have at your disposal to motivate your team. This small market thing, and you can use whatever you want, and I guess it's Sean's fault for paying Jacksonville a compliment. But I'm sitting there and I'm like, I cannot believe this small market thing. Listen, I get it. You got a chip on your shoulder. You're disrespected. You are. I said it all last week. I said there's nobody who is being overlooked more than the Jacksonville Jaguars. Nobody. For how good they are and the amount of credit or lack of credit they're getting, nobody is being disrespected, if you want to say, more than the Jags. But it wasn't by the Broncos. And now the Duvalians are crawling out of the woodwork. Where were you people last week? I didn't hear from anybody. I didn't see any significant amount of confidence from anybody. And now I wake up and I'm like, oh my God. These Jacksonville Jaguar cretins are now popping their heads up like prairie dogs at Cherry Creek State Park. Beep. Looking around. Hey, here we are. We're Jacksonville fans. Hey. Now it's funny because you go from, you're an annoying crew, you Jacksonville fans, as it turns out. You are an annoying crew. And you know what? Your coach is annoying as well. Hey, man, I know what I want in the playoffs. I know what I want. I want the Jacksonville Jaguars to come back here to Denver and get a Bronco ass whooping, which means the Broncos win by 4 points. That's what I want now. And I want a piece of revenge. Listen, Jaguars are a good team. Are they better than the Broncos? Well, they were yesterday. No doubt about it. They were yesterday. And it was consistent with how they've been for the past, actually 2 months, really. So that's all true. But Liam Cohen, and the arrogance right now, I didn't know I could really hate a fan base like Jacksonville because I didn't even know it existed. Duval. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's something. It's not about know your place either. It's not like that. It's not like that at all. It's just I'm having a hard time putting my finger on how annoying you really are, Jacksonville fan. So I'm not bummed about the Broncos. I don't have less enthusiasm for what I think the Broncos could possibly do. The path is trickier. You've got to just pound Kansas City. And when I say pound Kansas City, I mean win by 4 points. Maybe 7. I'll pick the Broncos to win, but I just don't know how Kansas City scores touchdowns, but I'll give them a random touchdown. I'll say it'll be like, I don't know, 23-13, something like that. 20-13, somewhere along those lines. It probably won't be spectacular. Kansas City will probably just try to grind things out, and but they know what they're doing. They're losing as quickly as they possibly can. So you're going to beat them. But because of that loss yesterday, and like nothing worked out for the Broncos in their favor. Nothing worked out. The Bills beat Schefter, and Schefter continues to play. It looks like he plays well and lose. So, okay. The Patriots came from behind. They won. They beat the Ravens. Like, really, Ravens? Okay, great. The Bills, like I said, the Bills won. And the Chargers beat Dallas. How about that Detroit game, huh? Yeesh. So now it boils down. It's pretty simple. Losing to Kansas City now, you realize losing to Kansas City now, a couple days from now, on Christmas. Merry Christmas, by the way. I'm wearing shorts right now because it's 100 degrees out. I'm thinking about for Christmas, because it's just schedule-wise what we're doing. Our family's not. Usually we go up to the mountains on Christmas. We have the passes. And now is there any snow up there? My goodness, what a terrible start to the season. I feel for my my ski country compatriots. What's going on? Anyways, we're just going to be local here. We're thinking about like just playing golf as a family. You get the older kids, not the younger kids. Christmas is different. Those with here's what I got in my family, which won't be forever. Older kids, no grandkids. Like adult children, no grandchildren. It's a weird little nexus of holidays. Like, so I'm just thinking about like, why don't we just go play golf? You got to beat the Chargers. Oh man, I can't even imagine losing the Chargers at this point, or the Chiefs rather. And then it's going to set up likely a matchup with the Chargers for not only the AFC West, but for the number 1 seed as well. And losing to the Chiefs at this point would be catastrophic. Yeah, it's so funny just how a season goes, because for the longest time it felt like, forget that game, Christmas, short week, Kansas City, that's an L, we can live with it, blah, 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 blah. Not now. Not now. Not now, my fine feathered friends. And it would be really, really nice if the Texans, who are rolling, would beat the Chargers on Saturday night. That'd be really, really nice. But you got to fight for it. And that's the way it goes. You lost to a good team who is annoying. They're annoying. Liam Cohen's annoying. The fan base is annoying. You're annoying, Jacksonville.
Do you remember when Liam Cohen tried to fight Robert Saleh earlier this season?
Yeah, he makes crap up. Listen, like I said before, you can do whatever you want to motivate your team, but there's something weird about a dude who just like makes crap up. And that's what he is. He's making crap up. We can play some of it too. We can play. Why don't we do that? We'll take a little bit of a break. I don't mean to be so angry and bitter. I'm pissed. I am pissed. So we had some fun things over the weekend too. I mean, even in a loss, the Kevin Durant, Bruce Brown thing is fun. Although I think, God, I love Brucey B. I love him. But I think KD got the better of him. I do. Kind of sucks, actually. But yeah, we can get into that. Yeah, Sean Payton. Sean Payton pays Jacksonville a compliment, and Liam Cohen turns that around as if it's some sort of weird insult for a rallying cry. It helped. It worked, I guess. But it's annoying, and it makes him like, as the morning show has said, a punchable face. By the way, Jake Paul got $120 million for getting his face blown up. This is gonna sound insane. I know this is gonna sound insane. I wouldn't do that for 120. I would not do it for $120 million. No, thank you. No, I mean, no, thank you. Not at this. Maybe I would if I'm 25 or however old Jake Paul is, but I'm just, I'll pass on the generational wealth to get my, I guess all my kids and grandkids are going to have to work. It was a terrible fight. It was just, the whole thing was horrible. But the end result was so comical. I guess it was entertaining. I guess the photos in the hospital of Jake Paul are just like, oh my God. All right, so plenty to chew in. And I definitely want to just read some text here to get your feedback. I'm really glad you're listening, and glad to be here for Rally House Football Monday. So that's where I'm at this morning. We got some sound from yesterday that we'll give to you. I have a feeling today is going to be more about the vibe and the result of what happened rather than the technical, football X's and O's about what happened. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You can direct me whatever you want. It's 6 a.m. in the morning. It's the appetizer, and Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith will be along at 7 to walk you through it. So here we go. Yeah, we're off and running. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's DMac with Chris Mitchell rolling on the ones and twos. Chris, let me ask you something. How many times have I personally, and collectively as a group, have we announced what's going on with Brett Kane?
At least once a day? Fairly certain.
Once a day. We've done it like 100 times, 1,000 times.
I just want to give myself a little breathing room there.
At least once a day. It's been 5 weeks. We've been saying it repeatedly.
Once per segment, maybe. That's a little bit closer.
we have said it so much. It's got nothing to do with Brett. Brett's awesome. But yet I look at this text line. Is everything okay with Brett Kane? Will he be back?
Yes and yes. He's very okay, as a matter of fact.
I'm actually blown away that somebody who's listening, 5814, that you're up, you're listening this early, and somehow 5 weeks into this thing, you are unaware of what's going on. Brett and his wife had a baby. Brett is on paternity leave. Brett will be back in the new year. We can't wait for Brett to come back. We're all excited for Brett to come back. I'm just like, oh my God, how many times? All right, forget it. I'm just going to go through the text line here a little bit, and then we'll get to Liam Cohen, why he's the, I think he's the Rocky Mountain region's most punchable face. Hope you guys also talk about the huge Avs win and don't pine about the Broncos loss all day. Yeah, the Avs won 5-1 over Minnesota. They're awesome. Anything else? I mean, they're great. It's December 22nd. They just polished off game number 35 of 82. They're fantastic. They're incredible. They're in first place. They're the best team in the NHL. See, here's the problem. It doesn't happen that often, by the way, everybody. When the team that you pull for and you love is the best team in that sport, which still technically is the Broncos. But they are tied with the Patriots, and they have the same record now as the Seahawks. But the Avs aren't tied with anybody. They are head and shoulders above everybody. And their power play still isn't really that great. I mean, it's better. It's better. Nathan McKinnon and Connor McDavid are battling out for total points leads. You have two goaltenders who appear to be the best. You have, 7 guys on your team that may play in the Olympics. They're incredible. Sometimes when your team is that good, there's, what do you, I can say all those things, but what is there to talk about? There's nothing to be critical of. So, yeah. Appreciate it, though. I want the orange uniform retired. We look ugly, and it's bad luck. Blue and white only. The highlighter thing is of all the uniforms, and I'm not a big uniform guy. I don't, whatever with the uniforms. But it's not it's the worst look, I think. Being the human highlighters, it's just, it doesn't look great. I'll tell you this, though, being at the game yesterday, I'll tell you this. The crowd was freaking awesome from the jump. It was fun to see Sir Lewis Hamilton in attendance. One of the co-owners of the Denver Broncos. I have no idea what stake he has, but I just saw F1 with Brad Pitt, by the way, on Apple TV. That was a movie. The Jacksonville win reminds me of when the Wild beat the Avs in overtime a few weeks back. They did their goal horn for 30 seconds after that shootout win. Yeah, it was annoying. It was annoying. I'll get to it here in a second. Let me see. Here we go. From 904. Where's 904's area code, Chris? Look that up for me, will you? Where's the 904? I hope it's Jacksonville people tuning in today. I want the Broncos to hand it to the Jags.
Northeast Florida, baby.
Okay, there you go. Good.
Duval County.
I'm glad you're tuned in, Duval. I'm glad you're tuned in. I cannot wait for the Broncos to pound Jacksonville in the playoffs. Now, the Broncos weren't lying down like Shanny did with the Broncos in Miami because they might face each other in play. That wasn't that yesterday. The Broncos got their butts kicked, period. But you Duvalians, holy cow, are you annoying. There's not a lot of you. There is not a lot of you. But you and your smug-ass coach, and it really is, it's kind of a little bit of the fan base, and it's the coach. I don't really got a beef with the players. And listen, it's working for them. I get it. I cannot wait for the Broncos to beat the crap out of you in the playoffs. I want that so bad. I want that worse than any. Now I have found some true motivation because it has been like just, we're the Broncos. It's hard to win in the playoffs. And we won here, won there, won 11 in a row. Now it's time. You know what? I'm with like Alex Singleton over here, man. I'm with you here, Alex Singleton.
Today, making those tackles, stuff like that. Just little tiny things that got us to where, we're a 12-win team. I'm not gonna sit here and let you guys on our parade. We have 2 games to go, be the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Yeah, man. There you go. Listen, I don't think you had to lose to keep winning. I don't. But now that it's happened, I can lean into that. I can lean into it quite a bit. All right, so this is all this started. I'll get back to your text. I'm happy to read your text. And I don't know if I wake up this morning ticked off, and I'm not ticked off at the Broncos. I'm not. You got beat fair and square. It's not some sort of death sentence. It's not some sort of reveal. You got beat by a really, really good team. I'm really annoyed. I'm annoyed. And it's Liam Cohen, man. So here's what Sean said. Here was the huge, oh my God, you got to be kidding me statement from Sean Payton.
As you look at him and you watch the tape, it's a smaller market, but you see a real good team.
Yeah, that's not an insult. And if there's some other bad blood going on, okay, I guess. I'll play it again.
As you look at him and you watch the tape, it's a smaller market, but you see a real good team.
That is not an insult. All right. Again, you can use whatever motivator you want, but it's just, to me, phony, disingenuous, just weaselly. Like Liam Cohen's just he's like a human being that looks like a little weasel. So and he's smarmy and he's all,
a small market team like us can come into a place like Mile High and get it done.
Yeah. That's a smarmy little presser. In the locker room, though, you heard how much they were playing this up.
Hey, so proud of you. I love you guys. The job's not even completely even close to being done. Ain't even close. Not even close. Okay, but that's one more, man. That's 11. That's 11. All right, but we just a small market team. They ain't for the play. We just a small market team.
Oh, shut up. He's just a little weasel, man. Liam Cohen, you're a weaselly dude. You are a weaselly little dude. Jeez. Strange.
Just a small market team, man. Duval.
Can you? Okay.
Guy who's like, oh, wow, there's not a cloud in the sky today. It's so sunny. Guy responds, oh, so you hate clouds, huh?
Exactly.
You got a problem with clouds, huh? Is that it?
Yeah, exactly. Well said, Chris. Well said.
What's wrong with clouds?
Yeah. You hate clouds. That's really good. That's good. That's who they are.
I love clouds.
That's who you are, Jacksonville. Oh, I cannot wait to pound them in the playoffs. Bring them back. Bring it all back. Bring it back. You know what? Bring it back. Let's turn the heater off here, huh? Let's put it down to what the temperature should be in January. Let's do that. How about that one? Annoying bunch of, oh my God. They won. They get to do it. You can do whatever you want. And Sean Payton's message afterwards.
I said this to the team. I said, part of this process is not fooling ourselves. They beat us tonight. They beat us good in all three areas, and it starts with me. And so, even though that hurts going down, you can't spit it out. You have to swallow it. That's the truth. They beat us in all three areas. We got to coach better. We got to look at what we're doing. We got to make sure we're not doing too much, and we've got to do that all in a quick turnaround. So that's kind of how I saw that game. You
can't spit it out. You got to swallow it. Last night on Altitude After Dark with myself and Coach Sanford talking about the game. YouTube, like and subscribe. Go check out what me and Coacher had to say if you want to. Coach Sanford has a new name for Sean Payton. Sean Tua.
I played ass today. I mean, I don't think I played to my standard. I feel like I could have been a lot better. I didn't come ready to play today, and it kind of reflected on the rest of the defense.
That was Nick Benito. Yeah, there were football reasons they weren't ready. I don't know, man. Maybe having a streak go is tough. Maybe losing is I know Moser. Inherently, I guess I disagree with it, but I'm seeing why it could be a positive now. Listen, I did pick the Broncos to win, but I picked them to win 27-26. And I said a million times last week, look out for this Jaguars team. A million times. And it feels like the vast majority of my cohorts here were not taking the Jags seriously, and we're not taking Trevor Lawrence seriously. I was. But I am motivated because of the smarminess. So you hate clouds mentality. That's really good, Chris. Yeah, it's just like that. Yeah, okay. Cool. Gotcha. Check. We see you. Gotcha. Let's talk about you know what? See, I don't want to disrespect them and talk about how crappy their attendance is and how they're the London Jaguars and how horrible their organization actually has been over the years. Because I like Trevor Lawrence. I got respect for him. ATN's really, really good. Parker Washington, I know most people hadn't heard of him, but I knew him. And he's been really good too. And Myers is good, and they're and even Strange, who isn't like one of the more prominent tight ends out there, but you watch him play. I think the Jacksonville defense, they are very opportunistic. They do a good job with takeaways, really good job. And the Broncos were -2. You can't. I will tell you this. One wake up call the Broncos got is you can't play like that and win in the playoffs. That's true. But hey, everybody, do you think that's really who the Broncos are? What happened yesterday? You think that's who this team is? I don't. I have way more faith in them that they're not that team. Way more faith. I wake up this morning and I'm ticked off. But I haven't given up hope. I'm not down on the Broncos. You know what? This might have helped. It might have helped. I don't think you had to lose. But now that you did, okay, fine, cool. I'm with you, Sean. I'm with you.
I said this to the team. I said, part of this process is not fooling ourselves. They beat us tonight. They beat us good in all three areas, and it starts with me. And so, even though that hurts going down, you can't spit it out. You have to swallow it. That's the truth. They beat us in all three areas. We got to coach better. We got to look at what we're doing. We got to make sure we're not doing too much, and we've got to do that all in a quick turnaround. So that's kind of how I saw that game.
A small market team like us can come into a place like Mile High and get it done.
Yeah, right. Okay. Sean, on what went wrong?
I'm sure we're going to look at the tape. We missed a lot of tackles in space. You know, there was a lot of yards after the catch that showed up that was evident. So I don't know what the third down numbers were, but I know they weren't good. We had the fumble, we had the interception, you know, not enough to match what they were doing. We'll look at it all, but we're going to have a quick week. We're going to be on to Kansas City like ASAP. So
Good.
that's just how it is with this quick turnaround.
Can't wait it. I think the Chiefs have a quarterback named Sudoku. Olokabum. Somebody he went to South Dakota State. Maybe they're looking at older. Maybe they're looking at older Chiefs quarterbacks. Maybe like Phillip Rivers with the Colts. Maybe
Lane Gabbert, get down here, pal.
Yeah, Rich Gannon's warming up. Hey, you realize Joe Montana took the Chiefs to the AFC championship game where they lost to Buffalo. Maybe, how's Len Dawson doing these days?
Tyler Palka, where you at, pal? He's only 2 years older than Phillip Rivers. Did you know that?
Hey, Brady Quinn used to be a starting quarterback for the Chiefs, as was Kyle Orton. Third down sucked. It was 8 of 15, but some of those, that's not even accurate of, like, how good they were earlier in the game. Listen, the Broncos got it handed to them, okay? They got it handed to them. Sucked. Twas a bummer. They were down at halftime, and they never. That's what it was. They'll be back. Broncos will be back. They're not that team. I don't think they are. I don't know if you do or not. Maybe you do, but I'm not jumping off. I'm still Bo-leaving. I'm still wearing my Bo-leave hat this morning. Jaguars are a good team. And guess what? You're going to face good teams in the playoffs. And, well, I'll give you an update on where the playoffs are actually at, where the standings are. We'll get more feedback from you. It's okay to be a little ticked off. It's all right. You can be a little pissed off. It's okay. We haven't even talked about Bruce B wanting to fight Kevin Durant. How about that from over the weekend? I think KD actually won that little tete-a-tete, that little back and forth. I think that actually went KD's way. But I love our guy, Brucey B. Love it. Okay. It's the appetizer. Brett Kane, I don't know. Where is Brett? Does anybody know? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You can't spit it out. You have to swallow it. That's the truth. You can't spit it out. You have to swallow it. That's the truth. You can't spit it out. You have to swallow it. That's the truth.
All right, Coach. I appreciate it. Sean Tua, as nicknamed by Mike Sanford. Funny. Here are the standings, y'all. Here's where they sit. And Moser, Lombardi, Kane with Matt Smith coming up here in a little bit. Brett will be back in the new year off his paternity leave. We're thrilled for Brett and his wife having their second kid. That's when Brett will be back. Your 6 o'clock hosts rotate around. Matt's doing a great job with Mark and Vic. And we're all fired up for Brett to return. If you want other takes on everything going on, DMac's Mac video, 9 o'clock on YouTube. Altitude After Dark with myself and Coach Sanford. All the shows streaming live on YouTube and Twitch, which we appreciate you guys watching when you do, and listening, of course, as you always do as well. And we'll get to more of your comments here in a little bit. In terms of the standings, well, all right, yeah, it gets a little murky here. The Broncos still are in first place, everybody. So, Duval. God, Liam Cohen. Man, I'll tell you what, man, it's been a minute since I was annoyed and couldn't stand a coach. It's been, I can't tell you the last time I was annoyed by a coach. I'm there with Liam Cohen. Yeah, I'm there with you, Liam Cohen. I'm there. Here's why. Because he's a phony, man. I don't like that. He took something, and you can do whatever you want to do. You can do whatever you want. But you're a phony, Liam Cohen, for what you did and how you, good for you. You figured out how being a phony works. Okay. All right, cool. Players are just like cattle. They'll just move around wherever you put them. And it worked for you. It won't work twice. Let me tell you that. It won't work twice. It will not work twice. What do you think? The Denver Broncos are just going to lay down after this? What are you, nuts? You're nuts if you think that's going to happen, Adam Troutman.
Today, obviously, we lose this game, but we are still in control of literally everything. So, we know how important this game in Kansas City on Christmas is, and then obviously the week after that against the Chargers here at home.
Yeah. Who do you think we are? Jag fan. Boy, we didn't really lay into them with their town. We can. We can start paying attention.
Today, making those tackles, stuff like that. Just little tiny things that got us to where, we're a 12-win team. I'm not going to sit here and let you guys on our parade. We have 2 games to go be the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Yeah, let's go. I don't know, maybe it does. Hey, you know what? I didn't. God, Moser might have been right, man. Moser may have been right. Maybe this loss is good for the team. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I didn't think you really needed it. Okay. Maybe it is. I'll tell you this. Anything, and you can't pick this Broncos team, to do anything but win by 1 score. This is one of the rare non-1-score games, good or bad, for the Broncos the entire year. It's by far their worst loss of the year in terms of just being handled. Yeah. Yep. But no. We got to be, small market and shut up. Shut up. You're a phony, Liam Cohen. You are a phony. Broncos sit on top of the league at 12-3, but they are tied with the Patriots. The Ravens are just it was funny seeing Harbaugh asked about why wasn't Derrick Henry playing? He didn't really have an answer. He goes, well, we were rotating guys in, and He's standing next to you on the sidelines. I mean, what are you doing?
Does he not know he's coaching for his job, kind of?
Oh, my God, with them. He's another annoying one, too, by the way. But whatever, their season's over. The Colts season is over. They're done. But the rest of the AFC and the Steelers, jeez, Steelers are going to win that division. They're going to win that division, and they should lose by 30 in the first round with whoever's going there. Well, right now, theoretically, right now, it would be the Chargers going to the Steelers. I got the Chargers by 30 in that game. So annoying. Moj, I'm giving you props. Oh, okay. Wait, do you want to be on or not? I'm giving you credit. Here, turn on Moj. You got that, Chris?
Mitchell, you okay?
Yeah, there you go. You're good.
Right, turn on all the mics. You may change your tune a little bit. We talked to Mark Long from Jacksonville on Friday.
Yeah.
This isn't about the small market thing. I think they're just using anything they can now.
Well, they're using that, but go ahead.
I didn't know this. I had to look it up.
What?
When Devon Valey was traded to the Saints, Peyton leaked out in his news conference that there were two teams that were serious, and Jacksonville was one of the other teams.
Right. I remember.
And they're mad. Liam Cohen apparently was really mad that it was supposed to be private, that they were sniffing around Devon Valey.
Yeah, because it affects his other guys.
Right.
Yeah,
so Peyton just said it out. He just said, oh, yeah, Jacksonville, was serious too, but we went with the Saints because they offered more and all this kind of thing. So I didn't realize it, but apparently Cohen's had a burr in his saddle for Peyton this whole year already.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, all right.
So that's so that I think
he's still a punchable face, bro.
No, there ain't no doubt about it. But when I heard, I guess it was Thursday, when I heard the small market thing, I was kind of like, well, in the NFL, there really are no small markets. The Jaguars are worth like $6 billion anyway, right? And I'm like, I don't know why Sean would say that, other than the fact that, hey, look, maybe they don't get a lot of attention because they're in Jacksonville. That's all I'm saying. So to me, this is more than just the small market thing. This is, hey, man, you leaked our inside business when you shouldn't have.
Yeah. But see, this is why he's such a weasel, Liam Cohen. Hey, what did I say? He's a phony. So he's using the small market thing because the truth is, it's really something else that pisses him off.
Right.
It's the small market thing. Nothing.
I'm just telling you, you're right about that. I just think he's had a burr in his saddle this whole time. The Jaguars have, because that's supposed to be inside dope.
Yeah.
And Peyton apparently let it out. I looked at the quote. All he mentioned was that there were two teams that were serious. There were three teams in there. Two were serious. The Saints offered more. The Jaguars didn't.
I got to take a break because we got to get you guys on. I can't wait to listen. Hey, nice job last night. Good job.
Man,
welcome back, man. It's the turnaround for you is ridiculous.
Yeah, I walked in the door like 11:45. Not too bad. It's not too bad.
All right, plenty to fire everybody up on. And yes, we could talk about the Avs.
By the way,
here's the truth. I got to do this real quick. The truth is, the Avs are so good, and this rarely happens when a team is so freaking good. Sometimes there's not a lot to talk about. I mean, we can always talk about the Avs and say how great they are, but that's where the Avs are. Now the Broncos are in a different conversation, Mark Moser. And you're going to talk about it coming up.
But they're still number one. I think this was a healthy thing.
Yeah, you know what? I don't see now. I wish I could just. I gotta go.
Sorry, get the hell out.
I gotta go. It's the main show next, Varsity.
All right, are we good with the profanity? Can we start the show? For crying out loud, what a Monday morning it is. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Welcome to it. It is a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Well, the Broncos finally had their streak snapped. We come in here now. This is the, 12th Monday since we've had to do this and break down a Broncos loss. Couple of streaks snapped yesterday. Broncos fall to the Jags 34-20. Good morning, Mark Moser. Good morning, Vic Lombardi.
What's up?
Nothing changes. Calm down, everybody. I mean, literally nothing changes.
Nothing.
Everything stays the same.
All the same.
Not a single goal or exercise changes for the Denver Broncos. Not one.
Nada. Zero. Zilch.
Go on.
Well, it was a 12-game home winning streak that was snapped. They haven't lost since October of last year. Again to the Chargers. The 11-game home winning streak snapped. Their last loss was September 21st, week 3 this year. And look, to your point, the Broncos maintain a one-game lead on the AFC and AFC West, tied with New England after New England rallied back late last night on Sunday Night Football to beat the Ravens. But the point remains the same. You needed to win 2 out of 3 to take the AFC, and that still remains right there in front of you. You've got to win these last 2. You're the number 1 seed, and we don't really even remember the Jags loss.
You needed to win the correct 2 out of 3, and frankly, it's the Chargers game that now remains a must-win if the Chargers do what they do. But right now, the Broncos have been gifted something, fellas. It's a late-season gift. I don't know who the hell's playing quarterback for the Chiefs this Thursday, a team they have not beaten at Arrowhead since I had brown hair.
There's a kid. His name is Chris Oladokun.
Olowokandi? Right? Michael Olowokandi?
Oladokun. Anyway, he was a 2022 7th-round pick.
From South Dakota State?
By Pittsburgh out of South Dakota State.
Okay.
I had to look him up because I couldn't pick him out of a lineup. Matt, if he robbed me, I say pick him out of a lineup. I don't know what he looks like. I don't know. So this guy, I don't know who else they would get to start.
If you
they don't have a unless they want to call Elvis Gerback out of retirement and have him come play quarterback.
Sure, yeah.
Pat, hey, Rich Gannon. Yeah, what's up? It's the Chiefs. I know it's been 22 years. Yeah, I know. Anyway, what are you doing this weekend or this Thursday?
Work for the Colts.
They can call Archie Manning at this point. And it doesn't matter, guys. Listen, I will give the Broncos a pass for yesterday. I will. But you can't lose to the Chiefs at Arrowhead Thursday with what they've got on the table right now. They just got blitzed by Tennessee. You can't lose that game.
Let me tell you. It is impossible for the Denver Broncos to lose on Christmas. Impossible.
We doing this already?
Yeah, 100%. I don't know who the Chiefs are going to. I don't know who they're going to start at quarterback, but they've given up on the season.
They're trying to lose actively right now.
They're actively trying to lose. They don't care. They're done. They've played too much football. The Broncos are, as we speak right now, Matt Smith. Right now, look at my face. I'm looking at your face.
I'm looking.
Oh, that goatee.
I know.
Man.
I knew I was going to get a comment.
It's like a muskrat on your face. Fact of the matter is, Broncos are a 12.5-point favorite on the road at Arrowhead as we speak. I mean, there's no way
Vegas
they lose
knows.
that game. So it's Chris
Olowokandi.
Oladokin?
Olabadukabada.
It's going to come down to the season finale. Listen, I'm not even going to discuss the Chiefs. It's going to come down to the season finale. Chargers going to beat Houston next week. Chargers.
They are?
Yeah. The Chargers.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The Chargers are going to come in here with the chance to win the division. That's the way they're going to look at it. And it's going to come down to the finale, a game that almost feels like a playoff game. And I think it's healthy that the Broncos have that kind of game going into the playoffs. I do. I'd rather have it that way than take a week off and then all of a sudden you have, 3 weeks before you play a meaningful game. I like the fact that a meaningful game will be played in Denver on the season finale. Now, flush what happened yesterday. There's no other way to look at it. Jacksonville beat you up and down. I'm not going to tolerate people calling the show or texting the show today blaming the officials. I get it. They made some horrific calls. I agree with you on the calls that were made. Even if you subtracted those calls, all right, and moved them aside, the Broncos got outplayed. Are we on the same page then?
Yeah, we're on the same page. I guess my concern here is, man, they put up 34 on you, which is what they've been doing to regular defenses. Matt, Vic, they've been putting up 30-plus points on just some regulars.
But that wasn't supposed to happen against this defense.
That was not supposed to happen against the Denver Broncos
not
defense.
Not 4 for 4 in the red zone.
That is correct. So that's a concern to me, and we've got to talk about that.
Yeah.
The lack of tackling.
Let's talk it out.
The lack of tackling was a concern to me.
On the
inability to tackle on the perimeter. That is correct. Having wideouts get loose because they can't tackle it makes me nervous because
Parker
you're
Washington
only going to see
look like freaking.
He did. It looked like DK
Tyreek.
Metcalf, or whatever you want to say. I mean, it's that was a concern. I know we'll get all into it today, but I'm not overly freaking out about this. Other than the fact that the defense got carved up, they'll be back.
Okay, so missed tackles. Defense allows too many points. By the way, since the bye week now, that is 26 or more since the bye week by the defense you've allowed. Pretty much everybody.
Yep. A little bit. So
any reason for that, you think?
Well, they're playing, I think, some pretty decent teams. Obviously, they are. Packers are a good team, dude. Even though they lost, even though they blew it against the Bears, they're still good.
And they're not playing as well. That's the bottom line.
There's the bottom line is that you got to wonder, you know what happened last year a little bit? Especially, obviously, in the loss to Buffalo in the playoffs, is that defense started to run out of gas. And I'm not saying they're doing that, but there's a lot of film on those guys now, a lot of film. So it's going to be up to the Broncos defense to adjust what they do, as a lot of these top-end offenses have started to figure some things out.
I think what we're seeing now, the Broncos defense, I did not like every possession where Trevor Lawrence took 7 steps and prepared to pass the ball, because it felt like the Denver D couldn't stop him. Look at the third down percentage for the Jacksonville Jaguars. What were they, 8 for 15? That's insane. And a lot of those were third and long situations. They couldn't get to him. Nick Bonito, after the game, was pretty blunt in how he assessed his performance. He wasn't happy with it.
I played ass today. I mean, I don't think I played to my standard. I feel like I could have been a lot better. I didn't come ready to play today, and it kind of reflected on the rest of the defense.
So they weren't getting the usual pop from the outside. They did sack him 5 times, but a lot of those were the kind where he's running up the middle and he gets tripped up right near the line of scrimmage. I know John Franklin Myers got to him twice. I will agree, for those who are, again, if you're going to call in and blame officials, there are plenty of calls where we could blame officials. And it's not even the officials on this one; it's the rules.
It's the rules.
The Malcolm Roach.
Can I get into that, Vic?
Yeah, we'll get. Yeah, let me start with the Malcolm Roach one.
Sure.
Where all he does is make a tackle. In the grand scheme of things, if you eliminated all definition of the rule and said, hey, what is this, everybody? Take a look at this.
It's a tackle.
It looks like a tackle. A really good tackle. The guy went through the dude.
But I'm going to say this, Broncos fans. I'm going to say this.
Body weight?
Because this drives me insane.
What if he's skinny? Let me ask you this, Malcolm. What if Malcolm Roach is 170 pounds and he falls on top of Justin and Trevor Lawrence? Does the flag go?
That's a great point. The thing is, though, they call this all the time.
But what are you supposed to do?
I don't, Vic. I've said that a billion times.
I know, but until it happens, what are you supposed to do?
I'll go back to Bradley Chubb. Bradley Chubb was flagged for this years ago. It was when all this BS started. And I'm like, well, what are you supposed to do? You're making a tackle and you fall on a guy. Mid-air, are you supposed to?
Where are you supposed to go?
The last airbender and shift your body weight so you hit turf only? I don't know.
This isn't parkour. This is football. I mean, is he supposed to flip around and do cartwheels?
I don't know.
Matt, where's he supposed to go with his
Look,
body?
I'm with you. I hate the call. I hate all of those calls. I think the point you brought up was really valid, though. You talked about the Broncos defense and where they're struggling, and you talked about the third downs. The Broncos defense this year is not adept at taking away the football. We established that, right? Mm-hmm. I think to this point in the season, 16 weeks, we understand not a strength of theirs taking away the football.
So what separates them from this Super Bowl 50 defense?
And I think the strength of this team has been getting the opponent off of the field on third down. Mm-hmm. Against Green Bay last week, 6 of 13. Against Jacksonville this week, 8 of 15. That's where the game was lost, in my opinion. You couldn't get them off the field enough when you needed to, and offensively, you weren't executing like you did against Green Bay. And the interception that Bo threw pretty much sealed that comeback, I thought. I thought they were in a good position, rallying late. And that pick was just an awful decision. It just really was.
I was not happy with the Broncos. It almost looked like they were slipping all over the turf. Did you guys notice that on defense? Every time a tackle was attempted, go back and look at the game. I looked at a couple of those touchdowns and those big plays to Parker Washington. Go back and look. Dudes were sliding all over the place. They couldn't tackle.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
On that one play where it was 3rd and 3, this was in the third or fourth quarter, and Lawrence goes 5-yard out pattern to Washington. And you had the two most reliable tacklers on the team. You had Hufanga and Riley Moss closing in on Washington. And they both, slipped, like they were on a slip and slide. I don't know if you guys noticed that. And then dude turns it into a 40-yard gain. It was weird. Tackling was just difficult for them.
On the Shop Mazda text line, you got your loss, Moser. Are you happy?
Well, this isn't the one I wanted. I wanted them to secure everything and then just lay down against the Chargers in the last week of the season. I had my own preconceived plan, and it's not followed because this makes it a lot more interesting, obviously. They still hold the tiebreaker. Don't they still hold the tiebreaker over New England, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay,
sir.
so no problem there.
Nobody's blaming
you got a free win on Tuesday. You're going to have a free win on Thursday, free win against Chris
Olodokin.
However you say it.
They were saying it Olodokin on the broadcast.
Olodokin, okay.
Yeah.
So they don't even have a backup right now in Kansas City. They're going to have to sign someone off the street, I think.
Well, did you see Jeffrey Simmons, the Titans defensive lineman, came out after the game, goes, we didn't practice for this guy at all. He goes, I didn't even know that they had a backup quarterback on the roster.
That is correct.
To the backup.
They don't even know that he exists as a human being, and that's not a pejorative toward. I'm not being rude toward Ola Kumbadin.
Where did you conjure this guy from?
Right, exactly, exactly right. But Vic, they don't have any offense in Kansas City. I don't know what they're going to do. The Broncos will go in there and win.
They're going to lose.
Yeah, of course they're going to lose. So it comes down to if the Chargers.
It's the finale.
Oh, my God. That game is going to be huge.
All right. We'll have plenty of time to talk about these two games coming up. I want to talk. Again, people on the text line, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the surface was the reason they couldn't tackle. I said there were some weird situations I saw in that game where people were slipping. It's not because of the surface. They were overrunning the player. They were overrunning the ball carrier, the pass catcher, and all of a sudden having to stop. And I just think it was sort of fluky is all I'm saying. You don't see that 3-4 times a game, let alone once. How many times did that happen yesterday? Happened a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, there was a lot of yards after catch. In fact, you talked about Parker Washington. How about this? He gained 90 of his 145 receiving yards against the Broncos after the catch. His 70 yards after the catch over expected were the most by any player in a single game this season.
See, and that's what I think is fluky. I think that's not what the Broncos are. It's not what they do.
It's not what they haven't been. It's not what they have been.
Yeah, I just think sometimes you get that and you can't explain it. It was almost unexplainable how they turns, just quick outs into 40-yard gains.
You know what was evident yesterday is how loud that place was. That place was a snake pit to start. Watch it on the broadcast. They could barely keep the camera still. And it even affected the Broncos with the P.J. Locke penalty. Penalties also played a factor yesterday. A couple of big ones, unfortunately.
And this is something, and we'll dive in more into it as we go along here. This is something that throughout the course of the season has plagued the Broncos. Yep. Okay, so this has been something where they've been trying to dissipate the frequency of these penalties. 6 for 61 is not the most egregious afternoon they've had this year at all. But when the Jags only had a couple penalties in the game, it stands out a little bit more. And it's not just that they took penalties, it's what they were and when they were.
A small market team like us can come into a place like Mile High and get it done.
Oh, they sure got some mileage out of that. We'll discuss all that and more coming up throughout the show, plus a dominant win for the Avs yesterday in Minnesota. Moser fresh back from the state of hockey, and we'll get all of the updates and more. Chime in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Where did the Broncos go wrong, and are you concerned moving forward? On the other side, we'll take a listen to some post-game sounds from the locker room and hear from the coach from the press conference. Stay tuned. We are live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. Brett's still at home. We expect him back in the new year. So the Broncos, they lose 34-20 and snap their 11-game winning streak in the process. And one thing I was told all week long was, well, it's impossible to win 17 straight games, right? It's impossible to win 12 games and maintain all that momentum.
Now, in the National Football League today, nowadays, Matt,
Yeah.
winning 17 games is mind-boggling in a row. If you were going to do it, even winning
Sure.
12 in a row is very, very difficult.
What'd they win in a row? What was that streak in?
It was 11 in a row overall.
But it was 12 straight at home, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, that is mind-boggling. That alone. I mean, you can end the sentence there. That was mind-boggling.
Especially considering where they've been the last couple of years, it's been very impressive to see the turnaround so quickly. This was Sean Payton last night talking about the nature of the disappointing loss.
A disappointing loss. All the things that were important or are important to winning, we didn't do a good enough job with, and that starts with me. They were better on third downs. They won the turnover battle, and they won the kicking battle. And so now we have a short week to digest it. You can't spit it out. You got to swallow it, and that starts with every one of us.
All right, we're going to have to be mature this morning because he says that quite a bit. So just heads up.
He said that over and over again.
Over and over again. You gotta take your medicine.
Well,
that would have been a better way to put it, I think. But
if Mark Rycroft had listened to Coach Sean
been
Payton,
giggling.
If Mark Rycroft had taken that cup that Mark Moser left on the table, the broadcast booth, that's a different conversation for another day.
Right. Absolutely.
But he spit it out.
He did spit it.
You got to. In that instance, you have to.
But not in this instance.
No,
you
this
must
one,
swallow it down.
You got it.
Well, I mean, look, it was a disappointing loss.
I think the description could have been,
I'm not that bent.
more effective, but I got his point pretty well.
Guys,
Yeah.
if you expected like me to walk in and be all bent today, I'm not that bent. I feel the same way I did after the Nuggets lost to Houston on Saturday. I wasn't bent about that. I'm not bent about this. I'm not.
Well, I think your point is valid because last week Sean talked about the 24-hour rule after beating Green Bay. It's like, okay, let's absorb this, enjoy the win, but compartmentalize it because the work is not done yet.
Here's why I'm not upset. Absolutely nothing changes.
Right. You just lose a little bit of margin for error, which you had there. You had some
Who cares?
cushion, but that's the point.
Yeah.
Is you had some cushion, you built it up.
You still own the number one seed. You still control your own destiny.
Yep.
You have essentially a bye week this Thursday against a team that is trying to lose. It comes down to the finale against a team that, frankly, has owned you over the last 2 years.
And oh, by the way, they play Houston this upcoming
Yeah.
weekend.
Well, I hope the Chargers beat Houston. I do.
Set it up, winner take all.
I hope that the finale means something. Nothing has changed for the Denver Broncos. The only thing that changed is their mentality about how they approach these December games. The defense has gotten worse. That's a fact. The defense has gone backwards.
They've regressed, yeah.
They got to figure out what they're doing on the defensive end and fix it. Because these third down, I don't know about you guys. Whenever the opposing team gets a third down, I'm like, oh, I'm like holding I don't want to watch. You shouldn't feel that way. You should feel like you're going to just knock the quarterback's head off.
Yeah, Trevor was really good. I think he was 5 for 5 on third downs passing yesterday, made some really big plays on the ground with his feet. This was Sean Payton talking about compartmentalizing the loss and making sure that you treat it the same way that you did the win.
There was one message, and look, I think I said to him, one of the things you manage to do each week is get on to the next challenge. In other words, digest the win. I think the same thing has to apply, especially on a short week like this. You've shown the ability to digest the game before and then get on to the next challenge, and you have to do the same, after a tough loss.
Which is why, look, no team in the NFL is going to go unbeaten. Okay, period, end of story. So every good team in the league will have to do this. Every single team in the league, especially the good ones in terms of being able to put things behind them, have to do this and move on and play better football the following week.
The
Broncos are no different than any other very good team in the NFL, period.
I'm going to be a grown-up now. I'm going to try to be a grown-up because a lot of times we're accused of being anything but.
And by the way, Marie said that people are, was it Marie? I don't know who it was. On the Twitch said that people are blaming this on me.
Well,
they always blame stuff on you.
I mean, do you have something to do with it that you'd like to share? Confession?
No, I still think they're. I'm with Vic. I think they're in a very I mean, look, they're in a very good
changes.
spot.
Nothing changes. Calm down, everybody. I do want to say this. Trying to be an adult here. I'm going to give all the credit in the world to the Jacksonville Jaguars and whatever they worked up to come in here, find the motivation to pull that off. They deserve it. Now, they used a word.
Two words.
A set of words, a phrase that Sean Payton referred to them as earlier in the week. And this, what you're about to hear, is a classic example of opposing coaches, every coach really, trying to find whatever motivation they can manufacture. It is manufactured motivation. And every great coach does this. They're not alone. Hell, when the Nuggets won their championship, there was motivation every round. Small market, we're a small market. Nobody believes in us. Everybody
What did
heard
Stephen A. say? I don't want to go. I don't want to have to go to Denver.
So what did we in Denver do when everybody kept saying that?
Screw you.
Yes, we're going to show you, right? So we are just as guilty here. However, I want you to listen to what Sean Payton, how he referred to the Jacksonville Jaguars during a press conference last week. Go ahead.
As you look at them and you watch the tape, it's a smaller market, but you see a real good team.
Okay. That's a compliment. That's not an insult. That's not Stephen A. Smith saying, I don't want to go hang out in Denver. That's, wow, this team plays really well, even for being in a small market. It's not intended to rip on Jacksonville. Nobody's ripping on you there. Am I misinterpreting this?
No, but I thought last week, I brought it up, in fact, on the show.
Yeah.
We kind of glossed over it, but I brought it up. I'm like, I don't know why he would throw that in there, other than he's trying to prove a point that, look, maybe they don't get all the attention in the world.
Exactly. I think it's a compliment that, listen, these guys, because they play in Jacksonville, may not get the hubbub of a Dallas, but that's a really good team. That is called a compliment. But, of course, Liam Cohen, this guy, this Dr. Seuss-looking guy, this guy took that phrase and used it as a source of motivation all week. To the point, and how do we know his motivation? Guys were walking off the field in the tunnel yesterday yelling, small market. These are Jacksonville players. And then in the huddle afterwards in the locker room, he mentioned it. And then in the postgame press conference.
Just a small market team, man. Move on.
Hey, so proud of you. I love you guys. The job's not even completely, even close to being done. Ain't even close. Not even close. Okay, but that's one more, man. That's 11. That's 11. All right, but we just a small market team, baby. We just a small market team.
That's a stupid form of motivation. At least be inventive. You know what you are, Liam Cohen? You are a charlatan. That's the word. Word of the day. Look it up. That man is a charlatan.
DMac called him a phony all morning.
He's a charlatan. Look up the word and tell me that fits him perfectly. You just made crap up. You made it up. And you know what? It worked. But you could have hung on to a bunch of different words and different things and different phrases. But you're going to say that they called us a small market?
Let's get back.
You were the better team. How about just saying this afterwards? How about just saying, God, we beat them in every which way. We beat them every which way. But this hang up on the small, I don't get it. I don't, help me out here.
A small market team like us can come into a place like Mile High and get it done.
I mean, what do you think Denver is? Denver's not New York. We're not in LA or Chicago here. This is Denver. Denver's not that much bigger than Jacksonville.
Yeah, but the Broncos are a bit of a blue blood.
I know, but it's just fake. It's fake news. It's fake. I don't understand why he had to build an entire motivational chip around that.
Vic, the answer is right in front of you, and this is why I came in and talked to DMac at the end of the appetizer hour. Mark Long let us in on a little secret on Friday. Mark Long from Jacksonville that we had completely ignored the entire year and didn't even realize it was a thing. But the Jaguars and Liam Cohen are pissed at Sean Payton because he leaked out that they were in on the Devon Vele talks. It was supposed to be some insider dope, insider trading, and he specifically mentioned them by name, that they didn't offer enough to get Vele, that the Saints were the other serious team and they offered more. And that apparently rubbed the Jaguars and especially Cohen the wrong way. And so he's probably been sitting on that all year long, waiting for the perfect time. He combined it with small market, and there you have some motivation. Now, is it silly? I suppose it probably is. But again, I will say this. It worked. I mean, if it works for your team, if it works, it works.
That's what I'm saying. I just find you could have pulled so many other strings than that one.
I agree.
It's fascinating to hear what teams will hang on to. I mean, what's next? Like, if you were the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, what would be your source of motivation last week? Would that have been it, or what would you have hooked up to? For me, I guess I would have said, guys,
Vic,
look up the '96 tape. Look up what happened in '96. We can be that team.
Vic, a football coach will use literally anything.
Obviously,
anything. We got a great look behind the scenes during The Last Dance. Did we not?
Of what motivated Michael Jordan?
I mean, he would take the
manufacturer,
dumbest, littlest, non-things, and he'd say, I took that personally. I mean, that's become a meme now.
Every competitor does this.
Sure,
right?
absolutely.
Take your own, whatever you do for a living. When you're in the theater of competition, you're playing a mean game of pickleball. I don't know, you're playing video games. Is there a mannerism that your opponent has out there that you just, I don't like this guy's face, whatever it is. You use it as motivation.
Well, you know, last week, Tracy Wolfson talking to Bo Nix in the field.
Oh, the overdogs?
You guys came in as underdogs. He's like, yeah, well, we're overdogs. Yeah. I mean, it's like, hey, man, look.
Yeah, the Broncos use that as motivation.
Absolutely.
It's a good point. The Broncos 100%. All week, that was their motivation against Green Bay. Why are we the underdogs? I'm not trying to rip Liam Cohen.
Well, you just called him a charlatan. I think you are.
Well, that's not a rip. That's a fact. He took something and acted it up. Every coach is a charlatan at some point.
That's
not necessarily. No, I'm not calling him a fraud.
That's what a charlatan means.
But no, there's different versions of this. A charlatan is somebody who takes, you sort of act up something. It's an actor. You're an actor. You're taking something, you want attention for something that really doesn't correspond. This doesn't really make sense. I'm not trying to call him a fraud. He's a hell of a coach, dude. Look where he's got Jacksonville.
I know, which is why I'm trying to figure out what you mean by charlatan. I'm trying to find the alternate definitions to match your
He's
saying
hyping
here.
this up, bro. He's hyping this up. Every coach does it. Give it a rest is all I'm saying. If you want to use it as pregame material, great. But how many times are they going to reference it in postgame material?
This was Sean Payton last night talking about what he felt like went wrong in this game.
I'm sure we're going to look at the tape. We missed a lot of tackles in space. There was a lot of yards after the catch that showed up that was evident. So I don't know what the third down numbers were, but I know they weren't good. We had the fumble, we had the interception, not enough to match what they were doing. We'll look at it all, but we're going to have a quick week. We're going to be on to Kansas City like ASAP. So that's just how it is with this quick turnaround.
All right, so here's my question to both of you. Is it a good thing that the Broncos have a quick turnaround this week?
100%. 100%. You get popped in the face, it's the worst loss of the season, correct? Am I right?
Yeah, it feels like
it's the worst loss of the season.
Although, if you would have asked us at the beginning of the season, we would have said those two daggers at the buzzer hurt. But this one, as far as the stakes go,
but if you lose a game like this, the best thing that can happen to you is they're right back to work today. They're right back to work. It's gone. They are looking at a Kansas City team that has quit.
That is handed to them. That is a win that's handed.
A guy at quarterback who we don't know who he is.
And they don't want to win. They
don't.
Dude, the players on that team do not. They're done. Cancun. They don't want to be there.
Cancun. We'll tell you this. Matt, put your hand in. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Cancun.
Yeah, Kansas City doesn't want to strap it up on Thursday night.
Are we going?
I wish.
Do you know what
you
those
let me
guys?
know.
I've only been there once, and I had a good time.
Olympic break? What do you think?
I wish I could.
Think about that. Think about what Kansas City is this week, dude.
Yeah.
Their minds are frazzled.
Oh, they're done. They're done.
They got walloped by Tennessee.
Yeah.
Their starting quarterback and backup quarterback both have ACLs. Their star tight end is worried about becoming a backup dancer on tour.
He's got a new album to learn.
They're not worried about Christmas night football. This is a dub. It's a walk. If you lose Thursday night, if the Broncos lose Thursday night, it's panic in the streets.
Here's Bo Nix. Here's Bo Nix
Agreed.
after the game talking about learning from this, and as Vic is saying, moving on.
You know, there's a lot we got to cover in 3 days, so good part about playing on a short week is you get to move on from a game like this. You know, we got to learn from it. We got to fix the mistakes, and you know, don't let a team like that beat us twice.
Well, and they're all thinking about it, by the way. They're all thinking about if they just get so lucky to get Jacksonville to walk back into Mile High for the playoffs.
They should look forward to that.
Yeah.
They should hope upon hope that happens.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to beat a team twice in a month.
No
And
question.
Essentially, that's what it would be.
Yeah,
And
no
we've
question.
seen this before. It's happened against the Broncos and for the Broncos. I remember when they beat Baltimore in Baltimore. And then the Ravens came in here and did what? I remember when Miami beat the Broncos on the way to that Super Bowl win. And then Miami came in here and did what? This happens all the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
By the way, it's hard to beat Alabama twice in a season.
Called that one too, didn't
Hasn't been done since 1893. We'll get to that, I guess, maybe a little bit later.
Yeah, 7:45. We'll talk about that.
Oh,
coming up.
I'm sorry. Was my lay it down accurate?
Were you pooping yourself at 17-0?
By the
Of
way,
course.
I want to leave us with one last thought from Alex Singleton here, and I think he sums it up perfectly.
Today, making those tackles, stuff like that. Just little tiny things that got us to where, we're a 12-win team. I'm not going to sit here and let you guys on our parade. We have 2 games to go be the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Oh, timeout. Who's blanking on his parade? Ain't nobody blanking
Well,
on
I
his
think
parade.
people are asking critical questions.
Okay,
about
well,
it.
that's him. He's correct. They're a 12-win team. That's also him being defensive for no
Yeah, well,
reason.
he has every, listen, man.
I'm not going to let you
what do you
guys
expect?
blank on our parade.
Moj, what do you expect a player to be if you're in a locker room and you're surrounded by people saying, "Why do you suck? Why do you suck? Why do you suck? Why do you suck?"
Nobody's asking why they suck. They're asking what happened in this one particular game. They're a damn fine football team.
Well, I think they're also pulling at strings on what's going on defensively because it's the third time since the bye week they've allowed 26 or more, when before the bye week they were allowing opponents on average 18.
I have a simple answer for that. They're playing better teams.
Right. Yeah. I think there is a huge factor there.
This is not rocket science. You're playing Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence, and you're playing better teams.
Adam Troutman after the game says, "Chill, guys. We got this."
Today, obviously, we lose this game, but we are still in control of literally everything. So we know how important this game in Kansas City on Christmas is, and then obviously the week after that against the Chargers here at home.
Yeah, it's a big one coming up, at least these next 2 weeks. If the Broncos win the next 2 weeks, they win the AFC, and then this just becomes a footnote on their way to the playoffs.
Your main takeaway from that game yesterday, you know what it is for me?
What's that?
Sunshine can play.
Oh, he's good, man.
Dude, and you guys talked about it last week, and I sort of, whatever. I was like, his numbers are just like Bo Nix's. What's the big deal?
Right.
You said it.
Right.
And I was like, I sloughed it off. I didn't think Sunshine can play, bro.
Vic, it's the growth that he's had.
Sunshine
with his new coach over the course of the season.
That headband wearing long hair.
Yeah, no.
He can play.
The last 6 weeks for Sunshine, it feels like he's really, like a light bulb has gone on again in his head. Because if you recall, when he was a rookie, he took that team to the postseason.
And you know what else, Moshe? Not only can he play, Sunshine, he's tough. The Broncos hit him.
The play that was whistled dead?
Moshe.
Where he just got absolutely slaughtered?
Go look at the numbers. They hit him 14 times. They sacked him 5 times. He's going to wake up today black and blue.
Oh, yeah.
And sore. He's going to wake up sore. He absorbed every one of those hits and said, give me more.
Yep.
Yeah, well.
He could play.
He's also waking up today 11-4.
Just a small market team, man. Move on.
We will get back to the Broncos here coming up in just a little bit. On the other side, Avs run wild yesterday in Minnesota, and what a weekend it was for the college football playoff. Or was it? We'll discuss next.
I remember what it was like for me when I found out that my testosterone was getting a little bit low. Went into my doctor for a regular old physical, and blood work came back. Wasn't feeling like myself. He said, yeah, you're getting up there. I said, well, what do I do? He said, well, you're kind of getting up there. I said, no, I'm going to do something about it. So I called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Maybe you're feeling the same way that I was feeling. Not sleeping that great, feel foggy sometimes, energy lower, all these kind of things. Well, they can be symptoms of low T. And you can get fixed because the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic are experts in treating low testosterone and other things associated with men's sexual health conditions. Successfully treated many men for low T, thousands here in the Front Range for the last 10 years. Early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year. Before you know it, you just don't feel the same way you did. So do yourself a favor. If you're feeling that way, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They are the best. Absolute experts. Most men wait a year or longer. You do not need to wait. Here's the telephone number, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Mitchell, what are you doing back there?
Minding my business.
Yeah, I reckon.
Nelly is out for the week, enjoying a little downtime over the holiday. Hope everybody out there is getting ready for a big midweek here.
What's it about Liam Cohen's face? Liam Cohen, what's with his face?
a small market team like us can come into a place like Mile High and get it done.
Something about his face. Now, I've got to be honest with you. If you look at my face, Vic, look at my face. Good job.
Right at it, staring at you.
This eye is a little bit higher than this eye.
Yeah.
Now that you say it, wow. And you've been married twice.
Right.
You got two women to say yes.
So I've got a skull that's a little off kilter. Can you see it? Look,
it's not the only thing off kilter.
I don't. What am I supposed to be looking at here?
It is misshapen eyes, Vic. It is misshapen, grotesque
Liam
eyes.
Cohen's got a bit of the Mose thing going on here, where his eyeballs. First of all, I think that I don't know how he sees. Second of all, he just got a little bit of the Mose thing going on. That's all.
Hey, what?
Nothing.
Did something happen to Drake Greenlaw at the end of that game?
I didn't see anything.
Did anybody? Did he limp off? I just want to make sure I'm not missing something.
I did not see
I did
anything.
not see that either.
Because they had some injuries, obviously, to other players.
Nate Adkins went down. Let's see.
De'Laren
Jonah Ellis.
Turner-Yell.
Well, that is the worst story of them all.
That's
De'Laren
awful.
Turner-Yell comes back from back-to-back years missed, finally gets elevated, and within the first couple of plays, hurts his knee.
I mean, he went out. I guess he went out with an injury, but I don't know that anybody thought it was major.
People are saying hamstring.
Is that what it is for
Well,
Drake?
I'm going to tell you right now. If you got a hammy, you ain't playing Thursday night.
No, you're not.
Pat Bryant's not playing Thursday night. Adding injury to insult.
Yeah, that was rough.
Or insult to injury. Which one is it, by the way?
Adding
insult to injury.
Insult to injury. How bad was that at the end of the game?
You have a broken leg, and by the way, you're also ugly.
How nasty was that at the end of the game?
Oh, dude.
Because you weren't going anywhere.
Dude.
I was very critical.
People are blaming Bo Nix for throwing a, quote, hospital ball. Yeah, I guess that's what it was. There was a time in the NFL, this is, Louis, way before you were born, or way before you could even, you were still at the teat or whatever you were doing.
Sure.
Where that was a hell of a hit. Like Steve Atwater would just blow guys up.
It wasn't that long ago, Moj. It wasn't even that long
It
ago.
feels
that was
like
a
a
legal
long time ago where guys would be midair over the middle and they would just get absolutely tattooed. And you know what they did? The league celebrated that stuff and said, yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple of folks on the text line saying Greenlaw did exit with injury. We'll look for updates throughout the rest of the morning. I do want to talk about what happened in Minnesota yesterday because the Avs ran wild.
It was a big one. They played yesterday. Obviously, that's tough. That's a tough back-to-back for them, Edmonton, than us. But sometimes you feel good on the second day, so you never know what we were going to get. And we were definitely excited for this. Had a good meeting this morning and just, wanted to outplay them and get this win, and we did that.
Nathan McKinnon yesterday after the Avs 5-1 win in Minnesota. Now, this is a big matchup because the NHL Central Division is stacked, especially after last week's addition from the Minnesota Wild of Quinn Hughes, one of the best defensemen in the league. The Avs were headed out to Minnesota for a test. And it was interesting, Moj. I think even you said it on the broadcast last night. I think you said, well, I don't know if the Avs necessarily looked at this as like a statement game or their intention was to come in and make a statement. But I'll tell you something. Statement made. Statement made. Nice addition. Keep up.
Yeah, that kid's a good goalie. And you put 4 on him, plus the empty netter from McKinnon.
Hold on a second. That's the same goalie who last time they played in Minnesota, from what I remember, this Jesper Parnevik fella, what's his last name?
Volstad.
There's only one Jesper in my world, and it's Jesper Parnevik.
We got that.
He's a golfer.
I got it.
You remember him?
Wears a funky hat with a
No, I
flipped up-
don't, but I
He wears
appreciated the name.
Yeah, it's from
funky
Sweden.
hat with a flipped up bill.
In fact,
he's
the
one,
reason why Tiger Woods got married to
he's the one that introduced
Elon?
Tiger Woods to his ex-wife. Yeah.
Elon was his
Nordgren.
babysitter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, that dude a month ago when the Avs lost in Minneapolis in the shootout,
right?
He did the fist pump and then said that they're the better team and all this stuff. These guys are better men than I am. They're much better because I would have been so petty after every goal. Every goal would have elicited
You would have done a
fist pump. Every goal.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, the entire Avalanche team comes off the bench and fist pumps.
Yeah, but you know what?
Listen, not just one, everybody.
It's not even Christmas yet. There'll be time
I
to
know.
do that.
I know.
Somewhere down the road.
But that's why they're better than me. That's why they're adults.
Agreed. They are.
They are better human beings because I would have eaten that up.
So the Avs snapped Minnesota's winning streak at 7. It's the third different winning streak of at least 7 games that the Avs have ended for a different team this year. I was impressed because you got 2 power play goals yesterday. And we've talked about it since I've at least sat in with you guys that this team, compared to the last few years, is so dominant at 5-on-5. And the last few years, the truth is they've struggled at times, 5-on-5 at even strength. But if they get this power play going, just hold on to your butts because nobody's going to be able to keep up with them. And Moser was the difference in the game yesterday.
Hold on to your butt, Vic. I like the way you said that, Louie.
Just
hold on to your butts. Look, man, it's hard to fathom what they're doing right now. They have 2 regulation losses.
Yeah.
Vic, the next closest team is Dallas. They've got 7 regulation losses. The next closest team is Vegas. They've got 8, but they're 16, 8, and 10, which means overall they got the extra point, but they've lost 18 games compared to winning 16 games.
Yeah.
And then everybody else has at least double digits in the loss column, period, end of story.
Yeah.
I mean, notice stuff for a second, though. I give you credit sometimes for being too smart. And I'm not sure that you really are.
I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Not since I've been here.
Okay.
Have you ever,
Has
you ever heard that compliment about me being too smart?
No, sir. No, sir. Maybe
Okay,
from your own mouth.
That being said, I'm going to ask you a legitimate question. Do you even realize what you're witnessing right now?
Can you say that again, though, before you make that statement?
Yeah, clip this, Chris, just so we have evidence of it.
Sometimes I give you too much credit of being too smart.
Okay. Feel pretty good about myself.
Well, yeah, but I think you're probably dumber than I think.
That's more like it.
Okay.
Go on.
They've got 2 regulation losses all year long. Vic, we're 35 games into the season. They've lost 2 in regulation, 7 overall. So let's call it 9 total.
Mm-hmm.
So what you want to say 26-9 or whatever, however you want to put it?
Moser, I'm going to say something about the Avs that I guarantee you will find offensive. Most Avalanche fans will find offensive.
Oh,
guarantee Coach Bednar's not going to like it.
And I took that personally.
You guys, when I say this, you're going to say, what the hell, what's he talking about? The Avs are so good, they're boring.
It's like, oh, ho hum, just another win, just another division rival you
now,
mopped up.
You may misinterpret that, and you're going to walk away from this show and say, how dare he? Listen to me. Listen to what I just said. Listen to my words. They're so damn good, they've become boring.
I'm happy for it. I'll take it. A stress-free win in Minnesota yesterday was just what the doctor ordered.
Can you believe I just said that?
It's a very, very luxurious position to be in right now.
Do you disagree with me, or is there a sense of
I can promise you that when I'm up in the booth, I'm not bored at all ever.
Not once.
No, when I say boring, they're not boring to watch. Don't misinterpret that. The games are fun. The games are still, but the results, they're so good. They're so damn good that I already know what I'm going to get.
Just don't take it for granted. That's all I would say.
You know what it is, too? You heard McKinnon. We were focused in this game. I'm happy with the way we played strong. Even late in that game, so it's a 3-1 game.
Yeah.
And the Wild get a power play.
Yep.
And the Avs penalty kill was kick butt. Took everything away because Minnesota had tilted the ice.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were things. Valnichuskin ended up with 2 assists on the last 2 goals, including the empty netter. But it was his play away from the puck and his forechecking and his reading of the play that doesn't show up on any stat sheet. But what it does do is it absolutely takes away the Wild's will to win. It's the little things they're doing, as hard as they're working, even in a 4-1 game or a 3-1 or whatever, it's pretty impressive, Vic. I mean, it's dedication, it's focus, it's everybody pulling on the rope the same way. Pretty impressive.
Let me use another word because I'm not getting the proper. I think
you know what? You've been at a loss for words a little bit so far this morning. You're using words that are close. But
I think you're right.
Not hitting the nail on the head.
I think.
So take your time, find your words.
7890 says, Vic, that's absolute horse blank. That's a word.
I'll say this for Avs fans over the last couple of years who have been wanting a complete roster, who have been wanting the depth to go back and compete for another cup. It ain't boring. Not at all. You finally have the pieces you need to go and attack this thing.
We're going to get to a point sometime in the new year, and probably not till after the Olympic break. Okay, but maybe a little bit before the Olympic break.
Yeah.
We've got 3 weeks there in February. We're going to be goofing around. where you're going to say to yourself, man, do we even want to touch this roster at all?
Yeah.
As the trade deadline approaches and everybody starts to solidify and so on, do we even want to jack with anything? Because that's how good they're going.
Every good story, when you're watching a story on television, a movie, a series, you need adversity, right? You can't get to the end without some form of adversity. Right now, it's
coming.
Ho-hum,
It's
maybe,
coming.
is better than boring. Ho-hum. Somebody on the text line made a great point. It's almost like Joker triple doubles. Predictable.
Yeah.
Right?
And you almost start to take it for granted.
Exactly.
You're just like, oh my God.
That's what the Avs are right now. They're so damn good. They're so damn solid in every facet. They're like Joker triple doubles.
Just savor it. That's all I'm going to say. Just savor it. By the way, we're taking care of you this holiday season by giving you the chance to win the best gift. The gift of Avs hockey. Tune in all day tomorrow for your chance to win tickets to Avs Kings on the 29th. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. It is a Rally House Football Monday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Your reaction on the text line, more Broncos audio, and what they've got to do to get this thing back on track. We'll dive into it all and more. Stick with us on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I said this to the team. I said, part of this process is not fooling ourselves. They beat us tonight. They beat us good in all three areas, and it starts with me. And so, even though that hurts going down, you can't spit it out. You have to swallow it. That's the truth. They beat us in all three areas. We got to coach better. We got to look at what we're doing. We got to make sure we're not doing too much, and we've got to do that all in a quick turnaround. So that's kind of how I saw that game.
It is a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Boy, it's the first loss reaction we've had since September.
That's all right. Shake it up a little bit.
I know. I mean, mix it up just for the sake of variety at the very least. Broncos have a 12-game home winning streak snapped. They have an 11-game winning streak snapped, but the good news here is that they still control their destiny. Their margin for error is gone, but they still control
Nothing
everything.
changes. Everybody calm down. By the way, that voice you heard there belongs to one Matt Smith, who has filled in nicely for Brett Kane over the last, how long have you been here, 6 months?
Feels like it at this point. I mean,
how long have you been here?
Every show feels like a month with you guys.
I forget
when did this start?
I forget what he looks like.
Thanksgiving week.
Okay, the reason I bring it up is this. I've seen some thorough SOBs in this business. I've seen some people that work, right? This dude, have you put your hands around this rundown yet?
Yeah, I have.
This is a book.
Yeah,
this guy walked in. Look at this. I mean, you can't see this if you're on the radio, obviously, but this is his rundown for today's show, and it's front and back with words. It is basically, you want me to read War and Peace before the start of this show.
Hey,
I mean, what am I supposed to do with all this information?
You're supposed to digest it, like Sean said. You have to
Moj,
digest it.
You can't spit it out. You have to swallow it. That's the truth.
I see it
Feel
every
how
day.
heavy this
It's
is.
usually in front of my face.
Feel how
every
heavy
single-
this is.
You took mine because nobody expected you to be in today.
It's all right. I do want to talk about a few key moments from that Broncos game yesterday, guys. How about the 10-point swing on the Lutz doink to the PJ Locke penalty to Jacksonville's first touchdown?
Yeah.
That was huge.
big. Yep, that was big.
It was huge.
And so was the call on the whistle, the mysterious whistle where I thought it was going to be offsetting penalties. I still don't understand that rule because PJ comes off the edge and can't hear the whistle, makes the tackle on Trevor Lawrence. Remember that?
Yep.
And it looked like a fumble return for a touchdown. Zach Allen had it in his hands, and you're like, wow, wait, no, there's a whistle. So somebody speak slowly to me because I asked this last night on the postgame show. There are two penalties on the play. False start on the Jacksonville Jaguars and roughing the passer on the Denver Broncos.
The personal foul takes precedent.
Why? They're offsetting penalties.
They're not offsetting penalties. They don't have the same degree of penalty.
So every other set of penalties I see is offsetting penalties.
The personal foul always takes precedent.
So if there's a play where there's a defensive player that holds, defensive holding, and an offensive player that slaps a guy across the face.
That guy, it's more egregious, yes.
Well,
I've never heard of that, but that's not true. Offsetting is offsetting.
If it's a hands to the face call and it's a defensive holding call, then I think they might offset. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but I think to Moser's point, if you have a personal foul.
Well, it wasn't, illegal hands to the face is not a.
They say the reason why it was not offsetting is because the play was done and it was a
dead
whistle.
ball, a dead ball foul.
How was the play done? It's all in the same play. It's all on that play is going to be classified as that play. I don't understand how this works.
I'll say this. If PJ Locke didn't hit him as hard as he did, I don't think that happens there. I think if he just kind of like shoves him instead of like tags him square in the back.
It's bad luck is what it is.
Okay, that being said, all that stuff being said, let me explain what I saw in the early going in that game. Doink. I mean, doink, hard doink.
Yeah.
I mean,
that thing was dead straight.
Not just a dinky doink, hard doink.
It didn't waver at all from its line.
Doink. And then, okay, fine. Then after that, even though the Jags drove down for a touchdown, a nice 10-play drive. You come back with your own drive for a touch.
Hey, that roughing call I just talked about, though, that was third down, bro.
No, it extended the drive. It made all the difference in the world.
You were dominating Trevor Lawrence at that point. He couldn't even move.
Agreed. You come back to when you got
that changes everything.
You got a 10-7 lead. It was the Broncos are not used to having teams come back and re-punch them in the mouth again, right? Like, you know what I mean? And even if you get a call that is favorable to you, I hate the damn rule. It's the right call, but I hate the rule.
Here are the plays.
I've always hated the rule. My point is, though, Vic, is that the Jaguars repeatedly came back and counterpunched you. And you're not used to that.
You're right. They were 4 for 4 in the red zone. The best red zone defense in the NFL gave up 4 touchdowns in the red zone. That's a fact.
On the Shot Mazda text line, Vic, it was a legal formation, not false start. So a 5-yard penalty, not a 10. And they said when it's a 15 and a 5, it does not offset.
So we're doing math now?
If it was a 10, it would have.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So it's not a false start. It was a what?
Illegal formation.
Gotcha. All right. That explains it.
Yeah.
Still stupid. I got a list of the big plays in this game. And
hit me.
And this is why I'm not that, guys, I am not that upset over this loss. Because I think if a couple of these plays I'm about to list go the other way, this game is entirely different. I really believe momentum is a factor in any outcome, especially yesterday. All right, after that touchdown by Jacksonville, the roughing on P.J. Locke that led to a touchdown.
Right.
You saw late in the half, the Broncos were driving with the chance to tie the game late in the half.
Yep.
And what happened? Pat Bryant had a ball thrown to him on the sideline that you have to catch. You guys agree with me?
Yeah.
You have to make that catch.
Yeah.
Was it thrown a little behind him? Yeah.
Yeah.
But you have to make that
Gotta
catch
make
as
the
a
catch.
professional. How
Yes.
many great catches did the Jacksonville receivers make when the ball was displaced a little bit or thrown in front of them? How many of those great the Broncos receivers needed to make those catches? That drop ball led to a Jacksonville field goal, and they added to the lead. That's a big play. The Malcolm Roach bodyweight play.
Huge.
Big play.
Huge.
Big play. Because you know what that led to? That led to another big play. The Jade Barron grabbing of the hand in the end zone PI. Knick-knack paddywhack. That's another knick-knack paddywhack call. You say what you want. That kind of call, that happens on every single pass. Did you guys see PI there?
Saw hand fighting, like I always do.
Sorry, which play? We got
The
to
Johnny
debate.
Barron.
Jade Barron in the end zone.
Look, I mean, he tugs him, but how many times do we see that every week without that being called?
That
was
leads to a
ridiculous.
touchdown.
Yes.
There's another touchdown. Then, Bo underthrowing Cortland Sutton on the flea flicker. If he puts 5 more yards of air under that, that's a walk-in touchdown. It's not even close.
Somebody says balderdash. They don't blow the whistle and stop playing when there's a legal formation. It doesn't make any difference, but it was not a legal formation that caused them to blow the whistle. Yeah, look, I mean, here's P.J. Locke on the explanation, and we talked about this a little bit earlier. That place was a snake pit yesterday.
It was loud.
Sean juiced up everybody
it was
talking
loud.
about, he tried to coach the crowd last week. Got to be there when they're getting in and out of the huddle. P.J. Locke couldn't hear it.
I don't know. I can't tell you what happened on the play. All I know is I was in full pursuit. He was still dropping back, and I thought I had a sack fumble, honestly. So
did you hear a whistle or anything or not? Nothing.
Nope.
Nothing there. Yeah. I mean, overall, I know it's tough.
To your point, Vic, the Roach play and the Locke play, there's 14 points.
Those are flukes.
Those are 14
Those are
points.
flukes, and that's why I'm not upset about this game, and that's why you should not beat up. I know Jacksonville came in here and beat up on the Broncos, but the final score is not indicative of the game. Trust me on that. It's not. A couple of these plays go the other way, and we have different results this morning.
Yeah, Vic.
Trust me on that.
Yeah, I could do the same thing the other way.
Sure,
Though.
you could do that about every game, but that's the beauty of the NFL.
Right, this is law of averages
yes,
time. Okay,
yes,
let me
that's
explain.
why I'm not that upset. The Malcolm Roach play is a joke of a rule. It's not on the official. You can't blame the official. They've got to blow their whistle. That's a stupid rule. The guy's, he's being penalized for being heavy.
Which is worse, the Malcolm Roach play or the Jordan Love play? Where he lowers his head and they rule that unnecessary roughness as he's getting sacked.
I think the Malcolm Roach play is stupid because if you took another human being, if you took Riley Moss or P.J. Locke, had them sack the quarterback and fall on the quarterback in the exact same manner, the flag would never come out. The only reason the flag came out against Malcolm Roach is why? He's a fat
because
man.
he's a fat guy. Sure. Hey, Vic, this is a little bit live by
and
the
that's
sword.
not a bad thing.
I want to be perspective here. I want to be Joe perspective.
Okay.
That's me. I'm Joe.
Hey, Joe.
What's up? Hey. I go back. Let me go all the way back. I'll go back to the 2 losses in the Colts and the Chargers game. A couple things go the Broncos' way there. They win those games. They don't lose. Eagles game, same story. The Broncos could have lost. Jets could have lost. Giants down big time. Texans, same thing. Raiders 10-7. Couple silly little things the other way. Different game. Same with the Chiefs. Commanders
Yes.
are 1 point win. I mean,
so what I'm saying is this thing adds up. Now you're chasing your tail. Now you're playing catch up the entire game. Now you're doing things that you don't necessarily do. It leads to more mistakes. 2 missed tackles, Hufanga and Moss right there on the sideline, allowing Washington to take off for 40 yards. You don't see the Broncos make those kind of mistakes. But when you're giving chase, this is what happens. A fumbled exchange, right? A fumbled exchange on the what was that play? That was to Jaleel McLaughlin? Is that who it was?
Yeah.
It was Harvey, wasn't it?
No, it was Harvey.
On the transfer. Yeah, it was Harvey.
I can't remember.
It was
what
Harvey.
running back
It was Harvey.
That was
yeah.
Harvey.
Those things continue to add up. I want to see that game again with better results early, and I think the results late are affected by. And then the worst is the last play of the game, essentially, that led to Pat Bryant being hospitalized.
And we've got a bunch of people here on the text line asking about Pat Bryant. He was released from the hospital, movement in all extremities, apparently avoided major injury, and just dealing with a concussion. So thank goodness, because that looked horrendous as he had to be immobilized and carted off.
So we're going to have to think about who's going to be missing coming up on Thursday night. It's not, you know what? It's not going to even matter. It doesn't even matter who's going to be missing. Jones is still out. Hey, are we underestimating the loss of Jones in that secondary?
Well, Brenton Strange scored, and I'm pretty sure it was P.J. Locke that was supposed to make it over to the angle route.
Yeah. All of a sudden, is it a bit of you don't know what you got till it's gone scenario?
I'd like to say
because it sort of felt like that.
Yeah, but you know what? The defense over the last few weeks has been slowly leaking oil.
It has.
It's taking on water.
It has.
Cracks are on the deck. You can see it.
Yeah.
And you got to fix it.
Yeah, Nick Benito wasn't too happy.
I played ass today. I mean, I don't think I played to my standard. I feel like I could have been a lot better. I didn't come ready to play today, and it kind of reflected on the rest of the defense.
Guys, it's hard to win in the NFL. And I think we just watched an 11-game winning streak and maybe just said, yeah, they'll come back. Mm-hmm. Although it did look like they were coming back.
It did.
They were sure on the comeback trail, and then Bo gets picked.
Well, you got to, that field goal instead of this. I would have gone for 7 there. That's me.
Which one?
When they cut it to 14 instead of going for a touchdown. I don't understand.
Explain why.
Because I just think the momentum, it was such a long mountain to climb at that point.
You got to get 3 scores.
I get it. It was just the mountain was, it's such a steep mountain. Get in the end zone, and it gives you a little more room for error. That's all.
I didn't mind that.
I think chipping away at the lead did you nothing there.
I'll tell you, the only reason I didn't mind that is because there's so many times when coaches don't do that, and they let so much time go off the clock. At least Sean was like, look, we're beat here. We're going to need 3 scores anyway because we just gave up the field goal. Might as well at least chip into it. But I understand what you're saying.
The other interesting angle to this game is everybody's going to look at Bo Nix and say, oh, he had a rough performance. I don't think Bo played all that bad. He threw for 352 yards, guys.
No, but
I think two things.
Yeah, go ahead, Vic.
Two things happen. His receivers let him down early. They drop balls. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
And he made 2 horrendous passes. One was the underthrow to Cortland Sutton that should have been a touchdown. And the other one was the 4th and 3 where he had Tyler Bidet wide open over the middle. Should have just taken that rather than try to force the sideline pattern to Pat Bryant.
At the end of the game.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Those are the 2 passes. Every other pass,
The interception.
No, the interception was terrible.
That's what I'm talking about. The interception. Pat Bryant. He tried to force it.
Yeah, he did.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay, good.
That's the one. The 2 passes. That was a 4th down
Not
pass.
the one that got Bryant killed.
You said it was to Tyler Bidet.
No, guys, listen.
Yeah.
Tyler Bidet was wide open over the middle of the field.
I'm so sorry.
He was wide open.
He tried to force it down the left sideline.
Drop it to Tyler Bidet, and he can run for 30 yards.
Just hit your check down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead, he tried to go back shoulder, which never got to the back shoulder. Those are the only 2 passes that I'm going to sit here and argue about. People are pointing to the one in the end zone where he had Cortland Sutton open. Okay, fine. But other than that, Bo was fine.
On the text line, why isn't Moser jumping up and down celebrating at this Broncos loss? He got everything he wanted and more. No, guys, stop. That's not what he said.
This is not the one I wanted. I wanted everything wrapped up. I was looking ahead because I thought they'd beat the Jags, and I know they'll beat the Chiefs. I was thinking about the season finale. That's what I was thinking of.
No, what I like now, this is working out perfectly from my expectations. I want the Chargers to beat Houston. I want the final game here at Mile High to mean something.
He wants to smoke.
I want it to mean something.
You and Brucey B.
I really do. I want that game to carry the weight of the AFC West division on it. Because I think that's when you get your best football. And you go into the playoffs then with a springboard rather than if the Chargers lose to Houston and the Broncos beat KC, you're assured the AFC West. It's over. Now you're just playing for the number one
and
seed.
then both teams will probably rest guys.
Now you're
in
playing
that
for
season.
Well, I don't think the Broncos rest anybody. You still play for the number one seed.
You're going to have to be. Yeah, you're going to have to. Chargers will probably. Well,
no, you don't.
No, because it'll depend on their seeding. Hey, yeah, real
the
quick.
Denver Broncos will not rest anybody. You're playing for the number one seed.
You're right. Hey, before we're all said and done, actually, what if the Patriots lose and the Broncos win? Then the Patriots cannot catch them, even if the Broncos lose.
Jacksonville's only a game back.
It's the Jags. You got to be worried
Jags,
about.
all of a sudden, they're in the mix. You're right.
Yeah, it's the Jags.
Did you guys see Brucey B?
Oh, we'll get there. Yeah, we got.
I don't want to spend a lot of time on it because I don't want to get us off track here.
That was so funny,
dude. It was fun. He was great,
and he carried that into the next day. We'll get to that. He had that hockey mentality.
He was great, man.
Still stressing about a gift for the Denver sports fan in your life? Well, give the gift of streaming with an Altitude Plus gift card. Perfect for new or existing subscribers. Go to altitudeplus.com/gift cards and select the option that fits your holiday budget. On the other side, we'll hit some of the weekend headlines as well as dive into your reaction. Tons pouring in on the Shop Mazda text line. Make sure to get your opinion in now before it's too late. Back with more Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith.
All right, everybody calm down. The Broncos are going to be just fine. Nothing changes. I will be your security blanket. If you need a security blanket when it comes to the law, Dan Caplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche, Dan Caplis Law wins in record-setting ways. A serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases right now on a percentage fee basis. Up and down the Front Range, 3 offices to choose from. Again, if you come across a case and you need somebody in your corner, call Dan's office today, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit him up online, dancaplisLaw.com.
Remember, whether you are at home or on the go, we're always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Big weekend. On a personal level, how do we do? Everybody had a good weekend?
Yeah, I watched a lot of sports. What a great sports weekend.
I was in Minnesota. It's cold. Stepped off the plane in Minnesota on Saturday afternoon, evening.
Yeah.
I mean, it felt, I guess the temperature was like 20, but with the wind, it felt like -1.
So it actually felt like winter there, as opposed to here, where
That
it's
is
going to be
correct.
72 degrees today.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's amazing. All right.
Oh, by the way, my neighbor behind me.
Yes, sir.
Took their time with their leaves. They had them all piled up in a corner. All the leaves now were blown through the fence into my yard. I've got a whole new set of leaves now that I've got to clean up.
Wow.
And I'm not
extra work for you.
I'm not happy about it.
Please keep going.
Maybe you bag him up and then drop him back off on his front porch.
Anything else going on in your life?
No, that's it. Go ahead.
How's your water bill this month?
Anything else?
I don't know. Check. Probably good.
All right, let's get in the headlines. Let's chop it up. Chris? Mitchell?
Chris, are you live? Do you have a pulse?
There we go. All right, it's the college football playoff, and it got rolling this
it's Christmas time, and Mitchell's filling in for Nelly, and he's got problems.
Chris, what were you doing at that time when he called for the music? I'm just curious. What was your head?
Doing a bunch of different things, I'm sure.
Let's start with that hockey was what I was doing.
Let's start with the college football playoff, where Alabama on Friday night rallied back, stormed back to beat Oklahoma. Moj, you called it.
I did call it. I was nervous when it was 17-0. I'm like, no way. I had my own game going on at the time. I'm like, no way. Well, then it was 17-17. I'm like, yeah, way.
That was a great game. I mean, first of all, Oklahoma's offense is so bad. That Mateer, I don't know if his broken hand during the course of the season still affected him, but he's terrible. Why does he get so much pub?
I don't know.
They were terrible.
He wasn't very good.
It was a hell of a game, though.
Fun game.
Really fun game.
Give Alabama all the credit in the world. I still don't believe they belonged in the CFP because of 3 losses. But here's a team that was catching all this heat for being there, and they're down 17-0 on the road, and they've thrown 24 unanswered on the board. All the credit in the world, man.
Hey, man, I've got a problem. Oh, go to the next game, and then I'll tell you my problem.
Well, Alabama advances to take on Indiana. So that
in the
will
Rose
be the
Bowl,
next
that's going to
opponent.
be a hell of a football game.
Sad to see what's happening with the Rose Bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, but the Rose Bowl, because I'm a Cali guy, as a kid,
It's always going to be special.
It's having been to the Rose Bowl, it's always near and dear to your heart. It's it's the granddaddy of them all.
Yeah.
All the Sugar Bowls and Fiesta Bowls and all this. Okay, fine, but the Rose Bowl is the one. It's always special, man. It's pretty cool. Plus, Vic, you've been to Pasadena 1,000 times. Fun. Okay.
Good luck playing those home games, UCLA at SoFi Stadium. Should be
exactly.
Should be a blast. How about the morning game? Miami goes into A&M on the road, just like Alabama did in Norman, and knock off the Aggies in what was the ultimate sleeper of a ball game. But if you like defense, this was for you. Miami wins 10-3 as Michael Irvin was laying down and barking on the sidelines.
God, dude.
That was hilarious.
I don't know if I was like worried about him for a while there. I was concerned.
You go back to those U days and you connect to your college
but
roots.
Did you see the wind was blowing so bad in that game, and it was going all different directions.
Kickers couldn't kick.
The Miami kicker, when after he doinked his, and he's sitting on the sideline with his helmet on, he's just like he's reliving it in his head. He's going over and over. He's like he keeps like this is 5 minutes later. He's shaking his head like he's like I kicked it exactly where as soon as he booted it. The wind stopped, and it was going to, you couldn't judge anything. It was a nightmare.
But Miami goes to play Ohio State now. That was an upset. I thought A&M would get them. I really did.
I didn't. I thought Miami would win that game.
Apparently.
It was impressive.
I 100% thought Miami would win that game.
They go to play Ohio State now in the Cotton Bowl.
Apparently there was some semi-famous fan in the stands.
What game?
Rooting for the Hurricanes.
You're going to have to
specify.
You're going to have to get specific
Not
for us because
Michael
we have
Irvin.
no idea what you're talking about.
I really don't know what I'm talking about either.
Are we?
What?
Hold on. He's
what are
putting
you
something down
talking
here.
about?
He's putting some down here. I'm not picking it up.
Somebody I read this online, or I saw it on the Twitter machine.
Yeah.
Somebody will inform you, Vic.
Okay. All right. Well, moving on. We had the two group of fives get absolutely walloped. Ole Miss 41-10 over Tulane, which, I mean, we kind of expected that, right? And Oregon 51-34. James Madison scores some points at the end of that game to make it somewhat palatable.
Wait, no, stop. Do you hear how he put this?
Somewhat
I'm
palatable.
still trying to figure out.
Put it that way.
I'm still trying
Somewhat
to figure out
palatable.
who this fan is.
Okay, we'll get to it later, Vic. Matt.
Oh, I saw who was in the crowd. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, go ahead.
An adult film star?
Apparently, yeah. I saw it online.
You could have just said that.
Yeah, why'd you keep me guessing?
I don't know who that is. Anyway, here.
Sure you don't. That's why you brought it up.
No, I don't. The interwebs.
Sure.
The interwebs are going. Here's
the internet. The internet.
Dude, you act like, they score a couple late.
Yeah.
I'm sick of the back doors, man. I had Oregon minus 21.5 all day. They were ahead by 30. They were killing James Madison.
That was a stupid game, dude. That was,
9 plays and 99 yards with 3 minutes to go.
Here's
the
where you were
backdoor
wrong.
cover that crap.
No, here's where you were wrong. You deserve to blame yourself.
Bull crap.
No, let me tell you why he's wrong. He thought, and he said this several times on the show last week, Matt. He said Dan Lanning would go out for blood, right? Mm-hmm. He did not go for blood. Dan Lanning took his foot off the pedal.
Yeah, well,
I can't believe that he did. They were destroying them.
Do you realize that's Dan Lanning's first college football playoff win? I mean, the guy talks a big game, and he's got all that money up in Oregon, but they still have done squat overall.
Dude, they had 48 points through 3 quarters. I mean, they had a 34-6 halftime lead.
Mm-hmm.
And still it was a backdoor cover with 3 minutes to go when you had the fourth string on the field for the Ducks, bro.
And before people start saying, oh, my God, James Madison put 500 yards of offense on that Oregon defense, James Madison this.
Yeah.
Do you watch football?
They called off the dogs.
Do you seriously, for those people who think that JMU impressed, do you watch football? Do you ever compete in anything? You understand, right, that the game was over a quarter into the game. It was over. It was over. It was over the first 2 series. It was over. And they wanted no part. I mean, they were just toying with them. That was a stupid game. It was a stupid game, and JMU didn't. They would not have had a chance if they had a 30-point head lead in that game.
They would have lost. If you spotted them 30, they would have lost. Probably lost by 20.
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't have a chance to watch the end of that game in the 28-point second half from James Madison. Didn't have a chance.
Why would you watch that?
I was a little too preoccupied.
And at the end of the day, it's after Packers always. They're right here!
You know what's funny?
At the end of the day, it's after Packers always.
As much as I'm hate watching CFP on a Saturday, and this is where you and I are different, maybe you and I are different, Moj, and maybe me and a lot of our listeners. I will watch a college football playoff game over any NFL game outside of the Broncos any day of the week.
Well, you missed a show,
my
my
I
friend.
watched it a little bit here and there, but I'm a college football guy.
And I appreciate that. What a game on Saturday night, Moj, for the Chicago Bears, who finally get it done. Matt LaFleur had never lost in Soldier Field. And Caleb Williams, I told you, Lucky Louie's pick of the week, baby. Come
they got very lucky.
Oh, it was Lucky Louie, all right. What a ridiculous finish. Oh, my God. The onside kick had been converted at an 8% rate this year.
It's what they did is almost unprecedented. Johnny Walker made that play late.
How about
Bears
that?
tie it up. It was unbelievable.
That was a sweet
Hey,
play.
man, the pass to DJ Moore. Let me give Caleb Williams some love here.
That was perfect.
What a great play. And then Moore's reaction in the end zone where he's dead.
Right.
Yeah.
He's laying in the end zone. The ball falls off his body. He's like, I'm dead.
Forget his reaction. I loved the Caleb reaction of throwing his hands in his pocket as soon as he throws the ball.
Right back to the hand warmer. That was amazing.
Dude, the Bears are a likable bunch. I'm sorry, they are.
Fun offense, and they were without Burton and Odunze, too.
How long has DJ Moore been there?
4
I got to look it up.
years?
Yeah, he's kind of been waiting for a guy to be able to do this to him, right?
Yes.
When they went to the locker room speech and DJ Moore was wearing the anti-cheesehead grater.
The cheese grater hat.
That was so funny.
It was amazing. That was amazing. What a game it was for Chicago. On Saturday night, a little bit earlier, things got testy at Ball Arena.
I wish there was fighting. I wish we didn't get a fine because would have had some fun.
Would you have dropped the gloves tonight, so to speak, if fighting was kosher? And
I would have thought about it.
So, Brucey B, what a weekend it was for Bruce Brown. He spends Friday night on the altitude broadcast for the second period in between the benches
he was so
with
great.
Moser.
He was so fun, man. We loved having Bruce Brown. Loved it.
It was great content. You guys put him in the hockey helmet.
Fans loved it. Well, they made him. They
they
like,
did?
Oh, yeah. They're like, you're not going between the benches unless you wear this.
And why don't they make Rycroft do that?
Yeah,
Rycroft should be the one
because
wearing a helmet every broadcast.
They don't care about it.
We don't value his life like we value Bruce Brown's life. I promise
Dude,
you.
but the
I think you
second he
should make
gets
him.
in there, a puck comes right at him.
Yeah, he's like, he was ducking. It was so much fun. And then he loved the Manson blowing guys up and fighting and whatnot. He's like, "Ugh." And he would have fought Saturday. Yeah, I mean, he and KD had words, but that's his gig. That's his job. Bruce Brown is a chirper. He's a talker.
Well, we talked about this last week, and a texter brought it up that he could potentially be the Nuggets version of Alex Caruso. Just that guy that gets up in you, that, gets under your skin a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, they got to finish, though. You can talk it, but you got to make sure that when you talk it, you finish it. Unfortunately, after he and KD got into it, and I love Brucey B. I love everything about him.
Yeah.
But you know what happened after that little back and forth?
KD beat his ass.
Well, no.
Yeah,
I mean, Reed
what
Shepard
happened.
went on an 11-0 run all by himself.
Yeah, it was the Reed Shepard show, which was amazing to me because he looks like a nerd.
Doesn't he? But he could shoot the
Yeah,
hell out of the basketball.
he can
man.
he can really shoot, but he looks like a nerd. Nonetheless, you know what I chalked that up to, Vic? That's, hey, look, Houston's a damn fine team.
Mm-hmm.
You've already gotten them twice. This was I don't want to give excuses. It sounds lame. But, with AG and CB in there, it's probably a different story. This is hey, man, another good team came in and got you. You take your licks, you move on.
I want to take time, and Louis, I don't know how many more of these cuts
Go ahead.
you have.
Give me.
I want to take time. I want to hear Brucey B's reaction after the game and Kevin Durant's reaction to Brucey B, because I think it's very important to hear what these guys have to say.
All right, here we go. Here's Bruce Brown on if KD crossed the line with some of the stuff he said to him.
Bruce, to be clear, there was a line that was crossed from just being competitive tonight.
As a man, there's certain things you don't say to another man. Yeah.
Okay, I have no problem with Brucey B going after Kevin Durant for whatever he said. That's up to him, right? Heck, he doesn't have to say anything. I love the fact that he got in his face. Great. But here's what Kevin Durant had to say after the game, because he heard word that Bruce thought he went too far. Here's what Kevin Durant said.
Definitely wanted to cross the line tonight.
Yeah.
That's basketball. It's in between the lines. Ain't no respect, ain't no love, nothing. And people don't show love to me. They cross the line a lot with their physicality. You know what I'm saying? It's part of the game. Some people can talk and play, some people can't. I had to learn how to talk and play as a player. So I think Bruce is probably learning the same thing.
What do you guys think?
They're former teammates, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah.
So
They
I just
played
want to
Brooklyn
put that
together.
context out
Oh,
there.
yeah. They, according to Bruce, they're not as cool anymore after that back and forth.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah.
What did I think of that moment? I thought it was good that Bruce started a little something. The Nuggets were a little flat, but he should have stopped talking because it backfired.
I think what Kevin Durant said, and I know a lot of you Nuggets fans are going to look at that and say, how dare he say that? I think it's great.
Oh, I loved it.
I think we need more of that in the game. All that does is set up next time the Nuggets play the Rockets on March 11th, and it's a long time from now. I wish it were next week.
Right.
It sets up a hatred game.
Oh, it's
a rivalry game. And we always say, this is why I think a lot of you who are mad at Kevin Durant, maybe you have to, look inside and ask yourself this question. Are you as tired as I am of every game ending with these guys all lovey-doveying each other?
It's much different than it used to be. There's no question.
Kiss and hugs after every game.
I do like the old school mentality, and KD's one of those guys.
Moser, are you a kiss and huggy guy after every game?
No.
So I think we can agree. The competition, the theater of the sport, if you lose, you shouldn't be happy about losing. Now, some people are respectful.
Sure.
Joker's respectful. He always gives a high five to everybody. But some of the lovey-dovey stuff goes too far, that you've noticed, right?
Times have definitely changed.
Yes. So here's a guy who openly says, we've been missing this in the game. We've been missing. And I agree with him. I love it. Bring it on. You may not like Kevin Durant. I'm not the biggest KD fan. I think he says a lot of stuff I think he's hypersensitive himself and thin-skinned. But that's fine. I love the fact that these two are now having beef. Sets up a hell of a game on March 11th.
How about, I'll take it one step further. If they meet in the playoffs?
And they very well could.
What a series that'd be.
They very well could.
Sign me up.
By the
I
way,
wish there was fighting. I wish we didn't get a fine because would have had some fun.
Would you have dropped the gloves tonight, so to speak, if fighting was kosher in NBA?
I would have thought about it.
You could sense how mad Bruce was. I mean, whatever KD said to him, it cut deep. And again, somebody said to me, well, KD is hypocritical because he gets mad at fans for yelling at him and, what fans say. Well, you're not playing in the game. The guys who play in the game, they do this is part of the game. Trash talk is part of it. They can talk to one another. You as a fan can't get away with the same stuff.
No, you can't.
So I guess my question is, who do you think you are that you can't say to KD what KD said to Bruce? You may not like it, but you can't.
No, you can't.
You're not the game. You're there to watch the game and watch them perform.
The Nuggets are back at it tonight, and you can hear it all on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame coverage starts at 6:30, and it's powered by Ramos Law. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Adam Schefter will join us at 9 a.m. On the other side, time for your reaction on the Shop Mazda text line, the Safeway Twitch line, YouTube. Get at us. What happened yesterday to the Denver Broncos as their 11-game win streak was snapped? We'll dive into it next.
Oh, yeah.
Follow along on the Safeway Twitch stream.
Man, I love the funk, though, by the way. I love the funk.
Order online. Safeway does the rest.
Oh, give me that funk.
Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started now at Safeway.com or on the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Time for some comments on the Shop Mazda text line. Broncos 34-20 snapped the 11-game winning streak with that loss at home yesterday to Jacksonville. Somebody says, Moj, thanks for telling me to search who was at the Alabama game. Now my work computer shut down.
It's the Miami game, and you're welcome.
Oh, okay.
No, I saw it online yesterday. We were flying home. I'm like, what's the big deal? What's going on here? And then, all the dorks were all over it. Crazy. That was kind of funny.
How did we feel Bo played yesterday? This guy says Bo was off.
I thought he was okay. Not great. Off. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Just a little bit off.
I thought late in the game, the usual poise we see from Bo wasn't there, but it was a pretty steep hill to climb at that point. I thought Bo was fine. That throw he made to Cortland Sutton off his back foot, rolling to his right, was phenomenal.
The slot fit. Oh,
yes, phenomenal. Sick. He made some great throws. Again, Bo was hurt early by drop catches.
Agreed.
He was
hurt. Had a couple of them, yeah.
He had late in the first half when Pat Bryant dropped that one on the sideline. Dropsies. Now, he wants to throw back to Cortland Sutton on the flea flicker because if he puts a little more air under it, that's a touchdown. That changes things. I'm sure he wants to throw back that he threw the Pat Bryant that led to the interception when he had Tyler Bidet wide open.
What I like about what he's doing, though, his yards per pass, his average, has started to go up, which is good. Now, I don't know that I want him throwing the ball 47 times a game like he did yesterday, but a lot of yards, 350 plus, 7.5 through the air, which is amenable. If you're above 8, that's pretty damn good. So I liked a lot of what I saw from him. He made some poor passes. The pick was egregious. The DB didn't have to do anything but basically hold his ground and it hit him in the chest.
Everybody in the postgame locker room was asking Broncos players, and I'm talking about everybody, the muggles here, the media, was asking Broncos players, is this a wake-up call? Are you concerned about the defense? 3 times since the bye week, you've allowed 26 or more points. Alex Singleton said, no, stop. We're fine.
Today, making those tackles, stuff like that. Just little tiny things that got us where, we're a 12-win team. I'm not going to sit here and let you guys on our parade. We have 2 games to go be the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Okay.
That's it. That's what it is. I mean, you're virtually the same position you were before the game. It's just a little bit tighter now, obviously. And I'd forgotten all about the Jags. Let me look at I got to look at their schedule for crying out loud. They've at the Colts and then home against the Titans.
Yeah.
You've got to think they're going 2-0.
You've got to win out. If Denver wants the 1 seed, they have to beat Kansas City and they have to beat the Chargers. Here's Bo Nix after the game. Is this a wake-up call?
We got hit in the mouth today, and they played a good game. We let it get away, but you'd rather have it hit you now than the first round of the playoffs. And I wouldn't call it a wake-up call because we were playing well. It's just one of those that'll reset you and put you back and get you back to where you need to be. It'll put you in a good mindset if you'll let it. And like I said, you can't let this one linger. We got to move on and attack this week.
Vic, was this a wake-up call? What do the Broncos need to learn from yesterday's loss?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily a wake-up call. It's a call that most teams get. Little plays lead to big plays. Little things lead to momentum turns. And when you lose the momentum, sometimes it's very hard to get it back. The beauty of that game, even when the Broncos were down 17, how many of you watching said, they can still do this?
I felt good.
Right?
Yeah, I still felt pretty decent.
They can do this. They're driving. They can do this. Not every team can think that way. And that's a gift. To know that your team has done it before, is capable of coming back. Now, yesterday they couldn't do it. They couldn't reel them in. But it's still there, right? You still possess that talent.
It's still there. It's still inside these guys. I completely agree.
That's what I learned from this game. Now, I didn't learn any fundamental truth about the Broncos. I learned that they played a really good team late in the season, and they got to tackle better. Their tackling was very, very awful.
I've also learned the Broncos have to go 2-0, period. Because the Patriots have the Jets and the Dolphins.
And the Jacksonville Jaguars have 2 essential easy games to finish the season.
Well, I don't know if the Colts are easy. We'll see what Phil Rivers does tonight.
Big one for them. San Francisco in Indy.
Easier. Right. So I'm going to assume that both these teams are going 2-0. That's what I'm going to do.
That's how I assume things too.
So,
and I assume that the Chargers win next week against Houston.
I cannot envision. We're not even there yet. I don't even want to get there. I cannot envision a scenario where the Denver Broncos, playing a quarterback I've never heard of in my life, lose at Kansas City on Christmas night.
What about
I cannot see that at all.
Now, usually I play the role of, oh, watch out, this is the NFL. I usually play that role. But there's a lot of texters and listeners who are chiming in saying, beware of Kansas City. Although things look bleak for them and they're down to their third-string quarterback and they're missing players, it's still a division rival, and they'd love nothing more than to ruin the Broncos' season on Christmas night. What about that?
No, they don't care.
Don't be a hero. Take the dive, Kansas City.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't. The Chiefs are done. D-U-N done.
Here's Mike.
They know it. We know it. Everybody knows it. There's a quarterback you've never heard of from South Dakota. Is it South Dakota or South Dakota State?
South Dakota State.
Is that the Jackrabbits?
I believe so. Wait,
Okay.
What's South Dakota then? If South Dakota State's the Jackrabbits.
It's a good question.
Don't look it up.
I'm trying to think here.
Man.
You're looking it up.
I've got to look it up, yeah. They are
Coyotes.
The Coyotes, that's right. The Jackrabbits are South Dakota
I would have
State.
never gotten that.
Coyotes.
Ever. Here's Mike McGlinchey in the locker room after the loss.
I don't know. You got to take lessons from each game. Whether it's a win or a loss, you have to find ways to improve, and we're going to do that. Certainly, it stings. It definitely stings to lose like this to a team that about as hot as we were, and it was a big matchup, and they played better than us today.
That's it.
Can I tell you what I learned? Since neither one of you asked, do you care what I learned?
Yeah, please tell us what you're learning is.
We talked about the live wire, right? The live wire
touching the live wire
that they've been
it's
playing.
the high wire act, but you're touching the live wire.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword. It went the other way on them. It's been going
100%.
their way. It went the other way on them.
Well,
this tells me, by the way, got to be careful because you're not beating a good team in the playoffs relying on a fourth quarter comeback.
100%.
You might do it. You might.
And you better be sound defensively.
That's all I'm saying. You might win that way, but let's not have that as our game plan, right?
And you cannot lose the turnover battle and expect to win.
Nope. Not against a good football team.
You got to win the turn. Occasionally, you got to get the ball.
Yep.
Go get the ball.
What do we think about this?
Just a small market team, man. Duval.
You know, a small market team like us can come into a place like Mile High and get it done.
Whatever you want to manufacture.
Just a small market team.
You know what?
Living that football dream.
Every team uses a motivational
Trying to
chip.
Score the points every week.
Every team uses a motivational chip, and that happened to be theirs. Fire away. Go on. Silly, because it was meant as a compliment from. Of all the things, that's what's funny about this, and cruelly ironic. Of all the things Sean Payton has said that have been demeaning, degrading, obnoxious, that was a compliment.
It was 100%. But you know what? I got to respect Liam Cohen. Did you hear the way the locker room bought into that? It clearly worked.
Hey, so proud of you. I love you guys. The job's not even completely, even close to being done. Ain't even close. Not even close. Okay, but that's one more, man. That's 11. That's 11. All right, but we're just a small market team. Thank you.
Just a small market
All right,
team.
listen, do we have it? Living that football dream, trying to score more points every week. Hey,
I love that.
Do we have any?
The whole parody might have to get flushed out at some point.
We may.
I guess my retort to them is try playing a home game without having to put a tarp on the upper deck.
Well, I think they've solved that. Vic, do you?
How about this, Jacksonville? Try playing a home game where you don't have to play half your games in England because you can't get anybody to come out there.
Do you have any animosity toward the Jags?
None at all. They're the Jags. If you play that game again, it could go the other way for the Broncos.
Okay,
I'm not.
Okay, but that's
honest to God.
See,
I don't walk away from that game saying, "Oh my God." A couple plays fall the other way early, And I guarantee the momentum changes. Everything changes.
We got Schefter coming up here, but I see their perspective on what you just said. Not at all. They're the Jags.
Well, they're probably thinking the same thing about the Broncos.
They were a 4-13 football team last year. They're probably going to end up 13-4 for God's sake.
The entire National Football League right now, you give me a team, and I could say to you, they're beatable.
Agreed. I completely agree.
That's the beauty of this season. And the Jags fall in that umbrella. They're beatable. They're not. You know what? Sunshine is a damn good quarterback. If there's one thing I learned from that game, it wasn't the Jags. It was Sunshine's tough. That dude is hell of a quarterback.
Looking like a number 1 overall pick right now.
Yes.
No question about it. We'll continue breaking down Broncos Jags with our ESPN NFL insider, Adam Schefter, who joins us next. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Just a small market team, man. Move on.
You know, if you're thinking about buying a mountain property, selling, upgrading, whatever it may be, it can be difficult to find the right real estate agent. Someone who could put your needs and wants into focus on the perfect place for you and your family. Well, I found her for you. Her name is Anastasia Bell. Based in Breckenridge, a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate. She knows the market like nobody's business. Incredible getaway properties, you bet. Her personal attention to detail is really the difference maker for go-to clients who need that trust and that knowledge. And it's not just Summit County, it's all mountain properties in the Rockies. So if you've been thinking about it, finally ready to enjoy that mountain lifestyle with a rental home, a second home, maybe even your dream home, now is the time. Snow, it's starting to come now. Got a little bit of a flurry in the past couple of days. Do yourself a favor and give her a call today. It's 970-968-7646. That number again, write this down. 970-968-7646. Remember, when you're thinking of an awesome mountain property, you've got to remember that name. It's Anastasia Bell.
Schefter.
Denver is in my soul.
This just now breaking in the NFL.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents America's #1 sports reporter, our Pro Football Insider,
Adam Schefter.
Adam Schefter.
Brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza.
The power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
And by Colorado Credit Union. Visit ccu.org to learn more.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here on a Rally House Football Monday. Welcoming into the show our ESPN NFL insider. In just one moment, Adam Schefter will join us. Somebody on the Shot Mazda text line asks, how's Pat Bryant? There's good news on Pat Bryant. He was released from the hospital last night, discharged, diagnosed with a concussion, but cleared of all other major injuries following that big hit.
I don't think he's playing Thursday, obviously.
No,
and to be honest, with a moment in the game that was pretty inconsequential, it absolutely sucks to lose a huge part of your offense. It really does. Now we go to Adam Schefter.
I don't know if he's huge, but
I don't know, he's pretty big. He's been pretty big here down the stretch lately.
He's been working. Yeah, he's been working.
Adam Schefter brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join today at ccu.org. Good morning, Adam. How was your weekend?
Good morning, guys. What's going on?
Listen to us here in Denver, Colorado. We don't know what to do with our hands because it's the first time we've talked about a loss in months and months.
Yep. Let's see how spoiled you are today.
Well, we're not reacting kindly. Moser's losing it. Hey, I want to start off. You cover every team in the league. You've been to every stadium in the league, every city. In your mind, is Jacksonville a small market?
I don't think there's anything insulting about it. Now, I don't know how somebody brought that up and said that. It's a smaller market in the NFL. That's not a inflammatory statement. That's a factual statement, right?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to get at. I mean, for the one time Sean Payton tries to issue a compliment and it gets turned into some sort of motivational ploy by Liam Coleman Company, but whatever. Do you have any good stories of how coaches take little things like that and turn them into big things, turn them into motivational tactics?
Well, they're always doing that. I mean, that goes without saying. They're always looking for little things. They don't respect us. They're not talking about. I heard Trevor Lawrence a few weeks ago talking, and nobody mentions the Jaguars, and he's not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they're front and center in the conversation. What did Sean or whoever say, whatever they said? What was the comment that somebody made last week?
It was Sean.
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, it was very simple.
Yeah.
Listen, it was a simple, silly thing.
As you look at them and you watch the tape, it's a smaller market, but you see a real good team.
That was it, Adam. That was all he said. And credit to Liam Cohen for taking it and using it to his advantage.
And I'm still trying to figure out, what is the where is the inflammatory nature of that comment? I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of funny.
Well, Adam, we found out on Friday, talking to our buddy Mark Long from Jacksonville, that the Jags have had a burr in their saddle about the Broncos since the early part of the season, when apparently Sean Payton leaked out to the media, and he did, I have the quote, that the Jags were one of two teams in on Devon Vele and that the Saints offered more. That he sort of let in that the Jags were very serious about it. And I guess the Jags didn't like that. They wanted it to be more private. And so Cohen has been PO'd at Sean since then.
That sounds more plausible.
Right.
Than getting all worked up about being called a small market. That's what it is. By the way, Denver's not L.A., New York, or Chicago or Boston. Is that insulting to Denver? I don't think so. Denver's a large market, but there are certain markets that are the biggest markets, and then there are a few markets that are beneath that, and markets beneath that. That's just how it kind of works, right? So I don't know. I remember it coming out that Jacksonville was in on Devon Vele. That kind of thing happens all the time. But again, whatever you want to use to your advantage, good for them that they did it. And Liam Cohen's done a great job. They've won 6 in a row. I would say, in all fairness, nobody talks about the Jaguars. They don't get that attention. I've said a couple of times on my podcast, like, nobody mentions them. Nobody brings them up. And yesterday on Sunday Countdown, what got my attention was Rex Ryan. He's like, I know we talked all about the Denver defense and how great the Orange Rush is, but I'm telling you the best defense on that field today is Jacksonville. And I was like, whoa. And he wasn't wrong yesterday.
You know, he interviewed for that job and didn't get it, Adam, right?
Which job?
The Denver job.
The Denver job. The Denver defensive coordinator job.
Yeah. But I
Just
don't,
put
I
it
don't
out
think
there.
that's why he said it. Yeah, I don't think that's why he said. By the way, he looks pretty smart yesterday when he said it.
No question.
So, right, but yeah, that is accurate.
Adam Schefter joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. So with the results of the rest of the day, Adam, how do you see this AFC playoff picture shaping up?
Well, what is it? It's if we look at it now, I'm just looking at the exact situation. Okay,
the
so
Broncos still
two
control their
teams.
own destiny. They're still, if they win out, they're the number one seed.
Yeah. So and they play at Kansas City on Saturday.
No,
Thursday night.
Christmas Eve.
Christmas.
Christmas.
They should definitely win that game.
Yes.
They should definitely win that game. And then the last game of the season, they play who?
The
Home against
Chargers,
the Chargers.
which could be very, very crucial for both teams.
Yeah. Well, that'll be a tough matchup.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, this franchise has not fared well typically in Kansas City in the month of December, but this is a different Kansas City team.
Yeah.
Different. And they're going to be down to their, at best, third-string quarterback.
Adam, you think that the Chiefs are pulling the culture going, hey, man, you got any more of them Phillip Rivers out there, man? Anybody got any Phils out there we can throw into the lineup? Because, yeah, they got their third-string quarterback. They don't even have a backup at this point. They're going to be hunting for one today.
Yeah, they have to add to that room. Again, there are a couple of teams in this peculiar situation. Kansas City, Green Bay, Minnesota. Like all of them, what are they doing at the quarterback spot?
Mm-hmm.
So that becomes interesting with all of them right now. Kansas City losing Mahomes and Minshew. Minnesota has lost JJ, hand injury yesterday. Carson Wentz already is out for the year. And then Green Bay's got Jordan Love and concussion Ellis with a shoulder injury. So there's questions with all those three teams about how they'll handle the quarterback position moving forward.
The last time the Denver Broncos won a game at Arrowhead, 10 years ago, back when Moser and I had long, flowing, dark hair, flowing hair, just long and dark, just natural dark hair. That's how long it's been. Do you think Kansas City, how do you invent any motivation, I guess, for this game? It's pretty clear their season's over. What do you do if you're Andy Reid?
Well, it's pretty simple. Yes, their season's over. Yes, they're eliminated. Yes, they're going home. But there are still guys out there that are playing for their contracts, and it's their job to play 2 more games and play them the best they can. That edge that sometimes is the difference in the NFL, might not be there, and the stakes are not there, and it's not the same type of situation. And the stadium will lack the requisite juice and electricity that it normally would for a game that mattered, but they are still pros. Like, again, all you have to do is look at the Raiders yesterday against the Texans. You would say, no way the Raiders can play with them, and they did. And there'll be a couple of games down the stretch like that go that way. And it's the Broncos' job, and I would expect that they'll be very good at doing their job coming off a loss in particular. The Broncos' job to make sure that they don't get sucked into that and allow an inferior Chiefs team to beat them in Kansas City in what is the Broncos' best opportunity to win there in a decade.
Adam, I'm watching that Steelers and Lions game, and I see DK Metcalf essentially punch a fan, and I'm just stunned that he wasn't thrown out of the game. Should I be?
Well, officials might not have been watching at that point in time, and so you don't know. The refs aren't seeing what we're seeing on social media,
sure,
or on the broadcast. I'm sure the league office was very unhappy about what it saw. So that discipline will come. It just didn't occur during the game.
Yeah, that was very remarkable to watch when players get involved with fans and whatever the heck happens there. There have been some weird calls, too, but at the end of these games. Did you understand the call at the end of that Lions-Steelers game?
Yeah, well, the first one, it was a bad. I didn't like that call. The offensive pass interference on Tesla, where Amon-Ra caught a touchdown. The second one, Amon-Ra extended his arms. So, yeah, that was offensive pass interference. The one on the previous play, I believe it was, that was not offensive pass interference in my mind. It was like him doing his job, running into defenders cutting him off. Amon-Ra breaking free. Should have been a touchdown in my mind, but it wasn't.
That's very interesting. You know, I'm looking at the standings now, Adam, and the teams that are in, like the Packers are 2 clear of Detroit, and they play this coming week. I understand that. Yep. And then over on the AFC side, I mean, yeah, the Houston Texans are trying to keep the Colts at bay, and the Colts have a tough one tonight against the 49ers, but we maybe get into Week 17 next week, and things are looking a lot more clear, at least who's in and who's out.
Oh, yeah, no. By the way, like if the 49ers win tonight on Monday Night Football, it has big, far-reaching playoff implications. If they win, the Jaguars, Chargers, and Bills all clinch playoff spots tonight with a 49ers victory.
Wow.
Is there one team? I mean, we talk about this every week. Originally, you said the Rams. The Rams lost in Seattle. Hell, they fired their special teams
hell of a
coordinator.
game, though.
Is there one team that sticks out for you? The team?
Well, I don't think there's that, but I still think the Rams are the best team in football. But I don't think they're invincible and unbeatable. I don't think you look at them and you say, like, oh, we got to play the Rams. We could never, that's an impossible matchup. I still think they are the best team in football right now.
Adam, when you looked at that Chicago win, got to be one of the biggest regular season wins for the Bears in ages. Are they the biggest surprise in the NFL this year?
This year, the Bears
and the Jags.
Yeah,
the Jags are pretty impressive this year. What about the Patriots?
Sure. Yeah, good point.
Right, they're going to win the AFC East. They are vying for the number 1 seed. No, very, very, very few people would have thought that. So, I don't know, Patriots, Jaguars, Bears. You can make, the league is good like this all the time.
All right, let me ask you a follow-up to that. Is it a good thing for the league that some of the more recognizable faces, Lamar, Mahomes, Burrow, some of these guys are going to miss the playoffs? Or is that not a great thing?
Well, I mean, how do we say this? It's a different year. Mahomes is out, Joe Burrow's out, and Lamar Jackson may be out. And so it opens up the opportunities for guys like Drake May and Bo Nix and Trevor Lawrence to do something that they haven't had a chance to do. Those guys have, in the past, they've just impeded people's paths because they're so good. So in a way, it's wide open. Like Josh Allen with the Bills, on the one hand, this might be the best opportunity that he's ever had to get to the Super Bowl. On the other hand, he's got to play and win 3 straight road games, which I don't care who you're playing. In the playoffs, that's a tough thing to do when the team's not great. They almost didn't win in Cleveland yesterday. So now you got to win 3 of those in 3 successive weeks. That's hard. But the usual actors, they're not there. And so it just creates a more wide open field. I don't know, is it better or worse? It is what it is. It's all interesting. Like all those quarterbacks, like I said, Mahomes is eliminated, Burrow's eliminated, and Lamar may not go. Did it stop the league from having an incredible game on Thursday night, an incredible game on Saturday night, an incredible late afternoon game between Detroit and Pittsburgh, and then another great game last night? Like, the drama was just fine without all those main actors that have been responsible for so much of it.
Having said that, and listen, I do Nuggets, and on Thursday night, the Nuggets play a Christmas night game, and the NBA's owned Christmas Day for years, and the NFL decided a couple years ago
we want some of that.
Yeah, we're going to get into that Christmas Day activity, and I can guarantee you this, and I guarantee that Adam will agree. So there are 3 Christmas Day games, and of those 3 games, 4 teams have already been eliminated from playoff contention. You're going to have quarterbacks like Max Brosmer. You're going to have Josh Johnson, this Chris Olowokandi, whatever his name is. You're going to have a lot of no names. But I guarantee you, Adam, and I'm sure you'll support this, NFL ratings will be through the roof on Christmas because it's the NFL.
Yeah, right. And you know what? And people, it's the finals for most people's fantasy matchups. Like, I'm just telling you right now, I'm in the finals of my ESPN league.
No big deal.
I have the Detroit defense. You can't be more interested in the Lions-Vikings game than I can be this weekend.
Well, we hope it's a barn burner for you, and we hope Detroit holds them scoreless, Adam.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for your time this morning, buddy. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
By the way, I'm getting...
Okay, guys, have a great day. I appreciate it, and we'll be in touch.
All right, bud. Thank you, Adam. Adam Schefter, brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 925. Rally House, shop every team in town. On the other side, let's take a lap around the league and paint that playoff picture.
I love a good year-end sale. I'm sure you do as well. But so does Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. And get this, right now at Silterhar, 0% financing for 60 months, which is unheard of nowadays, on all new Ford models, all, including the awesome best-selling Ford F-150 and Super Duties. Commercial tax credits also apply, so this is really good. You can lease a brand-new Lincoln Nautilus for just $599 a month. Silterhar has hundreds of certified pre-owns to choose from, so shop online right now. Save big on the year-end sale at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com at Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here on a Rally House Football Monday.
People have asked me, hey,
Yes, sir.
man, what are you doing for Christmas? I said, what do you mean, what am I doing for Christmas?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you going someplace? I said, dude, I'm working.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working Christmas Eve. I have Christmas Day off, like you.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I'm working the day after Christmas, and the day after that, and the day after that.
Well, the day after Christmas is a big day for sports fans in Denver.
Yeah, well, no guff, Chet. Well, the Broncos are going to kill the Chiefs.
The
all
Nuggets
right?
play Christmas night. The Broncos play Christmas night.
Here's what we're going to do.
I would expect you to work on the day after Christmas.
After the show.
Mm-hmm.
Who's in town, by the way?
The
Jazz.
Minnesota Timberwolves
Timberwolves,
on
that's
Thursday.
right, that's
on
right,
Thursday.
yeah.
Tonight it's Utah.
I'm just going to go put this on a loop. I told you so. I told you so. I told you. And I'm just play that on a loop for 3 hours because the Broncos are going to kill the Chiefs.
Oh, wow. He's going out on a limb here.
Mm-hmm. Another bold prediction.
Oh, jeez.
Hold on to your butt.
Wow, so
Hold on your butts. And then, well, the T-Wolves are tough, but the Nuggets are going to win that game. But that being said, right now, this joint, you could shoot a cannonball through the building and not hurt a soul.
Mm-hmm.
Is everybody taking this whole week off? What are you doing here? I mean, Nelly's gone to, where'd he go?
I have no
Brazil?
idea where he went.
Kane's having 8 kids?
Kane's on, I honest to God, I don't even know what he looks like anymore.
I don't
I've
either.
forgotten what he looks
I
and
do
sounds
not
like.
know what he looks like. Matt?
Somebody on the Sean
No
Mazda text line asked if baby Boval was driving yet. So, yeah.
No, she's in college, yeah.
She's in college. All right, time to paint a playoff picture because a lot got settled and a lot didn't yesterday. Chris Mitchell filling in for Nelly, if you wouldn't mind doing the honors.
Oh, much better, Mitchell. Much better.
He's getting there. We'll work with him yet. All right, Philly heads into Washington, wraps up the NFC East for the second consecutive year, the first team to win the NFC East in back-to-back years since 2004. They are now the 3 seed as they hammer Washington 29-18.
One to snap it. They just barely get it off. Hurts steps up, rips it, end zone, Goddard, touchdown Philly. Wow, on their last breath of the drive.
What is our feelings on Philadelphia heading into the postseason?
I don't think they're as good as they were last year, but I've been thinking about this Matt Vicka. They've got the pedigree. Okay, and once you have the pedigree, once you have that winning feeling and you know what it takes to win, you start to just bite the bullet a little bit and things come through for you. And that's exactly what is happening with Philadelphia right now.
I'm not going to lie, I have no feelings.
I think that's good. I don't think that team has much heart. They rallied behind their running game in the second half to beat Washington. They are ripe to be picked off early in the playoffs.
Well, sure, but I mean, they're also still going to be a tough out.
You know what? Last year, you got to be willing to sacrifice to win in the trenches, get hurt, get ugly, and I don't think they're willing to do that as much anymore.
And they're banged up, too. They're banged up, too.
Yeah,
They've
but
been dealing with
Saquon
injuries.
Saquon went for $132, dude. So as long as his legs are operating, they're going to be in games.
You're probably not wrong on that one.
If they choose to be.
You're not wrong on that one. That's the recipe to win for Philly. They have to take a lot of the responsibility off of Jalen Hurts' shoulders. Although A.J. Brown did have a big game the other day.
He did.
Moving along. Oh, and are we ever?
I formation, deep back Benungai, Williams under center, snap, spin left, play fake Williams, deep drop, he scans, he unloads, deep ball for DJ Moore, inside the 5, leaps in the end zone, over the shoulder catch, touchdown! The Bears walk-off winners! Finally, they rejoice in Chicago!
All right. Chris, whose call is that?
No idea.
Okay. Yeah.
Why?
Because I was looking for Burkhart's call. Burkhardt gave it with both barrels.
Yeah,
I got to tell you, I'm not a fan of Tom Brady in the booth, but those guys did a nice job at the end of that game. The Bears, in overtime, in one of the most improbable victories you're going to see, had a 0.5% chance to win before they kicked on sides. End up coming away with the victory.
Onside kicks. There used to be some sort of mystery about them, mystique. And then all that went away because so many shorthanded guys just catch the ball and fall on the ground. Well, they executed it. I cannot believe they pulled it off.
But you really couldn't see it, right? You saw a bunch of bodies, but you couldn't see the ball. I love it when the ball pops loose and everybody's chasing it.
Then there's a pile, but then there's mystery. Like, okay, well, who's on top of it? Is somebody, in those piles? I mean, it's guys grab guys parts and junk in it. I mean, it gets rough.
Not to ruin your Chicago party there, Louie. Yeah. Chicago guy. But I love the fact that Chicago's winning games and nobody could figure out where to put their stadium. In fact, now they're looking in northern Indiana.
Yeah,
did you hear about that?
Yeah, it's
How
crazy.
good would that be to put a Chicago team in Indiana?
All right,
How
enough out of you.
embarrassed are you?
Enough out of you. I was sitting there, okay, on my couch before the onside kick.
Mm-hmm. Just you?
Yeah, he was crying. Yeah, he's
Trust me,
crying. Yeah,
you
he's
probably do that a lot.
And then they say, "Oh, does Chicago have it?" And you sit up in your chair a little bit. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. Hold
and then
on
you
a
got
second.
and then you got this, Chris, didn't you?
On the fake, Williams looking downfield, launching downfield, going for it all. It is caught. Bears win it.
Yeah.
DJ
That was a hell of a play.
Moore.
And that was a hell of a call too, Kevin Burkhardt, DJ Moore after the game.
And at the end of the day, it's after Packers always.
Broncos, thank you for taking care of that.
Everybody wants to beat those Packers. I'm more impressed, I think, with the catch. DJ Moore, and again, after the catch, Williams back, throws his hands into his pockets. He just heaves it downfield, over the shoulder catch, and he lays on the ground like he's dead. Like, and the ball just sort of rolls off his body onto the turf. He's like, It was awesome, man. What a play.
Moving on now, how about Justin Herbert? Boy, did he look good.
Just a four-man rush this time for Dallas. Herbert's got a man down the sideline. McConkey for the touchdown.
Yeah.
Separation.
23 of 29 for Justin Herbert, 300 yards, 2 interceptions, no turnovers, no sacks, as Jim Harbaugh, I should say, and Justin Herbert roll into Dallas, into Jerry's world, and shut him out in the second half, 34-17.
Pretty amazing. Hey, Vic, not the QBR, but the rating for Justin Herbert after that game? 132.8.
They keep winning, dude.
By the way, Omario Hampton's
winning.
back. He didn't rush for 100 yards, but he averaged 5.3 per. It's pretty good.
I'm telling you, that last game at Mile High is going to be a beast. That's a team, you give them 2 new offensive tackles, they keep winning. You replace players on defense, they keep winning. It doesn't matter. They have no excuses. That's a damn good team, and that's a scary team. That scares the hell out of me. That last game is going to mean everything for the Broncos and the Chargers.
The AFC playoffs should, on paper, be phenomenal. I don't care if it's the Jags, the Chargers, the Bills. Is there one team, the Texans, is there one team in the AFC that doesn't at least give you a little pause?
It's the Chargers.
Everybody got something. Now,
Chargers scare me.
But that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
they do.
Is there
Yeah.
anybody that doesn't give you pause?
But here's the thing.
Everybody should.
None of the teams have everything.
No.
But everybody got something.
A little something. A little something for sure. Just a week late for the Everybody Rides play here on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane by the Carolina Panthers.
And he'll have a few more before it's over. Young, he is trying to scramble out of it, and he cuts back. Flows, touchdown! Panthers, Jatavian Sanders. But Bryce Young made it all happen.
The one-game lead now in the NFC South is exactly what the Panthers have over Tampa Bay. I don't know. The Bucs don't look great.
They
That was
are
the
frauds.
first of 2 matchups.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you ready for this, Vic? They've lost 6 of 7 games.
3 in a row. Are you calling them charlatans?
Well, 3 in a row. I think it's more. Is it 3? Yeah, it's 3 in a row. They've lost 6 of 7 games.
A true charlatan sort of acts up a role. They're not trying to act up a role.
They're fakers. They're totally fake.
Right over your head.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean he's talking about Liam Cohen and his charlatan behavior.
Good for Bryce Young. You guys realize he's got 12 game-winning drives in the fourth quarter or overtime, the most since entering the league in 23?
You know what? Good for the Carolina Panthers. This is the era of the comeback, the underdog, the team that is a welcome mat, suddenly is playing ball. This is great. I love it.
Yesterday in Cleveland.
For Buffalo. Handoff. Cook gets around 3 defenders and then kicks it to another gear. Cook still going. Looking for the angle. Touchdown. Wow. Tremendous run. 44 yards. James Cook to the house.
Buffalo's not that good, guys.
Josh Allen got hurt too yesterday,
Buffalo's
by
not
the way.
that good. I watched a lot of that game. They benefited from 2 fluke interceptions.
Yep.
Shador had a couple interceptions that are going to be credited against him, but they hit a guy. One of the dudes hit his hand.
What happened to his pinky?
He got stepped
torn
on.
up pretty good.
Yeah, it
stepped
looked
on
like
by a teammate.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
Because it looked like the end of his finger was torn off. It was gross.
And after the game, they were asking him about that, and he doesn't really like to make a lot of excuses, but he was like, "You guys saw my finger." He's like, "I did the best I could in the second half.
Yeah.
I'm not using that as an excuse."
It was
but
pretty gross.
You know what? I give him so much credit after the game. Somebody tried to goad him into going against his coaches again, and he finally just laid it out. Guys, some of these questions, we're not going to give you that. Quit trying to ask these questions. We're going to try to separate our locker room. It's not going to work. We may have those beliefs deep down, but we're not going to tell you.
Myles Garrett inched closer to the single-season sack record with another half a sack. He's got 22 now. With 2 games left, he's 1 sack away from breaking it, half a sack away from tying it.
Did you see the play where he could have gotten the record with Allen? They flushed Allen out of the pocket. He ran all the way back to his own goal line, fell down in the end zone, but put the ball over the goal line into play.
They gave him half a sack for that.
Okay. Oh, they did.
Yeah,
okay.
they did. Yeah.
Okay, because he was first touched by the rookie. And then
Mason Graham.
Yeah. Okay. So good. But he could have had, I guess, the whole thing, right? If he touches first, it was like a bang bang play.
I don't know what they're gonna do with Shedeur, but he's got to have a good one here. One of these final 2, he's got to play a little bit better than he has now. It's going to be tough because their outstanding rookie Quinshon Judkins fractured his fibula.
Dude,
that was awful.
They did not show that again during the broadcast. They absolutely refused to show it.
Yeah, and I'm thrilled that they did.
There were so many injuries.
I know. It was rough.
So many injuries yesterday.
Late in the year, this is what happens. How about this one? Boy, did Houston ever have a scare.
Stroud to the air, throwing, touchdown! Dalton Schultz! Too easy for Houston.
Well, this was one of Moser's lay it down picks, and I co-signed it because the Texans were 14-point favorites at home to the abysmal Raiders and only won by 2, 23-21.
You guys sound stupid.
Yeah, Ashton Genty finally had a game, I guess is the way I look at it. Hey, better late than never. Week 16.
Yeah.
He rushed for $128, 5.3 per and a touch. So that's pretty good for him. I didn't expect that at all.
Yeah, also had a deep bomb, a 60-yard touchdown catch.
Correct.
So, look, I mean, the Raiders are the Raiders. They asked Pete Carroll afterwards if he'd like to stick around to rebuild this, and I was thinking to myself, dude, was that what you were just supposed to have done? Was rebuild it? Now you got to do it again? You think they're going to ask him to stick around? I'd be surprised. Quick, Pete Carroll keep that job?
I think if he wants it, he does, yeah.
Vic?
No.
Okay. I'm going no, too. Even though they're paying like 10 former coaches, there's no way. How about in Detroit? Old buddy Aaron Rodgers rolled right into town and rolled out with a dub.
For a first down, was a 1st and 20 play. Huge play. Warren already ripped off one long run. He's got another one. No one's going to get to him.
How do you guys like the prospects of a Broncos-Steelers matchup come the postseason?
I love it.
I would take that. Of all the teams that you would face, I would take that
Although,
one.
again, I have the Steelers are 9-6. Let me take a look at something here real quick. They're in as the leaders of that division that's had a very difficult year. Mike Tomlin, I love. I've always loved Mike Tomlin. I still love Mike Tomlin. We run a promo that says I want Mike Tomlin to coach my life. It's hard to bet against those guys, man, when they were calling for his job. And he's going to win the division and go to the postseason.
Aaron Rodgers, man. I thought he was done for. I thought he was dead as disco. We're going to have to deal with him for just a little bit while longer. I think they might keep him for next year, too. They're, like, infatuated with how it's gone this year. Yeah. And, again, Mike Tomlin, you bring it up, clinched another winning season. So that record, I think he's got the second longest streak of winning seasons behind Tom Landry in NFL history. Then the Sunday night wrap-up game.
Offset eye behind May. Takes the snap. He's back. He'll hand it off. Stevenson breaks out to the right side, to the 15, down to the 10. Picks up a block to the 5. Stevenson to the goal line and in! Touchdown, Patriots! Ramondre Stevenson. A 21-yard touchdown run. And the Patriots are in front. 2:07 to go. It's 27-24 New England on the touchdown run.
How about this one? The Seahawks on Thursday Night Football, the Bears on Saturday, and the Patriots on Sunday Night Football all overcame fourth-quarter deficits of 10 or more points in primetime in Week 16. It's the first week since at least 2000 with 3 such primetime comebacks. 6 such primetime comebacks have happened in 2025. That is the most in an NFL season since at least 2000. So some entertaining games in primetime this year.
Yeah, for sure. Patriots are pretty good, dude.
You know,
I don't want to slough them off, Vic. They're the only loss they've had in the last, 10 weeks, 11 weeks was that barn burner against the Bills 35-31.
Baltimore's nothing to write home about right now, though.
Agreed.
I mean, it's not,
Agreed.
And, I think about Ramondre, his run. He only had 51 yards rushing. It's not like he tore it up himself. I mean, their leading rusher after that is Drake May with 25 yards. They're flawed like every team right now in football. Every team has some fatal flaw somewhere.
Yeah,
every team can be had.
But that quarterback is pretty good.
Yeah, 100%.
That quarterback is pretty dang good. Hey, by the way, Vic talked about it with Adam, the NFL going into Christmas when it used to be the NBA's territory. Mm-hmm. The NFL is just a bully now.
Mm-hmm. They're king.
The NFL just it's like, oh, is that your wife? No, it's mine. Oh, is that your car? No, it's my car now. I mean, the NFL's taking over college football Saturdays. They're taking over Christmas. The NFL's just beating everybody up.
Sean Payton, by the way, is meeting with Denver media right now. He's doing his Monday press conference. He was asked about the small market thing, and he said what we all expected him to say.
Look forward to hearing what it was on the other side. We'll also find out which Broncos are in the groove. Stay tuned as we wrap up a Rally House Football Monday.
Moo, may, mow, 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 wow.
It's time for Which Broncos Are in the Groove. Vic Moj, I know it was a loss, but did anybody stick out?
You know, I thought R.J. Harvey acquitted himself pretty good. He had over 120 yards of total offense. I'm cool with that, but I'm going to go with JFM. Couple of sacks yesterday of Trevor Lawrence, some pressures. Not easy to do for a big fat guy in the middle. Good for him.
I'll go with RJ simply because I thought his 39-yard touchdown run was his best run of the season of his career as a Bronco. Caught the ball really great out of the backfield. Dropped the pass. That was his only mistake early.
But he broke 2 tackles just past the line of scrimmage, and then he broke he ran through a guy at the goal line.
He averaged over 7 yards a carry. Didn't get a chance to carry it that much.
My Bronco in the Groove's Cortland Sutton. He's been great lately. Really has. 6 catches yesterday, 86 yards and a touchdown. Unfortunately, Bo underthrew the trick play, which if he connects on that, there's back-to-back scoring drives. Denver opens up the second half with one. Jacksonville responds. Then Denver's driving, and unfortunately, that just derailed the whole drive, and we all know what happened from there. By the way, I told you, you were like, I don't know about Pat Bryant being such a big part of the offense. You realize he was second on the team in targets yesterday with 8.
Yeah, he was.
5 catches, 42 yards. That's a big miss, man.
It is. The more I think about it, but can they make that up? I think they can. Evan Ingram again. Has a couple of big plays, and that's it. It's just, I don't know.
He's one of those guys that, on a bubble, something like that, can we not throw him the ball a little bit more? I'm with you there. Like, you got to find a way to get him the ball in space.
It seems like you have to.
Start here, go anywhere, Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. That is the Broncos in the Groove.
But that being said, I know, listen, we're here tomorrow. We're here Wednesday.
Yep. Christmas Eve. Well, we're here Wednesday.
Nobody else is. Yeah, Vic's gone.
Am I working Wednesday?
Where are you going? I think you were on the day off list.
I don't know. I think my wife made me take the day off.
Why?
I don't know.
What does she care?
When the Queen of Chicken says something.
She's not doing anything with you at 7 a.m. It's a problem.
You never know.
You never know.
I know.
Yeah, you're right.
He knows. You were just telling us all about this during the break. So
I don't know why I'm taking that day. To be honest,
then don't. Then stay and talk football with
No,
us.
you know what? Again, I am owed 36 weeks of back time for 3 babies I've made. You think I'm not laughing over that, dude?
By the way, Sean Payton.
Hold on, he's laughing.
I was laughing.
I'm dead serious.
I know you weren't laughing. I was laughing. Somebody says, can you please give us a Bryant update? Pat Bryant was released from the hospital last night. He was diagnosed with a concussion, but avoided all other major injuries, which thank goodness. We're all very glad.
There's no way he plays on Thursday, but they don't need him on Thursday.
No, they shouldn't.
The Broncos are going to go into Kansas City like they ain't done in 15 years. They're going to stomp the crap out of those guys.
I don't disagree.
By the way, Sean Payton has responded finally.
Just a small market team, man. Move on.
So Sean had his Monday Zoom presser, Vic, and you were telling us that somebody brought that to his attention and asked what reaction he might have to Liam Cohen using his words and taking them out of context.
Yeah, he said basically this was not intended as an insult.
No.
But he credits Liam Cohen for using it as motivation. See how coaches understand how this works? The word charlatan that I used to start the show?
Yeah.
Not intended to be, I'm not calling him a fraud. It's sort of the whole act of using something that was a compliment and turning it into a motivational piece for the week. Good for them.
Yesterday.
Look, I'm sure, sorry to
you're
jump
fine.
in. I'm sure that there have been plenty of things that Pat, listen to me, Sean Payton has used over the course of this season that we don't know about, that he talks to his team about, leading up to the game and so on, that, hey, man, blah, 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 and blah, 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 and we're overdogs and blah, blah, blah.
They were doing it the week before. The Broncos were literally just doing this the week before with the
we ain't underdogs. We're overdogs. Rrr.
It's fine. I have no problem. Somebody on the text line says they think you deserve the leave and should take it on Wednesday.
I don't know what I would do. If I
just sit around twiddling your thumbs.
Like if I don't leave town, what do you do?
Yeah, Matt, here's something you have to understand about Vic and I.
Mm-hmm.
We are workers.
Mm-hmm. Worker bees.
We work.
Like, what do you do if you're not on vacation?
Mm-hmm.
Honest question.
Sleep? I don't know.
Do you know how many?
You think after doing 10 years of morning radio, you sleep?
No.
Listen. listen to this guy.
No,
He's
such
a
joker.
It's so funny.
You know what, Matt? You're a joker.
Yeah.
You're a smoker.
I would love to sleep.
Yeah?
You're a midnight toker.
Wake up at 5:30 a.m. no matter
If the
what.
shoe fits, Cinderella. Here's Brock Nelson yesterday after the Avs won 5-1 in Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this one just being a big test. Obviously, they're buzzing right now. Made a big trade and climbed the standings, and we see how tight our Central Division is. And good measuring stick for us. And they won the first matchup here. We wanted to come back and have a little bit of a revenge game and come out on top. I thought we played well in every area of the game tonight. Power play, PK, 5-on-5, and Blackie made some big stops.
Interesting that they are actually acknowledging that it was a test, that they approached it that way.
Sure. I mean, they're not dumb. They know that Minnesota is the third best team in the league right now.
Yeah.
I mean, the top three teams in the league, Colorado, Dallas, Minnesota.
I tell you what.
Carolina comes in at number 4, and they're 2 points behind the Wild. Isn't that crazy? I mean, the top three teams in the damn league are in your own division. Crap.
I give the Colorado Avalanche all the credit in the world for not going off on that Minnesota goalie like I would have. I would have scored every goal and done that victory dance that he did a month ago. Every single time.
At the same time, the kid was happy he got a win against
I'm
the
just
best
telling
team
you what
in the
I
league.
would.
Okay.
I mean, good for them. They're smart. They're the adults. I'm a child.
You can't spit it out. You have to swallow it. That's the truth.
That is the truth. Let me talk about Brock Nelson a little bit. He's come alive. I mean, he's playing great. He's got like 8 goals.
Coming alive.
Sorry, I got in at 11, whatever.
Uh-huh.
He's got 8 goals in his last, 10 games, something like that.
Oh, he's playing great.
His goal last night on the one-timer was an absolute bomb. I mean, he got down to one knee to get that leverage and pump that mother trucker upstairs, dude.
Dude, I would have loved.
I lost my bacon on that crap.
I would have loved if after every goal, the entire Avalanche bench goes into a choreographed fist pump, like everybody.
Yeah. Hey, also his assist on the McKinnon power play goal, dude. He sauced that puck over 2 sticks to get there, and it laid perfect for McKinnon's one-timer. I mean, it's just
they're a lagoon.
Just
what can
so
I say?
good. I mean, you think you want it.
Uh-huh.
You may ask for it.
Okay.
You may even beg for it. But when you get it, you don't want it. And the Avs popped him in the mouth. MOWF, right in the mouth.
By the way, tonight, Jazz come to Ball Arena to take on the Nuggets. And with that being said, trying to bounce back from a very chippy rematch with the Houston Rockets on Saturday, it's time for the keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza Keys to the Game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, Vic. Utah and that young core of Lowry Markkanen and Keontae George come into Denver. What do we expect?
Lowry Markkanen listed as questionable for tonight, but people forget about Keontae George. I say Keontae George, what comes to mind, Moshe? Anything?
Nothing.
Nothing comes
I like
to
to
mind.
eat your liver with a fava beans and a nice Keontae George.
Let me tell you what Keontae George is. His numbers are the exact same. They match Jamal Murray's numbers on the year, right across the board. 24 points a game, 4 rebounds a game, nearly 7 assists a game. They're the exact
he's
player.
a good guard, dude.
That's how good he is.
He's a good guard.
He's
yeah.
a good guard who can beat you. Beware of this Utah team. That's all I'm telling you.
But
beware of this team. The Nuggets, the keys to winning tonight are simple. They lost to Houston because they gave up 19 threes. In the games they've lost at home, and the Nuggets are 8-5 at home, look at every game they've lost. It's because they have not defended the three-point line well. They've been burned on threes. Defend the three. Get them off the line. Get them off the line. Win the game.
They got the face in the middle. And when Joker sees that face, he's going to go get some tonight.
Huh?
Nurkic. He's talking about Nurkic.
Oh, that face.
When he sees that face. Vic, the Nuggets are a huge favorite in this game. They should stomp the snot out of these guys.
Disregard everything Moser says when it comes to the NBA
Why?
basketball, because we know he knows not what he says. He's an
The
absolute...
matchup predictor
he
says
knows
91 to
nothing
9.
about- He knows nothing about the NBA, so just stop it.
Hey, by the way, do we expect Peyton Watson's return tonight?
I hope so. He's listed as questionable as well.
Okay. They don't need him.
No, they probably don't, but it'd be nice to see him back out there because
they are going to stomp their faces.
I do think the injuries caught up to them against Houston
Of course
a little
they
bit.
did. Yeah, I mean, how long can you go without 3 key defensive players? And Peyton would have been critical in that game to defend Kevin Durant.
Entirely, and maybe put a little size onto Reed Shepard. I mean, that might have helped too. How about you, Mitch? Got a fact checker for us before we get out of here?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Oh, by the way, Matt, a.k.a. Lucky Louie, that wasn't Harvey on that fumble. That was McLaughlin.
Right.
It's like you don't even watch these games.
It's like
Come on,
I wasn't
man.
even paying
You
attention.
know what? I remembered it being Harvey as well, so that's on both of us. Yeah.
I'm the one who said McLaughlin.
You're right.
You're right.
You jumped your bacon.
You're right.
Get real. All right, boys, it's time to take this fact check to the Nielsen ratings. People kept talking about Jacksonville being a small market team, but how small is it really? Well, according to Nielsen, Jacksonville is ranked 41st in the country with a little over 8,400,000 TV homes.
Wait. What? 8,400,000?
What? Mitchell, what is your problem?
840,000?
Yes, there you go.
You just
I'm
did
so
betting
good at math.
numbers?
I got a fact check in my fact check.
Yeah.
And 0.670% of the share. That puts them smack in between Harrisburg, Lancaster, Lebanon, York, and Pennsylvania, and wait for it, Las Vegas, Nevada. By comparison, Denver is 17th in the country with 1.806 million TV homes with a 1.439% of the market share.
Love that. That was so good. Do you have any more numbers you could put in there?
That was the worst of all time.
It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. You get to try again tomorrow. That's the one good thing because Chris is with us all week
Hey,
long.
Chris.
It's a Rally House Football Monday and Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and it rolls on next.
we've got to be on point. They mix it up defensively. They've got a very talented punt returner. And so as you look at them and you watch the tape, it's a smaller market, but you see a real good team.
A small market team like us can come into a place like Mile High and get it done.
For the first time since September, well, not only were the Broncos not on their game, it forces me to get knocked off my game. Because for the first time since September 21st, the Broncos have lost a football game. I had to, Coach, teach my darling, beautiful, to the day 3-month-old daughter what it feels like to lose a football game. And she cried. Do you feel good now, Denver Broncos? Are you proud of what you've done? You've broken a little girl's heart.
Well, the good news is, Raj, I don't think she was crying about the result of the Broncos-Jaguars game.
You don't know that.
I think she was crying because she was looking for some food source. Because that is typically what children under the age of really, well, I actually have a 16-year-old today. Happy birthday, Peyton. I'm a father of a 16-year-old. Wild. Whoa. I'm old. She still cries when she doesn't get her food source. So that's what it was about. But yesterday, Raj, was awful. It was a bad football performance from the Denver Broncos. It was a bad tackling performance from the Broncos defense.
It was horrendous.
It was back to being nerd picker stat. Bo Nix isn't very good. He's back to having a completion percentage over expected in the negative, and it was negative 7.5%, which is not good. And it was another game where Sean Payton said, you know what? Our running backs are averaging over 7 yards a carry. I think I should only give it to him a total of 12 times between R.J. Harvey and Jaleel McLaughlin.
17 total carries for the team. 5 of those came from Bo Nix.
On called pass plays.
And Marvin
there
Mims.
was like two.
There was one singular quarterback design run.
Yes, and it was good. It got 10 yards. Never saw it again.
Never saw it again.
Nope.
This game had all of the makings of home dominant performance. It was loud. The defense felt like it was ready to step up, and for the first couple of series,
they were flying the frick around.
They were buzzing around.
Dude, it looked like a defense that was about ready to make Trevor. It looked like the defense that I predicted that was going to make Trevor Lawrence regret ever deciding to say Duval and come to a Mile High.
And the one thing that I was nervous about last week was what? It was the rushing attack. It was Travis Etienne. It was LaQuint Allen, my Syracuse guy. They handled the rushing attack. Etienne didn't do much in that game. 16 carries, 50 yards. Yeah, he also had the reception touchdown, but at that
another
point,
broken tackle. That one by Jahdae Barron.
Yep. Jahdae Barron struggled. P.J. Locke struggled mightily.
In coverage. Riley Moss.
Talanoa Hufanga, a tackling machine.
Missing tackles.
Struggled mightily. And it all started. We should have known. With that right upright from Will Lutz.
Jeez.
That was an omen. That doink. That boing. Should have known it was an omen for a complete disaster. An absolute collapse from the Broncos, mainly on the defensive side. Yes, the offense let them down. Let's be very clear about
17 points, Raj. 20, there you go. Just had such a monumental collapse offensively from a fairly decent start where you just didn't even remotely get close to matching a score for a score. Every single person's involvement in this football game for the Broncos, there's blood on their hands. But you know what? It's one game. Guess what happens in a football season? You typically lose a game.
Yeah, you play a lot more than just one. I hope the crowd that was begging for a loss is happy. You got your loss.
Yeah, I don't like that crowd.
You got your loss.
Yep.
Although
Although
it happened in a very important situation.
You know what I love about that crowd, though? Raj.
Receipt Street.
What did I say before the season began? The one outlandish coacher idea, what would clearly define success for Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos in 2025.
You must beat the LA Chargers.
It's something you haven't done before.
And now it's something you must do.
And it's going to come down to that game no matter what.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what happens this week with the Chargers and the Patriots and the Broncos versus the Chiefs. At the end of the day, that's going to be a must-win game.
Because it's your first real football game. Like Thursday, Christmas is not a real football game. You guys saw what happened with the Chiefs and the Chiefs and the Titans. That was a fake football team, a disinterested football team, a guy who I'd never heard of throwing passes for the Chiefs, and he's going to be the starter on Christmas Day. Like, that's a fake football game. And you're going to beat them. You're going to beat the living. You know what Michael Irvin did in that Texas A&M Miami game when he was beating the trash can?
Was it BTA?
BTA.
Belt that ass. Belt
You're
that
going to
ass.
do that to Kansas City on Thursday. It's a fake football team right now.
Just like you did a year ago.
The real matchup is the final week of the season. And everyone's going to be having jockeying and positioning to do in that week. You're going to have to win it. Now, that crowd will be happy with. This is the punch in the face. The reason why I was against the, well, you got to lose one thought process. It's not like the Broncos were sleeping through these wins. They were very active wins.
Battle-tested
right?
wins.
So
There were adversity wins.
I didn't think that Denver needed to get slapped in the face, needed to have that cold bucket of water poured on top of their head. They had to grind out a lot of these wins against bad football teams. So for me, that reads, you're dialed in. You're ready to go. For the defense to be that bad, for a tackling machine of a defense to be that porous, I'm a little scared right now.
I'm too. I would say that this season, and you have now played 15 football contests. I would say that big picture, Sean Payton has outcoached all but, clearly he's outcoached 12 teams, and he's been outcoached before yesterday twice. This game, one game sample size, was the largest display of Sean Payton being outcoached since he's been the head coach of the Denver Broncos. And guess who did it? The cornball that we've been making fun of all offseason that looked like a caricature of a human being saying, Duval. It was Liam Cohen, man. You know what he did? You want to know why there were so many missed tackles? Because the Denver Broncos play a lot of what type of coverage? They play a lot of zone, or do they play a lot of man?
Play a lot of man.
Yep, and it's pretty hard to find easy completions against man, especially when who are your receivers that are elite, that are big time, that are supposed to scare you? We made fun of them all week last week, did we not? Parker Washington, huh?
Parker Washington had a career. That might be at the end of Parker Washington's career. He might look back on that game and go, best game I ever played.
And then we said, who they got at tight end? No, at least the Broncos don't have to worry about Brenton Strange. Ever heard of him? Yeah, we know who you are now.
3 first downs, a touchdown for Brenton Strange. Jacoby Myers was fantastic.
Does all the little things, man. I would have loved to have Jacoby Meyer here in Denver. Would have loved it in the offseason. I was begging for it.
Like, the big names didn't do anything. Brian Thomas did nothing.
No, and he actually...
Travis Etienne hardly did anything.
Brian Thomas actually looks a little bit disgruntled. Did you see him? He got one catch. He was kind of like, well, finally. He snaps his wrist, his chin strap off and goes to the sideline, kind of pouts. Dude, that's a good football team, man. That's a really well-coached team. Here's what I'll tell you about why there were so many missed tackles with a bunch of no-name players, making Riley Moss, making Talanoa Hufanga, frankly, even making Pat Surtain II and Alex Singleton, and you name it. Everybody looked pretty dang pedestrian, if not bad, yesterday. You want to know why? You know what Liam Cohen did? He got into condensed splits. He changed all the formations because he knew in bunch sets, stack sets, condensed formations, meaning that your receiver, instead of lining up in a spread set where there's a lot of space, and then Pat Surtain and or Riley Moss and or Jaquan McMillan can just press you. He said, let's get into tight, condensed spaces, and guess what that does?
Force chaos.
It gets
force handoffs.
Yeah, well, it gets the press coverage off. That's what Vance Joseph does. He once he sees condensed splits, he's worried about passes and switches and
They ran 10-yard crossers the whole day.
Yeah, and quick outs. And those quick outs, like the one that Riley Moss made a bad missed tackle. Just a quick out of a condensed split. And he created space. So he catches the ball, and there's 3.5 yards of space. You make one guy miss, and all of a sudden, it's a 50-plus yard play. And that's what I saw. And so the adjustment that Vance Joseph now has is he's got to keep some things locked. Because teams are going to condense space. They're going to run condensed splits, and they're going to take free access throws, and they're going to throw you into major problems. It's out there. The Raiders showed it the very first week. Greg Olson, or whoever it is, Olson is the interim offensive coordinator there. He showed it in that first drive. You saw it, and then you got a whole lot of it from Cliff Kingsbury in that Washington Commanders game. And then Matt LaFleur, they did it until Jordan Love he got hit and he turned the football over. There's some concerning trends, but I would say this. Sean Payton looked pissed at Vance Joseph yesterday. Pissed. And I guarantee, because I've been there as an offense coach, you're like, are we going to not make an adjustment here? They're going to make adjustments. It's going to be for the better of this team.
The chunk plays and the failure to get off the field on third down, which has been starting to plague them for the past few weeks, finally caught up to them, right? You have a 63-yard chunk play on 3rd and 3. You have a 24-yard explosive play on 3rd and 5 to Washington. You have a 20-yard explosive play on 3rd and 9 to Washington. And the guy who I will pick on today, and I have no problem doing it, P.J. Locke was horrendous.
P.J. Locke's not a good cover player.
He was not a good cover player. You go run stuff or box safety, and I know it was a weird play. I understand the hit on Lawrence was odd and you couldn't hear the whistle, or maybe there wasn't even a whistle blown. That cost you big time. That cost big time yards. That resets a drive.
The NFL had a bad weekend officiating-wise.
Sure.
Yesterday was not good. And then what game was it with the weird fumble? They all kind of ran together. Was that a college football game?
With the weird fumble.
Oh, no. It was the 2-point conversion. 2-point conversion it was the most important game on Thursday Night Football. With the 2-point conversion where it was a backward lateral, ends up in the end zone, and was just haphazardly picked up. And there was a whistle blown on that play. And then this one, there was a whistle apparently also, but yet you're going to treat inconsistencies and I would say problems with officiating, especially with PI and offensive pass interference right now is so inconsistent, so wildly inconsistent, and nobody has become more victim of that than Riley Moss. And so when you see the opposite, which is an offensive PI that doesn't get called, like the Brenton Strange one against P.J. Locke, who did, in my opinion, apply good coverage, it's infuriating. It's a hard watch. It's not the reason the Broncos lost. Broncos played like ass. That's what we heard our very own Nick Benito say it. That's why you lost. But the officials in the NFL it's not good.
And unfortunately, after 11 weeks being our guiding light, Coach, I think it's time. Unfortunately, the patron saint of Narcissus, Saint Sean, extinguishes his flame. Whew. For the first time in 3 months, the St. Sean candle is extinguished, and for the first time in 3 months, us here on the Morning Sprint, Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, and KJ Granderson behind the glass have to go through a Broncos big play replay on a loss, on a Rally House Football Monday with a loss in the column. Kill me now.
I don't really want to. First of all, I don't want to be convicted as a felon. Second off,
there's a handful of listeners that would love if you were to do so.
No, they would. They love you, Raj. I also don't want to do anything to you on this Monday that would be emblematic of what DK Metcalf did to a Lions fan.
Oh, yeah, don't do that.
It's not good.
Don't fight fans. Turns out, not a good look.
Yeah, like potentially a felony on DK Metcalf, at least as I see it.
That's assault, brother.
I think it is.
All right, it starts off, and I'm going to warn you, it doesn't start off great. Will Lutz misses right.
From 44 yards for Will Lutz. High snap is pulled down. Lutz's kick, aiming for the crossbar. We get a doink, and it's no good. Off the upright, it wouldn't curl back for him, and we remain scoreless in Denver.
After 11 plays in which the Broncos were moving the football down the field confidently, especially in the run game, they unfortunately stall.
Second drive, right?
Second drive, yes.
The first drive, before I get to slow start for the pass catchers for the Denver Broncos.
Incomplete to Harvey.
Yes, drop.
And then the Troutman.
Blatant drop.
Well, no, the Troutman catch was the first catch of the game.
Yeah, and Troutman ends up running like to the sideline. Just pierce and get like
you're a big dude.
Dude, these tight ends for the Denver Broncos, I want them to play like tight ends. Be physical. Don't run out of bounds. Get north in a hurry. You got to play better.
Second drive of the game, they end up converting on 4th and 1, man. It was solid. It was looking very promising, and unfortunately, you just end up petering out, getting close to the red zone. And what Will Lutz has been, he's been consistent this year, man. Every time that he has stepped up, I've gone, they're going to make this field goal, especially from around 40.
Raj, you remember this? There's been a couple times this season where I've wondered why Sean hasn't kicked long field goals. I've actually told DMac that I had this little conspiracy theory as a coach where there's times where you're kind of protecting somebody, a kicker, that's maybe in a little bit of a practice slump.
Okay.
I'm starting to wonder if there's a little bit to that. I don't think he's like got the shanks, but there's what we don't see, Raj, is we don't see every day of practice. We don't see the sample size of how it looks. And so decisions that sometimes Sean Payton made, there was a game in the last 3 weeks where I was surprised that Sean didn't try to kick a 57-yard field goal with a kicker that's typically really good. And at the time, my theory was Sean loves this guy, Will Lutz, and does not want his percentage to take a dip with some of these dumb end of half Hail Mary kicks, if you will. But I actually think that Will Lutz might be a little bit on the schneid. I don't like that.
Lutz misses wide right. Jacksonville takes the ball over on their own 34. And we're going to start off with the first reception for Washington because it was early, it was often, and it was often big.
3rd and 9. With time. Lawrence looking for help. Lawrence will throw on the run, and he fits it into Parker Washington. And a first down to the Denver 44.
Parker Washington's first catch on the day is 21 yards on Jaquan McMillan. They convert on 3rd and 9 all the way to the Denver 44. And Jacksonville with that big kicker already in scoring position. I think that allowed them to end up driving into the red zone and going 4 for 4 on red zone trips in this game. Is you go, we got points from 75 yards out today.
That was the wildest thing on the broadcast, is to see the field goal range essentially be right at midfield.
It was insane.
So crazy, man. He could have attempted one. Would have been from the opposite 45, the minus 45. That's what he was banging minus 40 in warmups, wasn't he? That's incredible.
Just 2 plays later, on 3rd and 10, a flag is being thrown for, was an illegal shift or an illegal formation on Jacksonville. The play is trying to be called dead. We can't hear the whistle, and PJ Locke, who had a really tough day tackling, really tough day in coverage, makes a big-time mistake on 3rd and 10.
3rd down and 10. Play clock winding down. Just gets the snap. Flags are down, and Lawrence
Lawrence gets blasted and another flag. P.J. Locke did not hear the whistle with the stoppage in play, and another flag drops as he blasts into Lawrence.
Everything will be available to me as quarterback.
By both teams on the play. False start by the offense, number 80. The team stopped, and there was a personal foul, unnecessary roughness by the defense, number 6. By rule, just the 15-yard penalty will be enforced from the previous spot. It's first down.
The personal foul supersedes the false start. Therefore, it's automatically 15 yards and a first down. I suppose it should just be 10 if we're going to do math that way, but...
Weird.
It felt like a late snap. And I have an issue. You and Kevin Shockey were talking about this a couple minutes ago. And then you go, if it's within a second or two of the clock going from 1 to 0, I'm okay with it. In what other sport are we okay with this? Every other sport.
I didn't say that.
Every other sport we're cool with
I
it.
said that a majority of what Denver Broncos fans on Twitter and on Reddit were complaining about, they said that there were 3 or 4 missed delay of games. That's not true.
I saw that one.
There was one. There was one.
Big.
It was big. Anything that an official misses, in my opinion, is big. Because guess what? I come from the school of coaching football that everything matters. Every play matters. One play like this PJ Locke play.
Sorry, this wasn't the delay of game. This was the...
Right. I know we're talking... We're
talking officiating.
Officiating in general, and I get that conversation. But I don't like when the magnitude of a football contest, I experienced this in the playoffs, gets too big at times for a crew. I feel like this game, and as loud as it was, as significant as a game this was for AFC jockeying positions for playoffs, the officials felt like they kind of lost the game. Like they got lost in the sauce of the magnitude and noise and volume of the game. And that's a problem that I have, because guess what happens if a coach gets lost in the sauce in a game? What happens to them? If a game's too big for that coach?
You end up losing your job.
100%. What happens if a job is too big for you?
You end up losing your job.
For whatever reason, these officials continue to show up game after game, year after year, decade after decade.
Okay, so weird play with PJ Locke. He beats the living crap out of Trevor Lawrence. He actually, he got his money's worth. At least he hit him hard. It wasn't some weird, I'm going to push you down to the ground and still have to deal with 15 yards. Locke gets called for the foul. I do want to finish off what I'm saying about delay of game, even though this isn't the correlating play. In what world does delay of game, when it hits 0, not automatically kill the play? In what world do referees in this league not have a buzzer on their wrist? And if the ball isn't currently in motion, the play is dead, delay of game.
The world is that the game got too big for you.
No, it happens all the time. It happens in bad football games.
The problem is it's not a reviewable play.
Again, it should be changed. In the NBA, there's big blinking red lights and a buzzer that goes off when it hits 0. There should be a ring of red lights around the stadium. You know what should be? The goalposts should turn bright red, and you should hear an air horn.
Don't they have virtual assistant referee or whatever they call it?
It never happened.
I'm saying
it's
the
ridiculous.
NFL already has that built in for spotting purposes, or what do they call that? Like the referee assistants or whatever it is. They could very easily change that where if it's at 0 and the ball's not in motion, just kill it. It comes back. Here's the problem with it in football. Different than basketball. The play in football could prompt a multitude of other penalties, and you almost can't look past those retroactively. Does that make sense? So, if you were to go back and review it and say, actually, the clock hit 0, so the play doesn't count. So, whoever the player is, Micah Parsons decided to rip a guy's helmet off and smash him on the head of it. So, that 15-yard penalty is no longer going to be assessed. You know what I'm saying? In football. That's different than basketball.
I don't want it to be reviewable. I don't want a review for this. You should treat it the same way you treat a false start. If it hits 0, my Apple Watch can buzz when I set a timer for 15 seconds, for 2.5 hours, and I can feel it and I can hear it. If you wear a watch as an NFL referee and that clock hits 0, you know what you do? You run in with your hands up in the air and you throw a billion flags. It doesn't have to be reviewable. The play just dies. It's just dead. It's dumb. It's stupid. And the NFL is prehistoric for not having something in place for it. Prehistoric. I move on. I told you it's going to get worse. And I told you P.J. Washington is going to, he's going to show up a lot.
Who's P.J. Washington? Is that the love child of P.J. Locke? And
I'm upset about P.J. Locke. Parker Washington's going to show up, and he's going to show up in the end zone.
Okay.
3rd and 3. Lawrence floating for the end zone. Washington with the catch. He had Jaquan McMillan draped all over him and somehow secures it for 6.
That dude had a game.
He's a good player. He's a really, really crafty, sporty football player. That's a great throw right there by Trevor Lawrence because Jaquan McMillan was in good position, was he not? Overall, this is a game that red zone football, and I heard a little bit of the post-game analysis. Liam Cohen set out to change the way that he wanted to call red zone offense this season. Typically, common conventional knowledge is that you get into the red zone, you run it to win. He had the opposite thought process. No, I'm going to throw it. And then ultimately, if I throw it and I show that I can beat man coverage and make some great throws, then it opens up everything. And it did. Run game opened up later in the red zone.
What have we known about the Broncos offense and Bo Nix, though, this season? He responds to adversity with success. Cortland Sutton, you thought the Trevor Lawrence throw was good. This one was even better.
On 3rd and 5, Nix looking that direction for the end zone, drops it in to Cortland Sutton. It's a touchdown for Denver.
Great throw. Off the back foot, pressure look. Really bad coverage, though, by the way. I don't know what happened. They just dropped it. I don't know if it was supposed to be zone or man, or it was just essentially a slot fade right there from Cortland Sutton. I love the fact that you put him in that position. Great ball from Bo. Great anticipation. Off platform, off balance. After that throw, did we all not just look at each other or look at ourselves and say, "Ooh, this is gonna be a nasty Bo Nix today"?
Yeah, gonna be a shootout.
Off. He is gonna go off.
15 yards to Sutton, ties the game at 7. Jacksonville would punt next. Denver takes the lead 10-7 on a field goal, but 8 plays, 59 yards, a touchdown for Jacksonville. They retake the lead 14-10. Denver has to punt at the end of the half. Jacksonville gets another field goal before the half, before Denver takes over to start quarter number 3. And what have we been waiting all year long? The guy gets into the end zone all the time, but it's from short yardage situations. Finally, R.J. Harvey hits a home run.
And they are right the majority of the time.
Hand off Harvey, and now a big run up the middle, breaking tackles, and R.J. Harvey on the move, down the sideline, Harvey diving for the pylon, touchdown Broncos.
That's UCF R.J. Harvey right there.
That's contact balance R.J. Harvey that Sean Payton's told us about.
I love that term.
Yep, contact balance. Run through an arm tackle, spin out of it, and then quickly have the wherewithal and the balance to be able to accelerate. And not just accelerate, he got a very, very good peanut punch in his direction, and he held onto the football, shielded it with the off arm, but then also extended the ball, got into the end zone. Gosh, he looked like a big-time back on that one, didn't he?
Big-time play, ties the game at 17, but 9 plays, 75 yards. This one aided by a pass interference call in the end zone. Jahdae Barron gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Good flag, bad flag?
Bad flag.
Bad flag.
If you slow-mo'd it, you could say, well, his hand stayed on his hand too long. Nope. There's hand fighting that happens on both sides. Do you mean to tell me that Brenton Strange wasn't hand fighting when he caught the touchdown? No.
Lawrence sneaks one in from 1 yard out. Jacksonville takes a 24-17 lead. Denver would have to punt on their next possession, and this is where the game got blown wide open. 63 yards for Parker Washington.
3rd and 3. 4-man Denver rush. It's Washington. First down and more. Parker Washington Wilson on the run inside the 25, veering around Singleton, weaving to the 10. Jaguars with the big play, 63 yards, and it's first down Jacksonville.
A seemingly meaningless play, a little out to the right side.
Quick out, but it was from a condensed split. And what did I tell you? When you get into condensed splits against this Broncos defense, it takes off press coverage. You take off press coverage, and you play 7 to 9 yards off like Riley Moss did by design. It created space. And what does space lead to? It leads to the opportunity to miss tackles. That's really good play calling right there from Liam Cohen, and he did it time and time again.
63 yards, the biggest chunk play of the game, sets up the very next first and goal from the Denver 10. A 10-yard touchdown pass to Travis Etienne. Wasn't really a big factor in today's game. Obviously gets into the end zone, but not the big impact player we expected him to be.
Terrible angle from Jahdae Barron. Terrible. The worst. That's the swing screen he threw to the left.
Yep.
Jahdae Barron's got to understand, man, you have the sideline as your 12th defender. It's the guy that you got to funnel it to. Instead, he overruns it like he's going to chase him past, like he's in a race to get to the sideline. Not good.
Denver trails with just under 4 minutes to go in the third quarter, 31-17. It is go time. You got to start buzzing right now. You absolutely have to score. Oh no, it's a zone read.
He's got that unique ability to get out and do some off-schedule stuff, but boy, is he really good when he stays in that pocket.
Now 2nd and 4, and a fumbled exchange, and the Jaguars take it. Emmanuel Ogbah jumping on the football.
The mesh point disintegrates, as does Denver's chances to win the game.
Raj, thank you so much for being a knower of ball. And unlike the broadcasting team and other people I listen to on bad podcasts after the game, thanks for not calling that an RPO.
Zone read, baby.
Zone read. That means that either he was going to hand the football off or he was going to read it and take off and run. It was a bad exchange. Bo Nix was attempting to give the football to Jaleel McLaughlin, and Jaleel McLaughlin and him got on the wrong. They were not on the same page. The game was over right then and there.
It was over, and if it wasn't over then, well, after a couple of field goals and a punt, Denver takes over down 14 with 10 minutes to go in the fourth, and you can go. You score a touchdown here. You have time not only to force a 3-and-out, go down. You can even kick a field goal if you wanted to in that situation. But 5 plays in after a 32-yard pass to R.J. Harvey and a couple of incompletions, Bo on 4th and 2 misses the guy in the middle of the zone, right in the middle of the hash marks, tries to force a pass over to Patrick Bryant. It's intercepted, and the game ends.
On 4th and 2. Nix to the sideline, intercepted. Jarian Jones with his 2nd pick of the year.
On the Jacksonville 41, and if the fumble didn't do it, the pick sure did.
Yeah, and he had a wide open Tyler Bidet.
Wide open in the middle of the field.
And I believe a wide open, I think it was Troy Franklin to the right on got like a little curl route. Sean Payton looked extremely upset with Bo because his eyes were in the wrong spot on the read pre-snap.
You know what it felt like? It felt like we're down 14. What do we have to lose? I'm going to try and fit it in here. You're still in a football game there. You've proven that you can score a couple of touchdowns. And this defense, even though it didn't look good, it downright looked bad against Jacksonville.
In reality, did it surprise you when you're watching the game? Did it not just feel like, yeah, this ain't it?
I tweeted out then, well, time to watch the Avs in the Wild.
Mm-hmm. That was fun.
And I did.
That was good. You like goals?
You sure do.
You like goals and wins.
34-20 is your final. That's the big play replay here on the morning sprint with Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Raj. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. I will die on this hill. We need to put an NBA-style shot clock, big red light system in every NFL stadium. Do it tomorrow.
They should wear in their hats. They should have like electrocute. Like they should. Every official should be slightly electrocuted when it hits 0-0.
Just wear dog collars.
Yeah, perfect.
Have you ever worn one of those things?
Oh, all the time.
Oh, they are. Oh, learn something new about you every day, Coach.
That might have been an over. I might have been living in hyperbole world right there.
Whoa. Oh, so much more happened over the weekend. Avs a big win. The Nuggets fall to Houston. We had college football playoff. Shocker. The two teams that didn't really need to be there. They showed why they didn't need to be there.
Stole 7 hours of my life.
We'll talk about it next. Hanging out with us on a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. A little bit later, we'll get to our players who are in the groove. Not many of them for the Broncos in the groove in a 14-point loss at home to the Jacksonville Jaguars, but they still have the path to the 1 seed.
But I still love Groove. I love Groove Toyota. I love players that are in the groove, and there were some. It wasn't all bad. How many times did you hit Trevor Lawrence in this contest?
You sacked him, was it 4 times?
I think it was 5.
But he only lost 14 yards.
Right.
Like, Trevor Lawrence was
great.
unbelievable at not making a catastrophic play.
True or false, Trevor Lawrence this season is the best thing that we've seen against the Broncos at quarterback.
True.
Just if you go sample size, the game that we watched as Broncos fans against opposing quarterback.
True, and the numbers back it up.
Yep.
On average, 37 points better in terms of quarterback rating than any other quarterback, like in terms of the average for the first 14 games that they had played. 37 points better than that average.
What if I told you that the Broncos outgained the Jaguars by 100 yards in this contest?
Garbage, Fugazi stats.
Okay. It didn't feel like it until I saw that stat, right? Like, it felt like the Broncos were fairly inept offensively.
Well, yeah.
And the Jaguars could not be stopped. Like, I felt like when I was watching, I felt like I was watching a Rocky Horror Picture Show rerun of the Miami Dolphins game for about 5 straight possessions. It felt like that awful Miami Dolphins game. And that's the thing that's weird about Vance Joseph defense. As much as I love VJ, and as much as I continue, and I will continue to glaze this defense, because you're going to need it to be good. Do you realize that since the bye week, a defense that was averaging 17.5 points per game now has been giving up 25.8 points per game? That's a massive increase.
Not sustainable for the offense they have on the other side of the field.
Sure as heck didn't feel like it in that game.
Yeah, when you see Bo go 28 for 47, now not efficient whatsoever, but 352 yards for Bo, you go, oh, they must have been good. They really weren't. They had a few plays that felt awesome, and Cortland Sutton was active, and that pass to the corner of the end zone was awesome. It felt like a lot of empty calories at the end of that game.
I loved early Bo. I loved first quarter and a half Bo, and I thought he wasn't getting help from his receivers. His receivers dropped passes. But I did not like the last 2.5 quarters of Bo. I felt like it was the word, I love the phrase empty calories. He didn't make the right plays, nor did the offense make the right plays at the right time. Frankly, I don't think Sean made the right call. He didn't have the right call at the right time. And it's weird because you look at the discrepancy in statistical measures of yardage. And yeah, the Broncos offense was way better just simply on yardage. But what the Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence had that Bo Nix and the Broncos didn't have, it was the timely plays. It was the timely situational third down, red zone, all the things that you need in order to win football games. The Broncos got out-coached, out-executed in situational football by a long shot.
7 plays of 20 or more yards in the game for Jacksonville. 4 of those 7 plays came on 3rd or 4th down. Big time. Chunk plays at big times of the game, man. That's what killed Denver. We'll get back into that in just a little bit. Other things obviously happened across the weekend. We had our first round of the college football playoff. It started on Friday. Alabama, a 17-0 deficit.
Wild. On the road.
On the road in Norman, Oklahoma.
Fairly ruckus environment.
I don't know how Oklahoma lost that game, man. They were in total control. John Mateer for the first quarter and a half looked like the first 4 weeks where people were like, oh, could he win a Heisman this year? And then it disintegrated. It happened all in the same game.
John Mateer and Oklahoma's punter that just decided to
just drop a football
out
of nowhere.
Right in the middle of a monumental collapse. Bad look.
Oh.
Bad look.
Oh.
Just a bad look. Bad look for sport.
Fishy look?
Bad look. Bad look for sport.
34-24 is the final. Alabama moves on.
Unfortunately, you're going to have to start looking at NIL dollars. Compare, could he have made more money elsewhere?
A&M and Miami play a scoreless first half. Only 1 touchdown is scored in this game, and it happens late in the 4th quarter. I tweeted out, guys, I have not watched hardly any Texas A&M football. In what world did Texas A&M only lose 1 game during the season with Marcel Reed at quarterback? That guy is not a good football player.
He was really, really whacked out with how gusty the wind was.
Dude, he was so bad.
You want to know what he looked like a little bit? He looked like the Bo Nix against the Raiders the first time they played with 30 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts. Did you see the wind in that game? Like they couldn't even keep the ball still. The ball was moving, and the refs had to continue to just come up and change the location of the spot because it was moving on its own. It was bad. I enjoyed that football game, though.
It was a fun game.
I really enjoyed that football game. And as much as I want to stand on the hill of Group of 5 football deserving to be have a spot at the end, those two football games, games 1 and games 2, between essentially ACC, SEC type teams, really good football games. Great watch. The next two, however, awful.
Mississippi had Tulane beat 2 possessions into the game.
You can tell.
It was over. You knew it immediately. The first time that they walked down the field, you went, this is not a fair fight.
Nope.
This is Anthony Joshua versus Jake Paul.
Yep. Oh, jeez.
It's not fair. You're going up against a super heavyweight, and you are a YouTuber.
You brought a knife to a gunfight.
Yeah. You brought a glass jaw to a super heavyweight fight. That's what happened. Yeah. Oregon, yes, James Madison covered at the very last minute, so some tough beats there for bettors, but Oregon 51-34 over James Madison. It was just very clear that those two teams had no business being there. Now, I say that, let's say you guarantee the ACC champion gets in. A 7-5 Duke team, right? Or are they 8-5 now? I think Mississippi or Oregon mops the floor with Duke as well.
I agree. Can I solve it right now?
Sure.
So I've been a coach. I've been a voter on the coaches poll. Do you think that's high on my priority list when I'm working 120-hour weeks to get the USA Today coaches poll dialed perfectly? I think I'm actually watching the games?
I would assume no.
Not at all. Not at all. In fact, it gets to the point, and I know this because I've talked to other head coaches where they just have like a DFO do it. It's not even them. It's not even them doing it. Media members have time. And
What's
I love
a DFO?
Director of Football Operations.
Thank you.
Media members have time. I know that because I've done it for the last 2 years, and people think I'm crazy for the amount of volume I do of media stuff. You have a lot more time doing this than you do that. And there's more culpability and there's more transparency. Like, media members should have their weekly vote in the AP poll registered and documented and everything everybody knows. The college football playoff should just be numbers 1 through 16 of the final AP poll of the season.
So it's the BCS, but you just play games based off of a BCS.
It's just 1 to 16 of the voters of like just the writers, just the media members. And you can diversify and have broadcasters do it because they're at all these games. They're doing all this different stuff. Have the Associated Press, the working media, vote on this. And guess what? You're going to end up getting better matchups. And people like me, where did I go to school? Boise State. When I look back at Boise State, with that formula, 5 of the best Boise State teams since 2005 would have been in the top 16 final AP poll. So there's room at the end if you're an undefeated football team coming from Group of 5.
So right now, the college football playoff rankings, the teams that are obviously in: Indiana, Ohio State, Georgia, Texas Tech, Oregon, Mississippi, A&M loses, Oklahoma loses, Alabama in, Miami in. Notre Dame would have gotten in.
Correct, and they should have.
Brigham Young gets in.
Yes, and they should have.
Texas, a 3-loss Texas team gets in.
Okay, are they? Yes, yep. How were they playing at the end of the year? What'd they do?
They would have beaten Tulane.
They beat A&M.
Vanderbilt, 10-2 gets in. Sure.
Yes. Diego Pavia, are you kidding me? How fun would that have been?
A 10-2 Utah team gets in.
Good.
And a 9-3 Southern Cal team gets in.
Sweet. Why not?
The first team's
Jaden
out.
Maeva.
First team's out here. Michigan, Virginia.
Yeah, Michigan.
Tulane, Houston go from 17 to 21. And then to finish out the top 25, Georgia Tech, Iowa, JMU, North Texas.
Tell me that doesn't make sense, what I just said.
It really does.
It makes a ton of sense. And it's just AP polls. And I went back and looked
at
the
AP poll would have Navy closer.
Would have been cool. We'd have loved that.
They would have gotten smoked.
The other thing, too, get rid of conference championship games. You don't need them. You should have no auto bids. Get rid of auto bids. I don't want it. I don't need it. Have a regular season conference championship like you did for 100 years of college football until what? Like about 2000
Everyone needs trophies.
You don't need a conference championship. Who freaking cares?
Nuggets are back at it tonight. You guys can hear it all on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your pregame coverage starts at 6:30, and it's powered by Ramos Law against Utah. Look to get back on track after the loss to Houston. We'll talk about that, a little bit about the Avs' big-time 5-1 win against the Wild, and more breakdown of the Broncos' 14-point loss to Jacksonville. That's all coming up in hour 2 of the Morning Sprint.
Hey, Colorado coach Mike Sanford here, and the weather is getting colder, but the sports action here in Denver, it's never been hotter. There's no better place to bet on football, basketball, and hockey than Circus Sports Colorado. Featuring high app limits, player-friendly pricing, and exceptional customer service, Circus Sports was made for sports bettors by sports bettors. And it doesn't matter if you're looking to bet on football futures, points on the court, or puck line on the ice. Bet where the pros bet with Circa Sports. Wherever you get your app, download Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. And as always, you've got to be 21 years or older. If you got a gambling problem, make sure to call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a Rally House Football Monday, and for the first time in 3 months to the day, it comes after a Broncos loss, 14 points, 34-20 at home against Jacksonville. Still have the inside track to the 1 seed. We talked about the nonsense that was letting James Madison and Tulane into the college football playoff. The Nuggets had some good old-fashioned hatred start to bubble up between Bruce Brown and Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I didn't have that on my holiday shopping list.
Brucey B was in between the benches for a period for an Avs game at home over the weekend. It was awesome. The Avs continue to roll, a 5-1 victory. Nathan McKinnon scores 2. He's the first to 30. He's on pace for 70 goals this year. There's a chance that he might be able to score 50 and 50. They just continue to roll against Minnesota, who, again, that's the third best team in the National Hockey League. 5-1 is a dominant win there.
It was a good win. You know what I loved about that game? Val getting 2 points in that game. Just good to see. I know Val's been good. He's been solid, but with all of the dynamic players in the scoring attack for the Avs, it feels like Val is just taking a bit of a backseat to the point where I was like, we good? Everything good? We fine? Everything like, are we going to get to that spot later in the playoffs, which I love playoff Val. Not the playoff Val that's not there on a milk carton, but I love playoff Val that seems to create so many scoring opportunities and great A's.
I think what you're seeing out of Valerian Nichushkin, particularly from last night's game, was Jared Bednar made a big lineup change. He moved Gabe Landeskog up to the top line, and he moved Arturi Lehkonen down, which I think forces Lehkonen to be the main point of like offensive performance on that second line. And the other thing that I don't want to glaze over, what gives you the ability to move Landeskog off of line 2 and onto McKinnon's left wing, Brock Nelson's scoring like a second-line center now, dude.
Yeah.
He's scoring like a guy who wants to be in Italy, playing for Team USA. He is red hot, and that allows you to drive offense through the middle of the ice, which is something that Minnesota can't do. They just don't have the players to do that.
Did I hear you say Team Italy?
No, he wants to be in Italy.
Oh, in Italy.
For Team USA.
There's not Team Italy, is there, at the Olympics this year?
Doesn't the host nation get a team? I don't know if there's an Italy in the tournament. I don't think there is.
Celebrini. Who else we got?
I always thought it was funny. Like Mike Piazza was playing in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah.
If there was a Team Italy, I might have a chance.
Yeah. No
See what my eligibility's looking like.
Vic out there is the 3C.
You know what? Give it to him. He's earned it. He's earned it at this point.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's neat.
Power play 2 of 4 last night, which is always good to see them go 50%. And McKinnon scoring. Blackwood should have had a shutout. He played great. There's a chance that he's going to be an Olympian as well for Team Canada this year. Avs continue to roll. 2 regulation losses, and it's almost 2026 is something that's absurd.
Yeah, Team Italy's a thing.
Okay, so they have
it's a real thing. There's Team France, which makes sense. I mean, you can get Damian Clara. Know him?
Nope.
Diego Costner.
Nope.
Thomas Larkin.
Nope.
Daniel Montenuto.
Nope.
Tommy. I mean, no. They got nobody.
What's Tommy's last name?
Perdeller.
Nope.
Luca Zanata.
Nope.
That's their preliminary 6.
No idea who any of those
on Team Italy's roster.
You know what? Good for you guys. You get to stay in the Olympic Village with the athletes. You're going to have the time of your life down there. Spring and I were talking last night about like trade deadline stuff. And, you know, we always have fun bringing up the very, very pipe dream idea of Sidney Crosby coming to the Avs. And I went, you know what's interesting? The trade deadline is like 10 days after the Olympics end. And you know who's going to be spending 2 weeks together in Italy? Nathan McKinnon and Sidney Crosby.
Oh,
and you know
don't do that.
You know who loves Italy and loves relationship building in Italy? Nathan McKinnon, who was married at a villa in Italy last summer.
True.
So what I'm saying is sparks fly, baby.
Yep.
Nate's going to be he's going to be lighting those candles. He's going to be whining and dining, Sid.
Tensions ran high. Sparks were flying. Sucked me right in.
Sounds like an HBO show that's popular right now. But we go back to the...
What's that one?
There's a hockey show that's out right now.
Is it good?
I'm not watching it. Just not going to watch it.
It's fake?
It's not for me.
Is it a hockey documentary?
No.
It's like hockey...
It's a hockey drama.
And they're all
it's
getting...
not for me.
They're all getting down.
It's not for me.
Some sharing happening.
Oh, yeah.
Broncos, 14-point loss We talked about the officiating. We talked about the tackling outside of calls that changed the momentum of the game and simple tackling that just went away. The biggest reason they got blown out at home is?
Gosh. Turnovers. Turnover battle.
You were still in that game. By the time that mesh point just broke up.
Mesh point on the zone read, and then a bad decision. Threw a one-on-one proximity ball and left it inside to Pat Bryant. And game was over.
Yeah, I didn't even feel one-on-one. There was help over top.
Yeah.
There was a second defender in there, dude.
It's two-man.
Yeah, I didn't love the decision.
Yeah, it was two-man. You get trail technique from the defensive back. It's the hardest place to throw any kind of back shoulder. Yeah. Not good.
And for the first time in crunch time, I don't know why I felt it. I went there. They almost feel disinterested, or they feel as though this game isn't ours. It hasn't ever been ours. Let's just kind of get into next week. That's what it felt like in the third quarter.
You never really, it was the first time, to your point, this season, there have been games, plenty of them, almost, I'd say 3/4 of them, where offensively, you felt like you were going to get there. Like, we're going to get there. We're going to take over. We're going to do what's needed. And the game just had a feeling of inevitability that wasn't going to happen. I just never felt like it, man. I never felt like it. Like the way that they started, the way that the drop balls and not getting vertical and tight ends running out of bounds. And God, that was a bad game, man. It was a stinker. I would say that game overall was a stinker. And a lot of people are just going to look solely to the defensive side of the football. It was interesting. Sean Payton had a Zoom presser today, and Mike Kliss asked Sean Payton about what's the status of the defense. This is the second straight year where the defense is fading towards the end of the season. And I believe that's clip 2 right there from the Payton Zoom presser. I don't know if you have that. So go ahead and let that roll.
Yes, Sean, this is kind of the second year in a row where your defense is starting to fade a little bit. I was wondering if there's anything.
Mike, I don't buy it. I mean, you can listen. Our defense played pretty well last week, so you look for those trends, and I think our defense has been outstanding this year. They played a good offense yesterday, and look, they struggled. We didn't play well yesterday defensively, but certainly the week before against a good offense, we played well and had a big win. So I don't see it.
34 points against Jacksonville, 26 points against Green Bay, 17 points against a bad Vegas team, 26 points against a hobbled and bad Washington team. The last time they looked dominant was Kansas City?
Yeah, that was good. It wasn't perfect, but it was good.
So all of those games, what do they have in common? Coming out of the bye week.
Post-bye.
They've been snoozy after the bye week.
Post-bye.
And that's the reason why I look at this and I go, it mattered so much to guarantee this win, because you could have had another reset. You could have wiped away the bye week stink with another bye week in week 18 and a 2-week layoff, rather closer to a 3-week layoff going into round 2 of the playoffs if you lock up the 1 seed.
Raj, so there's a thing that
you're forced to do it on the field.
Yeah, there's a thing that I've dealt with throughout my coaching career. There's certain teams that are really, really good at one thing, right? And so for the Broncos, I'd say the one thing, and it's a combination of two, but the one thing is to play heavy pressure-based pressed man coverage, no easy throws, no easy ball out of hand for the quarterback. And I think that's been what has been the calling card for the Broncos to be an elite defense. When I was coaching against Oregon, when Chip Kelly was the head coach there, they had Eric Armstead and DeForest Buckner as their ends. They were massive.
It's pretty good.
And they played these things called, they played a technique, an alignment called a 4-eye, which means that you are lined up just head up over an offensive tackle. You're not outside him. You're not inside him. You're head up directly over an offensive tackle. And literally all those two cats did is they would just get two hands on your tackle, knock him to the backfield, and you could not get movement, even if you tried double teams, because they were so good with their hands, you couldn't get them in and move them at all. At Stanford, we found out a way to to unlock the code, if you will, to discover the code to get them out of those techniques. And you know what it was? We put a tight end on the same side as our receivers in unbalanced formations. Anytime you went into unbalance, they would change, and then their defensive linemen would shift down to the unbalanced formation. And at Sanford, we unlocked that code, and all of a sudden, everybody else started punching the brews. What I think that the code right now for the Denver Broncos defense that's been unlocked in the last 5 weeks since the bye, get into condensed formations, take free access completion throws, make their defensive backs do something they're not comfortable with, which is play in space. You essentially take off man and force man calls to become zone alignments and zone techniques, which frankly, right now, you're not very good at. You're not a great space tackling team. You know why you're not a good space tackling team? Because you don't play that style of football very often. You're good when you take away space. And that's general at football anyway. So here's the next thing. These teams scouted Vance Joseph. They scouted his defense. Well, guess what Vance is paid to do? And I think he will do. Professor Vance Joseph. Make the adjustment. What does that look like? Lock up no matter what. Condensed splits, not condensed splits. Play press man. Stay on them. And if they want to rub and do all that stuff, cool. Get to the quarterback before they do. What I don't want to see is I don't want to see alignments where Riley Moss, Pat Surtain II, Jaquan McMillan, Jahdae Barron are playing 7 to 9 yards off of receivers. Because that's not who you are. It's not your identity. But they found something formationally to unlock that.
The fact that they're being forced into that quickly here, is that the reason why Nick Bonito has gone relatively silent since the bye week?
The ball's out.
He only has 7 quarterback pressures since coming out of the bye. Again, against not great quarterback play in those first 2 weeks, Washington and Vegas. Now, Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence, vastly different conversations as compared to those two teams. The first few weeks of the season, here's his pressure. 4, week 1, 1, week 2, 5, week 3, 2, 3, 2 in the preceding weeks or the weeks after that. In weeks 4, 5, and 6, man, like he has gone cold. He's gone silent.
Quarterbacks aren't holding on to the football like they were holding on to the football earlier in the season because you're finding ways to get free access, easy, uninterrupted routes. And that's what I see right now.
KJ's NFL Notes coming up next. Don't go anywhere. 303-504-0925 on a Rally House Football Monday. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes, and Sean Payton had his typical Monday Zoom presser. Shocker, coming off of a loss, he was salty. KJ, what's first?
Rod, you hit it on the head, and he was salty about this little comment from yesterday's postgame presser from Liam Cohen.
You know, a small market team like us can come into a place like Mile High and get it done.
Well, with that being said, Luka Evans, Sean Payton, their weekly little tiff-taff, and here it goes, 90 seconds of just
It had to be Luka, didn't it?
It
had to be. Evan, I can't wait to hear this one.
This is going to be good. Here we go.
Hey, Sean. It seemed like just kind of throughout the week, obviously Jacksonville is kind of, the underdog narrative. But it seemed like they took a little bit, Liam Cohen, of bulletin board material from the smaller market comments. Did you see that? What did you make of just kind of their attitude and response?
Well, you asked me if I saw it. You heard it. You were there. What'd you think?
No, I'm asking you about.
No, you were there for the press conference. Wednesday's press conference.
Basically, yours on.
Yeah, my press conference, and it was very complimentary. And those guys are playing outstanding football, and so that topic came up strictly because, hey, not enough of the country has seen how good these guys are playing. So, but you were there for the press conference. So what'd you think?
I mean, to me.
Credit. Well, the point is, though, listen, that was a good job by Liam. He's looking for a rallying cry, but obviously, if you're listening to the press conference, the intentions was strictly, hey, quietly, these guys are sitting here right near the top of the AFC. They're ready to win their division. And look, I spent 16 years in a small market, so it was just a way for a coach to take it and use it to his advantage. But you were there for the press conference.
I do agree with Sean Payton. If you listen back to the first comments, he was like, small market, but they're really good.
No, it was an entirely complimentary.
It wasn't a slap in the face.
But when we started to hear, remember we played the right after the Devon Vele trade during training camp, was it not? Is that training camp?
Right at the end.
Yeah, right at the end.
Tail end of training camp. Remember that there was some stuff kind of spun up a little bit about him dropping Jacksonville's.
Yeah, but that wasn't about their market size.
No,
he just told people that they were in the mix.
But I would say he was lumping Jacksonville in and frankly giving their business out when they didn't want their business out, because they have players on their roster that don't want to believe that they're looking for a wide receiver 2 or a wide receiver 3. Like, that could have been Parker Washington. They're like, you need a Devon Vele? I'm right here, bud. And they also didn't want to be lumped in there with New Orleans or I believe it was the New York Jets at the time. Like, there were like some bad teams that Sean Payton kind of lumped them into with the conversation.
Poor Luka, man. You can tell he is, every time he cracks the mic, and he's a good reporter, dude.
Well, he asks the questions that everybody else is scared to ask. And you know what? Tip the cap, dude.
And you can tell every time he like, when you tense your shoulders up when you're about to get hit, or you say something off color
brace yourself
next to your
for
wife,
contact,
and you're about to get hit, and you kind of do that.
Yeah, when you're driving and you say something, you just expect a whack right on the side of the arm.
Yeah, you pop your right shoulder up to make sure she doesn't hit you in the
jugular.
jugular.
A little semi-flex.
Yeah. It sounds like Luka's doing that every time he cracks the mic to talk to him.
I love it.
Poor guy.
You know what, though? He doesn't back down. And that's why I respect him as a reporter.
You know who's going to end up loving him? Sean.
No, he's not.
I think he's going to, in a couple of years, if Luka's still here, still doing it, I think he and Sean are going to have a great relationship.
On the trajectory that Luke is on right now, he's going to be covering New York's media here pretty soon. He's going to be.
I dealt with that guy. It can handle your coach.
Right. I mean, that's what happened.
Brian Daboll? You think that guy's tough?
He was the guy that asked Lincoln Riley the hard questions in the LA market, and Lincoln Riley freaking banned him. And everybody's like, no, he's just asking good questions. Like, guys, just relax.
KJ, what's next?
Evan.
Well, before we get to my next story here is Sean Payton from last Wednesday at the end of his press conference when he was talking to Luka. This is just like another little jab he threw at him.
But you're my gun tempo guy, so.
He's just like, every time he's got a little something for Luka, every time he asks a question. So I guess that's just become their relationship. Rod, you may end up being right in the end. Who knows? We'll see. But we heard from Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen earlier in the show about small markets and, joking around and things of that nature. Trevor Lawrence decided to get in on the fun last night as well, and he decided to hit the angle of, do they want to be respected or not?
Will this team get respect, and do you care?
No, I hope not, honestly. Hope we don't get any. So everybody out there, just keep it up. It's great. So, it was a big game, and just proud of the guys. It was fun.
I mean, dude, that guy, he's been through a lot in his NFL playing career. He's a different player than he was when he came into this league. He's a different player than he was in his third year. That guy's battle tested. He's been hardened. He's been calloused. He's got a little something to him. He used to be the guy, I would say very similar to Bo Nix. After a victory when he was at Clemson, first year in the NFL, microphone goes in front of him, always would give the, almost like the script was written by Tim Tebow.
Yeah, the PR answer.
The PR answer, right? That dude's got a little darkness to him now, man. Like, I was listening to some of his stuff, like coming off the fields, even in the locker room. He's not exactly the same kid that grew up in West Georgia and Bible Belt. He's got a little something. He got a little edge to him now.
I'll admit it. I was wrong. I was not scared of Trevor Lawrence. DMac all last week tried to tell us you should be scared of how well he's playing right now.
When you have so many hot takes like DMac does for an entire season, guess what's going to eventually happen? One's going to stick.
Boy who cried wolf is what you're saying?
Yeah, one's going to end up sticking.
I should have been nervous. He looked like Clemson version of Trevor Lawrence, I guess.
He looked like Clemson version, but also like smart NFL version. Like he ran intelligently. Like that was the thing I thought. I think he was going to physically.
His ability, that third down that he dove forward for, that, again, there were multiple plays that like ended the game, quote unquote. The fumble, the interception from Bo Nix, that little scramble that he had on the short side of the field where he evades two blitzers, steps back into the middle, and then dives forward with his hands forward was situational beauty.
Raj, what you were pointing to as the reason why the Broncos were going to destroy the Jaguars and why Trevor Lawrence wasn't going to be good was that he was going to turn the football over.
Yeah, he didn't.
He didn't really even have any plays where the ball was in like any semblance of harm's way.
Hufanga nearly had a pick early in this game.
Yeah, but it still was like, I mean, he had to get there early. That was a missed PI.
It sure was. It was bang bang, but if you
it was a missed
slow
PI.
it down, missed PI.
Yep.
KJ rolled on.
Evan.
The Steelers picked up a 29-24 win over the Detroit Lions, but the story around the NFL is what their wide receiver DK Metcalf did with an altercation with the fan during the game. The CBS broadcast, they were able to pick it up, and there was a guy in a blue wig who was hanging over the first row, just talking trash, so we thought. Metcalf walked up to the fan, grabbed him by the collar, pulled him closer, said a few words, and then forcefully shoved him back. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reported this morning that Metcalf previously wanted that same fan booted out last year when he was with the Seahawks. So I guess these two people, this fan and DK have like a little bit of a history here. Metcalf left last night without talking to the media, but the Detroit Free Press, not us, were able to catch up with Ryan Kennedy, the fan, and he said, quote, "I called him that, and then he grabbed me and ripped my shirt. I'm a little shocked, like everyone's talking to me. I'm a little rattled, but I just want the Lions to win, baby." And at the end of the day, that's all he wanted, end quote. And so beyond that, he said all he called him was by his name, but we have some conflicting reports because Chad Ochocinco, he believes his sources are correct on this. These are the actual words that were used.
Yeah, I'm just, I got word. Obviously, I'm not condoning, putting your hands on the fan or punching the fan, but he did call him a racial slur. He called him the N-word, and he did call his mama. And I think with those words being exchanged and the fans saying that, I think that's where the action, occurred, where he threw. I think he threw a punch. I'm not sure if he connected or whatever, but that's a bad combination. A bad combination, right. and it caused DK to react.
Not a good look on either side.
I hate these situations, man, for everybody involved. Because I mean, I don't think in a stadium environment you're going to be able to get a real, authentic transcript of what happened.
Right.
What transcribed. What was transcribed. So I just hate it, man. I hate it for everybody involved. And it was an ugly scene. You know, I've coached players. I've been a part of, as a coach, I would say like nothing can compare as me, a white man, being called that word. Nothing.
You'll never know.
Never, never, never. However, I have been called things and been like I've had family members called things to me from members of the audience. And you do want to lay hands. You do. You can't. It's just the nature of entertainment industry, football being one of the most prominent entertainment dollars in American culture. You can't do it.
You got to put a moat around the fans. You have to swim across the moat in order to get to a fan at this point.
I know. It's hard, man. It's hard.
Yeah, again, I'll never know what that feels like, so I can't, I guess, blame DK for having a visceral reaction to something if that is the case and that's what was said. On the other side of the equation, you can't ever touch a fan. And I would expect that he is suspended by the league, or at least some sort of massive fine gets levied against him. Even if you don't throw the punch, him grabbing the shirt and pulling him down a little bit, it's automatic. Like it's automatically suspendable.
Yep.
KJ, what's next, man?
Evan.
The Houston Texans got another close win to stay in touch with Jacksonville for the AFC South title after beating the Las Vegas Raiders 23-21. Pete Carroll, head coach of the Raiders, he didn't mince words when he explained why the Texans are the best defense in the league right now.
This is the best defense in the NFL, and they've been doing it week in and week out and been on a roll.
Pete, what about that Texans defense makes them the best in the league, as you just said?
Yeah. Nobody asked me that. I'm glad you asked. Because I see something in what D'Amico's done with these guys in acquiring, recruiting, however it is, to get guys that really can play the game. This is a really loaded defense, not size, weight, speed-wise. They are in terms of their playmaking ability. The linebackers, we didn't see their top guy today, but the linebackers and the safeties and the corners, they don't all have. They're not the biggest. They're not the fastest. They're just terrific football players. And they've found the scheme that comes out of the San Francisco background. They recognize that calls for the ends to play like they play, and they've just played right and recruited kind of and drafted to the strengths of the style that they want to play with. I think it's a really important thing to notice for D.
Thoughts? Today, would you stand by the fact that the Houston Texans are the best defense right now in the National Football League?
Yeah. Especially after Denver's performance yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, you kind of lost the title a little bit.
Yep, you did. You're still very good.
Very good. Hopefully that hopefully we can continue to perpetuate that.
Missing Brandon Jones sucks, man.
It's not good. You know what Brandon Jones is? He's a real two-way safety.
Mm-hmm.
He actually is a three-way safety. He plays the roof effectively, meaning if he wants to be the middle field safety, play center field, he's really good there. He's a good cover player, and he's also a good box player as well. He does it all.
I saw a lot of people banging the table for Justin Simmons. Hasn't played this year, 32 years of age. Last time he played a full season was 2024 with Atlanta. Last time he was in Denver was 2 full seasons ago in 2023 when he was a Pro Bowler and a second-team AP All-Pro.
Would you kick the tires?
Yes. After what PJ Locke showed me yesterday?
Is there any reason to believe?
Of course.
Is there any reason to believe that there's some type of weirdness between Sean Payton's athlete? Do we think Sean Payton himself has a strange, has a varied view of Justin Simmons for whatever reason?
The Colts are playing Phillip Rivers as their quarterback. I don't care what your estranged view is on Justin Simmons being the lone holdout on this team going back to 2 and 3 and 4 coaches ago. I don't care. PJ Locke showed you he cannot play a full game's worth of starting snaps. He can't do it.
That's true.
Why not? What would it hurt? Even if Justin can't play, you have a fake football game. You essentially have a preseason game to play on Thursday. Call him up today. Get him in the building tomorrow. Yes, he does.
He was part of Vance Joseph's first year back, and I believe was he also part of VJ's?
He would have been here
right?
when VJ was head coach.
So he knows it.
Dude, plug that guy in, treat it like a preseason game, and allow Justin to have 60% of the snaps on defense and make your judgment against a C-level Chiefs team whether or not he can play.
Yeah, what do you lose?
There is nothing to lose here. Give him a call. I bet you he's still in shape. He loves this place.
Remember how good of a blitzer he was too? A really good edge blitzer.
Ball hawk. It's the one thing that the defense doesn't do is take the ball away. You want to bring in a ball hawking safety? Justin Simmons is that guy.
Justin Simmons, I don't know exactly the height difference between he and PJ Locke or he and Brandon Jones. He just seems longer. Like he seems rangier as a middle of the field safety.
Justin Simmons is 6'2", 202. PJ Locke 5'10", 202.
That's very significant, Raj. And they look at too when you're at training camp.
Brandon Jones is 6'1", 190.
And
he would tower over the rest of your defensive backs.
To be fair, I don't think, except for JL Skinner, who actually they started playing JL Skinner at the end. Basically a special teams guy. He started playing in meaningful drives.
Call Justin Simmons yesterday. That performance had to be enough.
If Sean's ego and or pride gets in the way of saying, I moved on from him, so I'm not going to go back on that. Who cares? Win games. Get to the number 1 seed. You got it right within your control. I agree.
KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them like I did for my garage fridge because we have so much milk that is left over and getting ready for daycare that starts in a couple of weeks. Find them online at mountainhighappliance.com. We're taking care of you guys this holiday season by giving you the best chance to win the very best gift, and that's the gift of Avs hockey. Make sure you tune in all day tomorrow for your chance to win tickets to the Avs and Kings on December 29th. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. You can find them in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. Nuggets back at it tonight, 6:30 pregame shows. They take on Utah. Give me two.
The Utah Jazz. Did you see their head coach? I forgot the guy's name. It's like the obscure guy who's been there, and his like career win-loss record is like he has like a .310 winning percentage. Absolutely, he was caught on not a hot mic, but just a fan was recording him just eviscerating his team and dropping every F-bomb known to mankind. I was like, okay, all right. Didn't know you had it in you, Mr. Utah.
Should be a good one to get back on track after it felt like the gas kind of let out of the tank. After that long run of wins, not having a full team, eventually you're going to run into a good playoff team, and that is Houston, looking for some revenge after what happened 2 games prior. Kevin Durant and Bruce Brown hating each other is going to make fun for a possible playoff matchup and playoff series against them. Nothing like renewing some hatred for Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
We used to really hate him here in Denver because he went from an already good team to an already great team.
Yeah.
To get his one ring. And that was, it coincided with the Andre Iguodala thing, leaving Denver. And it obviously made you feel sour. And you looked at that player with a little bit of a side-eye glance and go, did you really need to do that? Like you're good enough. One of the greatest, if not the best scorer that we've seen the last 30 years. You didn't need to do that. Now that's renewing some hatred for me. On the opposite side of that equation, Pat Bryant released from the hospital, diagnosed with just a concussion.
Okay.
After a really scary hit at the end of the game. It was 35 seconds or so. Bit of a hospital ball thrown from Knicks to Bryant.
I know a lot of people, social media, the aggregating accounts love to just talk about this stuff. The ball was high, without question. The defender that obliterated him was not actually in coverage. He was covering Evan Ingram. And it was a terrific effort, terrific catch there by Pat Bryant.
For him to stick that ball for a second.
It was unreal. It was a great effort.
Good on you.
Pat Bryant's a dog, man. Did he play great yesterday before, obviously, that hit? Not necessarily. He had a ball that was thrown behind him that I thought he could have made that could have potentially helped extend a drive for the Broncos. They just didn't get the throw, didn't get the play, didn't get the catch. Outside of RJ Harvey, with his contact balance shown, just wasn't anything spectacular that happened at the skill position from the Broncos. Would you agree with that?
Sutton had a good game. He had a
good
good game, but you're not typically looking for Cortland to make these spectacular SportsCenter top 10 plays. Now, when you get into the red zone, he is a jump ball hero, and I suppose you could get into that SC top 10 category there, but Cortland had the game that I kind of expect from him day in and day out.
Yeah. No, the
6
problem
to 8
is
catches, 80 some odd yards, maybe a touchdown every other game. That's what I expect from Cortland.
The problem that I see right now is that you could very easily minimize the impact of Cortland Sutton if you choose to. He's the type of player that you could take away. And the unfortunate nature, and we had a chance to talk last week with one of the voices in Jacksonville radio. Evan Ingram just hasn't been the guy that you've hoped he would be. And he was, in my opinion, target number 2 going into the year with his career production.
He had one impact play up the left sideline.
Did you like that he stepped out of bounds?
Nope. There were an extra 3 or 4 yards you could have cut to the middle for. And
potentially more.
Yeah, I did not like that he stepped out of bounds.
If you are who you were billed to be as the Joker, you don't catch. It was a good catch. I will say it was a good catch, kind of outstretched. Not a terrifically accurate throw. Great anticipation, great read by Bo Nix. He had to extend, catch it. His momentum was kind of carrying him towards the sideline. But once he reestablished his momentum, I saw a lot of green grass on the inside of the field. I'll tell you this, Parker Washington was finding that green grass. He was fighting for every damn yard. Is that hard to do? No, it's not. That should be the standard. Where I come from, man, and the background I have with tight ends don't go out of bounds voluntarily. You are a wrecking ball on the sideline, or you look for more contact. You are a contact-hungry football player. You don't get the opportunity to do it very often. So when you do get it, make the defenders, those pencil necks receivers or the corners and DBs, safeties, make them deal with your big physical nature, and you're not doing it.
Yeah, I thought it was a little odd that he stepped out there. And to say that Pat Bryant just had a concussion is not me demeaning the level of concussion. If you guys listen to the show, you know that I have a very long history and many of them, as does Coach Sanford.
Yeah, and you know that bad moments on this radio program can be directly linked.
P-brain moments
they can be directly linked to some history.
There's just some CTE creeping up in the background.
Both of us have a history here in this on these airwaves. What I would say, and I agree with you.
When I say just a concussion, I mean concussion and no other injuries.
Compared to being like laying motionless for how long was Pat Bryant on the and then leaving it?
Anytime you leave on a stretcher scares. It should scare you.
Yeah, this is it's. I'm glad that he's released. I liked what Pat Bryant was doing this year. You have that bad of a concussion.
I don't think I need to see Pat Bryant till the playoffs.
Yeah,
how's that?
I'm good with that.
You have more than enough receivers to take up the slack. You can utilize Marvin Mims a little bit more in the passing
I saw it
game.
early on. There were some good signs for Mimsy. Troy Franklin a little quiet. Yep.
Not as quiet as Nick Bonito was.
Yeah,
I need to see more out of him. It's been 4 weeks since he has made a big time impact for the defense. Absolutely need to see more out of number 15. If you're going to be that guy and you're going to get paid that much, you have to impact games. Maybe it's not every game. Maybe that's a little bit too much to ask for a guy who's not at the level of a Myles Garrett or a TJ Watt. But when you are the 1B or the tier 2 to that type of player, it's got to be every other game.
The one thing I love about Nick Bonito is while he was on a milk carton, he's a very honest individual. He was asked in the locker room by 9 News' very own Scotty Gange about how he played, and this is what he had to say.
I played ass today. I mean, I don't think I played to my standard. I feel like I could have been a lot better. I didn't come ready to play today, and it kind of reflected on the rest of the defense.
It doesn't get much more brutally honest than that.
Yeah, good on you.
And Nick Bonito is the one who cited, we just haven't looked the same since the bye week. So he said that even before anybody was able to extrapolate any stats and throw it out there on the worldwide interweb for everybody to see. He's right. And so Nick Bonito being the face of this franchise. In fact, I just recently this weekend was rubbing elbows with somebody in this community that sold him a house. Like, he's a long-term Denver Bronco, man. He got his big long-term deal. He's a great football player. The person said that he's an awesome human being to deal with. He knows that he needs to respond. There's a lot of response that needs to happen in the next 10 days. It's a little more than that. It's about 13.
On the text line, the 748, we've been going back and forth about it. We mentioned it a segment ago because PJ Locke was so bad yesterday. So bad in my eyes. I think you should take a look at Justin Simmons. And we were talking about his interceptions and his ability to take the football away, which is something that this Broncos team, while the defense is great and smothering and is bend, don't break, they don't really take the football away all that often. And we got the text coming in saying, hey, what the hell are you talking about? He never got interceptions. I would like to point out the stat that since 2016, without playing a single snap this year, Justin Simmons has the second most interceptions in the NFL since 2016.
32.
Yeah, he takes away the ball all the time. And then the retort being, well, he never made impact plays. I'll respond with, the Broncos were never an impact team when he was here. You should kick the tires on Justin Simmons, man.
See if he can be an impact player on a team that has some significant impact that it's making.
Can't be worse than what PJ Locke did on Sunday.
Got to get the ball back.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson was behind the glass today. Appreciate you, fellas. I'm Alex Ryan, ME PhD, has more Broncos reaction on a Rally House Football Monday. Nuggets tonight starting at 6:30 against the Jazz. Don't miss it on 92.5.
We haven't been playing our type of ball since the bye week, I feel like, and we just got to be better.
You can't spit it out. You have to swallow it. That's the truth.
Okay.
Let's start with that.
Let's start with that.
You can't spit it out. You have to swallow it. That's the truth.
Mike Sanford has a new nickname for Sean. It's Sean Tua. So
You can't spit it out. You have to swallow it. That's the truth.
you have to try not to be like we're middle school kids when we hear that sort of comment and take it for what it's worth as adults. But welcome to the show, boys.
Howdy, howdy.
Sean got into it with Luca again earlier today, about an hour or so ago. So we can hear that. Kind of dismissed Mike Kliss as well. We can get into that too. So this is the latest and greatest with Sean.
Was that today?
That was today. That was on the conference call
both those
today.
things today.
Mhm.
Because I thought he was pretty good hat in hand after the game yesterday.
Yeah. What do you want to hear?
I've seen him grumpier after wins.
Yeah.
Than I saw him yesterday. I thought he was more. And when he said, "Hey, it's on me," well, good on there.
Well, they got their ass kicked. Let's talk about the game, and I can play you. Hang in there. I'll play you the Sean stuff with Kliss, and the whole like small market thing is kind of an issue, but in general.
Well, started out, Bo Nix looked pretty good at the beginning. We're like, here we go. Bo's going to do it again. And then, my expectation going into this game was that Trevor Lawrence was going to he was going to revert to the means, right? He was going to revert to the means over the course of his career going up against great Broncos defense. And sadly, Trevor was not the one that reverted to the means. It was our guy, Bo Nix. Bo reverted to the law of averages. He'd been so good for the last 3 weeks. And, last week after that Green Bay game, the question was, did he just raise the bar and that's the new standard, or was he going to be chasing that? And unfortunately, it was a collapse. Sean Payton, and I'll wrap it up here quick, sorry. Sean Payton was not good in that game plan. I mean, our running game was working. We abandoned it. And then, of course, defensive struggles now 2 weeks in a row. And unfortunately, I think that game was a reality check. Trevor Lawrence, and I don't get to watch a lot of Jacksonville games, and I don't go back and watch Jacksonville tape or anything like that. But maybe one of the best I've seen him look. They had a stat early in the game. He had something like 13 or 15 dropbacks. He was pressured on 9 and sacked on 3. Okay. And I thought he was brilliant. They got to him 5 times. I'm sure we could find it how many times he was pressured. I thought Trevor Lawrence won the game for Jacksonville. He did it with his legs, and he did it with his arms. That looked like a top 5 quarterback in his performance yesterday. And I know the defense gave a lot of points. I think they get 10 or 14 off of turnovers. But I'm telling you what, that looked like a pro quarterback in that game yesterday. Listen, he was pressured. He was hit. He got touched, and he stood up there to it.
Sacked 5 times, quarterback hits 14.
Come on now. Pretty good. On how many pass attempts?
36? 36.
I mean, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
That's standing in the face of pressure. Yeah.
Sacks are kind of a weird stat. In general, sacks are generally a huge positive, but there are sacks that are not as impactful. Like if you run an RPO or something and you tackle him by his feet and he falls like an inch short of the line of scrimmage. Yeah, that counts as a sack. Well, that ain't the same thing as getting blasted for an 8-9 yard loss or something.
No, but if you do that, then you get a penalty.
Well, we can go there if you want. You got to be for that penalty?
When you see it in slow, and Tyler said this for the entire time. Wait, are we talking about the lock hit?
Yes.
Yeah. But you've been saying this for the entire time we've done shows together, that when you slow it down, it looks horrible. I mean, it looks like, okay, you can see the body language of Lawrence giving up, kind of relaxing his body right before the hit, which probably saved him, to be honest with you. Just kind of relax a little bit. Well, he's got to let up. But when you're in full motion going, that's a hard get. Even Dean Bandino or whatever the judge they always go back to, he goes, man, that's tough. That's tough. I actually thought this is one of the rare occasions that when you slowed it down, I thought it looked actually better for PJ Locke. Really? Because when you really listen to when that whistle was blowing versus the time that he took like an extra step, after that whistle was blowing. He would have had to been Superman to be able to stop his momentum in that situation.
And it's funny. I think when they did the first replay, they did it in real time or somebody, and the crowd was so you couldn't hear the whistle.
Right.
I mean, on their and they got boom mics and everything else. You could hardly hear the whistle even in that.
Yeah, I honestly don't think he should even get fined for that hit. He probably will because the NFL does that. But he should appeal it, and he should argue that I literally could not hear the whistle.
Being there in person, to me, just my take on it from where I was sitting, it seemed beyond obvious that the play was over and he hit him. Like,
have you seen the clip though, the rerun of it, like been able to hear the whistle versus when he actually hit him?
I went back and watched the game again today, and I think from Lawrence's posture and when the whistle happened, I think Locke had plenty of time to ease up on it. In my opinion.
Yeah, I strongly disagree on that. I mean, I think it was whistle, one extra step, hit. That was it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I thought when you go,
I thought it was beyond obvious. The play was
when you go slow motion. I didn't when the play went live. I didn't think it was obvious. To me, when it went slow motion, just because you can see his body go, play's over, and then boom, a half second later he's. I think it's a tough. It didn't cost you the game. They did go on and score that, and that would have been because they had a procedure penalty. It would have been,
you're
15
you're
yards.
playing a really good team and a really good quarterback and a weasel-ass coach who's a phony POS as far as I'm concerned. Can't wait to get into that a little bit. But I'm not. It's been a long time since I despised a coach. I can't even tell you the last coach that I had a beef with. But I think this Liam Cohen guy.
Prime.
No, that's a little different. That's different. I get the joke, but that's a little different. No, I just think Cohen is. Well, we'll get into the small market.
I tell you what, he's done a number on that program.
Oh, I got you.
He's done a number on that program.
Oh, I get it. I know what he's done, and maybe you need to do that when you're okay. Well, we'll get into it in a little bit. The other penalty that stood out was Malcolm Roach falling on Trevor Lawrence. That's a tough one, man, because there's not a lot he can do. And that's got to be more I guess you just got to hate the rule rather than the call, because the call was by the rule. So I don't know how you guys feel about it, but it doesn't leave the referees a lot of wiggle room what to call right there.
No, but let's be clear. Were the referees bad? Sure. Yep, they've been bad for a while.
Across the league, by the way.
Yeah, this game's not on the referees.
No.
I okay, cool. It was annoying. I feel bad for Malcolm Roach. But this game was not on the referees. The call of BJ Locke, not on the referees. None of it was on the referees. This is the team that got their butt wet.
But do you agree with that? That's as good as I've seen Trevor Lawrence look. In the
pressure
last
week he looked pretty good, but
but like I said, I didn't go back and watch that game, so I don't know. But watching him, because I've been a critic of him, because we had the one guy from Jacksonville, 3 head coaches and 4 offensive coordinators in his 5 years in the league. Maybe Cohen's now the guy that's going to get things settled for him, and he's going to show out. He was the first pick in the draft for a reason. He did have one of the greatest college senior years in the history of college football.
Yep.
So we know he can play a little bit. Listen, I walked away from that game going, dude, I was wrong. This guy can play when I saw that game. And
Trevor Lawrence has been playing like this, not all year. It hasn't been all year.
But the winning streak he has.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, you want to face him in the playoffs?
Yes. Well, you're going to face good teams in the playoffs. I am dying for the Broncos to play the Jaguars again in the playoffs. I cannot wait. I hope that is who the Broncos face in the AFC Championship game. Now, it's got to be the AFC Championship game. You're going to play somebody good. And I'm not trying to talk them down at all. I mean, there was somebody on this show who was talking about, hey, look out for the Jags. I mean,
You cry wolf once, and every once in a while the wolf will come.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
That's what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've cried wolf like eight times this year, and this is like the first time it bit him.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just take that for what it is.
So Thursday night, you gonna cry wolf yet?
If I do not, you know what the spread is? Do you guys know what the spread is?
I don't pay attention.
Do you know what the spread is? 12.5. I don't like that spread. I think the Broncos win relatively easily by 10 or so. 12.5 is tough.
If I know we're projecting, but if the Broncos were to lose Christmas night,
that Epic disaster.
They're done.
It would be such a disaster. It's hard to even imagine it aside from like the whole any given Sunday sort of deal.
Now, the NFL.
I don't know. We don't get this defense right. I mean, last week I wrote it off. Last week I was just like, you know what? You played a great team. You played the Green Bay Packers. It's okay if the defense look human. That's 2 games in a row now. And I think it really started with the Commanders game, if you're really being honest. That's when Bo Nix started playing good football, but this Broncos defense started getting exposed a little bit against that Commanders game.
And I'll give you that. Your offense still put up 20 points.
Oh, well, let me ask you this: Who's got a better team, the Jags or the Packers?
Right now, I think the Jags.
Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, going into the game, I felt like it was the Packers. I feel differently now.
Who's a better quarterback, Jordan Love, right now? Not
Trevor
history.
Lawrence.
Right now, Trevor Lawrence or Jordan Love?
Yeah, Trevor's playing. He's elite in the NFL right now.
He's playing top 5 quarterback right now.
Yeah. You weren't going to get away with mistakes against this Jags team. You weren't going to do it. You weren't going to be -2 and win. You weren't going to doink a field goal and win. You weren't going to, it wasn't a lot of penalties. It was 6 penalties to 2. But the Jags only had 2 calls on them. I mean, you weren't going to lose in penalties. Broncos had 100 more yards, total yards.
Well, you had more
didn't matter.
passing yards, more rushing yards.
Yeah, because you were chasing.
Yeah.
And the more rushing yards was like 20.
And
It
they
wasn't
still
sizable.
need to find a new running back.
There were impressive moments from RJ. He had the best run of his career.
Yeah, the problem is he's just not an every down back. He's still not. Obviously, that was a phenomenal run.
Yeah.
It was great. Broke a tackle or 2. End up for a touchdown. Highlight reels. That's what he's made for. But we did not draft an every down running back. That's not what we drafted.
It was funny. I was watching the Cleveland Bills game, and I'm watching Judkins, who was drafted ahead of RJ Harmon. Like, oh my God, look at that guy. They could have had Judkins. Then, he breaks his leg in 2, and he's just gone. And it makes you realize how fragile everything is.
Everything.
It's kind of crazy. The Pat Bryant situation, I want to dig into that, what you guys thought. And from all reports, it sounds like he's okay. But I want to get into how that happened, why it happened.
If only a concussion is okay.
Well, sure, compared to what he looked like when he was being carried off the field. I mean, let's be honest, that looked scary as hell. And, we'll get into it. Plus, we'll hear Sean talk about the defense, Tyler, questioning whether they're leaky or not. And, yes, another conflict with our pal Luka Evans about the small market comments and the motivation the Jaguars used for it. Plus, Brucey B versus Kevin Durant. Would that be a more interesting fight than Paul against Joshua? And would you take $120 million to have your face caved in? Like
Dude, he busted that jaw up, didn't he?
Oh, my God. It's PHC on 92.5.
Hey guys, gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I want you to know that you don't have to do that any longer. Just pick up the phone, call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Whether you've got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, Advanced Hair Restoration can help you out with all of those things. Their advanced FUE is incredible. Nobody can offer anything like it. Guys, what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration, well, there's a lot of things I love, but you're going to go into Advanced Hair Restoration. You're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, absolutely fantastic. The best of the best at what they do. And Advanced Hair Restoration believes in what they do so much that they're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Yeah, it's tough to go on a 12-game streak or 11, whichever one it was. And then we got hit in the mouth today, and they played a good game. And, we let it get away. But you'd rather have it hit you now than the first round of the playoffs. And, wouldn't call it a wake-up call because we were playing well. It's just one of those that'll reset you and put you back and get you back to, where you need to be. It'll put you in a good mindset if you'll let it. And, like I said, you can't let this one linger. We got to move on and attack this week on just a short couple days.
Can this loss be a good thing? Was it necessary? Two different questions, I suppose. But let's just start with, can it be a good thing?
Sure. I mean, yeah, of course it can be a good thing. You can use anything as a rallying cry. You could use a 14-game winning streak as a good thing. A loss is a good thing. It's always about how you respond and how you're able to coach through it after. You won't know. It's certainly not a guarantee that it's going to be a good thing. My concern with calling it a good thing is that it actually doesn't feel like it was a one-off. It actually, now in hindsight, feels like this had been building through a defense that is starting to get figured out. And that's why I'm a little bit hesitant to just be like, yeah, it's going to be a good thing. No, actually, I think the team is starting to figure out a game plan on how to attack this Broncos defense.
Well, it seemed like, and I know you're going to do your breakdown tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. I'll probably start tonight.
Well, you're going to be on the air tomorrow. I hope you start tonight, not tomorrow night.
Yeah, thank you.
Might be good. I felt like they went real base a lot in the second half. A lot more four-man rushes. Didn't trick things up much. They did a lot in the first half, but it didn't seem like in the second half there was as much more than just a four, maybe a five-man rush at times.
Well, I mean, the pass rush was not a problem. So
didn't seem like it.
If you're able to get home with just four guys, that's the most ideal way to go about it.
Yeah.
Here's Alex Singleton about the naysayers out there.
Today, making those tackles, stuff like that. Just little tiny things that got us where, we're a 12-win team. I'm not going to sit here and let you guys on our parade. We have 2 games to go be the number 1 seed in the AFC.
We're not going to let you on our parade, you naysayers. We're a 12-win team. I like that attitude.
That's a good attitude.
I do like that attitude.
Yeah.
Sean was asked about the leaky defense by Mike Kliss this morning.
Yeah, Sean, this is kind of the second year in a row where your defense is starting to fade a little bit. I was wondering if there's anything you can
Mike, I don't buy it. I mean, you can listen. Our defense played pretty well last week, so you look for those trends, and I think our defense has been outstanding this year. They played a good offense yesterday, and look, they struggled. We didn't play well yesterday defensively, but certainly the week before against a good offense, we played well and had a big win. So I don't see it.
Okay, so which is it? You gave up 17 to the Raiders, who are terrible. That's all right. But in the past month, you've given up 34, 26, and 26. So is that a leaky defense? Is there a problem there?
Yeah, it's a leaky defense. I wanted to write it off and just assume that it was an anomaly, but we've got enough evidence right now that teams are moving the ball. Now, look, do I think it's a bad defense? No, not at all. Do I think you're still capable of winning the NFL playoffs with the defense you've got right now? Yeah, you can. Unfortunately, unlike the majority of the season, it's going to require cooperation from the offense as well.
Yeah, because they had a horrible third down percentage yesterday, right? I mean, that's another thing. That was when the defense kind of wore down last year. Go back and look at how many, 3 of 14, 4 of 11, or whatever they are.
Broncos were 8 of 15, or the Jaguars were 8 of 15, or you gave up. And by the way, that is actually kind. That is a result just of, the game being late and whatever. It was worse. I mean, at one point I remember, I think the Jags were 3 for 3 in the red zone and 6 for 9 on third down or something. I mean, they were killing you. You were getting destroyed on third down. They were converting it seemed like every third down and converting in the red zone. 2 areas where the Broncos defense going into the game was, first and first. The Broncos had the best third down defense, the best red zone defense. And Jacksonville was converting like nobody's business. Why was that, Tyler?
I I mean, I don't have the exact answers, but it probably starts with first and second down and what you're able to do there, right? I mean, when you're able to put yourself in third and manageable situations and keep it easy for a good quarterback, well, these things happen.
Yeah, and conversely, you were 5 of 14.
You were 5 or 14.
Yeah. And
Gosh, the game started, and I was like, here we go. We got Bo again. Let's go. You know what I mean? Like he looked hot. Defense looked hot at the beginning. First 3 series for our defense was great.
Mm-hmm.
And then light switch went off for both.
Well, again, and I did the same thing with the Nuggets. You give them 10 points off your turnovers. The fumble, was it the fumble or the interception? One of the two was down like on their 30, like plus 30, right, for them, or 35, something like that. So you give them points off turnovers, and your offense puts 20 points up. That's not good enough. I know Kansas City's broken and beat, and last game they didn't play anybody, so we'll see what happens Thursday night. I bet you they play better Thursday night than they did Sunday. That being said, you should win the game. But from here on in, you ain't playing dogs. You ain't playing we can just get by, with 20 points a game or 17. I don't think you can do that.
You might get by against Kansas City. They're so bad right now. It's
well, then Minshew got hurt too.
Yeah, he's out for the year with an ACL.
Yeah.
So they're bringing in a kid that was drafted in the 7th round in 2022 by Pittsburgh that went to South Dakota State that I think needs a name tag for his teammates to recognize him. And I don't think they have any time to bring in like Elvis Gerback. I don't think Rich Gannon.
Trent Green.
Yeah. Keep going. I mean, how deep do you want to go with old retired Chiefs
but again,
quarterbacks?
I still think the offense is an issue as well.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, are you going to beat in the playoffs? You can say you got to play the Chargers in the playoffs. You're going to beat them scoring 20?
If you play like you did yesterday, you will lose as soon as you play in the playoffs, if you play like that yesterday. Now, you got to give all the credit in the world to Jacksonville, okay? I mean, that is and they are a disrespected team, okay? They are. And why? It's not because they're on an unfair playing field personnel-wise. Everything in the NFL is equal when it comes to that stuff. It's all equal. Everybody's got a salary cap. Everybody's got a draft free agency. It's all equal. Their market size does impact how much people talk about them, because what's the point of these networks and other shows going on and on and on about the 41st big market? It ain't going to happen. So I get it. You can carry that. But when Sean Payton dishes out a compliment and you turn it around and you can do whatever you want in coaching and good for you, I just find it disingenuous. This is what Sean said earlier in the week.
As you look at him and you watch the tape, it's a smaller market, but you see a real good team.
Is that an insult?
No, of course it's not. But I mean, I give a tip of the cap to Liam Cohen. I don't think it's. Disingenuous is probably fair, but I give a tip of the cap to him. Look, man, this league is hard. This game is hard. It's hard to find reasons to stay motivated. So good for you, dude. You took something and it worked for your team. They got motivated. You heard them hooting and hollering when their coach brought it up in the locker room. Like, that's just smart ass coaching. That's all that is.
Yeah, here's Bretton Strange walking off the field.
Just a small market team, man. Move on.
Okay, here's Cohen in the locker room.
Hey, so proud of you. I love you guys. The job's not even completely even close to being done. Ain't even close. Not even close. Okay, but that's one more, man. That's 11. That's 11. All right, but we just a small market team. They ain't for the We just a small market team.
I dig it.
All right, and here's one more for you. Here's Cohen in the press conference.
A small market team like us can come into a place like Mile High and get it done.
What a phony.
Hold on.
What a phony.
Hold on.
What a phony.
What bothers you about a coach finding a reason to motivate his team?
You can do whatever you want, but I know what you did, and that's fine. You can do whatever you want. But my belief is he's a phony.
Isn't his job to motivate his team?
Oh yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. You can do whatever you want.
When Tom Brady can say that they're the underdogs whenever he's playing in a Super Bowl,
Michael Jordan,
Jacksonville, the 41st market can play on words if they want.
You do whatever you want, man. You can do whatever you want to be a phony, punchable face. His face is more punchable than Jake Paul, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that's fine.
It's been a minute since I couldn't stand a coach. But, hey, it worked. I just can't wait to play these guys again. I can't wait for it.
You know,
And
what's the old saying? Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Oh, bring it on. You got to play good teams in the playoffs. That just happens. You're going to be playing the Bills, the Chargers, the Jags, whatever, the Steelers, Houston, whatever. You're going to play somebody like that. You're going to play somebody good. You're going to play a team that has a great quarterback and a great defense and a coach, the whole thing. So might as well be them so we can beat his ass when he comes back here, which I am going to enjoy so much. Here's Luca talking to Sean Payton about it earlier today.
Hey, Sean. It seemed like just kind of throughout the week, obviously Jacksonville is kind of, the underdog narrative. But it seemed like they took a little bit, Liam Cohen, of bulletin board material from the smaller market comments. Did you see that? What did you make of just kind of their attitude and response?
Well, you asked me if I saw it. You heard it. You were there. What'd you think?
No, I'm asking you about.
No, you were there for the press conference, Wednesday's press conference.
Yours
look,
on.
Yeah, my press conference, and it was very complimentary, and those guys are playing outstanding football. And so that topic came up strictly because, hey, not enough of the country has seen how good these guys are playing. So, but you were there for the press conference. So what'd you think?
I mean, to me,
credit. Well, the point is, though, listen, that was a good job by Liam. He's looking for a rallying cry, but obviously, if you're listening to the press conference, the intentions was strictly, hey, quietly, these guys are sitting here right near the top of the AFC. They're ready to win their division. And look, I spent 16 years in a small market, so it was just a way for a coach to take it and use it to his advantage. But you were there for the press conference.
Hey, man, I'm Team Sean on this one. I'm Team Sean on this one.
But Sean gets it.
No, he gets it, and I get it, and we all get it. It doesn't mean we like it. It's that we get it. That's two different things. So, to me, Cohen took something, totally twisted it. And by the way, it's not the first time. He's done this earlier. Robert Saleh. Do you know that whole story?
I do.
Yeah. They were stealing signals, which is legal to do. You can do it. And Saleh said, okay, they do a good job of that. We got to be more careful. And Cohen totally twisted it around to have this huge beef. You know what? I'll go with the prime thing. Do I really think who's the CSU coach?
What is happening?
Who's the CSU guy?
Jim Mora.
No. The guy they fired.
Norvell.
Yeah. Do you think Norvell was really ripping on Dion's mom?
No.
Of course not. And I didn't respect that moment from Prime either. It's not real. You can use it. He did.
Did you happen to watch Michael Jordan's documentary?
I get it. Well, I'm
COVID?
not a big Michael Jordan fan.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, because I think Michael Jordan does weird things like that.
This is funny.
All right. Well, it's funny. So do you think Sean was ridiculous getting so upset about that? Do you think why do you think he was pressing Luca about did you see the press conference? Why was he doing that?
He lost the game.
No, but why was he asking?
Because he lost the game.
Oh, because it wasn't that he was misrepresented.
Correct.
Or it wasn't because of that.
Correct.
And you know how
if you win the game,
okay,
and Liam Cohen did the exact same thing, Sean Payton's not getting prickly.
Well, we wouldn't have heard about all their small market crap. We wouldn't have heard that narrative had they lost the game.
I would say
dude.
coaches. 80% of bulletin board material is made up really nothing stuff that coaches have used.
Coaches
for
got one
1,000
job,
years.
win football games, and that requires motivation. Hats off to the dude, man. I mean, it's tough to find ways to motivate your team.
Cool.
Michael Jordan wanted to kill Seattle because George didn't say hi to him.
Yeah,
at
the restaurant. Yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah,
all that. It was the most ridiculous story.
Yeah.
But that's what bulletin board material is.
Cool.
If that motivates somebody,
cool.
It's effective. It's good. If our coach did the same thing and we won a game by it, we would laugh at it. We might poke fun at it. Would be like, you know what? Hats off. Great job, man.
Yeah.
What a game.
Can't wait to play Jacksonville again. Can't wait. Hope they play Jacksonville again.
God, you sound like you're on the team right now.
I'm on Team Sean on this one. Yeah, I got his back on this
But
one.
Sean gets it. I don't think you and Sean are on the same page.
Oh, I get it too. No. It's not that I don't get it. I don't respect it. And it's two different things. I get it.
Hold on.
I understand.
What are the rules of warfare in NFL games?
Why don't you like Josh McDaniels?
Because he's a
D-bag.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
That's not what Liam Cohen is.
Oh, I think he is. I wouldn't trust this guy to cross the street with my grandmother.
Whatever. I mean,
Well, he's taking a team that was second.
Oh,
in
yeah.
second in the draft and got him 11 wins so far.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Pretty good job.
Cool. Yeah, he sure has. Yeah, I didn't say he wasn't a good coach. But you like guys or you don't like guys? You got a punchable face, you don't got a punchable face. Maybe I got a punchable face. Maybe. So be it. But that dude, I don't know. Any coaches you guys don't like? Are there any coaches out there you guys don't like?
That's a good question. I'd have to think about it. No. I mean, I think Stefanski's phony, but I think
Okay,
I
why?
think it's because I just think he's been biased in how he's treated players,
Okay.
and I don't like people that are biased.
I don't like guys who are phonies.
That's not phony. It's not phony.
What word do you want to use? I'll use whatever word you want.
Manipulative.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that's better.
That was a very
Twist.
manipulative move.
You know what Vic called him this morning, which
you
is
know
kind
what
of
I'd call him? Smart.
okay. Oh, there's a lot of smart manipulative people. In fact, to be a manipulator, you probably have to be smart in the first place.
If I'm a Jags fan, I'm like, damn, this dude just motivated my team. Let's go.
But we're not Jags fans. We're Broncos fans.
No, but I am a football fan. Like, and I can respect whatever goes into the art of the game.
You know what Vic called him this morning? A fancy word. See if you a charlatan. Pretty good word. I just use phony because I'm not as smart as Vic. I didn't go to Notre Dame. I don't know if you guys are aware that Vic went to Notre Dame.
Did he?
He's mentioned it once or twice. Anyways, that's the beef with Luka and Sean. That's the latest and greatest. Sean was ticked off that Luka just
I
wouldn't.
will say that's about Luka. He's not afraid to ask anything.
Yeah.
I'll give him that question. I'll give him a flower on that one right there. Some guys, and you know this, some guys ain't going to ask a tough question.
Yeah, I'm fine with Luka. Whatever. I think Sean had a point there, though. I'm saying, I'm on Team Sean.
You heard
on this
what I
one.
said. It wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad.
Well,
it wasn't an insult.
It was not. It was not an insult, and it was Sean right there getting on Luka because he wanted to protect his image. But coach manipulated the moment to and it only works if you win the game.
All right, I can play devil's advocate on this argument too. Did Sean just stick his foot in his mouth again, and it was an unforced error? You gave
I don't think he did.
You gave the other team bulletin board material where you didn't have to.
Listen, we live in a soundbite world that people take what you say, in essence, cut it up to 5 seconds of the 35 seconds,
right?
And it looks like you're horrible, and you realize, well, if you listen to the other 40 seconds, it really wasn't that bad. He said for what they're doing for the team, it's a small market. No one's getting to see them how good this team really is. Not bad.
Yeah, but Liam Cohen takes
this
it and
is
says,
just a small market team coming in here.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, we're going to big old Denver.
Well, welcome to social media 2025. Take a soundbite, use about 3 seconds out of the soundbite, and you can make anybody look bad.
When a coach gives another team more motivation in a close game, is it the coach's fault for doing so in the first place?
I think it depends on context always. Sometimes Sean Payton knows exactly what he's doing, and that's on him. This one, he didn't do anything wrong. Anything wrong. It just hats off to Liam Cohen for turning it into something wrong.
Sean did screw up a little bit. I'm on Team Sean here, but like the one thing they're the most sensitive about in Jacksonville is that nobody gives a crap about them. Like that is it's the same in Buffalo. It's the same in these other crap cities that just so happen to have an NFL team. I think the Packers are different because I think the Packers are a regions team, not just a towns team. But like, the Buffalo Bills and Jacksonville Jaguars, you realize they don't represent anything except for Jacksonville and Buffalo. They don't represent a region or a larger swath of the country.
Well, when you say that there's been a pretty dominant team in the NFL over the last 8-9 years from a small market, Kansas City.
There you go.
Yep.
They've done pretty good out of a small market, haven't they?
There you go.
Mm-hmm. I can't stand Liam Cohen. Pisses me off.
I think you got a little Sour Patch Kids going on.
I'm going
right
to tell you during the break who you sound like right now. I'm not going to do it on air because I don't want to do that to you. But I'm going to tell you during the break because I've never heard you sound – well, I've heard it before, but this is a reminder of someone else you sound like.
Can't stand him.
Your padding's in the bunch right now.
Mm-hmm. Big bunch.
Yeah.
Wadded.
Yeah.
Full wadded panties.
It's like that Jack Black movie panties.
Exactly. Don't know what you're talking about, but whatever that is, yes.
Remember the movie? The
No.
Every girl looked thin and beautiful.
Oh,
and
yeah. Something.
Girl pulls her panties
Shallow
off. And it's the size of a bed sheet.
Shallow Hal. Shallow Hal.
Pulls off the panties. They're the size of a bed sheet.
Who am I? Shallow Hal?
No, those are the panties you've got on that are in a bunch.
I'm Gwyneth Paltrow's fat panties.
Yeah, and they're bunched.
Big wads. Big wads. And dude, this is coming from a guy who is hey, Jacksonville's a really good team. Trevor Lawrence is a really good quarterback. I didn't realize the coach was such a
manipulator. Charlatan.
We'll go into the groove and the Bruce B. KD thing. Oh, our guy got owned.
No, it's a media thing.
Ooh, okay. Stick around. We'll get to all of it coming up. It's a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Time to get in the groove. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Who was in the groove?
Jonathan Franklin Myers was in the groove.
Okay.
Denver Broncos pass rush was in a groove, right? Defense was not great, but the pass rush was not the problem, although Nick Benito said he played like booty after the game.
He did.
I'll have to I'm going to look at him a little bit closer tonight when I rewatch the film. But, yeah, I thought Jonathan Franklin Myers was really good.
Yeah, here's Nick Benito.
I played ass today. I mean, I don't think I played to my standard. I feel like I could have been a lot better. I didn't come ready to play today, and it kind of reflected on the rest of the defense.
All right. It's weird, I guess. Take him at his word that he played ass today. He kind of just was a non-fact. You just didn't notice him out there, period. We're in the press box, and then somebody next to me goes, is Benito even in the game? Like, I had to check, like, did he get hurt? Did I not notice it? No, just, did they do anything special to him? Was there anything unique they did to Nick Benito?
I don't know. Like I said, I'll rewatch it tonight. I wasn't watching Nick Benito on every play.
All right, Scotty, who was in the groove? Who on the Denver Broncos, if you can think about it? Do you say, that guy?
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence was in the groove. I thought he was phenomenal.
He was. After kind of a slow start, too, but. Dude, 6'6", unbelievably strong arm, better running back. You know, they didn't have outstanding running numbers, but
which I thought was a big third down. That one he ran was like 3rd and 14, and he got 15 or whatever it was in that second quarter. I thought that was a big opportunity that Denver missed to get off the field.
I think people he hasn't been overwhelming in his career. He's got the hair like sunshine. I think he's very quick to dismiss. But if you just look at him, he is, as they say about the Avalanche, a wagon. He's big, he's physical, he's very capable of running the ball, and he's a really good leader, too. Like, he has all of their respect. And a gargantuan arm, too. I really don't know why he's been falling apart. The people from Jacksonville were just like, it's a million different coaches and coordinators. He's learning a different game plan, and he's finally got a coach who's got him dialed in. So what's the ceiling for
like I said,
the ceiling for him?
They went from the second pick in the draft and they got 11 wins with 2 to go. That's a big turnaround.
Yep.
I mean, Cohen probably went coach of the year, but guess what? Probably should be up there.
There's a lot of coaches that are in the running for coach of the year this year. There's probably 4 or 5 guys that have got a very legitimate case for it.
I agree.
Sean Payton was in that category, probably not anymore, but he was up there on the list.
Well, San Francisco beat Seattle.
Yeah.
You got with the stuff that's happening in 49ers, you got to give Shanahan the love.
You're not going to give Vrabel the love?
Vrabel, you got to give some love to. You got to give the guy in Chicago, Ben
Johnson.
Ben Johnson
Are you
probably
kidding me?
wins it. He's probably wins it relatively easily, but there's plenty of other coaches.
Who was the first pick in the draft last year?
Cam
Ward. Chicago was one of those.
Cam Ward.
So
who just whooped up on Kansas City.
Yeah. Who's playing better, they're saying.
Yeah, he's getting better, of course. You get better with experience and time and the whole thing. The worst team, actually, the Raiders actually had they fought, I guess. They lost, but it was close. You know, that to me is just the pit of misery. They're the worst team in the NFL, and it's really not close.
Yeah. Well, the Jets might say, well, hold my beer.
Maybe. Yeah, they ain't good,
Do you know
too.
the Jets don't have a single interception in the entire year?
Yeah, that's staggering.
Not interception.
That's crazy.
Well, how many did Denver have?
How many interceptions does Denver have?
They got 2 last game.
Well, how many times have they been intercepted, or how many do they have?
Do they have?
The Broncos have 9 interceptions, which is 11th
in
in
the
the
last
league.
game.
Yeah, well, yeah. So it's okay.
Well, it didn't seem like it used to be 9. You'd have individuals with 9 in a season.
Not anymore, man. The Jaguars only have Lawrence has only thrown 11 picks. It actually the Jags have 18 interceptions, and they got one yesterday, so 19, which is basically top in the league, second one, I don't know who was one, but they got 19 interceptions. They are plus 12. The Jags are in giveaway takeaway. The Broncos are -4. The Broncos should not have 12 wins right now, guys, being -4 in giveaway takeaway.
No, they should not.
So
they're being bottom of the league in penalties.
Well, that's the irony. The worst team in terms of penalties is the Jaguars.
Yep.
And then the Broncos are 31. Sanford was actually pointing out that quite a few teams, playoff teams, have a lot of penalties. So his point was it doesn't necessarily correlate penalties to a poor record for whatever reason. I don't know the specific reason why, but it's not necessarily the worst thing.
Well, when the Raiders, when they were relevant in the 80s, weren't always one of the more highly penalized teams, and they won a couple Super Bowls in the 80s?
You could be right. I don't know off the top of my head, but I don't know. There was some reason why penalties don't necessarily correlate to losses. It doesn't feel good, though. It feels like you keep teams alive when you don't need to. But yeah, 32nd in penalties is the Jags. Well, they're 11-4. The Broncos are 31. They're 12-3. I mean, they got good records. Real quick on the Pat Bryant thing. How do you feel about the decision to keep pushing the ball down the field, to throw the hospital ball, all that sort of stuff? How the Broncos treated that closing moments of the game?
I mainly just feel like it's really unfortunate. I don't ever blame a team for continuing to fight. Game's over. And you certainly can make the argument that every play from there on out is just dangerous. But generally speaking, teams don't stop. It's unfortunate. It's a ball that Bo Nix is going to have nightmares about because he definitely got his dude killed. It's one of the worst ones I've seen in a very long time. And it was mainly about location of the ball. So I really think it's unfortunate. I don't think Bo Nix is a bad dude or a bad quarterback because of it, but it's really sad.
Does a more veteran quarterback just not make that throw, even if it's there, because they know what the ramifications could be?
Or they throw it waist high.
Right. To me, it was more about the location than the choice to throw the football.
Yeah, I thought he got towards the end, especially when they're having to throw, and I thought he really missed 2 or 3 throws, a couple of them high. That one was horrible. But he had another one down the end that nearly got picked off. It was way over a guy's head.
Situationally, though, should a quarterback, if they're down kind of a ridiculous amount of points, keep certain things in mind with less than a minute to play?
Well, I thought he got happy feet. And we've seen him when he gets happy feet, he kind of overthrows. I thought he got a little happy with his feet late in the game. So that just happens.
Yeah, I guess I don't have a ton of beef with continuing to fight.
Okay.
I don't either.
All right. You realize what they did on the next play, right? The Broncos on the next play. They just, it was a little dump off and, lay down.
It was fourth. Was it 3rd and 9 or 4th and 9? They dumped it off to the running back.
No, it was like 2nd down. It was 1st and 10 when he threw the ball to Pat Bryant. It was 1st and 10 on the 17 with 41 seconds to go.
I mean, you make a good pass, but we don't have this whole situation.
I guess. Listen, I don't know. I'm coming to you as a player's perspective for sure on this because I don't know even how to compare it because there's no other sport where one teammate could put another teammate in like a really bad physical situation. It's very unique in football.
Ed McCaffrey called and said, yeah, I know that.
Well, right. I mean, I get it. You fight till the end. Okay, cool. I just didn't know if there was an ethical way like, hey, man, you just can't do that. Like, you just got to throw that ball away or just eat it or run out of
that'll be a
bounds
private conversation between Davis Webb or whomever and Bo when they go back and look at the film, if they look at this film.
Oh, they'll look at it.
I said, dog, you can't come on now. Set that foot, throw it in his chest, not get him killed.
All right, in terms of where the Broncos stack up now, let's go through it. Where does it leave them now and what's next? That's next on PhD. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic 2026. Let's turn the page and make this year the year that you deal with your situation if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction. Season of love and joy can be rough if ED is putting a strain on your relationship. You can turn things around with the help of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and give your partner the best gift this season, a renewed, restored relationship. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment, and that initial visit's only $99. Get the consult, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They got 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today. 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
today, making those tackles, stuff like that. Just little tiny things that got us to where, we're a 12-win team. I'm not going to sit here and let you guys on our parade. We have 2 games to go be the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Today, obviously, we lose this game, but we are still in control of literally everything. So we know how important this game in Kansas City on Christmas is, and then obviously the week after that against the Chargers here at home.
I don't know. You got to take lessons from each game. Whether it's a win or a loss, you have to find ways to improve, and we're going to do that. Certainly, it stings. It definitely stings to lose like this to a team that about as hot as we were, and it was a big matchup, and they played better than us today.
We got hit in the mouth today, and they played a good game. We let it get a wave, but you'd rather have it hit you now than the first round of the playoffs. And I wouldn't call it a wake-up call because we were playing well. It's just one of those that'll reset you and put you back and get you back to where you need to be. It'll put you in a good mindset if you'll let it. And like I said, you can't let this one linger. We got to move on and attack this week.
You can't spit it out. You have to swallow it. That's the truth.
All right, boys. If we just look at it fairly and just take a deep breath and be a little bit more objective, what are we seeing on this Monday about the Broncos and their season?
Well, the overreaction is overinflated, I think. I mean, you are who you are. You won 12 games.
Okay, start there.
And it's still in front of you, Kansas City Thursday, and then the Chargers on the last day of the year, or last game of the year. So it's all in front of you, achieving more than I think anybody possible or thought possible. But the feeling now, after getting kind of like manhandled in a giant AFC playoff type game, you almost feel like, is that record a little overinflated?
Yeah, so I mean, look, when you win 11 games, you feel invincible. That's what happens. As a fan base, as an organization, team, everybody, there does come a point that you start to feel invincible. I probably fell victim of that even myself. I do remember when we started talking about the final 4 games, we were like, all right, how's it going to go? I was like, I don't know. They're going to lose one, though. At some point, they're going to lose one because when we looked at all the games that we were winning, it's not like we didn't look vulnerable. We looked vulnerable in almost all of the games. Almost every single game, we could find a vulnerability that we're like, that's going to catch up to them at some point in time. So I wanted to force myself to take a step back and be like, okay, saw this coming, not a big deal. They're still a really good football team. No reason to overreact. But the part that is concerning to me is that I don't think what happened to the defense is a one-off. I think this has been about a month building. And that's concerning. Our defense is what has carried us all year long.
We're all in agreement that this game Thursday, which is so funny how a season goes, right? None of us would have the Broncos winning this game on Thursday at the beginning of the year. Nobody. Even after they beat the Chiefs, I still thought, well, yeah, okay, fine. But they're going to lose this one on Christmas on a short week. Now, I mean,
heavily disappointed.
It'd be devastating to lose this game. I really don't care about style points. The Broncos are a 12.5-point favorite over the Chiefs. That's whatever. I don't care. I think that's too much. I think division foes on a short week, I don't care who their quarterback is. It doesn't matter to me. Like, these games are always going to be close. Kind of learned my lesson again with the Raiders and the Broncos on a short week this year. So I'm not going to say that. But, like, so if it's a one-score game, hey, okay, whatever. I don't care. That's fine. I don't care as long as it's a win. I don't know how the Chiefs with Chris Oladokun. You want to take a shot at it? Anybody?
Chris.
Bueller? Chris. Just one. Chris O.
Chrissy O.
No dumb question. Did you guys know this guy was even in the league?
No. I'd forgotten Minshew was still in the league until he came in last game.
No dumb question. This is a quarterback in the NFL who's going to start. Had you ever heard of him before on any level?
No.
Ever? Okay. Me neither. No clue who this guy is. Finding out who
I bet
he
he
is.
has to buy about 50 tickets for that game. South Dakota's not that far away, is it?
So you win on Thursday. God, a loss on Thursday would be such a disaster.
Be devastating.
And it does set up what likely will be now a huge battle with the Chargers. likely for the AFC West and for the number 1 seed.
Who the Chargers got this week?
Houston at home so far.
Okay, all right.
Who barely pulled it out against the Raiders.
Yeah.
But they won.
They're very capable of beating the Chargers, though.
Oh, absolutely. It would be fantastic if the Texans could figure out how to, upset the Chargers in that one. But it would be an upset.
Yeah, so, I mean, honestly, AFC West hardly even matters.
Well, that's one goal, though, according to Sean Payton. That is a goal. It's goal number 1.
Yep.
Goal number 2. Do you remember what goal number 2 is?
We are still guaranteed, by the way, right? If we win out, we still would get the number 1, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Yep. Because we have this is a great one. We have the tie break against the Patriots for common opponents.
The Patriots lost last week.
Well, true, but
it should have lost this week.
The common opponent though is the tiebreaker, and that's Raiders in week 1, which is crazy. That's the first tiebreaker in that situation. But yes, I'm glad the Patriots did lose. It gives you a shot. The Patriots close with the Jets and the Dolphins. Both teams.
So they ain't going to lose.
I would be shocked. I mean, they're flying high there in New England. They think it's all back. They got it all coming together now. I talked to Peter and Eileen today.
Well, you see what
they
happened
turned the TV off. They thought the Ravens were going to win. They said, we woke up and we were like, oh, my God.
You see what happened to them, though, and we just got to hope that the Broncos have the same type of response. Patriots had a wake-up call, okay? They thought they were going to win out.
And they struggled the first half, but had a hell of a second half.
Had a wake-up call, and then they bounced back, and they found their identity again. So that's exactly – I mean, fortunately, the Broncos don't have as difficult of an opponent going up against the Chiefs this week. We should not struggle at all. Just wake-up call. You heard it. Okay, we're awake. Let's go.
So what's your confidence level the Broncos can win the next 2 games, be the number 1 seed?
Still very high. Very high. They absolutely could and should win both of the next games.
Yeah, Christmas game scares me. And they should win.
The Christmas game scares you?
Oh, yeah.
Scares you?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Because I've already seen them on a short week against an inferior opponent and how they play.
It wasn't good. You're talking about the Raiders and a lousy game plan from Sean on a windy day on a short week. Okay.
That scares me.
Throw Christmas into the mix.
And you throw Christmas, now you got all these guys that are married or have family or whatever. You're saying, hey, by the way, not just Christmas Day we're going to make you miss. We're going to make you miss Christmas Eve too. See you later. And the teams I've been on that played on that thing, they ain't happy.
Okay.
They are not happy, especially when you travel.
Okay.
But
I would hope there's elements in that would bond you together though too.
But saying all that, you should not lose this game. Just shouldn't.
I mean, the Chiefs.
And Kansas City, I'm not sure Kansas City wants to win.
No,
this
they
game.
are clearly trying to lose without trying to lose.
Yeah. So
By the way, they got something quirky going on today. Did you see it? There's some sort of vote, something going on that's going to put Kansas City.
Oh, it's over.
Oh, yeah. So what happened?
It's over. The Chiefs are officially moving to Kansas.
Okay. So the new stadium will be built in Kansas, not Missouri.
Yeah, they announced that today.
You excited about that?
Come on, where it should be.
Is the location literally across the river?
I believe it's Overland Park, isn't it?
Probably, yeah.
So could you see one spot from the other? It's too far away.
Overland Park's probably 25 minutes from the border. Right?
Oh, so they're sticking in the suburbs.
Yeah.
The Kansas suburbs. The Kansas City, Kansas suburbs.
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel like they've been to Lone Tree. They went to Lone Tree.
They are going to Lone Tree. So they don't
Tree.
give a crap about downtown Kansas City.
No. Well, the old stadium's not near downtown.
Oh, is it not? Where is it? I thought it was like on the highway or something. Is it not?
I mean, it's out stuck in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, it is?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. So
I mean, it's not a million miles away, but I mean, it ain't you ain't downtown.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Am I wrong? See, I've never been there before. I thought it was, I kind of recall like going on I-70 and like it's right there. Am I wrong on that?
Well, you have to go somewhere.
But maybe I don't go through the city if I go through I-70, right? Like I'm going on the outskirts anyways.
All right, it ain't downtown.
All right, so now it's in Overland Park.
Yeah, it's in the same place from Kansas City, except on the Kansas side.
Okay.
Better tax breaks, more money they're going to give them.
Okay. Well, good for them.
Yeah.
So we'll all have to suffer a Super Bowl in Kansas.
Now we got to see if they can move the Royals over there.
They are now called the Kansas Chiefs.
Kansas Chiefs. That would be a riot.
OP Chiefs.
That would be pretty funny. The Kansas Chiefs. Do you think any of the players give a crap that it's in Kansas, not Missouri?
No.
Do you think it makes a difference whatsoever?
No.
Do most players live in Missouri or Kansas?
I mean, how many players on this current
Well,
Kansas City Chiefs team are going to be on the team in Overland Park? One?
Yeah, well, that's a fair point.
One?
Yeah, when's that going to be built?
Right? Well, I'm sure probably the same time frame as Denver.
Yeah, probably 6 or 7 years, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, one. I mean, they're hoping there's at least one.
Listen, I understand you're being naturally scared of this game. Of course, that makes sense. But this is inexcusable if they don't just take care of business on Thursday.
Well, I agree.
Do you think it's a good thing they're just getting back to this quick?
I don't mind that they got their butt kicked. I was hoping it would be against
Here's my concern with it.
Green Bay.
To Scott's point, my concern with it is that, you know what helps with the wake-up call? Having a big opponent the next week. If we want this to be an effective wake-up call, it sure helps if you're playing the Ravens, like the Patriots had to, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you got something like that, but you know that this is an inferior opponent. So will you effectively utilize the wake-up call that it should be? That's my concern.
Well, what do you think? What do you think about the character of this team, what Sean Payton has built, who
I
this
like
team
the character.
is?
I like the team. I don't have a whole lot of reasons to doubt them. I think they're going to be okay. I think they're going to win out, and I think they're going to get the number 1 seed.
Do you think
you lose in Kansas City, you're going to be a wild card team?
Well, I'm rolling my eyes because if Houston beats the Chargers and then you beat the Chargers, you're not going to get the number 1 seed, but you could still be the AFC West and you could be hosting a wild card game. You won't be. It seems impossible for the Patriots to lose to the Jets or the Dolphins.
Right.
So
they had their chance last week and fought back and won it in the
I mean, the nightmare of all nightmares is you lose both these games. You go in as a wild card team. You have to travel to Jacksonville, and they beat you again. Like something along those lines. Which I guess, if we're talking nightmare scenarios, is possible.
That would be the nightmare scenario.
Lose both, wild card. Jacksonville get skunked by the Jags again. And with all the market stuff, all that sort of crap, Liam Cohen, that guy. God, I can't stand
But
that
that being
guy.
said, they should win. Now, here's the ramifications. If they win this week, isn't the AFC West done?
No. Unfortunately, because the Chargers.
If they won and the Chargers lost, it would be over.
Correct.
But they have to have, I thought it was 2 wins or a combination of 2 last week.
The Chargers have, at the end of the day, if the Chargers beat the Broncos twice, they obviously have the tiebreaker if they're tied. So, no is the answer. If winning is not necessarily enough unless the Chargers lose to the Texans. So let's hope that happens. I mean, I'd rather have that happen. I'd rather the Chargers. Well, all right, let me back up.
I mean, I'm just going to tell you this right now. I mean, the expectations for the season, they changed. They went up. They got higher from just going from a playoff team trying to win an AFC West. If you lose to Kansas City, the season, like, the real goals are over no matter what. The only way you've got, because the real goal now is the Super Bowl. That, right? Like that. Would we all agree with that? That's the only goal, is to win a Super Bowl. If you don't get that number 1 seed, this team will not win a Super Bowl. You're not going to go on the road and well, you can, but it's going to be much more difficult.
All right, we'll get back to the Broncos games. Get some more of your reaction on the Sean Mazda text line. There was another event tonight, and we do have Nuggets action against the Jazz at Ball Arena that you can hear right here on 92.5 later tonight. The Bruce B. KD thing, and what felt like a pretty nondescript sort of like, that sucked sort of game, turned into something completely different after it was over. Details next. All right, we're taking care of you this holiday season by giving you the chance to win the best gift, the gift of Avs hockey. Tune in all day tomorrow, right around this time, for another keyword. And it will be happening all day long on the 20s. Tickets to see the Avs and the Kings on the 29th. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. Thank you, Scott and the gang there. We appreciate it. We'll get back to the Broncos and more reaction to what's going on. Here's Sean take umbrage about the market size and the whole thing. Another nice little back and forth with Luke Evans. Those guys should go on tour together. To the game tonight against Utah, who's done okay, actually, 5-5 in their last 10 games. Not exactly sure. Nurk back in town. He's on with them now and Markkanen. And I don't know. You can't take them too lightly. They're not that great of a team. You do have a quirky thing at Ball Arena for the next 2 days, guys. You have the Utah thing. It happens. It does seem to happen. Quirky scheduling seems to happen every year with the Nuggets and Avs for whatever reason. And it's always something a little bit different. But you have Utah basketball tonight, Utah hockey tomorrow at Ball Arena. Just one of those little weird deals.
Wow.
So, but that's, I don't know if you want to say anything about Utah tonight.
What did they call them again? The
Mammoth.
Utah's the Mammoth?
Yeah.
They were the hockey club last year.
Which I like better.
I do too.
Because they went with an elephant.
Kind of like Washington football team better too, but.
Yeah, kind of do too.
Yeah. You want to tell us anything about Utah tonight?
I think a better team than their record. I think they're playing hard. They've lost Kessler, I think, for the year. It'll be a tough game. I think this is a tough time of the year to win games, and they just got to find a way to win it, knowing that you got a back-to-back. You got to get on a plane as soon as the game's over and fly down to Dallas.
Did we all catch Brucey B in the second period doing commentary for the Avs game?
Hilarious.
It's funny. Wearing the helmet.
Good TV.
It was great.
Yeah.
Doesn't like hockey spell.
Was one of the better things I've seen just on TV, period, in terms of, and I
don't know.
That
was such a Bruce Brown thing to do. That was like
great.
Exactly what you think of Bruce Brown.
I do wonder how many guys on the Nuggets would have said, yes, I will stand with a helmet on and headsets for an entire period between the benches. I'm going to guess not many.
Bruce, I think if you wouldn't put the camera on him, I think Nicola would try it once.
What?
Yeah, but I don't think
really.
But once you're putting the headset and the
helmet
and people filming you the whole time, I think he'd have said no. But I mean, just as a pure fan and to be that close to action, I think he thought it'd be cool.
Okay.
I asked Bruce about
that
it, though.
would be amazing if Nikola Jokic stood there for a chunk of time.
The cool thing, there was a couple of Avs that recognized him and like skated over and talked to him a couple times.
Well, Burns scored a goal and went up to him and was like, they were a little high five and whatever.
That would be a really cool thing for the Avs to start trying to make happen. Get a Broncos player to do that every so often. Get a Nuggets player. If you could turn that into like a thing that you actually do, how cool would that be?
Until one guy catches it in the face, right?
Right.
Who was the guy from? It was one of the ESPN or
it was Buffalo. It was Rob Ray.
But it was on a national game, I thought. The guy took one, didn't even hardly flinch.
It was Razor, my guy Rob Ray, who I was buddies with back in the day, and that's his job now. Caught it right in the mug. Just took it, bleeding all over the place. I don't know if there was another incident, but it did happen to Rob Ray on a Sabres broadcast. It might have happened to other guys too.
Yeah, I thought
Razor caught one.
Who was the one little short bald guy?
Darren Pang.
I think it happened to Panger one time.
It would not surprise me. They stick him between benches all the time.
Yeah, I think it happened to Panger.
The funny part is that his head would barely be over the boards.
Right.
Seriously, like for me to say a guy's short, and this guy played goalie in the NHL, these guys are monsters now in goal in the NHL. They're 6'4", 6'5", like that. And Panger's got to be like 5'3", 5'4". Nice guy. All right, so Bruce does that. And and there were fights. Josh Manson was, whatever. And, so you understand Bruce Brown the night before the Rockets game was really in the middle of an Avs game that was very physical and messing things up, okay?
Oh, is that where you think it started?
I don't know. I'm going to bring it up because...
Can I just say this before we get into the Houston stuff? I'm so glad, of course, I wish they win, but I'm glad that it happened because it gives me another team to hate. It gives me another... we got Minnesota, I guess. Like who do we hate as Nuggets fans? You know, like I now really dislike the Houston Rockets.
Hey, that's fine by me.
Udoka might go on my coach's thing. He might fit in there, close.
Who?
Udoka, the Houston coach.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I mean, we're getting to the game now itself. So here comes Houston, right? And Udoka, hey, man, he used it. He got that, they lost the game, but
took the fine, got all the officials.
All of it,
yep.
And boy, were things going his way.
Yep.
Do you know the Nuggets didn't take a free throw until there was 5 minutes left in the second quarter?
And Joker had missed a whole bunch because of foul trouble.
I mean, it was ridiculous. Talk to me about the game, then we'll get to Bruce and KD.
They didn't. You're not going to win many games against a quality team when you shoot 28% from three, and I think 40% or 41% from the field anyway. You're not going to win a lot of games. And then you take your star player, who according to some had a subpar game, and he still finishes with 26, 7 and 5 or whatever it was. But in foul trouble for playing with foul trouble most of the game. So it was a good game. I will tell you a funny story. And I told you before that Houston, Denver are going to be those teams. That's probably going to be a second round matchup. San Antonio may try to weasel their way in somehow too. But talk to somebody with the Rockets after the game, and we were talking. He played in the league a little bit also, so we were just talking after the game. He goes, man, you knew that whoever won that game on Monday wasn't going to win this game tonight. He said they weren't going to let that happen.
They being the rest of the league, that sort of little conspiracy theory.
You can assume what you want to say. He just said they.
Gotcha. They weren't going to let it happen.
His team won.
They weren't going to let it happen.
And his team won.
I gotcha.
And again, everybody in that game, their defense, scored 107.
The defense was fine.
The league average is 117.
The defense was fine.
Your defense fine. Your offense stunk.
Your offense stunk.
Yeah. Murray had another one of those, 3 for 14 nights.
It was one of them nights.
Or 4 for 14. Yeah, it was just one of those nights. But the Brucey thing, which I thought brought some cool energy and fun to the game, in a dead place, overblown.
Well, let's get to it. So they're going at it, though. Brucey B, and first of all, Adelman was begging Tyler to get thrown out of this game. In fact, it took him forever. Did you see what his fine was?
Oh, I haven't seen the fine.
Got hit for $30,000.
Did you hear the actual language?
He didn't leave.
Because he didn't leave
the floor in a timely fashion.
Oh, that's what it was for?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. That's why it was that much.
I mean, he got his money's worth.
Well, and the guy he's going after.
What are you looking at?
The guy he's on was a rookie, is a rookie ref, and you get when that
was that his call. I was curious if that should have even been his call.
Here's what I'll tell you, and I've said it on broadcast before. Whether it's that call or not, when the official's here,
you just grab the closest one.
Joker's there, and a guy slaps down, and this guy's standing right here. You're assuming you're right there. And yes, it was that guy's call. He's on the ball.
Okay.
But Adelman's right beside him, and the guy comes to double Joker and just slaps his whole right arm down. Official's standing 5 feet away from Adelman, and that's when he went, what the F?
So Adelman's like, hey, I'm standing right where you are.
I'm standing right
where you are. You can see this.
What the F are you watching? 35,000.
Sorry, didn't mean to short David that 5,000 Christmas bonus. All right, so that's going on. The KD.
And by the way, the new vice president of head of basketball operation is a joke.
Okay. I don't want you to get fined.
He was a joke as a GM, and he's a joke as Phil as a GM. So let's put you in the league office.
Continues.
Yeah, but probably deserved.
All right. So it's a fiery game. Adelman's booted. Bruce Brown is going after KD. Former teammates, by the way, for a couple years. They're going after it. Jamal's getting in the mix. Well, you're on the sidelines. You tell me, what was the temperature going on there?
Oh, no, it was fun. It revitalized kind of a dead crowd because there wasn't a lot to cheer for. And it brought a real playoff
going.
energy to the game.
Agreed.
I thought it was outstanding.
And they put in the third unit, and they actually kind of rallied a little bit. I mean, to the degree where it was like, Hey, Houston's got to make a bucket
to
here.
the degree where the Houston kept their starters in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, but going into the post game, I didn't think anything about anything. I thought it was just going to be like, whatever. Seriously.
By the way,
because guys jaw at each other so much, and they say afterwards, usually, oh, it's just basketball, it's just hoops, we're best, whatever. They never say what Bruce Brown says. I can't tell you the last time somebody actually said, no, they crossed a line. And this is Brucey B afterwards.
Bruce, to be clear, there was a line that was crossed from just being competitive tonight.
As a man, there's certain things you don't say to another man. Yeah.
We just heard that exact phrase in the NFL like 2 weeks ago, and it was about Jennings with the 49ers. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
I can't remember who they were playing.
And he went on to say, I'm surprised he ain't been punched in the face soon or something. Yeah.
Yes. It was that exact line. If you, as a man, there's certain things you don't say.
Scott, what is it?
I thought it was nothing. Bruce right there, and I hadn't heard that, so that's interesting. Because they have played together for 2 years. And I thought it was boys going after each other and not backing down.
He crossed the line. Oh, wait till you hear what KD has to say then.
Well, then I want to hear what KD said.
Okay, well.
I thought KD was very complimentary on the sounds I heard from him about the Nuggets.
He was to a degree. We'll get there.
Historically, he's very complimentary, especially about Jokic.
We'll get there in a second. But then it was brought up to Bruce Brown, like, well, what about the Avs game? And, did that influence you whatsoever?
I wish there was fighting.
All right, so let me put the context of it.
He said, I wish they were fighting?
What would you take away from the Avs experience? What would you take away from the Avs experience?
I wish there was fighting. I wish we didn't get fined. Because I would have had some fun.
Would you have dropped the gloves tonight, so to speak, if fighting was kosher in NBA?
I would have thought about it.
Would you have dropped the gloves? Great question by Bennett for the Post. Would you have dropped the gloves? I would have thought about it. So a man doesn't say one thing to a man. What'd you take away from the Avs game? I wish there was fighting in the NBA.
So maybe it was more than I thought.
You think? So then you go to KD. And
which, by the way, now is to answer Tyler's question a while ago, you may have just created a new rivalry.
Heck yeah.
Well,
it's fun, right?
It's awesome.
Now I can't wait till we play the Rockets.
Let's keep it rolling and talk to Kevin Durant now about the whole thing.
Definitely wanted to cross the line tonight.
Yeah.
That's basketball.
I definitely wanted to cross the line tonight. That's the first thing he said.
Definitely wanted to cross the line tonight.
Yeah.
That's basketball. That's in between the lines. Ain't no respect, ain't no love, nothing. And people don't show love to me. They cross the line a lot with their physicality. You know what I'm saying? It's part of the game. Some people can talk and play, some people can't. I had to learn how to talk and play as a player. So I think Bruce is probably learning the same thing.
Can I just say this, though? And I know
Bruce had a double-double, by the way, for a bench guy.
I know we're supposed to hate Kevin Durant. For the most part, I actually do. I respect that mindset. I do. That's how sports are meant to be played. Like sports are meant to be played by trying to push your opponent's buttons and seeing what you can get away with. Not what you can get away with, but how you can get your opponent in his own head, right? So I actually respect that mindset.
So Durant says not only Durant says not only did he cross the line, he did so on purpose, and Bruce has to learn how to play like that, insinuating I know how to play like that. He doesn't. To a former teammate who Bruce more or less admits he wished he could have fought that night.
That's cool. I think it's great.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's all great. And I think you have Houston 2 more times.
Hey, if I can respect Liam Cohen turning a small market thing into motivation, I can respect Kevin Durant's hustle there.
I'm excited about that. I should have stuck around for Bruce. But I was in the locker room getting other interviews.
Who knew he was going to be like that?
That's awesome.
Nobody ever comes out and says, everybody says the same thing about that crap.
Right.
So it's just basketball. It's whatever, blah, blah, blah.
But I'm with Tyler on this. I got more respect for KD. He said, that's real basketball.
Yeah.
And I talked to somebody, I think I've told the story before. I guess I can tell it again. Isaiah Thomas, and I was talking to him. We were just talking. I said, what do you think KD? Because at the point I thought he whined too much for as good of a player. He's one of the best players ever played. He goes, Scott, you'd love him. He says, all he cares about is winning, playing video games, and smoking weed. That's his whole life. That's all he does. He wants to win every game, go play his video games, smoke a joint, and go to bed. That's all he said. You never see him going out. You don't see him at clubs.
No.
He don't do that stuff. Basketball is his life. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm okay with that.
I love Brucey B. I love our guy, but I think KD won this one.
Oh, he's a better player. I think.
What was said? Do you know what was said?
No.
You don't have any vibe or any sense of what was going on out there?
No, probably a BAH.
I actually don't
You ain't nothing but a BAH.
I really don't know what crosses the line in sports. Like,
well, not only did Bruce Brown said there was a line that was crossed, Kevin Durant agrees with him and said he did it on purpose.
He said I was doing it on purpose. Listen, I think it was good for I think it was good for the team. This is probably who Bruce Brown has to be for this team. I think it should ingratiate Bruce more to the fan base than even ever before. I mean, he's loved anyway. I love hearing that, and I actually love Kevin said no. That's how he's supposed to play. Kevin Durant just said this is a rivalry. Kevin Durant just reaffirmed what I said last week. And I said, I'm telling you, these two teams are going to meet in the playoffs, and both these teams can beat Oklahoma City. They really can because they're both physical compared to what Oklahoma City brings. And they know it. And Houston now knows they've got to beat Denver, and I think Denver now knows they're going to have to beat Houston.
Okay.
I think it's awesome for game 26 of an 82-game season. Come on now.
Hey, I'm all for it.
I think it's great.
I'm all for it.
Now, I think it was. I don't think now Bruce could have said what he said. I still don't. I think they're still boys because they played together for 2 years. And I think that was just still talking some serious stuff. I mean, Bruce was smiling most of the time he was yelling at him.
He wasn't smiling post game.
Well, post game I've been different.
Post game there were no jokes being cracked.
But you know what you did? I'm telling you, man. You just good on Bruce. He's the ultimate sixth man right now.
Okay.
Good on him. And he had a double-double. He played good.
Not according to Kevin Durant.
Well, who plays at that level? I mean, that's what, you have to admit that. You saw both games, right?
Yes.
Tyler saw both games. Kevin Durant's on a different level.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kevin Durant was Trevor Lawrence yesterday, except he does it every night.
The Nuggets are back at it tonight. Pregame starts at 6:30 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's powered by Ramos Law. No dumb questions, Broncos style, coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, open for business, 303-504-0925. I don't know if you guys got something off the top of your head.
I got one that we will never talk about. You guys following the collective bargaining stuff of the WNBA?
No. How they doing? They got to make more money?
Is that still ongoing?
They got to do something stupid like
that's
strike.
been going on for a long time.
Is there going to be a lockout?
Will we notice? I guess that's a no dumb question. If there's a lockout, will we notice?
No.
My favorite basketball player right now is Audie Crooks from Iowa State, who's a little bigger. And
little? That one big girl?
But she's
massive.
Awesome to watch.
Great touch.
She's like Jokic. She is a female Jokic. Big, doesn't get off the ground much, just not actually a great rebounder, but she's a menace on the post and is a great passer. And it's fun to watch.
Yeah,
so
it's hilarious watching the girls just bounce off of her.
but she's very athletic for somebody of that size. So I don't know. I find her awesome. It's cool to watch. But the WNBA, I mean, are you asking because you're following it, or are you asking because you're asking?
I read an article that they want like 35% of revenue, and I think the WNBA thing offered them like 10% or 15% or something.
Are you laughing at this situation?
Yeah, I mean, but there hadn't been any revenue. They've lost money over the last
They've never
handful
made
of
money.
years. So, yeah, it's just interesting. Silver going, if they want me to get involved, I can. I'm like, why?
I don't know. Listen, I'm not anti-WNBA. I just don't care. Is that fair?
Well, that would make you anti. Or you're just apathetic.
I guess so. I'm more like that. Like, I'm anti Liam Cohen.
Right.
You're
apathetic by that.
I'm not apathetic about Liam Cohen. I dislike that dude. No dumb question. What's Bo getting his offensive lineman for Christmas? From Joel. We're seeing lots of videos these days about quarterbacks and their offensive linemen.
I don't know, but all I know is I got hosed on my Christmas gifts over
You
the
got
years.
so hosed.
I never got anything cool.
Yeah, Brock Purdy gave all 10 offensive linemen.
A truck last year.
It was 5. There was 5 Tundra trucks and 5 Sequoias, and they just got to choose.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's what I'm talking about. Dudes were giving away 4-wheelers, Traegers, barbecue grills, so on and so forth. You want to know what I got from RG3? 2 different years. From RG3. One year, I got a vibrating foam roller. That was pretty cool. Yeah. I still have that foam roller like 12, 13 years later.
Have you charged it up lately?
I've not charged it. I never used the vibrating feature. Scott, yep, careful.
Might be a good time.
Could be. Got a foam roller. Next year was a little bit of a step up, actually. We're all a little bit excited for it. We all got Xbox Ones. That was decent. I mean, it's not a Tundra, but it was $300 or something, Then we realized that he actually got paid to give us those Xboxes from Microsoft, and we were like in the commercial.
Well, now the pressure is because all these quarterbacks do the same thing. It's all like, hey, gather around, guys. Let me take you outside or over here or whatever. And then whatever it is lined up.
Do you remember what Joe Burrow gave his guys last year?
I do not.
It was technically a really expensive, nice gift, but I would have been like, what am I supposed to do? He gave him really expensive samurai swords. like
real handcrafted.
Like ultra expensive samurai swords.
That's pretty cool, though.
Which I would have been like, okay, like you put some money into this, but I guess I'm going to put it on a mantle on my wall or something. What do I do? What do I do with
Well,
this?
that's exactly what you would do with it.
Yeah.
It's not very functional, theoretically. No, I
Home
see.
invasion.
I see like golf carts, customized golf carts for the entire offensive line.
Yeah.
Which I guess if you're living in gated communities or neighborhoods like that would be pretty awesome to have one of those bad boys.
The one year that I had the best chance of getting something cool was in, I think it was 2012, maybe 2011. It was Alfred Morris's rookie year, and he was like a 6th rounder. And he
ain't making no money.
He was the leading rusher. Exactly. So he was the leading rusher. Typically speaking, if you do something like that as an offensive line with your running back, you're getting something good, right? Problem is he didn't have any money, and nobody can be mad at him because he was a 6th rounder.
Right, exactly.
What, did you start in Seattle?
Yeah.
What who's the
Well,
quarterback?
that was Matt Hasselbeck.
What did Matt give you guys?
Gosh, I honestly don't even remember.
Hey,
well, I'll tell you what. One thing cool that happened though was after the Beastquake, Marshawn obviously had a hell of a run, and it's not always like it's not totally customary that after a big run something happens, right? But after that game, the next day we're watching film as an offensive line, and Marshawn just busts into the room, bangs that door open and marches up to the front of the room, and he doesn't say a word. Reaches into his backpack and he pulls out a giant wad of cash and just slams it on the table and he walks out.
All right, well, there's something to that.
That was pretty cool.
How much you get?
Well, we gave it to the group and we went to Vegas, but it was significant. I want to say it was like $15,000 or something.
Does Chris Oladokun have to get his offensive lineman a gift for Christmas?
Exactly.
The starting quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, I was going to say, how about a team that wins 2 games and you're the
Geno Smith?
most sacked quarterback in the league? What do you give do you even give your offensive line anything?
I don't know, man. That's a good question. Like, does Geno have to get his guy something?
Instrum's always good.
I think if Bo had given the guys something, we would have seen it by now on social media.
Give him something.
Well, I just don't know if he's giving him. I guarantee he's getting him something too. I just think if he had already done it, it's getting a little bit late in the game, right? Like it's got to happen either today or tomorrow. You would think.
Why are they playing on Christmas?
Well, I mean, we're gonna give them their. Well, I don't know how it works.
Land at the airport, and you've got like 10 brand new cars waiting on you.
Yeah, actually,
cool.
Tomorrow would actually be a really good day for it. No, not. I keep forgetting we got the short week.
Yeah, we got the short week.
Yeah, you would have thought it actually probably would have already happened.
Well, most of the videos we've seen were last week.
When was the Brock Purdy one? Was that last year or was that this year?
He did another one this year too. He did one last year like that, but there was another one. There was a new one this year with him.
Which one was the cars and trucks?
That was last year.
That was last year, but he did something else cool this year too. I'm just forgetting what it was.
Well, this year he gave away 10 cars to like random families.
Oh, did he really? He did that too?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, guys got some bread.
Was it Toyotas? He might just
probably
have
a
deal
sponsorship
with Toyota,
deal. But
did you catch? No dumb questions. Justin Simmons at the.
I was told that I didn't see him.
Oh, you didn't see him there?
No, you told me that.
He was there. I ran right into him.
After Wade Locke played, when I texted the second quarter, Justin Simmons still available?
Well, Justin Simmons was prominent on social media saying, rah, rah, guys. He was at the Nuggets game on Saturday. I'm just saying, okay, he likes basketball. He lives here. No big deal. But it does feel like he's, hey, don't forget about me over here. Should they make a move when we look at PJ Locke's game? And I get it. I don't know how long Brandon Jones is going to be out for. But should we look at Justin Simmons again? And I know you don't have time to get ready for the Kansas City game, but you probably have time to get him up to speed for the Chargers game, if not the playoffs.
I don't see why not. I mean, I know the reason why not. The reason why not is that there's hurt feelings. So if there's hurt feelings and Sean Payton just doesn't like the guy, that's why. Get over it. We've got a need there, depending on Brandon Jones' injury, which we don't really know the severity or how long that's going to be. But if it's anything of significance, then I think it's a no-brainer.
I said yes last week, and then after watching your new safety, I'd say heck yes this week.
It is interesting, like literally running into Justin. We were running into him, not physically, but right there. You forget maybe that Justin Simmons is a big dude, and PJ Locke ain't, okay? For whatever that's worth. And I got it. It's not the plan, but you mean to tell me PJ Locke is a better option than Justin Simmons? Guys, I got a hard time buying that.
Well, when they let Justin Simmons go, P.J. Locke was on the team then.
I got you.
They kind of already chosen P.J. Locke over Justin Simmons, didn't
they sure did. Are we going back and looking at that a little bit? We watching some tape on that. Are you sure?
Well, the excuse was money. His contract was too big, and Tyler pointed that out. The safety bubble had kind of broken, and no one was getting paid.
He got paid right before the bubble burst.
Yeah, and so
that clearly is not the case now.
Not now.
And why wouldn't Justin Simmons sign on to give it a run for the playoffs? He's never been to the playoffs. How about that? How crazy would that be? If he signs up with the Broncos at the last minute, it's the first time he would ever go to the playoffs.
Well, if he's in shape, I think it'd been a better option.
It's honestly a no-brainer.
I mean, at least for depth. I mean, JL Skinner's out there. You cannot tell me, if you want to make some sort of weird argument about PJ Locke, okay. But you can't tell me that JL Skinner's a better option than Justin Simmons. What are we doing here?
Well, but if Sean don't like you, he don't like it.
Well, do you like winning? Big question of the day is next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. This holiday season certainly here, full of hustle bustle, packed with activity. But when your energy is drained and you're not sleeping well, your sex drive, where's it at? And maybe it's tough to feel festive during this time. These all could be signs of just low testosterone. If that's what's going on, this is the season to take action and get treated at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where guys start losing testosterone 2 to 3%, starting in their early to mid-30s, and then it just goes from there or goes away from there. So if this is you, then go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. It takes a couple minutes. You schedule a consult, and you go from there. They're going to draw your blood, have your results within 30 minutes, and then you figure it out. What are we doing here? You get together, you talk about it. The cost of the appointment is $99. If you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, that is free. So don't go another season with low T. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Sean. It seemed like just kind of throughout the week, obviously Jacksonville is kind of, the underdog narrative. But it seemed like they took a little bit, Liam Cohen, of bulletin board material from the smaller market comments. Did you see that? What did you make of just kind of their
No,
attitude and
listen.
response?
Well, you asked me if I saw it. You heard it. You were there. What'd you think?
No, I'm asking you
No,
about
you were there for the press conference, Wednesday's
yeah,
press conference.
yours
Basically, look,
on
yeah, my press conference, and it was very complimentary, and those guys are playing outstanding football. And so that topic came up strictly because, hey, not enough of the country has seen how good these guys are playing. So, but you were there for the press conference. What'd you think? I give
mean, to
Liam
me,
credit. Well, the point is, though, listen, that was a good job by Liam. He's looking for a rallying cry, but obviously, if you're listening to the press conference, the intentions was strictly, hey, quietly, these guys are sitting here right near the top of the AFC. They're ready to win their division. And look, I spent 16 years in a small market, so it was just a way for a coach to take it and use it to his advantage. But you were there for the press conference.
Hey, so proud of you. I love you guys. The job's not even completely, even close to being done. Ain't even close. Not even close. Okay, but that's one more, man. That's 11. That's 11. All right, but we just a small market team. They ain't for the play. We just a small market team.
As you look at them and you watch the tape, it's a smaller market, but you see a real good team.
Did Sean Payton get out coached and blunder in a game that is so close? Was there a mistake made that gave an advantage to Jacksonville beyond just football? Or was this just a matter of one football team kicking the ass of another football team?
He definitely got out coached on the field. I mean, yeah, Sean made mistakes. He had a pretty good running game going. RJ Harvey looked like he's had the best game of his life all of a sudden. And where'd he go? Jaleel McLaughlin had some good carries. Where'd he go? Gave up on the running game entirely. Look, Bo Nix should not be throwing the football nearly 50 times per game. That should not happen. Some of that became out of necessity towards the end of the game. So Sean made his mistakes as a play caller and as a head coach and schematically on defense. Something's we're getting figured out. I don't think like all the press conference stuff was a big deal. Credit to Liam Cohen for turning it into motivation for his team. But I wouldn't even say that Sean made a blunder there. He didn't say anything disrespectful. Just credit to Liam Cohen for turning it into something disrespectful.
Yeah, credit to Cohen for doing that. And they will now use that battle cry. That is their battle cry the rest of the season.
Print the T-shirts.
Yeah, that'll be their battle cry. But I always think 90% of the times you lose a game, you probably got out-coached in some area somewhere. So, yeah, to answer your original question, did Sean get out-coached? Yeah.
Okay. All right, hold on. Are the Jags a better team than the Broncos, which would be a huge red flag for the playoffs, obviously? Or was this just a bad day for the Broncos?
I don't know the answer to that, unfortunately. I so badly last week against the Packers wanted to dismiss the defensive performance because it honestly was not a terrible defensive performance against the Packers. They held them to 3 a bunch in the lower red zone, but it was just a lot of points. We weren't accustomed to that. But now in hindsight, you got 20/20 vision, and you're looking back on it, and you're like, you know what? Defensive issues really started against the Commanders. We struggled against Green Bay, although you held tough. Like you weren't bad, and then you got beat up defensively against the Jaguars. Really bad tackling. Was it scheme? Was it whatever it was? To me, the concerning part is that that's 3 weeks in a row of the defense going in the wrong direction at the wrong period of the calendar when we should be peaking rather than going the other way.
Mike Kliss asked Peyton about that earlier today.
Yes, Sean, this is kind of the second year in a row where your defense is starting to fade a little bit. I was wondering if there's anything you can...
Mike, I don't buy it. I mean, you can listen. Our defense played pretty well last week, so you look for those trends, and I think our defense has been outstanding this year. They played a good offense yesterday, and look, they struggled. We didn't play well yesterday defensively, but certainly the week before against a good offense, we played well and had a big win. So I don't see it.
I don't think I'd define the week before as playing well. It was not a disaster by any means, right? It was okay, but I definitely wouldn't say they played well against the Packers.
What are we defining as well there, Coach? I mean, you gave up 26 points.
Is that a lot now?
26?
Yeah, that's still a lot.
Yeah, kind of.
Anything over 24 is a lot.
The Broncos' average defense only gives up this season 18.6. Going into this game, it'll be higher now. But, I mean, that's third in the league. So you average 18 points, and you give up 26. You gave up 34. You gave up 26 to the Commanders. I mean, that's way over your average for the season. Way over your average. Yeah, not great, Bob, as they say.
That being said, Sean's doing the right thing publicly and even privately by saying, nah, we got a good defense, right? I've said this before. I know Scott has confirmed that he agrees with it. What really good coaches do is they coach opposite of the moment. So when things are going great, hey, boys, we suck. Here's what we got to clean up. When things are not going well, hey, boys, we played a lot of good football this year. We're a damn good defense. It's time to get back to who we are. So I think it's the right motivational mindset that Sean Payton is taking. Is it real or not? I think we got some examples that there's some issues going on.
Nick Benito.
I play ass today. I mean, I don't think I played to my standard. I feel like I could have been a lot better. I didn't come ready to play today, and it kind of reflected on the rest of the defense.
We're not going to argue with him, right?
I don't think Nick even showed up on the stat box, did he?
He had 2 tackles, 1 quarterback hit. But they had 14 quarterback hits on Trevor Lawrence.
Well, the pressure up the middle was fantastic, I thought.
JFM was good.
Alex Singleton had 14 tackles. They were getting to the second level. He was a busy boy back there. But Alex Singleton was saying, "Hey, listen, calm down, everybody."
Today, making those tackles, stuff like that. Just little tiny things that got us where we're a 12-win team. I'm not gonna sit here and let you guys on our parade. We have 2 games to go. Be the number 1 seed in the AFC.
I like that. I like the little chip on your shoulder.
Sure.
Okay, let me ask you guys this: do chips on your shoulder sort of reduce in size during a winning streak when everything is going well?
I think so. It's human nature. It doesn't have to. I mean, we talked about this earlier in the show when we were disagreeing on Liam Cohen. Like, Michael Jordan didn't ever lose a chip on his shoulder. It was always going well. Always. He found a way to get motivated by anything. But I do think it's a battle that most humans probably fight is complacency when things are going well.
I think part of going back to your first question, I think part of the struggles with defense is, especially this late in the year, is your offense isn't staying on the field. You are 9 of 25 on third downs in the last 2 games. And you gave up 34 this week and 26 last week, which you just said was horrible. But you would have won 17. You'd have beat 17 teams this week in the NFL and tied 2 if you'd have scored 26.
One more score.
Just throw that out there.
One more score, basically.
But that's not good enough on third downs, and especially this late of the year, I think it's important that these guys stay on the field, and I think that contributes to the defense wearing down.
I'll tell you this, being at the game yesterday, because that Bears-Packers game was bananas. Really fun game to watch. So
you know what else was bananas? Did you guys catch the Lions-Steelers game?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I caught the end of it.
That was wild.
Right call. Crazy call.
Back-to-back offensive pass interference calls to lose a game. Ooh.
Pretty wild. Even when they were down 14, and I like kicking that field goal, by the way. It's 3 possessions. You got to come back one way or the other, so I was fine with it. When Bo threw that interception, it was really a little disheartening because I didn't think they were really out of it until that interception. I still was kind of like, hey, man, something can happen here. Look at the Bears game, whatever. And that interception to me was a little careless. And I was, when you say like Bo became Bo again, or however you put it. I don't want
reverted to the means. I thought Trevor Lawrence was going to be the quarterback that reverted to the law of averages, like the average of his career.
Yeah.
That should have happened against this Broncos defense.
Yeah.
Instead, it was our quarterback that went back to the law of averages.
Okay, why do you think that happens?
Probably because that's probably closer to who he really is.
Ooh.
Brian Greasy.
Okay.
I mean, that was the question last week. Did Bo raise the bar and that's the standard, or is he going to be chasing that the rest of his career?
Wow. Well, what do you think? It's a good question. What do you think?
I think Bo Nix has got every opportunity in the world to be an incredible quarterback for this franchise. He is still in year 2, and we took the wins for granted when the offense showed us plenty of signs of struggle throughout the year. So, like, it's not a definitive statement that this is the best that Bo Nix can be.
Mm-hmm.
Is it fair to say that Trevor Lawrence beat you yesterday?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's fair to say. Legs,
Yeah.
throwing and running. I mean, I thought he dominated the game, and that's what great quarterbacks do. Can you see Bo Nix doing that going forward?
Yes. Yes, I can. I mean, are you asking right now? Are you asking today? Or are you asking me over the course of his career?
Well, going forward. Last two regular season games, postseason.
I know my expectation would be that the game against the Packers was a one-off for Bo this year. And we've seen a lot of examples of what the real quarterback is this year. It's not a bad quarterback.
Would you say
it's not a great quarterback either?
The game before the Green Bay game is more what you got to bank on Bo to be?
Well, I would take that. I actually liked the Raiders game, right?
That's one where he was super accurate.
Yeah,
everything's
I'd
short.
take it.
Just dump.
Sure, I'd take it, and I think you could win ball games and probably even win a Super Bowl with that style of play.
All right, let's sing deeper into it with Let's Football Go. Dan Buds, Quinn Tanner coming up next.
Are you in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle? If so, don't waste your time driving all over the state. There's only one dealership you need to go to. It's my friends at Phil Long Ford. Guys, they're the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. That's why you don't have to drive all over the place. At Phil Long Ford, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is on the lot at Phil Long Ford because they've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. They've got incredible customer service. Relationships matter. I've been buying cars from Phil Long Ford since my rookie year. It's the only dealership I ever go to because I know the guys, I love the guys, I trust the guys. You're going to learn to have the exact same experience at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to love that ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
You can't spit it out. You have to swallow it. That's the truth.
Dan, did you combine things there? Was that actual Hawk to a girl?
That's the actual infamous quote.
Wow. Nicely done. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Brad and the gang will get it done for you. No doubt about it. mountainhighappliance.com. All right there, Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner. Let's football go.
All right, what was Sean Payton's message to the Broncos after their loss to the Jags yesterday?
Well, there was one message, and look, I think I said to him, one of the things you managed to do each week is get on to the next challenge. In other words, digest the win. And so I think the same thing has to apply, especially on a short week like this. You've shown the ability to digest the game before and then get on to the next challenge, and you have to do the same, after a tough loss.
So from what you guys have seen from the Broncos this year, do you think they have the ability to digest this loss and move on quickly? And I guess my second question regarding this would be, do you guys almost view this loss in a weird way as a positive, that it happened in the regular season to sort of reset them and refocus them as they head into the playoffs? Can this be a positive that they lost to the Jags yesterday?
It could be. I've seen it work as a positive, but I've also seen it work as a confidence crusher. And I've seen it in basketball a lot, and New England was almost susceptible to it last weekend. A lot of teams have these big monster win streaks. You lose one game, it's easy to lose two.
Yeah.
That's what scares me for Thursday.
There's a few things that make me concerned about Thursday. I wouldn't say I'm scared about Thursday, but look, life is always about how you respond to adversity, whether it's sports, whether it's in your personal life or whatever. And there's no guarantee of what direction that's going to go. So could it be a positive? Of course it could. Of course it could be a wake-up call. It could be a rallying cry. It could be a, this is the moment that they won the Super Bowl after it. Or it could be a moment that they actually let slide into something worse. And my concern with Thursday is that what helps with the wake-up call is having a big game the next week. Okay? Boys, we just got our butts beat. We got to get it together if we're going to beat whoever. When you got an inferior opponent, that it's clearly an inferior opponent, I think it's a little bit more difficult to use it as a wake-up call.
Well, you almost got to say, listen, when's the last time they beat Kansas City in Kansas City?
Last year. Was that at home?
Well, they lost on a field goal block.
They did lose on the field goal.
Yeah. No.
But, I think before that was 6-7 years ago, wasn't it?
Oh, man. It was, actually maybe longer. It's a long time.
I'm looking at the new Chiefs Stadium, by the way.
The Kansas Chiefs?
The Kansas Chiefs.
The good old Kansas Chiefs, yes.
It does look pretty sick, if that's what it's going to be. But for reference, the Chiefs are getting – why are they moving to Kansas? Because they're getting $2.1 billion in public funding. Denver Broncos.
I'm sorry, what?
$2.1 billion.
Wow.
Yeah. Broncos, zero.
Yep.
Mike Kliss just tweeted that out.
That's a crazy number. Listen, the Kansas, for now, City Chiefs, there's no motivation for them to win this game. When there was no motivation for them to win the game last year against the Broncos, it was 38-0. They know how to lay down. And they're going to lay down on this one because it's going to benefit them more in the long run. Losing is completely unacceptable. They don't have to win by 12.5. That's the spread. But just get the win one way or the other, and let's move on to the Chargers. That being said, that Chargers game is going to be tough as nails, man. That ain't going to be easy. Harbaugh's got them playing well. I was hoping Dallas would kind of take care of business and help us out. Chargers just kind of said, nah, forget that, and stomped all over them.
Well, the Browns actually got relatively close against the Bills.
They did. That was weird watching that game.
Ravens didn't do their job. Nothing ended up going the Broncos' way. Hey, Dan, sorry if this is on your storyline, but you know what premieres tonight? The Elway doc. That'll be out on Netflix tonight.
Is it not outright? Is it tonight?
Yeah, or today. Today.
I did not watch it today, but yeah. Are you going to watch it?
Yeah, I'll watch it for sure.
Someday.
All right.
I got a big-ass road trip. I need stuff to watch.
You'll have time.
I might download it and watch on the phone from here to Orlando.
There you go. Oh, man.
That's actually a great plane viewing. Yeah. Documentary. Yeah.
You know, the Taylor Swift 6-part.
Yeah, I will never
The
watch
End of the Eras Tour. I got hit with that on Friday night. Hey, do you want to watch this? My wife never asked me to watch things.
So did you?
Of course. Watched like 3 out of the 6 episodes. Yeah. Your wife asked you to do something like that. I'm like, sure, I'll watch that. I'll watch a little Tay-Tay with you.
The lead daily?
It did not. Next story, Dan.
Oh, poor DMac.
All right, that was my motivation.
It should have been.
Yeah.
San Francisco 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh is expected to draw significant head coaching interest this offseason. After leading a depleted defense to success, the 49ers rank 11th in points allowed despite season-ending injuries to star players such as Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. It got me thinking, with the way the Broncos defense has played since the bye week, do you think the momentum for Vance Joseph getting a head coaching job has slowed down a little bit?
I think that's a great question, Dan. To be clear, I'm a big fan of Vance Joseph, and I root for Vance. I think he drew some tough cards as a head coach here for the Broncos. It felt like he was one of the hottest, if not the hottest, defensive candidates to become a head coach. I do wonder if the last month of football affects it. However,
interesting.
There's one quick way to turn that around. Have playoff success. I mean, bounce back, and this is nothing. But I do think if this becomes a thing moving forward, defense is struggling, he probably is going to have to wait another year.
Do you think, because he probably has somebody else in mind that he would like, do you think Sean Payton wants VJ to move on?
Yes.
Why?
Because he's got somebody else he wants.
I don't know about that anymore.
You don't think he wants Jim Leonard?
I don't know why. Why would you want somebody else when you've had the type of defenses that you've had?
Because
I know last year I would agree with that.
He never really wanted VJ in the first place.
Okay, fine. And I don't disagree with that. Last year it was clear there was something between those two guys.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, the defense has been too good. There's no way he wants to get out of that. And if he does, that's just stupid.
So you probably talked to the same people I've talked to who said, yeah.
Well, the vibe is that he wants Jim Leonard, but it would be like there's no way you can fire VJ. Like no freaking way you could do that. None.
Listen, if and I know Robert Saleh's done a nice job with San Francisco, but does anybody remember Robert Saleh in New York?
Yeah, well,
so
listen,
guys forget quickly what goes on.
You realize what his strategy was there in New York with quarterbacks, right? Like, I'm going to hire Nathaniel Hackett as my offensive coordinator, and we're going to get Aaron Rodgers in there.
Wait, so you're saying that he wants to get rid of Vance to promote from within?
That's the vibe.
That's
but you can't,
stupid.
You literally can't do it unless VJ gets a head coaching job. Cannot do it.
Yeah. You'll know whether or not if you're hearing that Sean's
what's so great about Jim Leonard?
putting out good conversations.
What is Jim?
Tyler,
Jim he's never even been a coordinator, has he?
It's a Sean Payton thing, bro. Like, who knows?
I guess he was a coordinator at Wisconsin in 2017.
Sean just likes the guys he likes. Why is Darren Rizzi here? Seriously. Anybody? Bueller? I mean, wasn't it just a matter of time before Sean brought as many New Orleans or guys that he likes into the fold as often as possible? I'm not even
by
saying
year 3, you've pretty much done that.
Okay, but you haven't done that defensive coordinator.
Because it's been good.
Because it's been good. But I mean, think about, all right, listen, I don't mean to manufacture crap where it doesn't exist, so we can leave it alone. But is VJ a popular guy? Yeah. Would Sean be okay with him leaving? I mean, that's the question, and we'll see. I think yes is the answer. But again, if he doesn't get a job, you cannot move on from VJ. That is preposterous. It's ridiculous. All right, next story, Dan.
Guys, I don't know if you caught any of the Bills-Browns game yesterday. The Bills end up winning 23-20. They go to 11-4 on the season. But I did want to ask you about Shedeur Sanders. We've seen him in for over a month now. He was 20 for 29 yesterday passing, 157 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Did have 4 rushes for 49 yards. If you saw, he had to leave in the middle of the game. He got his right pinky finger all bloodied up. From what you guys have seen from Shedeur this season, do you think he gets another chance in Cleveland next year?
I watched like basically the entire game. He started off great. The beginning of the game, he looked fantastic. And then, football's football, kind of caught up to him. And
we got a couple deflected interceptions, didn't he?
Yeah. Like, he threw the ball too hard. I'm like, geez, hit the guy he hit the guy right here. I get it wasn't perfect, but I mean, my goodness, it's
but
not
it deflects
on
off, gets up, and now all of a sudden the quarterback gets the stat.
I think it's a crappy draft class. I mean, they can take they're not going to get the number 1 pick. It's going to go to the Raiders or, there's going to be a deal done one way or the other. They're not going to have the number 1 pick. They'll be close to it. So, like, how good is the kid from Oregon? How good is the Pavia from Vanderbilt?
Yeah.
I mean,
Pavia.
I'm not touching that dude.
The Johnny Manziel of this era.
Right. So, like,
as of today, Cleveland's 3rd.
Okay.
Well, get you.
I think if you could get Fernando Mendoza, you do it. I think anybody who needs a quarterback would be lucky to get Fernando Mendoza.
Giants are not going to draft a quarterback. Raiders will.
Correct.
So you probably get the second quarterback as of today.
Well, I'm spacing on the kid from Oregon. My bad. And then
Dante Moore.
And then there's, oh my God, I'm really bad because next is actually the kid from Alabama.
Ty Simpson.
Thank you.
By the way, the Raiders and Giants play next week. That could determine who gets the first overall pick in the draft. How do you think that game plays out?
27. 27.
That's a great question.
27 interceptions.
That's such a good question.
And one of the teams win 2-0 on a sack safety.
See, this is why
they're going to start taking a knee in the second quarter.
This is why you have to fire coaches because those 2 coaches will try to. Well, the Giants already took care of business, didn't they? You got to fire Pete Carroll if you're going to move on from him. Or do you think Pete Carroll would fold on purpose? I don't. I don't think Pete Carroll's got that in him. Like if you're the Raiders and you want to lose that game, you better fire Pete Carroll before it starts. Next story, Dan.
Well, just real quick, after the game yesterday, the Raiders-Texans game, Pete Carroll said after the game, they've got a plan, and he wants another shot at that thing. So he's expecting to be back next year.
Okay, all right.
I bet he is back.
I do too.
Your question is, I think he is too, because how many coaches can you pay? Schefter should be the starting quarterback next year for the Cleveland Browns.
I would love that. If we're really being honest about the valuation, he hasn't done enough to prove that he's the guy.
He looks no.
Definitely he's not done enough.
He's better than Dylan Gabriel, I believe.
Facts.
I don't know, man. Like if you could get Mendoza, I suppose I would go with Mendoza, right? And I'd trade Schefter. You'd have to have a lot of confidence in one of these quarterbacks in the draft class. I mean, you got a shot.
I was really hoping for Schefter that he would do enough to make it a no-brainer. It's definitely definitely they could move on like that.
You're probably right. There have been moments where he looks pretty good, but it hasn't been. I mean, he's only one. Was he 1-4 as a starter?
1-2.
No. It's been more than that.
I don't think so.
And I think he's had 3 games where he's thrown for less than 200 yards.
It's weird. They did hang in there with the Bills.
Yeah, but do that here and you win the game.
True.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, last one here, fellas. Unfortunate incident that took place in Detroit yesterday between DK Metcalf and a Lions fan. That fan's name is Ryan Kennedy.
Is he okay? Is he going to live?
He was the fan involved in the altercation with DK Metcalf yesterday. He said he categorically denies using any racial, misogynistic, or hate-based language during the incident, according to a statement released by his lawyer. He's already lawyered up, so take that for what it's worth. This afternoon, his lawyer said, quote, "These allegations are completely false." The statement released by Sean Head and Sean Murphy of the Head Murphy law firm. But here is Chad Ochocinco. Apparently he's got sources that have told him otherwise.
Yeah, I'm just, I got word. Obviously, I'm not condoning, putting your hands on the fan or punching the fan, but he did call him a racial slur. He called him the N-word, and he did call his mom a. And I think with those words being exchanged and the fans saying that, I think that's where the action, occurred, where he threw. I think he threw a punch. I'm not sure if he connected or whatever, but that's a bad combination. A bad combination, right. and it caused DK to react.
Guys, what do you think happens with Steelers wide receiver DK Metcalf?
Well, he probably gets suspended, but I've got a lot of empathy for him, man. And these fans that insert themselves are losers to me. But you can't do it, so he probably gets suspended.
Yeah, it's not overly complicated. Unfortunately, I mean, it's understandable how somebody loses their cool. I get it. Yeah, there's been times where I wish I could slap a fan in the face. Sure, there's been those moments, but you can't do it. It really does not matter what was said, how bad it was. You can't do it. So I feel bad for him if that is the case, if those words were actually said, because I totally can empathize with it.
Well, you probably get suspended. You may have to settle a lawsuit, but if you do, then you expose the heck out of this guy for being what he is.
You know what the problem though? It's going to be a he said, she said, because it's very unlikely that there's actual audio of whatever the fan said, right? And the NFL will effectively just assume that the fan did not say what he said, right? They'll just assume that the player was in the wrong rather than the other way around. And I'm not saying, like, of course, one side is lying. One side is lying. Whether it's the fan or whether it's DK, one side is lying. But the NFL will just assume that it's the player.
Have you guys ever noticed that fans that put on costumes to go to a game think they have more liberties at games than just other fans?
Yeah, maybe so.
I see it all the time. You put a costume on, all of a sudden you get to go places other people don't get to. You get to strut around. You think you're a better fan because you put a wig on.
Well, did you see the backstage area of the fight this weekend, right?
Yes.
What's his name? And the guys who makes TikTok videos of basically going up and shouldering people left and right.
Was that going on there?
Well, it ended up doing it to Orloff, who was like a MMA champion.
Oh, is that what caused that fight?
Yeah, because I saw
that's what caused that fight.
Yeah, I saw it eventually. Well, what happened? The one guy did it, shouldered him.
Yeah.
They turned around, looked at him, and then his boy came over and like pushed the by or swing at him, and then
that whole thing was because of that TikTok trend.
It was that guy, and then I saw a video of him doing it to other things.
Wow. Okay, well that makes a lot of sense, and I think those guys deserve whatever pounding they get.
I think you get pounded on that.
Fine by me.
Yeah.
Did you guys watch the fight?
Yeah, I did. I watched the whole thing.
Okay.
Most boring fight in the world until the last 2 rounds.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it was a joke of a fight.
If Jake Paul's goal was to survive, he had a pretty effective game plan going on. You know, he just ran out of gas.
But did you not think, was it not embarrassing falling down and grabbing the guy's legs
I've never
like 20
seen anything
times?
like that in boxing. I've never seen that.
That right there alone, every box commission in the world should never allow him to box.
Ever.
That was embarrassing. And he looked like a coward.
He got his 120. Now go away forever.
Go away forever.
Well, I don't know if he'll ever be able to fight again because he's getting plates in his jaw. He already did, and that's usually a career killer for boxers.
You know, the guy did get $120 million, and it took him this long to get a payday like that. So I guess you could say it wasn't just one fight. It was literally years moving up to that moment. So, okay. But seriously, dude, go away. Like he is bad for boxing.
He's not bad for boxing. He's not bad for boxing.
In my opinion, he's horrible for boxing.
It sucks that he's good for boxing. That's what sucks about it. But Jake Paul is by far the most relevant boxer in the world.
Well, then that is why I will no longer watch boxing. So to me, that's bad for anything that makes me dislike something I've liked for a long time.
He's saved it. Like he's kept it relevant.
Well, I'm not gonna.
I mean, look, I'm not saying you got to like it. I'm not saying you got to respect the game plan or respect him, but I do think it's tough to argue that he hasn't been good for the sport.
So this makes you want to watch other boxing matches?
I've more or less been intrigued by every Jake Paul fight. Yes.
Okay,
but now you know what I'll be intrigued by? The next Anthony Joshua fight. Damn sure I will be. And of course I knew who he was going into this, but now I'll be even more intrigued by it.
Well, I went back and watched the last Anthony Joshua fight, and he got his ass kicked by a fellow Englishman at Wembley. He got destroyed.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a great fighter, but he's got a hell of a punch.
He's got a hell of a punch, but in his last real fight, he got his ass kicked. So to me, watching another Anthony Joshua fight, you know what he is? He's more or less a washed up dude.
That dude's not washed. That dude ain't
Well,
washed.
do you know who he wants to fight next?
He talked about it after.
Yeah, he wants to fight another washed up dude. He wants to fight Fury, Tyson Fury, who's retired. It's just one washed up dude
but
after another washed up dude for these paydays.
You know what boxing really is? It's compelling matchups with people that don't like each other. That's what makes it the most fascinating. And so Fury and him, they've got history. They got beef. You know, that actually is a very compelling story.
I'm sure they'll fight because the paydays are such. I just won't care. Listen, let me tell you. Hey, if you're going to put the crap for free on Netflix, I guess I'll pay some attention to it. But Jake Paul, oh, my God. I wouldn't watch this guy do anything.
You
just did.
What's the guy that did the HBO announcer forever?
Jim Lampley.
Jim Lampley. I was talking to Jim Lampley at the Army-Navy game last time I went. I was sitting and had dinner by him. And I was talking about boxing and everything. He says, for American audiences, if you don't have intriguing heavyweight fights, your sport dies. And he said that's what's happening after Tyson kind of going away. And, Fury, I think I talked to him way before Fury came around. He said, but there's no heavyweights that people can, they don't care about the lightweights. He said it's great boxing, but Americans don't care about it. They want to see the big bruisers knocking each other out.
Yeah, okay. I agree.
And that's Mr. Boxing.
All right.
I just dropped Jim Lampley.
Oh, I got
Name dropped him.
We do have more of the Kevin Durant stuff, by the way. Some more of his comments. If you haven't heard it, it's kind of interesting. That'd be a fun fight. Brucey B against KD. I'll tell you this. KD has a significant reach advantage on Bruce Brown.
Yeah, Bruce would get inside, though.
You think so?
Yeah, you try.
You think he'd take him down? All right, we'll hear that coming up next. Hey, if you're still freaking out about gifts, I got a perfect gift for the Denver sports fan in your life. Give the gift of streaming with an Altitude Plus gift card, perfect for new or existing subscribers. Go to altitudeplus.com/gift cards and select the option that fits your holiday budget. You could watch the Nuggets. They have multi-screen streaming if the games are going on at the same time. They've got press conferences. They got podcasts. They got football stuff with Rachel Vigil and more. That's Altitude Plus. It's great. It's awesome. Easy to use. No problem. So consider it and make a great gift. Nate and Andy coming here for a second. In a second, we'll hear their thoughts about the game, obviously. Just back to Bruce Brown real quick. So Bruce said that KD crossed a line, and then he said and Bruce was wearing a hockey helmet sitting between the benches the other night with the Avs. It was fantastic. Great. Again, you can see it on Altitude Plus. Here is Bruce about what he took away from hockey that he could apply to basketball.
I wish there was fighting. I wish we didn't get a fine because would have had some fun.
Would you have dropped the gloves tonight, so to speak, if fighting was kosher in NBA?
I would have thought about it.
Okay, so that's Brucey B. Then we go out to Kevin Durant, and Kevin Durant agrees that he crossed the line. Here's what he had to say.
Definitely wanted to cross the line tonight. Yeah. That's basketball. It's in between the lines. Ain't no respect, ain't no love, nothing. And people don't show love to me. They cross the line a lot with their physicality. You know what I'm saying? It's part of the game. Some people can talk and play, some people can't. I had to learn how to talk and play as a player. So I think Bruce is probably learning the same thing. Man, love it. Love it. I mean, you coming in here and play at a championship organization with arguably, in my opinion, one of the top 10 players, 5 players that I've ever seen play basketball, you know? That's how much respect I got for these dudes that I want to get up and, you know what I'm saying, bring that energy, bring that fight. It might go across the line, but that's basketball sometimes. So, you know, Bruce will be all right. This is the game. I feel like a lot of people might disagree with me right now, but I feel like we have a similar mentality or how we approach work, just the game itself, and I can sense that from afar, you know. So I always have respect for him, and then you accomplish what you accomplish in this league, like, gotta respect that. When we playing against each other, once again, it might cross the line. So if that offends you, that's on you. Next game, I'm sure Bruce will be better from that, but I crossed the line tonight.
Wow.
Was that a PR people go, thank you?
Yes.
Why?
Because, well, you got to understand, like,
why?
The local Muggles, Denver Muggles, that was all with Denver media. There was no Houston media there. They requested, hey, can Kevin Durant come out? And I don't think they wanted to put him out there in the first place, but it was Durant that said, sure.
I loved it. I didn't have anything what he said was bad, and I would concur with Kevin Durant 100%.
The Houston PR staff was trying to stop him or didn't want him. It was Durant who wanted to go out there and say what he said. And he was in no rush, by the way.
Right.
She was just like getting nervous. Like, okay, maybe this is enough. The guy saying I'm crossing the line, and
that was awesome. That right there. I don't know about you, Tyler. That gives me a little more positive think about all of the situation.
Oh, absolutely. I think the whole thing's actually great. It gives us another team to dislike. It's a team that's very, very relevant this year, specifically for the Denver Nuggets. Kevin Durant, as far as I'm concerned, hey, man, it's easy to hate on the guy. But I respect the mindset of trying to push your opponent's buttons. I really do. That is how the game's supposed to be played. I wasn't a trash talker, but I get that.
I think Kevin Durant, and I love Brucey B, and I'm glad he was firing the whole thing. But I think Durant won that round. Well, he won the game, and I think he won the postgame too. Because Brucey B just comes off as a little petty. And Kevin Durant's like, hey, if you could play and talk, play and talk.
That was a little bit brutal for a former teammate, the way that Kevin Durant's talking about him.
Okay.
Like, hey, Bruce needs to figure this out.
Are there lines to be crossed, and is that okay on the playing field, on the court, on the ice, whatever? Is it all okay? Or are there some areas that are not okay to go?
Gosh, I think it's really hard to cross the line. I mean,
period.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, race is crossing the line. If you get overly, like, if you know, like, an absurd amount about the dude's personal life and, like, maybe the mom did something or what the wife did something, like, maybe that's crossing the line.
Is it?
But it also might be looked at as effective ammunition.
What's my guy, Derek, the Kansas City, Andy's in here, Kansas City Chiefs.
Derek Thomas?
Derek Thomas. It was, the story goes.
The Monday night game, and
Shannon
Denver's
Sharp
trying to do the 4-minute drill, and it turns out Kansas City takes 3 or 4 offsides and necessary roughness
No, he
penalties.
jumped him and hit him because
if you let to listen to the story, you want to tell the story?
You go ahead.
I mean, after I told you the story,
I want to see what you reveal.
Well,
because you told me what was being said.
So after the game, and it was stupid. It was dumb play by a Hall of Famer, and Denver ends up being able to run out the clock, wins the game, scores late, blah blah blah, and they get back to town next week, and I see Shannon. I go, Shannon, what was going on with you and Derek? He goes, man, all I was doing, I was getting down my stance and going 316-332-5811. And I go, what? 316-38? I go, what is it? He goes, that was Derek Thomas's girlfriend's number.
That's pretty effective.
Hey, do you realize why that wouldn't work today?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows the number.
I know.
You wouldn't even know what the number is. You just tell your number. You just tell your girl. You tell your phone to call it.
I don't know my kids' phone numbers.
Yeah. Could you?
No clue.
Could you give me Kim's number right now?
So I can. But I couldn't give you my kids' numbers.
Right.
I
And
cannot.
I'm no different.
And the only reason I can do my wife's number, it's literally been the same number for 25 years.
Well, you know what? I ended up giving her my old number, so that's why.
Well, there you go. You got that.
I know. You know what? I do
You
know
gave Kim your old number?
That is how he said that.
Bada bing, bada boom.
I do know. You know your number from our days as producer and host.
Yeah, I don't know yours, I don't think.
I don't really, because it's changed 3 times. Yours has not changed.
Yeah, that's true.
What is Andy saved in your phone? What does it say?
Second wife.
He showed me.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. So what do you think, Andy?
You lost to a good team. You lost a game to a good team. I'm not here to freak out. You know, I know that's not the hot sports talk take everybody wants, but I vividly remember 2015, and this feels a little bit to me, and maybe Tyler will remember this. Feels a little bit to me like the Pittsburgh game, where you went in there and you got your butt spanked. They dropped that. They in Mike Sanford style, they not only spanked you, they dropped the drawers down and gave it flat to the cheeks. And guess what? You were better for it when you met in the playoffs about a month later. So let's just hope if you're a Bronco fan, that's how it goes. Bo didn't have one of his best games. The D certainly. You know what yesterday showed, really? I mean, every prediction most of us had was based on the defense being special. Well, you weren't special yesterday. So guess what, boys? If you're going to do something special, you got to show up every day ready to be special.
When was the last time the defense was special?
Oh, I think they've been fine, but, you know.
Special.
Look, they had a better second half against the Packers, but in the pass rush got after them. But, you know, I don't know. When was the last time they've been under the pressure?
Honestly, it was probably the first time we played the Raiders, and we held them 7 points. And then I think the week after we held Kansas City to 18, 17, something like that, right? So they had a pretty good stretch there. I agree with you. No reason to panic. No reason to freak out. Denver Broncos are still a good football team. And when we looked at the final 4 games of the season, I said, I don't know which one, but they're probably going to lose one.
Sure.
Like these are a bunch of good opponents, right? And that's when I thought Kansas City was going to be good also. But, you know, so it's like we're here. But it is hard to avoid. There's something real going on with the defense right now, and it's not trending in the right direction. I mean, this goes back to the Commanders game. It certainly goes back to last week against the Packers. I tried to write it off last week. And last week, just to be clear, last week's performance was not like terrible by the defense. They got big in the red zone. They held them to 3 points. But we've now had 3 weeks in a row of sketchy football from the defense.
All right, maybe something for you to watch because I know you do your film thing every Tuesday, right?
Yep.
Leggy's pointed it out to us, and I couldn't. Nate's in here, and maybe he noticed it too. Teams have been staying with big personnel to keep Hufanga in coverage and not let him be the dime or nickel linebacker and be more of the wrecking ball near the line of scrimmage and screwing up the run game and stuff like that, right? One of because that's what the Commanders did was I asked Leggy what they do, and he said they got big, and Hufanga had to stay back because when you stay big with those extra tight ends, that keeps Singleton and Greenlaw out there.
Yeah.
And that, you know, and that's what led to a lot of the quick passing and you not getting in there. And look, you still aren't always covering a tight end. But listen, that also being said, like, what was the problem yesterday? It wasn't necessarily some of the flaws in coverage or scheme. What was with the tackling?
It's terrible.
You terrible tackling.
Well, you brought up the two names that had the worst play of the game when Hufanga and Drake Greenlaw both whiffed. I can't even remember who scored that for Jags. Who was that? I don't remember
Williams,
who that was.
it?
Parker Washington.
Is that who it was?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, Dre and Hufanga looked unathletic on that play. And they're obviously tremendous athletes, but
you know what? Like, I remember this from the 98 Broncos. 98 Broncos lose a game. The offense gets a little wanky. Everybody's freaking out. Is Terrell going to get his 2,000 yards, all that?
A little what?
Wanky. They get to the playoffs. They lock back in. Things go on. So we'll see if this team does that. But at the end of the day, Tyler, I mean, I would ask you this before we get you out of here. As a former player, and again, you lived the 2015 season, but you came at it from veteran eyes. I told a buddy yesterday, heck, I said it to my son because he was all bent. Dude, there is a bleeding to this sometimes. You take a few. Remember, the 2015 Broncos still got a KO in 2012 and 2013 quicker than we thought. Okay, Now 2013 was a Super Bowl, but they got their butts kicked. Even a Peyton Manning team had to have some gut punches to finally get to the mountaintop. This team to me is still, and I know it's kind of a loser's mentality, or whatever you want to say, they're still in an evolving process. Bo Nix is in the second year of being the quarterback, the franchise quarterback, man. They're so far ahead of the schedule that I am expecting some sort of hard lesson be learned possibly before you truly are a Super Bowl champion, unless the defense is back to just being impenetrable again.
Right.
Yeah, the Broncos are really good. They're not head and shoulders above the rest of the AFC.
No.
And there's nothing wrong with that, but an 11-game win streak and a convincing victory over the Green Bay Packers.
It puts you to sleep a little bit.
Yeah, it lulls you into a false sense of security a little bit. And, you guys are talking about the defensive performance yesterday, and VJ kind of foreshadowed this a little bit last week. He was like, hey, teams, they got 15 weeks of film on us. Like, the schemes are better. And Liam Cohen adjusted really well. I think the other thing that happened yesterday, Trevor Lawrence can ball.
Thank you. Three of those passes on TDs.
Man.
He stuck a couple on a guy's chest with a DB all over his dude.
Yeah. He was stupid good. I admit it. I got it wrong, but my prediction going into the game was that Trevor Lawrence was going to revert to the law of averages of his career, and he was going to toss up an interception or two to the Broncos. Because that's what the average of his career has been. It's been high highs, low lows. Unfortunately, it was our quarterback that reverted to the law of averages.
Yeah. Yeah, Bo. It was we got a lesser Bo game yesterday.
We did, but I don't think Bo was the reason why you lost either. Like my big complaint,
he was a part of it.
He definitely was.
He did not
but
play
you can't
well
go,
yesterday.
we lost because of Bo.
No.
Bo, look, they were doing kind of what they did. They were doing what. Here was the problem.
The defense is
How
taking
about we
on
don't
water.
ask Bo Nix to throw the ball 50 times per game?
Well, and don't turn it over twice. How about, guys, let's complete a simple handoff.
Yeah.
We got a little weird where you just drop the ball in front of a D lineman. Let's not repeat that.
What is the batting average on the trick plays this year?
Not great, but man, that
Is
one
it
was
0?
there. That one was there.
Have they hit a single one?
I don't know.
I don't know. We've ran
Probably
a lot of
they
them.
have,
Yeah.
but
I
he
feel
gets
like
one a game.
Yeah, Sean gets saucy once a game, and this was one where I thought you were putting together a good drive, and Bo just missed that throw.
He did, but to your point,
If he
the drive just stalled.
Yeah, if he airs that thing out, that's a touchdown, but that's a max effort throw, and he loses accuracy on those throws. He doesn't have the arm for it.
My main complaint with Bo yesterday was like, Bud, please, you threw 3 hospital balls, and one of them put a guy literally in the hospital.
Yeah, can you not get your guys killed?
You can't do that.
Hey, one other thought, Tyler, you can speak to this obviously better than Andy and I can because you lived in those trenches. I don't think it's, and maybe it is a coincidence, I don't think it is, that an opposing offensive lineman gets hurt every week against the Denver defense. Like every week.
What do you mean?
Like Zach Tom did in the.
I guess my gut would be like it's a coincidence, but why is it not a coincidence?
Because they're very physical.
Because of the physicality with which that they play. Like I don't think, to me, it's become like a weekly occurrence that a starting offensive lineman leaves the field for the opposing offense, and it's like you're going up against one of the nastiest front sevens in all of football.
And you know what? The pass rush was pretty dang good.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick
They hit
Bonito
him,
had a
what,
quiet
they
game,
sack him 5 times.
Jonathan Franklin Myers was great.
Malcolm Roach had a great sack yesterday. I didn't think the pass rush was a problem.
No.
Some of it was also just, again, that quarterback.
And again, tip of the cap to Trevor Lawrence,
really
who was
good.
under duress
Yeah.
and played fantastic.
Well, we had this great Mia O'Brien came on.
Yeah.
And you know what? I asked her, I said, what's the one thing Denver people ought to be worried about? And immediately she went to Trevor Lawrence's feet. And you know what? She was right. Especially on that touchdown where he was in the end zone before anybody knew what was going on. Yep. Let me ask you this. What did you think of the Powers-Palczewski rotation? Would you rather they have just given one guy the assignment, or do you think that's a good way to ramp him up?
No, I think it was a necessary evil to get Powers probably back up to speed here a little bit. Palczewski's done enough to prove that he's not a liability. Last week he played really poor. After I watched the film back, he had a rough go against Green Bay. Ben Powers is the better offensive lineman. Is he ramped up? Does he have the rust off? I don't want to see that the rest of the season by any means, but I don't mind it as a temporary play to get Ben Powers caught up.
The reason why I went to that is I just felt like there was some uncharacteristic pressure up the middle yesterday. The other thing, again, you could just kind of feel it was a little low. Like they came in wanting to whoop you, and I don't know that you met the energy. Bowles, we haven't seen a Garrett Bowles penalty in a while. He jumps twice early. What's going on? You know what I mean? So I just hope this refocuses them, and I'm not freaking out. I'm not.
Yeah, I think that the Broncos.
Can I give you something that concerns me?
Yeah, if they lose to Chris Aludikun,
sure.
Who did
Uncle Rico?
I think the DNA of this football team is right. I think they're built to the right stuff. I expect them to bounce back. I expect it to be a wake-up call, but a concern. I'm not scared of the Chiefs. I'd be stupid to be scared of the Chiefs. My concern, though, it's really easy for it to be a wake-up call when you're playing the Packers the next week, when you're playing the Jags the next week. It's a little bit tougher to have a proper wake-up call when you're playing the Chiefs on Christmas Day and you're half asleep throughout the week and you're doing weird family stuff and it's short week already.
Going on the road.
I'm not telling you I'm afraid of losing the game. If we lose this game,
that's problematic.
That's really, really problematic. It just concerns me, will they properly utilize the wake-up call the way they could and should if they had a better opponent the next week?
All right. Was it a good test for them to taste Green Bay and Jacksonville back-to-back? Because that's what because guess what? In the playoffs, that's how it looks. You don't get a break with the Raiders or the Giants or the Jets before your next good game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
well, and let's be honest, guys. And Broncos fans may not want to hear this, but let's just go beat the Chiefs. Chargers, handle your business against the Texans, and let's get an AFC West championship game in Week 18.
That'd be fun.
Give that to us. Give me the content. I want to watch that game.
Again, it's a team that has not faced these games a lot.
Exactly.
Well, it wouldn't just be an AFC West. It'd be for the number one seed.
For the 1 seed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the difference between either that or going to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Is what you're talking about. You either get a bye or you have to go on the road to Pittsburgh, and then you got to stop their run game. Did you see what they did yesterday? They outran the Lions 230-15.
Dude, that was a wild game.
That game was insanity.
Yeah.
All the way up till the end.
I hardly ever watch ESPN anymore.
Yeah.
And I was watching it late last night. I didn't see that game live. Catching all the highlights at the end, that was nuts.
Everything that happened in that game.
Two offensive pass interferences to lose a football game.
Metcalf taking a swing at a Lions fan. Everything was so good. This week it started with Seahawks-Rams, which was insanity.
Maybe the best Thursday night game ever.
Ever, possibly. Saturday night, Bears-Packers. Are you kidding me that Green Bay choked that game and Chicago recovers an onside kick and Caleb Williams makes those 2 throws? And then we go into yesterday, and yesterday was just, again, Steelers-Lions, I think, was the most insane game that happened all day yesterday. But, hey, Broncos-Jags, to me, gave us a lot to talk about with this team. But wild friggin' day, man. Wild. Oh, Patriots coming back and beating the Ravens last night.
Yeah, I kept waiting for the Ravens to be like, oh, yeah, we're a problem. Maybe you're not.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess you're not going to be.
Snoop Huntley wasn't able to win that game, and Drake May made the plays when he had to in the fourth quarter. But this is as good a weekend of the NFL that I remember.
Yep.
And it's good every weekend.
And yet it was
It's a great
highlighted
product.
by a whole bunch of weird officiating.
That sure
By
was.
the way, why do we have a play clock if you're not going to call it?
That was driving me
There was like
insane.
3 different times. I was like, there's no point in having a home field advantage if you're not going to call delay a game.
I've played this game my whole life, and I still don't properly understand how that thing gets called.
Why is there not a buzzer?
I'm with you. Something needs to light up. Light up the goalposts. I don't care.
Shot clock, the pitch clock. Just put a little pager on there. Just bzz. Oh, okay, blow the whistle. Nope, you didn't get it off in time. Sorry, losers. You're going back 5 yards. The whole we got to wait and have the lag because we got to look at the zeros, and then we got to look and see if the ball is snapped, and we'll just let it go. In what sport is the clock that fungible?
The way they treat it, they treat the zero like it's a full second.
Right.
You know, like how do we get to the last second of the zero?
A second, 2
rather
seconds.
than when it shows zero.
Then it's no longer the zero to your point. Now it's -1.
Put an extra second on the shot clock if that's what you want to do.
I'm telling you, light up the pads at the bottom of the goalpost.
My
Just light 'em up.
entire life hating this.
I'm with you.
What is the point of a play clock?
Because it happened like 3 times yesterday. Now, does that change the game? I don't know. Might have, might not.
It's meaningful.
Yeah, it is.
No, there was
They had a really good play on one that should have been a delay game.
The 3rd and 9, the Parker Washington, a 20-yarder across the middle. Good throw by Lawrence, but I'm sorry, you snapped that ball late. Why is that not a penalty? Why is there not a better system in place? Because the NFL doesn't want one. Because they want the quarterback to have
you could just pay a guy to watch it. They got enough money. You are simply, you know what you do? You blow the whistle if we hit 0.
Right there. It's not hard. It's not hard. A little red square like they do in the NBA on the backboard. It's again, they can manage to do it correctly.
You wouldn't want to do like a big buzzer. Because the buzzer would be confusing.
Now
Because
you're
the ball's going to get snapped, and then all of a sudden the buzzer goes off. People think the play stopped.
See, but I like the buzzer because it makes them feel shame. It makes them be like, "No, you screwed up."
But it would create so much confusion on the plays that it actually was snapped. Because the buzzer's going to go off out of the 0, right? So yeah, they can't do that. But
you can light up the pad so we all know.
Yeah, you
clock's
could.
dead.
I want a Family Feud style 3 X's that goes off.
The hockey siren.
What'd you think about the PJ Locke hit?
Dude, what I think the ref, because normally, remember, I've seen refs when you try to blow something dead, somebody runs over there to try to get into the field of vision to say, this is a dead play.
Right.
Okay? They just watched him hit him.
Dude, I watched it back. DMac and I disagree on it.
That whistle was so late.
DMac's like, no, it was obvious. That was a bad hit. If you watch it really closely, watch the play again, you'll find it on Twitter today. You're going to see about 5 other Denver Broncos that are within the same realm that are all still fighting. Everybody's fighting. The offensive line for the Jags, everybody's fighting. It wasn't just PJ Locke.
Nobody
Trevor Lawrence was the only one that shut it down.
Right.
Everybody else on the field is still fighting.
Well, what drives me nuts, too, is I always have felt
Also,
because
and
I
that,
like safeties.
By the way, that's because Lawrence saw his guy false start. So, his brain is programmed to hear the whistle.
Well,
so, the moment he hears it, he knows. PJ Locke, on the other hand, he's not looking what everyone's doing on the line of scrimmage. So he's just bombing off the edge. Again, it's loud as hell in there. How are you supposed to know?
And he had launched. People act like this is the Matrix. Once I've committed my weight to something, I can't just be like, just kidding.
Right.
Yeah,
You don't just stop.
I think the whistle was blowing, and he had one extra step. There was no stopping that.
Right.
You got to be Superman to be able to stop
if
that.
he does, you could have. Here's what's really lucky: he could have tried to stop and then torpedoed his leg.
How do you
At least he took it square in the back.
Now, Trevor Lawrence, can you imagine taking a shot like that when you've let your tension out of your body?
I was going to say, how do you think his neck feels
you're not
today?
protected.
Yeah.
I don't know how that dude didn't break his back in half on that thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I want you to do the rest of the week?
What's that?
Santa.
Bring
it back.
Let's do it.
I know the guy. He's in town.
Hey, let's bring him
Every
back
time.
on.
Well, I ain't going to be on, but you can have fun with your guys.
We
How
should
about
do that. Yeah.
We used to have and if you said Santa, because the Broncos were so bad in 2017, so bad when we were doing our show, we had a guy be Santa. But then Santa became like an adult Santa.
Santa became like
the
a
pleasures
dirty,
Santa.
horny Santa.
So we had to call that off. As soon as Tyler would say something and he'd have to go away. And there was one time where Santa showed up and left like the old man at the bar in The Simpsons. And then Tyler got angry. We should bring the bit back.
I'm amazed you guys spent that much time talking about the 2017 Broncos.
Yeah, well
done,
were on
fellas.
a station called Orange and Blue.
Dude.
And they did, yeah.
We had to do interviews with players. As it kept getting worse.
Yeah,
There was one time we were like, which quarterback is calling us? There's been 9. Funny, we never got Paxton on that interview.
Bummer.
That's too bad, guys. Tyler Polumbus, everybody, noon to 3, PhD. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll talk to Mike Sanford here on the other side. We'll break down Bo Nix's performance. Where did big number 10 go wrong yesterday against Jacksonville? It's all coming up on a Monday edition, a Rally House Monday, and a rare Broncos lose Monday edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Obviously, a disappointing loss. All the things that were important or are important to winning, we didn't do a good enough job with, and that starts with me. They were better on third downs. They won the turnover battle. They won the kicking battle. And so now we have a short week to digest it. You can't spit it out. You got to swallow it, and that starts with every one of us.
On Friday, we did Drop of the Year here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And as far as I know, we cut off the voting as of Friday. But wow, Sean Payton, the end of that quote, I think he wanted it. I think maybe Sean Payton was listening to Drop of the Year on Friday and thought, I want in on this. I don't like that I'm getting overlooked, and so I'm just going to give you guys one more gem this year.
You can't spit it out. You got to swallow it, and that starts with every one of us.
Yeah, he didn't like what we chose of his selection from the year. He had quite a few entries.
He did.
We didn't ignore him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's controversy. We'll have to get to that later.
There's a real that's what she said moment from Sean Payton.
Sexy. Boy, Mark hasn't busted out a while. I think that all came from Mark before we had Drop of the Year. See, the problem is that isn't one drop, even though that was all from one single interview.
Manipulated.
Sexy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well manipulated.
This show used to be sexier. Now we don't hear sexy near enough anymore.
Funny part about it is like you're not even triple X anymore.
I know, I'm slimming down.
We're way sexier
but
these
days. But it turns out people like the bigger stuff. By the way,
they don't spit it out; they swallow it.
Big news in the NFL.
What do you got for me?
DK Metcalf, 2-game suspension, so effectively done the rest of the year for that incident with the Lions.
Can I tell you what I found the most amazing about that? I don't like how high is that barrier? Is that like 12 feet or whatever?
Yeah, it's
like,
not small.
Kind of goes to show you what a giant person DK Metcalf is.
There is a part of me that's just like, you know what? Don't suspend him. The fan said what he said. You get what you get.
Yeah.
You want to say something in arm's reach of a guy, however it goes, it goes.
An eye for an eye. Mike Sanford joins us here on a Monday afternoon.
He's not a small lad.
Sandman, how you doing, pal?
I'm just doing well. I'm trying to figure out if when Sean Payton said that includes all of us, I'm still contemplating if that includes me. I don't really subscribe to that quote. So yeah, I haven't quite figured out if he's speaking to all of Bronco country, all members of the media, radio outlets, everybody, because that's a lot of swallowing.
I think you got to be careful with the word members in there, right there. Sandman, let's talk about a loss yesterday, 34-20 to the Jaguars. Why did the Broncos lose that game, Sandman?
They were inefficient. They were inefficient in a lot of ways. Inefficient getting off the field on third down, inefficient throwing the football with such volume. The turnovers, two extremely avoidable turnover plays, a zone read play. And if I hear anybody else call that an RPO, I want everybody to understand what an RPO is, that you would set up to throw a pass. That's run, meaning hand it off to the running back, or pass. And that's the option. That was zone read, or sometimes it's power read, where you either hand the ball off or you take off and run around the defensive end. Bo Nix wanted to hand that football off to Jaleel McLaughlin, but I think he got caught between a poop and a fart, if you will, and ended up with the ball on the ground. Those two turnovers is what cemented this game. The crazy thing is there were a lot of, we called it empty calories, 100 extra yards of offense that you had over the Jacksonville Jaguars. It was a really bad distribution of yardage and timing of yardage versus your defense that gave up incredibly important plays on third down and in the red zone to the Jaguars team. They were just advantageous.
Yeah, but doesn't this kind of go back to what we've all been saying since training camp? If you're going to get the ultimate goal of winning the Super Bowl done, the defense has to be special, and unfortunately yesterday, Coach, they just weren't. Something Leggy put us onto about a month ago, and maybe you've seen some of the trends too. You and I are both big fans of Talanoa Hufanga, but I think when he gets to go into the nickel, go and be that nickel dime back or whatever, he's a game wrecker, and that's where we get those Troy Polamalu comparisons. Leggy's been kind of alerting us that teams have kind of been going with the bigger personnel. The Commanders did it. I thought Jacksonville did it. And that keeps Talanoa Hufanga back at the safety position, and it's kind of a little bit looking different player when he's not up there near the line wrecking stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting. You're missing Brandon Jones. That's a big loss. You know, I wasn't all that kicked in the pants about Brandon Jones when the Broncos acquired him before last season. Like, I saw him at training camp. I'm like, oh, he's kind of an average-sized guy. There's nothing about him like from a presence standpoint that stood out during training camp. That guy's a really good three-way safety, man. Like, he can cover. He can become a run-fit player, and he can actually play the post as well. He can be the deep middle field player, whereas I feel like Hufanga really is kind of an elite one-way safety where he is the ultimate box drop-down player, and they can also, he's a good blitzer, but he's really a box player more so than I see him as a cover player, as a rangy guy. And you almost have too much. I feel like PJ Locke and Talanoa Hufanga are almost too similar players, just Hufanga being a better iteration of them.
For one snap yesterday, this is according to Parker Gabriel's game charting, the Broncos had PJ Locke and Devin Key at safety.
That's not what you want.
That's not ideal. Jordan Turner was on the field late in the game after the Dre Greenlaw hamstring injury that now we got to worry about another soft tissue injury with Dre Greenlaw. And, Jade Barron yesterday, he got torched by Travis Etienne on a touchdown. Again, I think he's still an impact player, but I think his role is only going to have to grow down the stretch right here. But yeah, when Riley Moss isn't great, and yesterday he was not great, that's not to say he didn't make plays. He broke up a pass to Jacoby Myers in the end zone. His presence was felt, but when he's going to miss tackles like that and give up big plays, it just, to me, that really makes this defense look vulnerable when they're not as tough on the back end.
Yeah, and it's so funny because Riley Moss, he's been targeted. What is he, number one in the National Football League in terms of volume in his direction? Yet he's given up, I think it's like the 10th lowest completion percentage of all qualifying corners and cover players. So he's been good in coverage. But, if we were going to say that obviously the downside of him has been he's been grabby, he's been handsy, it's the PIs, which has certainly subsided. Going back to the player that I saw at Iowa and that I was, frankly fell madly in love with as an overall football player, him playing off coverage zone and being a great tackler was like the number one thing that I thought he was elite at, was that he knows leverage, he knows space. And yesterday, man, I don't know if it was complacency. I don't know if it was just, Riley Moss just feeling like, I don't know. The only thing I can attribute it to is there is a new trend going around, and I think it really started with the Raiders, the second matchup, and then it was really I think the bruise was punched by Cliff Kingsbury. LaFleur tried to get to it. Is if you get into either heavy sets or very condensed sets, it takes the press coverage off, and now you have what are normally man coverage looks. You have 7, 8, 9 yards of cushion, and now all of a sudden you throw quick balls. The pass rush can't get home, and Riley Moss he's tasked with space, and he didn't handle space particularly well as it relates to tackling, and really none of the Broncos did. So the adjustment has to be made by Vance Joseph that even if a team decides to play in condensed splits, you can still play press coverage and just say, you know what, if you're going to run a bunch of rub routes and switch release routes, we're going to let our pass rush get home, but we're not going to give Trevor Lawrence's of the world the easy completion throw because, frankly, it made the day a lot more difficult. Certainly, you got home, but you just didn't get it in the critical moments.
Coach, didn't we also, though, see a moment to me? I thought to myself, this is the first time this Bronco team, I think, really dealt with a team that showed up to show them. Jacksonville played the chip card yesterday, right?
Yeah, 100%.
You know what I mean? Green
100%.
Bay, and when you talk about just because, look, lack of focus on the tackles down the sideline, that's brutal, right? I mean, we haven't seen that
No
from
question.
the Broncos all year long. It just didn't feel like they showed up with the same juice that Jacksonville did, and I think that's why you get a game like that sometimes. I'm sure you've coached in a few of those.
Right. And the thing that I kind of noticed a little bit, and I thought the team came out like Sean Payton didn't it wasn't like he slumbered through this week of preparation, because the defense the first couple drives was flying around, and in fact almost to their detriment.
They gave up 5 net yards on the first 2 drives with 2 sacks.
100%.
I mean, Trevor Lawrence was running for his life back there.
Yeah, it was the first couple drives were what I thought the game was going to end up being.
Right.
And then, some bad penalties that, I know you guys just broke down the PJ Locke situation, and, that really kind of opened up Pandora's box and just kind of gave them some momentum. I agree with you, though, Andy. The Broncos just overall for 4 quarters didn't look like the team that was trying to prove something. And that is human nature, man. Like coaches do everything they can to prepare their football team. And you go to great lengths. We saw what great lengths people will go to. Liam Cohen spun the slightest mistake of Sean Payton into a massive narrative that the social media team for Jacksonville has decided to make their rallying cry, maybe for this season and into the playoffs, right? Small market team. That's who we are. Everybody's making fun of Duval. Well, let's lean into it. That's what I kind of saw with the team. I didn't feel like the Broncos played with that same chip on their shoulder. You remember Sean Payton created some narratives in the last couple of weeks, especially against Green Bay. Took offense to some things in Green Bay, and I think some of the national narratives that have said about the Broncos are not good enough on offense. I think that they might have come out of the Green Bay Packers game, especially on the offensive side of the ball, and Sean Payton himself with a little bit got a little big for their own britches, and human nature takes over, and all of a sudden you don't think that you need to do everything at such a high level with great technique and fundamentals, and that's what I saw. I saw a team that was out fundamentaled by another team.
Talking to Mike Sanford right now here on a Monday afternoon. Sandman, give us the grade. When you watched Bo Nix's performance yesterday, 28 of 47, career high, 352 yards, had the great touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton, also had a pretty painful interception that killed any hopes of a rally in the fourth quarter. But what did you think of the way that Bo Nix played yesterday?
That was a C- game for me, and I know that's not a popular narrative because he threw for a ton of yards, but I just don't think he was highly efficient. 47 attempts. First off, I don't think that's the formula at all. And I get it. You got in a deficit, and you got to throw yourself out of it. I don't know that I didn't feel like he had his best game handling the looks with the run game. And I wonder if that's partially why Sean started to abandon the run game, because there's a lot placed on the quarterback position in Sean Payton's offense with regards to how to check versus various looks. It looked like there were a couple, I'm sure you guys remember, there were a couple run plays that you saw and you said, is that what he wanted to do? Is that the run play that you want against that look? One that stood out to me was an early, I think it was second quarter handoff. That there were 7 guys in the box and no tight end or fullback. So you're out, man, 7-5 in reality, and it wasn't a zone read, so you can't pick up an extra number. I just thought he didn't play his best game, man. He looked good at the beginning. I liked the way he was in rhythm. It was like a carryover from the Green Bay game, and then the feet just kind of started to get a little skittish, started to press a little bit, and I don't think he just managed the game. And I know that's like a bad word about quarterbacks, a game manager. Hell, I love Bo Nix game manager. I'll take it every day, twice on Sunday, man.
Yeah, and he also, by the end of the game, you could tell he was flustered. Trevor Lawrence got punched in the mouth early on in that game, and he tightened up. I think Bo Nix got punched in the mouth yesterday, and it got to him because he made some mistakes late in that game. Running out of bounds and taking a sack.
Yeah, not getting that ball away.
When he needs to throw the ball away. Just basically throwing up a ball where you're getting Pat Bryant murdered out there, and it, as well he did.
He nearly got Ingram killed a couple times too, though.
He had some really inaccurate throws yesterday, and his completion rate over expectation. You absolutely saw it. I thought that Bo wilted yesterday when that game got tough, and we haven't seen that out of him much this year.
But guys, Coach, seriously, isn't this just the proof the defense has to be special or they're not going deep in the playoffs? Isn't this goes back to the baseline of what we thought this team would be. Bo is still developing. This offense is still evolving a bit. The defense is what has been special all year long, and they weren't yesterday.
Yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly. The great mystery remains what changed since the bye week other than playing, two good offenses, right? I just don't think this defense has had the same command in games, including the second matchup against the Raiders, that you had pre-bye week. And Nick Benito mentioned that after he basically commented on his own play, and it involved what we typically do on a Monday, which is slap that part of the body. He described himself as that part of the body. I don't know what's really changed other than there's more film out. But the great thing about football, man, and Vance Joseph being a smart defensive mind, hopefully you get some bodies healthy, but you're going to make some counter adjustments to the adjustments, right? And that's the ultimate cat and mouse game. And I really do think this, like when you're watching this game against, say, the Chiefs, but certainly against the Chargers, against the Broncos defense, keep your eyes peeled as a fan for how many condensed splits you're getting into, whether it's nice little bunch formations with three, very close proximity eligible players, or whether it's, receivers are playing 3 yards from the offensive tackles as opposed to being spread out. I think I feel like that's the secret sauce right now against Vance Joseph is get into condensed formations and throw easy completion free access throws because it gets the corners to back up.
I mean, guys, I don't want to dumb down the conversation or anything, but also Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence are both awesome too.
Well, they are, but Trevor Lawrence showed you why he was the first overall pick and the guy everybody was trying to get a couple years ago.
He looked like it yesterday,
They cleaned up some footwork. Look, I know fans hate hearing it, but when you dot a ball on a guy's chest, even though a DB's got half that chest covered, you're a special player.
Yeah,
he made some special throws. What are you going to do?
That was Moose. Was that Daryl Johnson on the color last? Did you hear him comment on how Liam Cohen changed his shot
switch the first
snap
foot
alignment? What's so fun? Like my quarterback coaching brain was just so fulfilled by that conversation because it's something that I've done almost every place that I've gone to coach at. I've done the exact same thing that Liam did. And it's because I believe in a punch step while the ball's coming back in the snap while in the air so that you can set your back foot as your plant step if it's quick game, just to get some timing and some rhythm and momentum. And it just looked really good, man. I mean, Trevor Lawrence was borderline erotic quarterback play yesterday. It was fun to watch if you're just solely looking at it from a quarterback evaluation perspective.
Well, he's got those eyes and that hair as well, Coach.
Yeah, that hair is not it's not full rock star hair.
Oh, it flows.
It's kind of flat. It's not like full and shiny.
No, it's not an 80s perm, which I know is more your style. No, he's more of a 90s greasy kind of dirty good-looking fella.
Someone said he looks like Nelson. It's not good shiny Nelson hair. It's kind of dull.
It's not blonde either.
He needs like Head and Shoulders or something.
Are you guys feeling the Spicoli vibes or not really?
Yeah, there's a little bit there, but I don't know. Look, Mike, he had a look in his eye now yesterday, did he not?
Yeah, he did. What's funny is, do you remember Trevor Lawrence? He was essentially Tim Tebow 2.0 after every Clemson championship game or national championship with his interviews. He's gotten a little dark, man. He's letting the F-bombs fly in the locker room. I was watching all the
he's gone emo.
Yeah,
he's been to the bad place.
He's got some guy liner hiding in that locker.
He's gone with his rebellious skater phase that he's in right now, and I kind of low key kind of like it.
Yeah, he's been to the bad place a few too many times. He hung out with Urban Meyer. I was
going to say he spent a year with Urban Meyer, so
it's not sunshine and puppy dogs and rainbows, Dabo Sweeney anymore. No, things got real weird for Trevor Lawrence for a while. He's Mike Sanford, everybody. Listen to him every day, 10 to noon, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Sandman, well done, pal. Enjoy your afternoon.
Hey, you guys have a great one.
By the way, he mentioned the efficiency right there. So the run-pass splits for the Broncos, 47 pass attempts for Bo Nix, 17 runs. And I think I think 2 of those Bo Nix runs were scrambles. So really we're talking about 49 to 15.
Yesterday was a day where I really kind of wanted him to run more.
Yeah.
Do back to them what they're doing to you, right? He had a couple times, and I know Moose pointed it out, and I think he ended up getting a good throw off in one situation, but I thought there was a couple times he could have used his legs to hurt them a little bit more than he chose to.
Yeah,
So,
there's and you're right about that. The one time he stepped up and he scrambled, Moose was like, "Okay, this is good." But that's not really necessarily what you got consistently yesterday. Also, RJ Harvey and the run game. Yes, he had a 38-yard touchdown.
most of it was not what you were hoping for.
Yeah, 12 yards on his other 6 carries.
Yeah, that can't have that.
Yeah, that's this run game has not been the same
God,
since the
they miss
J.K. Dobbins
Dobbins,
injury. Yeah, they really, really do. It's a Monday afternoon. It's a Broncos lose Monday. We're living in that world. We haven't done this in a while.
Still a rally house Monday.
Yeah, it's still a Rally House football Monday. Just go get some Nuggets and Abs gear today. Although the Nuggets didn't have an awesome night on Saturday, that's for sure. Rally House, shop every team in town. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Now, we're just a couple days away from the old big holiday there. Have you done anything for yourself? Maybe you need to get a gift for yourself. How about a gift of getting rid of your erectile dysfunction? That'd probably bring in the new year with some joy, wouldn't it? Go and have a conversation over there with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. See what they can do for you. If you've suffered, if you're not really having the same dating life that you'd like to, if you've suffered from a lack of confidence in the bedroom because of this condition, no need to suffer anymore. There's a real simple place for you to go and talk to them about all the treatments they have, because at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've got treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail, and some with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments that will have you lasting an hour or more if you'd like. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So give them a call today. The first consult's real easy. It's $99. Includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider and a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll have a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit's free. If you're like a lot of folks, you could be back to feeling your old self the day after your appointment and ready for action. They have 5 locations to serve you in Fort Collins and the Springs included, but they've got a great new revamped location in Castle Rock they'd love for you to check out. To get a hold of any of the clinics and get your first visit set up, 720-440-7900, or just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
as you look at them and you watch the tape, it's a smaller market, but you see a real good team.
So proud of you. I love you guys. The job's not even completely, even close to being done. Ain't even close. Not even close. Okay, but that's one more, man. That's 11. That's 11. All right, but we just a small market team. Thank you for the play. We just a small market team.
You know, a small market team like us can come into a place like Mile High and get it done.
Oh, Liam Cohen.
Hey, man, whatever.
He out Sean Payton to Sean Payton yesterday.
You can't spit it out. You got to swallow it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he took a comment, innocuous, factual, by Sean Payton. In fact, Sean was trying to compliment them.
Yeah.
He was making the point of, like, they're really good. They don't get talked about enough because it's the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Who, by the way, were considering moving to London not too long ago.
Which, like, again, we're just a small market team. You literally are the fourth smallest media market in the NFL, number 43 overall. You were one of the smallest communities that has an NFL team. You are a small market NFL team.
And you have two pools in your stadium trying to draw people in, and you let people buy passes to stand on the field because the interest just isn't there. So nothing was necessarily out of bounds.
And Sean said today, he was like, I coached a small market team.
Yeah,
I was
he
in
was
New
in
Orleans.
New Orleans.
Yes.
It's not a shot.
I'm familiar with small market life, and yet, we're just some small market, huh? Yes, you literally are, Liam Cohen. You literally are.
I've never heard an NFL player stand up for Jacksonville, to be honest with you, right? They all go live in Atlanta or New York or somewhere in California, but
yeah, there's no.
Hey, good for them.
There's no talk show hosts in Philly or Chicago or DC or New York being like, if I could only just bust into that Jacksonville market.
Looking to get to Jacksonville.
I hope one day my media career could really take off if I just got to Jacksonville.
Yeah, so Jacksonville is one of the stops I've been to the most when I was doing the sidelines.
Yeah.
You can believe it. I can remember every time I went there, it's like, hey, you guys into this yet? Nah. All the locals would tell me. Now, the last time I was there was 2016. But all the locals would tell, or maybe it was 2017, either way. But they would say, no, we consider ourselves Southern Georgia and we don't care for the NFL. That was literally the refrain I got most of the places that I went.
How dare they acknowledge the size of our community relative to the other NFL cities? He can't do that. We got to go and kick his ass.
Yeah. But hey, it worked, man. They showed up. They showed up chippy, fiery, ready to play.
I don't know. Does it do anything?
I think it did because I think they were more about proven. I don't think it's weird because you and I watched the Avs, this whole town, watched the Avs and Nuggets deal with teams coming in all the time, trying to show them we're as good as you are. I think it's the first time.
Broncos had the target on the back a little bit.
It's the first time it's happened since Peyton Manning left, is it not?
Oh, you guys have won 11 in a row. No, the Jags came to play.
Yeah, it's the first time you got a taste of them saying you aren't what you think you are.
Yeah.
Because remember, the Broncos got to do it against Green Bay because Green Bay was favored coming in here.
By the way, Andy, can you name the 3 NFL media markets that are smaller
it's
than
funny
Jacksonville?
You said that. Green Bay, obviously.
Yep. That's the smallest.
Yeah.
Media market 69 up there in Green Bay.
Well, it's real nice hanging out. Who are the other two?
One of them we've already discussed in this segment.
Tampa Bay's got to be one of them, right?
No.
Really?
Tampa St. Pete's a huge market.
Yeah,
it's bigger than Denver.
We've already discussed one in this segment?
We have.
What were we talking about?
Do you remember? Do you remember where Sean Payton used?
Oh, that's right, New Orleans. You're
yes.
Right. Oh, that's smaller than Jacksonville.
It is.
Really?
Market number 50 there in New Orleans.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I guess because it's such a party town, but that doesn't mean you've got TV households. That means you got tourists. Who's the other one? We could do this for quite a minute. I'm thinking real quick now that Oakland's out of the mix. Although Oakland, the Bay Area, that would have been that was a huge one back in the day.
Right. Mm-hmm.
San Diego's out of the mix.
Mm-hmm.
You seriously, who?
Buffalo.
KC? Buffalo.
Yep.
Where's KC, by the way?
Kansas City.
They're kind of mid-market, right?
Is media market number 33.
Better shut up about it. Don't want to stir people up 2 weeks in a row.
It's more of a mid-market. I don't know if you know that.
They're just hoping to get some mid-quarterback play. For those who missed it, and I did, Gardner Minshew went in, properly tore his ACL, and now they're looking for a quarterback.
A Ludicun.
Who? What? Gutekunst?
Yeah, exactly. The guy played at South Dakota State.
Jake Driscoll?
Did a Ludicun. The guy that came in yesterday so the Chiefs could lose to the Titans. That's the team the Broncos are going to play this week, a team that just lost to Tennessee, a meaningless Chiefs game, which we'll get another one on Thursday. But yes, Gardner Minshew tearing his ACL in the first quarter of that game. Credit to Liam Cohen.
Yeah.
He's come a long way since being asked to do the Duval chant in his introductory press conference.
Duval.
I mean, since that time, he's picked a fight with Robert Saleh. He's got the small market rallying cry. He's looking for any perceived chip that he can find to put on the shoulder of his football team, and it seems to be working. They're hot right now. That team is absolutely cruising, and that looks like a dangerous team. If you want to go up against those guys in the playoffs, I'll tell you this about the Jacksonville Jaguars that I just watched yesterday. I'm not going to be shocked if they play in the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, if you get that version of Trevor Lawrence, the whole league is on notice.
Yeah.
Because, again, this was the number one overall pick. We are taking accusations of teams trying to get him. You and I said it last week. This guy is supposed to be up there in the conversation with Herbert and Burrow and Mahomes and Allen. He just has never been consistent enough for it to happen, but he's looking good this year.
Well, Andy, he is now the third player ever in back-to-back games to have 3 or more passing touchdowns, 1 or more rushing touchdown, and no interceptions since 1970, since the merger, joining Joe Burrow and Joe Montana on that list, which means he is the real FedEx Aaron Ground player of the week. Sorry, Bo.
You can't spit it out. You got to swallow it.
Yeah, you took the L on that one, pal.
Is that really what got him going?
By
Did
the way,
we miss that?
Trev is he's also nominated for this week's award.
Trev is?
Yes, he is. Bo Nix very much is not.
If the voters have any sense of humor, do they just hand it to him?
I think they have to.
And put him solo smiling face up there?
Threw for 279 and 3 tutties in a 2-score win over the Broncos at Mile High. Just a small market team. Just a small town boy.
Living in
I'm not going to do
South Detroit.
Something South Detroit. Trying to punch a fan in South Detroit. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coming up at 5:20, we got highlights. Broncos, Jags. You want to hear it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We will dissect where it all went wrong for the Broncos yesterday in a 34-20 defeat at the hands of the small market Jaguars. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Jeff Legwald of ESPN is our guest on a Monday afternoon, as he is every Monday afternoon. Leggy, the win streak was probably never going to last forever. But why did the Broncos see their 11-game win streak get snapped yesterday against the Jags? Where did it all go wrong?
Well, Nate, I kind of take it in two segments of that. It's interesting that Cliff Kingsbury worked with Vance Joseph for a long time, the Washington Commanders offensive coordinator, and he kind of found a ripple in the defense, and other people have followed it since. And I think Jacksonville followed it the best of all, and they had the most talent, and the quarterback's a very, very talented player who they finally sort of unlocked. So, we maybe should have been seeing this a few years ago, but we're seeing it now. And I thought in a 17 game from the 50-yard line, I thought that was a weird time for a trick play, and the offense never seemed to be the same again after that.
We're just now getting the old estimated injury report, and it looks like Dre Greenlaw dealing with something yet again. How concerned for the status on Thursday should we be?
I'll be stunned if he plays, Andy. He pulled a hamstring with like 2 minutes to go in the game, and couldn't, he pulled it running toward the Broncos sideline, and he basically hopped on one leg after he did it for all the way to the bench. So, that's not an injury I would think would be super awesome, by Thursday or anything. It may cost him, if it's what usually a hamstring is, and I don't know this yet, so, don't take it to the bank or anything, but it would shock me if he's not out for a little bit because of it.
Seems extremely, let's be honest, impossible for Pat Bryant to play this week, being in concussion protocol on a short week. But Leggy, what do we know? We know he was released from the hospital last night. What do we know about the severity of the concussion?
Well, I mean, it's different for everybody, Nate. So it's, you can't, I can't really give you like a number scale or anything like that. But, it was serious enough to put him in an ambulance and take him to the hospital, even though he had feeling and was moving his extremities when they took him to the hospital. So they obviously thought enough of it to get him checked out and everything. And you have to clear so many hurdles, even in the best of circumstances in a concussion protocol. So he would have to clear multiple benchmarks every day to even have a chance to play. And I just don't see, even in a very minor concussion, I don't think that's usually possible.
Leggy, as long as we're on the injury conversation, where did you notice the absence of Brandon Jones the most yesterday?
In the red zone, communication. Jags caught him twice that I've seen so far, trying to make a change. The touchdown Trevor Lawrence ran for looked to me like a communication bust. And then the touchdown throw into the south end zone, left corner when you're facing the end zone, that looked like a communication bust too. And after the game, a few of the defensive guys said there were a few more communication issues than they've had, and that's where you're going to miss, one of the most veteran guys in the defense and one of the smartest, to boot. And I also think that, we were talking earlier, about the Kingsbury thing, that people are attacking the same players over and over again. Surtain got very little action last night, and the Broncos couldn't shift around to get him toward where the ball is because they don't have the same number of options, with PJ Locke, and then they were using J.L. Skinner in some of the red zone dime short yardage looks. And that's just not the same. And it's not going to be the same. And they're going to have to Vance Joseph has made great adjustments all year, and he's got big ones to make now because, I don't think Brandon Jones is coming back anytime soon. If Greenlaw's injured and Sternot are both injured, that puts linebacker down very thin. They're going to have to make some decisions about how much they can do on defense and what that'll mean for what the coverage looks like. I think, given the rookie, Jahdae Barron, some run at safety may be the solution, but I don't know yet if they think that's a legitimate option.
Why did the offense look clunky yesterday, Jeff? Basically after maybe the first quarter.
Yeah, again, I'm not, I know it's awesome if it works and everything, and I'm not second guessing it because you guys know how I feel about that stuff. But I don't think a trick play from the 50 is awesome at that time in the game, and I think when it doesn't work, it puts you sort of in a mood. And that was not a good accuracy game for Bo Nix. We've got a metric at ESPN, off-target throws, which basically are throws outside the common arm reach circle on your body, and it was his third highest off-target performance of the year, and on all three losses, he's had at least 20% of his attempts are off-target. So it was one of those games that fits the profile. And I think the yardage is empty. I think it's empty yardage. It may be a career high for him, and I get that, but none of that was very meaningful, especially in the second half. So when his accuracy goes, their offense isn't the same. And it makes sense. Your quarterback's got to be fairly accurate for things to work, but it really impacts them. And I thought they bailed on the run. I mean, Jaleel McLaughlin goes 16 yards and 9 yards on his first two carries of the game and then touches the ball 3 more times the rest of the day. I don't get that, and I'm not going to get it. And I know, look, people aren't excited about the run and all that. I understand, but the teams that Jacksonville has bullied have given up on the run game. And that was their 6th game this year where the opponent didn't attempt 20 rushes.
Talking to Jeff Legwold, as we do every Monday afternoon on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, clunky game offensively for the Broncos. You mentioned the trick play right there. Jeff, hear me out on this one. Defensively, the Broncos have they have not been as sturdy as of late. And some of it is just, look, they're playing better quarterbacks, but you can see a pretty definitive switch since the bye. They're giving up more yardage, especially through the air. Sean Payton has gotten pretty conservative with some of his calls this season in terms of punting in plus territory, when to go for it on 4th down, etc. If this Denver defense is going to be a little leakier down the stretch here, does Sean Payton maybe need to give some consideration to getting a little more aggressive in those situations and try and win some higher scoring games?
Yeah, maybe. I think that's always a consideration. I think if your defense is leaky, and I'm a coach, I'm always going to be worried about field position.
Mm-hmm.
So if I go for it and I don't get it, am I giving a short field to the other offense with a leaky defense? I think that's always got to be in the back of your mind. But, there were a couple yesterday where you're kind of wondering, why he kicked or why he didn't go for it or any of those. I think there were a few yesterday, especially in this day and age when the sort of the metrics tell you to go for it almost all the time. But I think some of it is a field with him. I think people should know he's still very much, for his reputation as this offensive, sort of this flamboyant offensive guy. He's very much a gut feel guy in those situations, kind of not old school, but it's an older way of thinking that it matters to them, like Sean Payton. It matters to Sean Payton who they're playing, how the other quarterback is playing, how he thinks his own offense is playing. It all factors in the math for him more than it might, just in the simple arithmetic of it. So, and I think sometimes he's very comfortable with his decisions and people can't understand because the numbers don't match, but, his math is a little different than the real math, maybe.
Yeah, like it'll not surprise you at all to find out that the punting on a 4th and 4 from the plus 46 I hated, and I hated the 21-yard field goal. I hate the chip shot when you're at the 3-yard line and you're down 3 scores. Like you're right on the doorstep. You've got to try and get 6 right there. Again, ultimately it did not matter. Like the Broncos didn't make the kind of rally that they had to. I thought that there were some decisions being made by Sean yesterday that it was like, dude, you've got to try and get some points right now because that other guy's dealing.
Yeah, and I mean, to me, when you're watching, and I guess, and I don't look, my mortgage isn't riding on it, so I understand the thinking. But to me, if you're going to lose by 14, what's the difference if you're going to lose by 21? If you don't get, if you go for it, you don't get it. That's how my mind is. But again, I'm not betting the mortgage on it like these guys are. It's their livelihood. They're going to get fired if they make too many bad decisions, so it's a different mindset. But yeah, I thought, the 3-yard line, I think if he's feeling good about the offense, they go for it there. I think that was more a testament of how he felt about how things were going.
All right, Jeff, we don't have to belabor the point, and I'm not saying it necessarily changed the game, although I'd be curious to see the other way. But what does the NFL have to do that we can actually have a uniform? I mean, again, the clock hits zeros in the stadium, and there's still like another half second. Are we going to get any solution towards the actual real delay game, or is it just going to stay in the netherworld?
I think it's always up to the crew. There's always that an official will always tell you there's the gap of time between, the umpire or the referee seeing it hit zero and making the call and then checking the ball.
The gap wasn't even consistent yesterday, man. It happened like 3 times.
I get it, but I'm just telling you what officials say, that the clocks don't always line up with the ball, and they got to see both to make the call, and that there's always a gap there. I thought it was pretty obvious, but again,
a buzzer, a
laser show, a siren.
Hard could it be?
Something lights up. Can we get something to light up?
We're talking about a league that still uses the chain, people. I mean, they're not apt to move very quickly. I've always felt like it should be like the NBA, like the outline of the clock should just light red when it hits zero, and that makes it pretty easy. But again, they're still using the chain, and they still use the old play clocks.
It's one of the dumbest things in the friggin' sport. My God. He is Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN.com. Read Leggy stuff right there. He has got updates on Pat Bryant and everything else happening this week on a short week for the Broncos as they take on. By the way, Leggy, can you give us any scouting report on Chris Aladakun? I'm not sure how to say his name, but I know he played at South Dakota State.
I did do a draft workup on him, so I had to look at that.
Of course you did.
I'm still going through the Chiefs game right now, so I don't have a good one for you. I certainly think the Broncos will believe it's better than facing Mahomes or Minshew in the game.
I would certainly think so. He was a 7th-round pick of the Steelers back in 2022. But again, if anybody was grinding that Jackrabbits tape, it was Jeff Legwold, everybody. Leggy, great stuff as always, buddy. Thank you.
I appreciate you guys. See you.
All right, Chris, Alodakun?
Sure.
Alodakun.
Why not?
Yes.
Run with it.
South Dakota State.
He will be a guy you forget after Thursday night. Although, watch, they'll win, and you'll never forget him.
Andy, can you tell me the greatest NFL player from South Dakota State University?
No.
Actually, I can't even confirm this on Pro Football Reference. I'm just going to tell you the only other NFL player that I can remember from South Dakota State, Adam Vinatieri.
Well, there you go.
Pretty good.
There you go.
By the way, speaking of kickers, Will Lutz, not a top 10 Bronco.
Yeah, that was confirmed.
Doinker.
Hey, I wondered. I was like, man, our top 10 list is really doing a lot of damage because our guy goes and doinks a kick, and then Garrett Bowles like has been so good all year, and then he jumps twice.
2 false starts.
And they could have had a third, right? But
Yeah.
there was a timeout taken.
Right. Yeah, a couple of false starts.
What is going on? It was a weird game yesterday.
Josh Hines Allen was in his head, I guess.
Josh Allen?
Nope.
Yeah.
It's not him.
Yeah, no, it's
not him.
Yet another Josh Allen. By the way, that Josh Allen survived the Cleveland gauntlet yesterday, despite throwing only for $130. Turns out James Cook had himself a pretty good game. So Bills win again. They are 11-4, but they remain a game back of New England in that AFC East. It is crazy how little is settled with 2 games to go in the NFL.
6 AFC teams have a shot at the number 1 seed.
The Broncos will
6
have to win out to get the 1 seed. They can lose this week against the Chiefs. Doesn't feel terribly likely.
Well, if you were,
and still win the AFC West if they beat the Chargers. Then the following week, if the Chargers can beat Houston, and are the Chargers just a good vibes team right now?
I don't know.
Herbert's balling.
Yeah.
Broken hand and all.
But Dallas is. Houston will be a tougher task than Dallas.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. There's no questioning that. But, I mean, Andy.
Dallas is a big market team that gets a lot of.
That is true. It's that big market.
Don't let Liam Cohen go dragging his team into Dallas. He'll really have his head explode.
Yeah, but that's that Chargers team, 4-game win streak right now. It's what I want. I want an AFC West championship game, Week 18 at Mile High.
Yeah, you know what? Because that'd be a great way to send you. So go win it outright and
That's
beat
right.
an opponent you haven't beaten since the 2 coaches arrived together.
That's right. Yeah.
Sean Payton's not beat your
Jim
guy,
Harbaugh yet.
Harbaugh.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, no, that team. They're and wow, since Omari and Hampton has gotten back there, they have got a run game cranking right now. So look out for the Chargers. That team is dangerous right now. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's a Monday afternoon. We're rolling with you here. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we point the finger on a Monday afternoon. We haven't done this since September.
The odorous finger of blame.
We have not pointed the finger since before the Nuggets and Avalanche were even playing games that mattered.
Yeah, this is pointing the finger with family getting together this week, not your grandpa asking you to pull the finger.
R.I.P. 11-game win streak. That's coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. An 11-game win streak. No more.
We enjoyed you while you lasted.
We really did. It was a good win streak. I had a great time. It has been a good. We have not experienced this feeling. We have not done a Broncos lose Monday, Andy, since literally September 22nd.
Yeah.
3 entire full calendar months of nothing but winning is the only way that we have lived in this town. By the way, Degenerate Spring put that together because he put in the Daniel Carlson backdoor cover field goal twice.
Because he was hacked off. That cost him his Christmas bonus, as we like to call it.
Yes, Jacksonville gets the victory over the Broncos yesterday, and the win streak gets the Sarah McLachlan treatment here on the show. I believe that's the first win streak to ever get McLachlan on this program. Normally, that's only for rando dudes that get traded, but this time it happened for an actual 11-game win streak that we all just wrapped our arms around and lived in for 3 months. But, Andy, these things don't last forever. All right. Andy, you get into this stuff. Psychologically, is it good they lost?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, Nate. I think it's good from this. Here's why I'll say yes. I can remember talking to just a handful of guys I knew off that 98 team where had they beat Jacksonville, then guess what? All you're doing is answering questions. Now the national narrative's onto it. Now they're really, you know what I mean?
Oh, going for 16-0.
Yeah, picks up steam.
They were
ESPN's on it.
13-0, I believe.
Yes, they were. And now it's all you're talking about. Every national reporter wants to talk to you about it, especially as storylines wane.
Yeah.
You're dealing with more media that can't quit talking about it when they're in the locker room. And this is a young team that's still, to me, you're still kind of learning how to win, right? Like I said, yesterday was an example that you had to taste a team wanting to come show you what they were made of, and you haven't really dealt with that. You've got to be that team most of this time. So, yeah, I do think it helps from that standpoint because I remember, Stinking Atwater both told me the same thing. Right after they lost to the Giants back in 1998, for those that don't remember, they were a week in front of playing the Dolphins. And, of course, we all know the famous Dolphins undefeated win streak. And they said they were just like, they just let it go finally. Don't have to talk about it. Don't have to think about it. Now it's just about let's go win football, see what we can make out of the season, blah, blah, blah. So hopefully that puts the Broncos here. They avoid that. The other reason why I just think that it's good is I do think, and Sean sort of hinted at this in the presser yesterday, that when you keep winning like this, there are some problems to address. There is better play that needs to be had.
Yeah.
For example, I'll point a finger right away, and we can go to specific groups or big groups, but it's the defense. You've got to carry this thing. Your tackling was not good enough. I'll start with Riley Moss. Bro, you missed a couple of tackles on that guy where you just took a bad angle. You've not been that guy. Cannot have that come playoff time. So there's a point of finger of blame. But yeah, I do think it maybe refocuses you. I do think maybe you got to watch the Jacksonville Jaguars have fun in the locker room down the hall from you and act like it's a big deal. I hope it maybe just kind of gets you a little bit hacked off. So I think it can be a good thing. We'll see come playoff time if truly it is.
Dating back to the Kansas City game, opposing quarterbacks are averaging 268 yards per 9 tutties against 4 interceptions. I mean, first 10 games of the year, those numbers were down at 179.5 passing yards per game and 8 passing touchdowns allowed. Parker Gabriel had the breakdown today in his 7 Things column for the Denver Post. So, yeah, the passing defense has not been as good of late. It has not been as tightened up as it needs to be. And what's funny about it is, like, I thought the pass rush was outstanding again yesterday. They had another 5 sacks. Like they're still on pace to tie the 84 Bears right now. I think they're back on pace after a 5-sack performance yesterday. I also think that a part of the problem yesterday was like, in really the last 2 games, you're just playing two really good quarterbacks.
Well, yeah, you're playing better quarterbacks on the schedule than you did. But if there's a thing that bothered me yesterday, and they were better against the Packers with it, but the Packers also lost a weapon late. the bend but don't break defense works, but Jacksonville
Didn't work
4
yesterday.
for 4 in the red zone.
Yeah,
bro, you
broke.
can't have that.
Yeah, you broke yesterday.
You broke identity there.
Yeah.
That was the most alarming thing defensively for me.
Yeah, teams have moved between the 20s, but
Right.
the red zone defense has typically been there. It was not there yesterday. Trevor Lawrence, not Jordan Love. Trevor Lawrence, he carved him up.
He did.
I mean, he found his tight end, Brenton Strange, a one-on-one against P.J. Locke. Was there a push-off? Yeah. Are they going to call it? No.
They didn't.
You have to be as obvious as Amon-Ra St. Brown was yesterday, basically, to get an OPI in the NFL. So they're just never going to call that. That's physicality. You're never going to get that call. The ETN, tough play for Jahdae Barron. ETN's a beast, but you got to figure out a way to be able to get him to the ground on that play. So that was a little bit of a letdown. Yeah, you were able to bow up one time, and Riley Moss had a huge pass breakup on a third down throw to Jacoby Myers. But ultimately, yeah, it was red zone defense. That was the difference in that game yesterday. You didn't bow up in the red zone the way you did against Green Bay, and that's why you lost.
And during your winning streak, you were making those things field goals.
Yeah.
You weren't allowing touchdowns. And look, when you don't turn the ball over, if you're not going to bow up in the red zone, not getting turnovers like this, for as good a defense as they are, they do not turn teams over the way you'd expect.
Nope, they really don't. And Jacksonville had a clean game yesterday.
They did.
Yeah, hung on to the football all day long, and Bo Nix made the mistakes, and that's ultimately why they lose. If I'm going to point the finger, Andy, I gotta point the finger at the quarterback. Bo Nix was not good yesterday. Jeff Legwold called it right. Empty calories, 352 yards, but when he needed to make throws yesterday, he did not. And Moose Johnston started talking about we saw bad habits creeping back in yesterday on Bo Nix, and that's a week after the Green Bay game where I thought we saw the best pocket Bo we have seen of his career. He got drifty again yesterday. He made a couple of throws off the back feet. Now, one of them was a touchdown to Cortland Sutton that was an absolute dime in the back of the end zone. Phenomenal throw. And then as that game wore on, and sure, some of it's desperation, but dude, like you cannot throw as many dangerous FU balls to your receivers as you did. Like Pat Bryant eventually got by Monteric Brown, but there were two of them to Sutton. And it's like, you really can't afford to lose that guy right now. Cortland Sutton was great again yesterday, by the way. But yeah, Bo's inaccuracy was pretty bad. It was not a great game for the offense yesterday, and I think the quarterback play it has to be better.
Well, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. He does have to be better. Now, again, I also thought, the lack of run game didn't help. There were a couple drops yesterday. And look, you talked about him getting a little jittery in the pocket. Well, part of that too was, and that's why I asked Tyler about Ben Powers and crosstalk. They were letting pressure come up the middle where they've been pretty solid up there before, and Bo didn't like it, and a lot of quarterbacks don't.
Yeah.
So, and look, I'm also I know we're not supposed to. I am going to give a hearty smack on the rear to Trevor Lawrence. That was one hell of a game out of a quarterback. That dude was on his game yesterday. That was the first overall pick in the draft a few years ago. Everybody thought they were getting
out. Damn good quarterback. And yeah, yesterday's an indication of how far the Broncos quarterback is away from that kind of tier of quarterback play. Like that's Trevor Lawrence, and we kind of keep waiting for him to turn back into a pumpkin. He's on a heater right now. He's not cooling off. Bo Nix, you change the narrative when you start playing like you did against Green Bay every single week. And unfortunately, yesterday, some bad habits popped back up. Hopefully, a chance against the Zombie Chiefs to correct them this week on a Thursday night. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. Coming up at 5 o'clock, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. And then at 5:20, highlights, Broncos, Jags. Hey, we're taking care of you this holiday season by giving you the chance to win the best gift, the gift of Avalanche hockey. Tune in all day tomorrow for your chance to win tickets to Avs Kings on the 29th. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. And let me tell you this, Andy, the biggest win that you get if you win Avalanche tickets?
Tell me.
You don't have to stay home and listen to Mark Moser call the game.
Yeah, that guy, I'll tell you what, you don't have to look at his now chubby face with his whitening teeth, and you certainly don't have to hear that stupid stupid song it's like that song is like closing time. The wagon song. You had your fun. Let it go away, Moj.
We all like the sayings. Just tell me what's happening in the hockey game already.
Although I need more Bruce Brown in my life. Do you see that?
That was fun.
That was awesome.
Exactly. Give that guy the play-by-play gig.
Well, it did, and it led to less Moj, which I love.
Yes, absolutely. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio.
historically, you can only go by this season. You know, we've been able to week by week get on to the next opponent, and that same thing has to exist. Obviously, coming off a loss. Look, this is a confident team, and I would say this: there wasn't a guy in the locker room yesterday. I don't know. You guys probably spent more time with him that felt like we didn't get beat. You know, this wasn't an officiating. We got beat, and Jacksonville was a better team yesterday, and I think our players know that.
You can't spit it out. You got to swallow it.
Yeah, the Jags were the better team yesterday. That's why they won by 2 scores. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I mean, Andy, were there calls that benefited Jacksonville yesterday? Of course there were. The P.J. Locke penalty, the personal foul for hitting Trevor Lawrence in the back, that's legitimately one where I look at it and go, I don't know what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
He doesn't hear the damn whistle because it's a jet engine inside that place with all of the crowd noise. I don't know what he is supposed to do on that play, and the officials need to run in and stop the damn play.
Yeah,
because that's also so dangerous for Trevor Lawrence.
It is, but again, I will say on that one, I hated it, but you also get the aesthetics, the visual of you can't let a guy just take a free shot at a quarterback and in the future act like, well, I didn't hear it, so nothing's going to happen. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that one was.
But I legitimately don't think P.J. Locke heard it. There's no planet in which I think he's dumb enough to have done that or dirty enough to have done that.
I think he'd had his head down and his body committed by the time Trevor relaxed.
Right.
So that didn't help the scene either.
I mean, that's a 3rd down and 10. You have already forced 2 3-and-outs. They did have the first down. And by the way, that throw to Parker Washington on the 3rd and 9, where it was like, oh, man, are they about to go 3-and-out 3 times in a row? And then Trevor Lawrence just kind of, on one throw, I would say, changed the narrative of the game. Then he gets the unnecessary roughness, and then he made an insane back shoulder throw to Parker Washington on the touchdown with Jaquan McMillan. I mean, just swallowing him. Andy, I've watched that replay probably 10 times. I don't understand the physics of how Washington caught it. It just was an unbelievable throw, unbelievable catch, and Jaquan McMillan, you did everything right.
It's one of the reasons why I'm not going to have a total meltdown today. There's a real good chance they could get those plays in a rematch and not make those plays. That's just how good some of the Jacksonville plays were, frankly. But, again, I hate, you and I have complained for years, and everybody can, I just don't understand. Look, I saw a lot of things in the officiating in a number of games yesterday where you're going to have to get this cleaned up if you're going to take money on it. It changes outcomes of things. I don't know that I'm not telling you any of the calls, delay a game here, delay a game there. I don't think that changes the outcome. Denver did not have their A game yesterday, period. And if the defense, I'm going to continue to harp on it. If the defense does not play elite, you're not going to win the Super Bowl. It's just that simple. You've spent your money. And this season has been what it's been because of your special unit on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
And you were not special by any measure yesterday. So it's got to be better. It's got to be better.
Malcolm Roach, the body weight landing on Lawrence.
That was so tough because I felt like he tried to.
It sucks. It also, the moment I saw it, I was like, yep.
Yeah, it's the call.
It's the call. That's it. And by the way, the refs, they makeup called it on the very next play because Hufanga hit Brenton Strange early in coverage, and it should have been a PI, and they didn't throw a flag.
They couldn't figure out where it was.
Right, exactly.
Oh, no. I thought there was another one. Never mind. Go ahead.
Well, and then remember Lil Jordan Humphrey, there was a personal foul. He got hit by Antonio Johnson. It was a personal foul, and it was a clean hit. And the Broncos got 15 yards for that. And
I'm with you.
That was right before an R.J. Harvey touchdown. So there were missed calls going in both directions yesterday.
I have a friend close to league circles that said that is a flag-happy crew.
It is. And you certainly saw it. However, the officiating from Broncos-Jags yesterday doesn't touch what we saw in Pittsburgh and Detroit. And, Andy, I want to take you to the very end of that game between the Lions and the Steelers. Pretty wild game in Detroit. I mean, DK Metcalf, by the way, suspended 2 games. We'll get to more of that in the high five. But DK Metcalf tried to punch a fan. It's not good. He was suspended 2 games for that. Steelers outrushed the Lions. Get a load of this. 230 yards to 15 yards yesterday.
How about that?
Yeah. By the way, 3 Steeler touchdowns in that game all went for 45 yards, interestingly enough. 2 Jalen Warren touchdowns, and then the Kenneth Gainwell touchdown catch. Nice call by Jim Nantz on that one, by the way. So, end of that game, Amon-Ra St. Brown gets called for the OPI, which wiped out a touchdown in which he caught the ball. Clearly, his forward progress was stopped, but he lateraled the ball to Jared Goff, and Goff goes diving into the end zone. And everybody goes crazy in Detroit. It was like a 3-minute process before the official, this is Carl Schefter, finally makes the announcement to the crowd there in Detroit. And I want everyone to listen to how he started this announcement, because this is like an all-time referee troll job. Play it, Spring.
Let's hear the call right here. What a major call.
The ruling on the field is a touchdown. However,
pass
interference, number 14 on the offense. By rule, that penalty is not enforced, and there is no replay. The game is over.
Wow.
There is no touchdown.
Whoa!
The OPI on number 14 negates the penalty. There is no replay. The game is over.
Okay.
Hey, still explain that to me. I hearing it again, I'm like, I don't get it. You're not you're getting them to think there's a touchdown.
Call on the play is a touchdown.
Yes.
Crowd erupts.
Right?
Touchdown. We won. Yeah! But did you hear that subtle however? However, then he goes into the explanation of call on the field is an OPI on number 14. That's Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Which he meant to, I think, say negates the touchdown.
Right.
But he said negates the penalty.
Right. And then he went with the game is over, which again, Lions fans were like, hell yeah, we won.
Yeah.
Only if you're a Lions fan, you're going crazy and you're looking down, you're like, why are all the Steelers celebrating right now?
Yeah. Why are we all happy?
I promise you, everybody in that building was looking at the guy next to him being like, what the hell just happened? What? How did we just lose? Play it for me again, Spring. I swear to God. I bet you every ref in the NFL texted Carl Schefter last night and was just like, you did them dirty on that one, dude.
The ruling on the field is a touchdown. However, pass interference, number 14 on the offense. By rule, that penalty is not enforced, and there is no replay. The game is over.
But see, again,
No, the
you
penalty
just
is
said the
enforced.
penalty is not enforced.
It
so
is
that means that's a
enforced.
touchdown. So you screwed up your wording, which is why Detroit thought they won. Because if there's no penalty, then we've got a touchdown. And first off, that should have been a touchdown either, because the forward progress could not have been more stopped.
Right.
By the time he pitched it to Jared Goff.
And then Jared Goff goes tumbling into the end zone. Lions, by the way, Andy, does this sound familiar? 2-5 in one-score games this year. They were 7-2 last year.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
It'll flip on
Yep.
you, man.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You just hope it doesn't flip mid-season.
Lions fall to the 8th seed in the NFC. They got a must-win game on Christmas in Minnesota. They got to win out and get help. And, yeah, Detroit's in trouble, man. But
Green Bay doesn't have anybody left. I think half their team's on IR now.
God, we had the Zach Ward pass.
Yeah.
We had that go down on Thursday night. The end of the Bears-Packers game, I think it was a 10-point game with 2 minutes to go, and somehow Chicago came out and won that thing. And then what happened yesterday, there was so much insanity in the NFL yesterday. Liam Cohen playing the small market jingles to get everybody all fired up. Absurdity all over the place yesterday in the NFL. And it's like almost no divisions are settled. No seeding is there's 5 different teams, I believe, in the AFC that could still end up being the 1 seed. 6
on the broadcast.
So Pittsburgh's the only one that can't right now. And they won yesterday. They found a run game, and Aaron Rodgers' last 3 games been pretty okay. Mike Tomlin, man. Mike Tomlin. The cockroach that can't be killed. That guy somehow figures out a way.
And he still may not be the coach next year.
To not have a losing season every year. He's unbelievable, man. That guy is an incredible NFL coach. It boggles the mind. What a day. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including the latest on DK Metcalf, the latest on Broncos injuries, and so much more. That's next. We start hour number 3 with the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Jacksonville able to overcome their minimal population size to win a football game. And the Broncos injury report kick us off here, Mark Springer.
Yeah, last week Sean Payton said that the Jaguars are a smaller market team.
Which they are.
After complimenting them and praising them. So Liam Cohen and the Jaguars rallied around that smaller market comment, and after they beat the Broncos yesterday, Liam Cohen referenced it a couple times after the game. Today, Luca Evans
Evan
of the Denver Post asked Sean Payton this.
Hey, Sean, it seemed like just kind of throughout the week, obviously Jacksonville is kind of, the underdog narrative. But it seemed like they took a little bit, Liam Cohen, of bulletin board material from the smaller market comments. Did you see that? What did you make of just kind of their attitude and response?
Well, you asked me if I saw it. You heard it. You were there. What'd you think?
I'm asking you about.
No, you were there for the press conference. Wednesday's press conference.
Yours
look,
on.
Yeah, my press conference, and it was very complimentary, and those guys are playing outstanding football. And so that topic came up strictly because, hey, not enough of the country has seen how good these guys are playing. So, but you were there for the press conference. So what'd you think?
I mean, to me.
Credit. Well, the point is, though, listen, that was a good job by Liam. He's looking for a rallying cry, but obviously, if you're listening to the press conference, the intentions was strictly, hey, quietly, these guys are sitting here right near the top of the AFC, they're ready to win their division. And look, I spent 16 years in a small market, so it was just a way for a coach to take it and use it to his advantage. But you were there for the press conference.
Cool. Andy, he's not pleased that he got out Paytoned.
Yeah.
Sean Payton is the expert at finding the most minimal of slights. Sean Payton is also a guy that is not afraid to go scorched earth and tell USA Today that the guy that had the job before him was did the worst coaching job that he had ever seen. Like, Sean Payton is a master manipulator of the media, and he's clearly peeved because he's trying to throw it back at Luca Evans and the local media of like, well, you heard me say it. What do you think I meant by it? It's like, dude, we all know what you were saying. And number one, it's immaterial what Luca thinks. He's asking you, the head coach of the Denver Broncos, because nobody gives a rip what Luca Evans thinks. That's why Luca Evans is asking you, Sean. And Sean's response to it is one where, like, he got outfoxed on that one a little bit. He fell into a trap that he didn't even know was a trap, and that's the brilliance of what Liam Cohen did. Because, Andy, you and I can sit here and have a rational conversation about it and say what Liam Cohen said, and the way Liam Cohen twisted the words is stupid. But guess what? His guys were fired up about it. He was fired up about it. He's getting a good soundbite out of it. People are talking about, oh, man, how savvy Liam Cohen is right now. It's injecting life into his locker room. So, like, he nailed it, even though, again, if you're being objective, Sean didn't say anything. But that's not what matters. What matters is how you twist it.
Yeah, and look, I mean, look, if Sean was doing that to me and I was with Luca, I don't even know what you're asking me right now, but okay. But
you were at the press conference, right?
When we played it back the other day and we played that cut, yeah, Sean was saying that.
And I didn't even think about it.
I didn't either, because what Sean, I took it the way Sean intended to be taken.
Yeah.
They're a really good team nobody knows about because you play in Jacksonville. And let's be honest, they're not showing Jacksonville games outside of the South.
Right.
They may start doing that now, especially if Trevor Lawrence keeps balling. But at that time, they weren't.
Yeah.
But you're right. Sean, I mean, again, I didn't even know. I didn't know the players. Look, they got their thing going on. Good for them. That's how it goes down. Great for them. They got their win. But they got their win because Trevor Lawrence is balling. He balled yesterday.
Did you see the video that Jacksonville put out?
Yeah.
It's now their rallying
Have
cry.
fun.
Good on you, man.
Look, sometimes It's going to be, Sean's not going to be psyched about it.
Nope.
This ends up being at the very core of the run, the rally monkey for the Angels and all the other little stuff that sometimes gets a team over the top.
It's so funny, too, because that's not even a 2 latte comment from Sean.
I know.
That was one where he was just like, hey, you people are not paying enough attention to how good this team is because they play in a smaller market. Sean's like, I played in a smaller, I was in New Orleans. Nobody paid attention to us. Yeah, Sean is just turning into Jerry Seinfeld over here, wondering what the hell is going on. And again, good on Liam Cohen. He used it, man. He did what had to be done. That's the psychological warfare, Andy. It's a part of football coaching in 2025.
It is.
How do you take a nothing comment and make it into a thing? Nice job by him. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, it might be a Monday, but the Broncos play Thursday night on Christmas, so we do have a Broncos injury report. It is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Nate Atkins popping back up on the injury report with a knee injury. He did not practice. Center Luke Wattenberg did not practice with a shoulder injury. Inside linebacker Dre Greenlaw did not practice with a hamstring injury, and Pat Bryant did not practice due to a concussion. Sean Payton was asked by Jeff Legwold about Pat Bryant today. This was earlier this morning.
Sean, did you get a chance to speak to Pat Bryant and see him last night?
No, I didn't see him last night. He was checked out last night, fortunately, he and his mother. I will see him this morning.
That's the most information Sean has given about an injury all year. I mean, he didn't give any information on the injury, but he at least acknowledged the question and gave an answer to it. No, I did not see him last night. I will see him today. So we hope Pat Bryant is doing okay. That was a scary moment, man.
It was.
And
he got rocked.
Yeah, he got absolutely drilled. Quite frankly, Andy, I was glad the officials picked up the flag. They needed to in that moment. Monteric Brown, that was a clean hit. It's a violent hit. It's a dangerous hit.
Yeah, but DB's got to be allowed to play.
Yeah.
I told that to a couple people too, man. DB's got to be allowed to play.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, the Broncos, didn't they get the benefit of a flag too because there was a little bit of a rattle of the helmet to helmet? But guys, they can't keep the helmet completely away from the other part of the helmet if you're trying to make the chest the strike zone. You've got to let these guys have some like if guys, you can't just let them catch the ball and try to tackle them. Guys are too fast.
Andy, legitimately, like that hit by Monteric Brown, that's like a teaching tape hit.
Yeah.
That's like one you can put on and be like, this is how you do it. You lower your strike zone. You hit him in the middle of the body. You get your head out of the way. You wrap him up. He did everything right on that play. It's bang, bang. It's scary as hell. It was awful to watch Pat Bryant get carted off the field all strapped down like that. Really scary moment. Sucks, too, because he played well again yesterday. He's good every time he plays. He just came back from that hamstring injury, and now he's probably not going to play on Thursday. Hopefully he'll be okay for Week 18 against the Chargers and going forward for the postseason. But yeah, it was a clean hit. They were right to pick up the flag.
They said you got to let the DBs play football too.
Yep,
we're playing tackle out there for a reason.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Broncos Chiefs Thursday night. Gardner Minshew did avoid an ACL tear, but he is still out for the rest of the season. So it'll be Chris Oladokun who will start for the Chiefs.
How confident were you in that?
I just looked up a highlight of his.
Okay.
And I don't know if I still got it right.
Okay.
We're rolling with it. We'll find out come Thursday, right?
Yeah.
In other Chiefs news, they announced today that they will leave Arrowhead Stadium for a new $3 billion dome stadium that will be built on the Kansas City side, or the Kansas side of Kansas City, not the Missouri side. They're out of Missouri. They're into Kansas.
Going to be curious to see what this, if anything, if you stay good, fans will still show up.
Yeah.
But I know you and I have been to that area. It is Hatfield and McCoy's between the Kansas City, Missouri side and the Kansas City, Kansas side. And moving to that other side could be a little bit interesting. I'll be curious the reaction even when you don't have your star players playing on a Christmas night game.
Right.
I would not be shocked if maybe there's a few more empty seats than what we're used to seeing come Thursday night because of this news.
Andy,
odd time to announce it, frankly.
Yeah, okay, you're gonna build your dome for 2031. So Saturday night, I was watching the Bears game with my dad, which is, maybe once a year he and I get to sit down and watch football together. It just so happened to be a Bears-Packers game on a Saturday night. Both of us are well past our passionate Bears fandom, but we're just watching a football game together. But I'm watching that game, Andy, and I grew up there. I probably went to, 10 Bears games in my life at Soldier Field. I went to some concerts at Soldier Field. It's a venerable old building, okay? Is it a nice building? No, not really. But it's in a good part of the city, and it's easy to get to, and it's very convenient generally for the people that live in the greater Chicagoland area. And I don't know if you were following the news, but last week the Bears decided to throw a threat out there to move the team to Northwest Indiana. Okay, and they'd been threatening to move him out to Arlington Heights, and they had talked to
anywhere but Chicago,
Naperville, and exactly, because they're trying to get the city to pay for it, and the city's like, have you seen our budget? We're not paying for you guys. F you, figure it out for yourselves. And as I'm watching it, I'm just like, okay, why do the Bears want to do this? Because the Bears want to have a dome, and they want to get a Super Bowl, and they want all the events, and they want all the suites, and all the and it's as like, and I'm watching that game. And the atmosphere is incredible at Soldier Field. And it's on the lake, and it's cold. And it's so good. And then I'm watching the Broncos game yesterday. And it's loud as hell. It's a damn jet engine in that place. But it's right there next to I-25. And it's easy to get to. And it's centrally located. And it's just, it's already right there. And it's a perfectly fine building. But you got to get your Super Bowl. You got to get your retractable roof, and you got to get your dome, and you got to get your Super Bowl, and you got to get your suites, and you got to get your entertainment district, and you got to make – and it's just like, okay, that's fine. Like, if you're an owner, you bought an NFL team and you want to print money. I understand. I get all of that. But, man, that building yesterday was freaking rocking. It was rocking against the Packers. What do we need a new building for? In Chicago, what are you moving away from Soldier Field for? In Kansas City, Arrowhead, you've been there countless times, Andy. That place is a Thunderdome, and yet it's, no, we got to move to Kansas so we can get a Super Bowl. Like, again, I get it, almighty dollar, Comrade Kreckman, I hear myself right now, but at the same time, it's just like, what the hell are you doing as sports fans?
Well,
you've got these great buildings with great tradition. What are we doing here?
Because sports very soon, my fear is in 10 to 15 years, it is going to be another ticket you can't afford. You're allowed to have your sweet 80K TV or whatever it'll be up to, and
buy your PSL.
Yeah, right. It's look, the foreshadowing of this came out when they talked about moving an NBA team to Vegas. Remember that?
Right.
And they had the building, and we were listening to the owners, and they said, we are going to build this 20,000 or 15,000 seat arena or whatever it's going to be, but we are going to put this geared towards the high-end dollar. This is going to be a high-end entertainment experience.
Yeah.
You're going to pay for it. We want the white-collar fan. But you know what? It's the blue-collar fans for the most part that are the ones that paint their faces.
That place was pumping yesterday.
It was, and it was with people who that's what they bleed for. Guess what? My job sucks. Heck, they're the same people supporting you and I. We love every one of you.
Yep.
Driving home from work. You know, the people that don't have to keep office hours are probably not the one listening to us or surrounding their plans and their social activities all the time around going to these games. But that's not where sports is headed. And not only do they want the new stadium, you and I know this, they want to own every neighborhood. It's the Dick Montfort way. Dick Montfort owns the hotel. He owns McGregor Square. They want all that. All the NFL owners not only want the stadium now,
I get all that.
They want the 5 neighborhoods around it and the most popular restaurants to go with it.
And I guess my point here being is like, for an owner, and guess what? We work for an NFL owner. We work for an NBA, NHL owner, okay? And he is a real estate mogul, and good on him. Like, by all means, man, like, you have the property, you build it up. But why are fans cheering it on? Where do they benefit in all of that? Where does the ticket buying public and the person that is passionate, that wakes up caring about, like, where do they come into the conversation? The answer is, as you just said right there, that their voice ultimately is not the loudest one.
Nate, because they don't know what they don't know, and I get that. I'm not trying to speak. I've been to now 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
it is a corporate party.
Right.
Right? The Bronco, I will say what was unique about the Bronco win at Levi's Stadium, there was noise on each side.
Sure.
And it was crazy how you cross the 50 and hear the noise switch to like the Carolina side. But for the most part, that's a corporate party. Those aren't a bunch of hardcore fans.
Yeah.
When teams go to the Super Bowl, it's not full with the diehards. A third, if not 2/3 of the stadium is corporate partners that just thought it was a cool bonus for their $1 million marketing package they spent with the NFL.
The idea of the Kansas City Chiefs not playing at Arrowhead
And Arrowhead
Stadium.
is a cool stadium. Look, the field sucks. The actual grass, it sucks. It's like a marsh bog. It's what I imagine Dagobah would be like. But the actual structure itself is awesome.
And it's
that
history.
stadium is awesome.
Right. It's history. It's that's what you have right there. Like this stadium where the Broncos play right now. I know it's not the old venerable Mile High or anything else like that. But like, hey man, I was there for Tebow to DT. You know, like we were there in 2015.
It's had its moments.
Exactly.
It housed the best offense the NFL's ever seen.
Yeah.
In 2013.
But you got to have a Super Bowl. All right. I don't feel the need myself to cheer it on. That's all. Is ultimately my point.
And that's why you and I will be off to bigger things in the new year.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
That was well said. Hey, Steelers wide receiver DK Metcalf has been suspended 2 games without pay by the NFL for initiating a physical confrontation with a fan during yesterday's game at Ford Field in Detroit.
Yeah, don't do that, DK. By the way, you know what's crazy about that moment, Andy? Is that CBS caught it on camera. Like, because he was like well behind their bench. Normally, that's the kind of thing that only like cell phone footage would pick up, but like they had it on the broadcast. Like, did some enterprising camera guy, was he just like, whoa, what's DK doing?
Yeah, somebody caught
him.
it, and because the broadcast crew was talking about it, they're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, nobody noticed. Nobody on the Steeler bench noticed. Certainly none of the officials talked. Then they got to dial up Gene Steratore, who's like, yeah, if one of the officials caught it, there would have been actual on-field action that could have affected the game.
Metcalf plans to appeal the suspension. Ryan Kennedy, the Lions fan involved in the altercation, the guy with the blue wig, denied he used a racial slur, misogynistic, or hate-based language during the incident, saying the allegations against him that he did so are completely false. I thought it was that he used DK's full name, and DK was mad about that.
No, the allegations have come out, and Chad, we got a cut in the system where Chad Ochocinco said he's got a source that confirms improper language was not only used in a racial slur, but he said something about DK's mom as well. The fan has a lawyer. The lawyer's fired back. This thing's far from done.
Yeah. So I don't think DK Metcalf would go over and take a swing at a guy.
For using my full name, for calling me Donald Kirk.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. Slowing down a little bit right now for the holidays, but they've got some great auctions that are kicking off here in the new year. Some restaurant auctions, a model home furniture auction. Guys, if you have not perused Roller Auction's website, roller.bid, so many cool things that they will put up for auction over there. Government fleet vehicles and equipment, well-maintained, lightly used, available at great deals. Like we said, restaurant equipment, power tools, electronics, so many great deals available to you at Roller Auction's website. That's roller.bid. Again, it's roller.bid. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude because we're giving away tickets for the Avalanche and the Blues New Year's Eve catered suite tickets at Ball Arena. You could be there. Get to roller.bid/altitude right now and sign up to bid. Nuggets back at it tonight against Utah. You can hear it all on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame coverage starts at 6:30. It is powered by Ramos Law. All right, let's break down that Broncos-Jags game front to back from yesterday. We open up in the first quarter. Broncos defense came out hair on fire. They were very good. Dominated Jacksonville on their first two drive. Denver able to move down the field. Will Lutz lines up from 44 yards.
From 44 yards for Will Lutz. High snap is pulled down. Lutz's kick, aiming for the crossbar. We get a doink, and it's no good. Off the upright, it wouldn't curl back for him, and we remain scoreless in Denver.
Ooh, Will Lutz off the right upright. Yeah, I was a little disappointed in the quality of the Fox microphones on the upright on that one.
Fox Sports!
I need a more thorough doink than that one. Ensuing drive by Jacksonville, 3rd down and 9. Broncos are about to get off the field again, and that's when Trevor Lawrence dials up a little bit of magic, followed by a questionable penalty on P.J. Locke, and then an unbelievable touchdown to Parker Washington. Here is Jacksonville's first scoring drive, the key plays.
3rd and 9 with time. Lawrence looking for help. Lawrence will throw on the run, and he fits it into Parker Washington. And a first down to the Denver 44. 3rd down and 10. Play clock winding down. Just gets the snap. Flags are down, and Lawrence gets blasted, and another flag. P.J. Locke did not hear the whistle with the stoppage in play, and another flag drops as he blasts into Lawrence.
False start by the offense, number 80. The team stopped, and there was a personal foul, unnecessary roughness by the defense, number 6. By rule, just the 15-yard penalty will be enforced in the previous spot. It's first down.
3rd and 3. Lawrence floating for the end zone. Washington with the catch. He had Jaquan McMillan draped all over him and somehow secures it for 6.
That's Kevin Kugler, friend of the program, on the call yesterday. Yeah, Andy, P.J. Locke. First off, I get that's the rule. Don't hit somebody after the whistle.
Right.
That whistle was late. It was deafening.
And no refs move, man.
I didn't see an official
refs,
run
like,
in.
Try to run so the players see, hey, this guy's moving.
I agree. Yeah.
But it didn't happen.
Yeah. Pretty disappointing right there. But the Broncos were down 7-0 at that point. Let's hear the capper to the Broncos' first touchdown drive of the game. Bo Nix on a 3rd down and 5 finds Cortland Sutton on a 0 blitz by the Jags.
Sutton tops in the National Football League in receiving yards on 3rd and 4th down. On 3rd and 5, Nix looking that direction for the end zone, drops it in to Cortland Sutton. It's a touchdown for Denver.
Slot fade by Sutton. Perfect throw by Bo. Back foot. Blitz was getting into his face. Lewis had inside leverage. And Cortland's just too good, man.
Yeah.
He got separation on that play. The coverage was not ideal by Jacksonville, and Bo made a perfect throw in the back corner of the end zone. When he first chucked it up there, I was like, oh, he just threw it out of the back of the end zone. He's just getting rid of this thing. And instead it dropped right into Cortland Sutton. Great throw by Bo
Yeah,
Nix.
well, the throw I thought was one of his better of the year.
Yep.
Just dotted that thing in the corner of an end zone. I mean, Cortland wasn't even close to where he was going. Bo just said that was a heck of a play. Things felt like, all right, here we go. They're cranking it up.
Yep. So there you go. It's a 7-7 tie. Broncos force a punt on a drive that went 16 yards in the wrong direction for Jacksonville. Broncos get the football. Big play here was Nix finding Marvin Mims in a soft spot in the zone, and then Will Lutz looking for redemption lines up from 54.
54-yard try for Will Lutz. He hit the upright going the other direction from 44. 3 of 5 from 50-plus this year. Good snap and hold, and a line drive kick right down the middle to give the Denver Broncos a 10-7 lead.
Yeah, good stuff. Broncos leading 10-7. It's like, okay, they've found their footing. Offensively, they're getting into a good groove. Again, Nix ripped a really good throw to Mims. All right, let's do this thing. The only problem was, Andy, nobody could stop Trevor Lawrence and Jacksonville. Let's check out this next Jags drive.
The pitch to ETN on the edge, breaks a tackle, now weaving into space. ETN, an ankle tackle, saves the touchdown at the 3. Second down and goal. Lawrence looking for Strange to the end zone, diving catch, touchdown Jacksonville.
Yeah, Brenton Strange. Did he push off? Yeah, probably. Are they going to call it? No. And that run by ETN, Andy, 24-yarder. Both McMillan and Singleton missed tackles. There were a lot of missed tackles yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't not a good tackling day for the defense.
No.
Not at all.
Jags back on top, 14-10. De'Aaron Turner Yell, by the way, playing his first game in 2 years, got injured on the next kickoff.
Yeah, he tweeted something that suggests he's got a pretty nasty little injury. We'll see.
That sucks for him. Broncos move into Jacksonville territory. 3rd down and 4, both threw behind Pat Bryant, incomplete. Broncos chose to punt from the Jacksonville 46. I didn't like that decision with 2 minutes left in the half. I thought that was pretty lame, and I think given that the Jags had just put together 2 pretty long scoring drives against your defense, like in my mind it was like, oh, you're going to have to score this week. And Sean Payton decided, nope, I want to play conservatively. I'd rather punt the ball back to him. Jacksonville took over at their own 13-yard line, drove down the field, and Cam Little kicked a 47-yard field goal right before the half.
47-yard try for Cam Little. Good snap, good hold, and a good kick by Little to give Jacksonville a 17-10 lead on the road at halftime in Denver.
Andy, I was pretty disappointed that the Jags gained so much yardage on that drive. I wanted to see Cam Little try the 75-yarder.
Felt like they did too. That broadcast crew was kind of rooting.
They were
At least
rooting
Kevin
for it.
Kugler, it felt like, was rooting for it a little bit, right?
Yeah, they had the footage on it. They were all over that, man. Yeah, I wanted to see that. We did not get it. 17-10 at the half. Broncos put together an excellent drive to begin the third quarter.
The Broncos!
Capped by one of the better R.J. Harvey runs of the year.
But again, we have the advantage of seeing this from a number of different angles in super slow-mo, and these guys are calling it in real speed, and they are right the majority of the time.
Handoff Harvey, and now a big run up the middle, breaking tackles, and R.J. Harvey on the move, down the sideline, Harvey diving for the pylon, touchdown Broncos.
Yeah, another just festival of missed tackles there. That time from Jacksonville, our own Dewey Wingard missed a tackle on that one. Jones missed a tackle. R.J. Harvey just pinballing off of dudes. That was great. Tough running by R.J. Harvey. Unfortunately, really his only notable run of the game.
Yeah, I was going to say he needed it because he didn't have a great feel on a couple of runs I thought could have been better. And let's just be honest, the running game just wasn't consistent enough. Although I did not realize till Jeff Legwell pointed it out to us top of the hour, 4 o'clock, that I forgot they just quit running McLaughlin. I don't get why Sean,
he almost busted one early in the game,
and then he's just not in there anymore.
Well, they had their zone read miscommunication. That didn't help anything either.
Was that McLaughlin?
That was
McLaughlin that he did that? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I just remember the football laying there, and that defensive line would be like, "What's this?"
17 all. Next drive. This was the Malcolm Roach body weight penalty drive. But also Trevor Lawrence just threw, probably got away with a delay of game, but definitely threw some dots to Parker Washington, and then he capped the drive with a touchdown of his own.
3rd and 9. This crowd at a fever pitch. How can he hear? Lawrence to the sideline. He's got Washington, a first down and more for Jacksonville. 1st and goal. Lawrence will keep. Lawrence will walk in, and the Jaguars lead once more.
How can he hear? That's the answer, Kevin. He can't. It was a delay of game.
Yeah.
And yet the ball got snapped, and he was able to make that play. By the way, that was the drive we had the Tim Patrick catch on that drive.
Tim looked a little saucy yesterday.
He looks like a guy that has had 2 massive leg injuries in his career. Good catch, though. Nice job. 24-17. Jacksonville is on top. All right, Andy, this next drive, you got a catch and run by R.J. Harvey for 15 yards. You're at midfield. Time for Sean Payton to go perusing the playbook. How'd it end up? Roll it, Spring.
Climbing the
And Hicks, a little trickery, going downfield for Sutton. High points it inside the 10, and it's incomplete. He couldn't pull it in. Monteric Brown helping to knock it loose. Everything but the catch for Denver on the trick play, and Sutton can't believe it.
Oh, if you just put that one over him, he's going to run under it and catch it and have a touchdown.
Brutal.
Didn't happen.
Not a Bover throw, Andy, a Bunder throw on that one.
Yeah.
You can't spit it out. You got to swallow it.
Still, Cortland nearly came up with it.
Good job by Monteric Brown, by the way, to break that one up without getting called for a
Stayed with
penalty.
the play.
Yeah, he really did. Those underthrown deep balls, that's like the hardest play for a corner in football, and somehow he was able to make it. So good on him. Broncos would punt, touchback by Crawshaw. Jacksonville ball. Here we go. Let's listen to some really, really bad tackling on this drive by the Denver defense.
3rd and 3. 4-man Denver rush. It's Washington. First down and more. Parker Washington on the run inside the 25. Veering around Singleton, weaving to the 10. Jaguars with the big play, 63 yards, and it's first down Jacksonville. The long pass allowed this year by the Broncos. And the Jaguars, who are 3 for 3 in the red zone, convert on 3rd down. And now 1st and goal at the 10. ETN out of the backfield. On the edge, the cutback, the broken tackle, the touchdown for Jacksonville.
Yeah, a lot of bad tackling.
Terrible tackling.
That was the point of the game where Moose Johnston, what did he call it? Too many Venus de Milos out there?
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That's apparently a Jimmy Johnson saying. Yeah. Oh, yep. 63 yards. Longest pass play of the year allowed by the Denver defense. By Parker Washington right there. And then, yeah, ETN scored in the very next play, 31-17. Hey, at what point in the game did you give up?
You know, this team, I give it to them.
I know.
I got to the 4th quarter.
I was still...
They stayed within... Now, around 17, it was starting to feel a little iffy.
I didn't quit on it till the Bo interception.
Okay.
That was the one where I was like, oh, they're not winning today.
Okay. For me, it was when they went down, and you talked about this, when you felt like you were having that drive to get back in the game and you kicked a field goal. I was like, all right. And I don't remember whether it was before or after the pick, to be honest with you.
You're at the 3-yard line.
Yeah, and you're going to settle for a field goal?
When you're down 17, you need the touchdowns, man.
Yeah.
Clock is working against you. You've got to start scoring touchdowns. Take it from the 3-yard line. You can kick a longer field goal later.
Sure.
Yeah, that was a bad white flag moment.
That felt like, right?
Exactly.
Ain't our day. Here, kick a field goal.
And like you said it earlier, just like at that point, like whether you're down 17, whether you're down 20, it doesn't matter anymore. Like you need touchdowns. That's the only way you're getting back in the game. I thought that was a pretty lame call, but also it goes to show you how Sean Payton felt about his offense's performance yesterday.
No, I agree. Maybe he was out of plays, maybe this, that, who knows. But reality of it was it just wasn't there, you know. It just, I don't know. It sucks when points deflate you, and that's what that field goal did.
Right. Exactly. So that was a killer. Spring, let's skip ahead to the Bo Nix interception with 8:08 to go in the 4th quarter. We know they fumbled. We know the Jags got a chip shot field goal. But let's listen to Bo Nix on a 4th down and 2, trying to go back shoulder to Pat Bryant.
Massive play here, 4th and 2. They're 1 for 1 on 4th down today. On 4th and 2, Nix to the sideline, intercepted. Jarian Jones with his 2nd pick of the year.
Yeah, that felt to me, Andy, like a film study interception. That was one where it was like, oh, you're throwing to Pat Bryant on the outside. I know exactly what you're trying to do.
Yeah, it was.
Also, Bo, like, don't throw that ball, dude.
Right.
It's a 4th down. I get it. You're trying to make something happen, but
was that the one where, what play was it where like Ingram was dead between the numbers in a spot Bo would usually see him and he didn't throw
airmailed
it?
him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, he went
didn't see
somewhere
him.
else completely. Like Evan Ingram was right there. right in the middle. It almost is like a throwback to Russ. How you not seeing him? There's the throw. Just take that.
Bo Nix was out of sorts by the time that game ended.
And Moose Johnson kept pulling it.
Yeah.
He pointed it out from he said it what was it? First drive of the third quarter felt all right, but then nothing kind of felt all right from that point forward.
Jacksonville zoned him up, but I think one of the differences is, and I can't believe we're saying this about a game that Micah Parsons played a lot of last week against Green Bay, the Jags did pressure him. And that's if Bo has progressed enough this year that if he can stand up clean in the pocket, he'll make the throws. He'll do what he has to do. But if you start getting to him, he gets the pocket zoomies. It just happens to him. It's something that he's just got to be able to whittle it out of his game more as he gets more experience in the league.
There's that one where Moose Johnson pointed. He had a good analysis game yesterday where Bo ran to the right tackle side and goes off McGlinchey's hip when he really doesn't need to. He could have stayed in the pocket. Nobody was coming.
Yeah.
Hang in there, young man.
Good. I thought the broadcast was good yesterday.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah. I mean, Kugler's an absolute pro, and Moose, I thought, did a really good job, like, keeping the viewer like in tune to what was going on in the game and what the issues were that were going on. I like Moose as an analyst. He doesn't give you a lot of superfluous crap. He's pretty good at cutting to the chase.
Sure. Yeah. And yesterday was a good one.
Look,
they had a worse game to call when it was Denver-Houston and the defenses were doing all the stuff.
Exactly.
That was a little bit easier because the offenses got involved yesterday.
Yeah, made for a much more fun viewing experience. But yeah, it wasn't until that interception. I was holding out hope until that interception. I was just like, okay, defense can get off the field. Maybe you can force a turnover. And especially like Jacksonville, remember, they had that drive right after the Broncos kicked the field after the chip shot, and then the Jags went out. They threw on the first two plays. And then Lawrence got sacked by JFM, and it was like a fast 3-and-out. I was like, okay, this is what this team kind of thrives off right there. But, yeah, interception.
Hey, look, enough of this. We got stuff to solve.
We do. There was some controversy on the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Friday afternoon regarding the drop of the year.
As controversial as this show gets,
very much
on a December right before Christmas, a December Friday.
It got spicy, Andy, and we sent it to the audience vote, and we are deadlocked at 2-2, meaning the tie has to be broken for drop of the year. Will it be Chris Dempsey? Will it be Jim Nantz?
The Broncos!
That's right. We're deadlocked at 2-2. We promise you the tie will be broken when we return on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Welcome back. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House Football Monday, where you can shop every team in town. By the way, if you're still stressing about a gift for the Denver sports fan in your life, we'll give the gift of streaming with an Altitude Plus gift card, perfect for new or existing subscribers. Go to altitudeplus.com/gift cards and select the option that fits your holiday budget. But that's right. Give the gift of the best team in the NHL. Give the gift of a pretty pissed off NBA team after that Saturday afternoon result against the Houston Rockets. David Adelman not pleased. He and Ime Udoka, we got a good little rivalry starting up right there.
We got a little thing going.
Who can get more pissed off at the refs? Yeah.
Well, it worked for Udoka on the return visit.
Sure
so.
did. Yeah, he
got a lot of good whistles the other day.
Got to work the podium, man. That's necessary. By the way, Kevin Durant. Ooh, what did he make a comment about somebody's personal life to Bruce Brown? Brucey was not pleased with KD after that one. This is good, Andy. I like it. It's spicy.
But I also think it was left over. He went and saw Manson. He was in that. You talk about the bloodlust you get watching hockey.
Yeah.
I think Bruce had a little of that left over.
He might have had that. A couple of old Brooklyn Nets teammates that apparently got some old beef, some possible beef going on right there. All right. We got to settle a beef right now on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. So, we did Drop of the Year on Friday, and we left Three Dogs Tavern in No Den without being able to settle on a winner because we had a hung jury, Andy.
We did.
We were 2 votes Nance, 1 vote Dempsey.
The Broncos
on Drop of the Year. Spring and I both voted for Jim Nance yelling Broncos. Spring voted for, or Spring was with me on Nance, and his was, by the way, it was a mathematical vote based on, he claimed he hit that drop more than any other in the past calendar year.
Sure.
You voted Dempsey.
Yes, because I've never heard the great Chris Dempsey make such a sound.
I've never heard another person make a sound like that.
Well, I had a buddy one night after a couple Jaegers make that sound, but it was not before answering a question, that's for sure.
He's just yakking on a bone. Yeah, so so we put it up for the audience vote, and Spring tallied it all up. Spring, what was the result of the listener vote for Drop of the Year?
By 3 votes, Chris Dempsey won.
Wow.
Boom.
Wow, close. Were there hanging chads involved? We don't know. Stop the steal. That's what I say. So we're deadlocked at 2 apiece. Therefore, we have to bring in a 5th wheel, a deciding vote. And who is better for this job? Who is more qualified than the guy that probably has to listen to more of our nonsense than